Move your body, feel the flow, do the moves, let it show, feel the rhythm, take control, grow the beat, it's a
Move your body.
Move your body, feel the flow, do the moves. Feel the rhythm, take control, grow the beat, it isn't fall. Move your body, feel the flow, do the moves, let it show.
Move your body.
Well, this one is a knocker. Step in on the dance and I does my dance. Everything scatter. Right? Right?
Come cross.
Right now, man, active. Down with the game like a bandit. Me bring the flame like a matches. Test me no, cut out the slackness. Active style and pattern, that's how my there. Active. 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 One live life massive. Talking up and off the brandish. Touch road and hold the world hostage. When I start the bump up like mash pit. When me step out, whole place get active. 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 Hey, can you start now? Clocks on the teeth side, bad bitch on each side. Big splits chillin' on the beat side. Run things where you feel like. Cake big, have a carve out a piece like. Freestyle now, millions for each line. Too cool, man, I need ice in my beverage. Test this bigger, please find the exit. Right now, man, active. Gone with the game like a bandit. Me bring the flame like a matches. Let's me know, cut out the slackness. Active style and pattern, that's how man there. Active. 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 One live like massive. Talking up and off the brandish. Touch road and hold the world hostage. When I start the bump up like mash pit. When me step out, whole place get active. 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 Active.
You know I don't play right. Just give me the word, You know I don't play right. Don't give me this. I'm gonna get back when I feel like. You know I don't play right. I'll put up a good fight. Just give me the word, You know I don't play right. You know I don't play right. Don't give me this. I'm gonna get back when I feel like. Don't give me this. Uh-huh, uh-huh. You know I don't play right. I'll put up a good fight. Just give me the word, right? Uh-huh, uh-huh. You know I don't play right. You know I don't play right. Don't give me this. I'm gonna get back when I feel like. You know I don't play right. Just give me the word, right? Uh-huh, uh-huh. You know I don't play right. Don't give me this. I'm gonna get back when I feel like. You know I don't play right. Just give me the word, right? Uh-huh, uh-huh. You know I don't play right. Don't give me this. I'm gonna get back when I feel like. You know I don't play right. I'll put up a good fight. Just give me the word, right? Uh-huh, uh-huh. You know I don't play right. You know I don't play right. Don't give me this. I'm gonna get back when I feel like. Don't give me this. Uh-huh, uh-huh. You know I don't play right. I'll put up a good fight. Just give me the word, right? Uh-huh, uh-huh. You know I don't play right. You know I don't play right. Don't give me this. I'm gonna get back when I feel like. You know I don't play right. Just give me the word, right? Uh-huh, uh-huh. You know I don't play right. Don't give me this. I'm gonna get back when I feel like.
Everything you want, but you can't have. Number one regret, no take backs. The hole in your chest, that's payback.
I'm good. Bad. Yeah.
Payback,
No.
yeah, you better take
Loud.
that.
Too loud. Not loud
Call me
enough.
selfish and
Yeah, sorta.
critical, I could take the blame.
I always love when I
Just
go.
like I could take a match and send it up in flames. Don't say I didn't warn ya. This might hurt, but that's just karma. Better take that. Call it payback. Don't say I didn't warn ya. Stay mad, I know you wanna. This might hurt, but that's just karma. That's just karma. Go and play the part, play the victim. Throw a pity party with your demons. Blaming everybody and you're screaming, screaming. But I'm the one bleeding. You're the one that's selfish and critical, you could take the blame. Just like I could take a match and send it up in flames. Don't say I didn't warn you, this might hurt. That's just karma. Better take that. Call it payback. Don't say I didn't warn ya. Stay mad, I know you wanna. This might hurt, but that's just karma. That's just karma. Hold too hard and let it die. Better say our last goodbyes. Oh, come back, never come back. I don't need you, I don't want that. Oh, don't say I didn't want. That's just karma. that's just karma. Don't say I didn't warn ya. Stay mad, I know you wanna. This might hurt, but that's just karma. I keep dreaming, but my dreams keep flying away. It's somewhere far beyond. Keep chasing them and I never rest for a day. There's something I don't do. I feel the wind blowing my face, but that's alright. I smile at people passing by. Some smile back, some might not. I'm always looking for a shade when it's hot. I've been low key and I'm trying to stop. God, I'm feeling good. Yeah, but when off I go. Pretty afternoon, it's a fast forward. Looking at the skyline, looking back at my life, and I gotta say it's one of a kind. Yeah, but when off I go. Pretty afternoon, it's a fast forward. Looking at the skyline, looking back at my life, and I gotta say it's one of a kind. It's been a while since I ran into you on a street. I wonder if you moved. Hope everything is going amazing for you, and you're not feeling blue. I feel the rain pour down my face, but that's alright. I smile at people passing by. Some smile back, some might not. I'm always looking for a shade when it's hot. I've been low key and I'm trying to stop. God, I'm feeling good. Yeah, but when off I go. Pretty afternoon, it's a fast forward. Looking at the skyline, looking back at my life, and I gotta say it's one of a kind. Yeah, but when off I go. Pretty afternoon, it's a fast forward. Looking at the skyline, looking back at my life, and I gotta say it's one of a kind. I slip to the door, bind it to the day. I slip to the door, bind it to the day. I slip to the door, bind it to the day. I slip to the door. God, I'm feeling good. Yeah, but when off I go. Pretty afternoon, it's a fast forward. Looking at the skyline, looking back at my life, and I gotta say it's one of a kind. Yeah, but when off I go. Pretty afternoon, it's a fast forward. Looking at the skyline, looking back at my life, and I gotta say it's one of a kind.
É desse jeito, é desse jeito. Só leva chifre quem não faz amor direito. É desse jeito, é desse jeito. Só leva chifre quem não faz amor direito. Só leva chifre quem não faz amor direito. E mais um.
Camisinha ruim, quase não satisfaz. Mas hoje eu tô vendo a falta que ela me faz. Camisinha ruim, quase não satisfaz. Mas hoje eu tô vendo a falta que ela me faz.
Camisinha ruim, quase não satisfaz. Mas hoje eu tô vendo a falta que ela me faz. Camisinha ruim, quase não satisfaz. Mas hoje eu tô vendo a falta que ela me faz. Como ficar rico se nós tem... Como ficar rico se nós tem pensão demais? Se eu vou lá no sapo, me chama de pai. Na igrejinha, me chama de pai. Se eu... E como ficar rico se nós...
Me faz eu me faz eu me faz eu
Mais um!
Camisinha ruim, quase não satisfaz. Mas hoje eu tô vendo a falta que ela me faz. Camisinha ruim, quase não satisfaz. Mas hoje eu tô vendo a falta que ela me faz.
Como ficar rico se nós tem... Como ficar rico se nós tem pensão demais? Eu vou lá no sábado, me chama de pai. Na igrejinha, me chama de pai. Se eu...
shore, diving deep. Where is the water taking me? Trying hard, bittersweet. Cabin fever's pulling me. I want to hold on to something greater. I feel the waves come crashing in. I'm drowning, drowning, drowning. I'm drowning, drowning, drowning. I'm drowning, 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 colors draw me, gravity to the bottom of the sea. Making waves, I'm making waves to leave this place. I'm drowning, drowning, drowning. Drowning, drowning, drowning. Drowning, 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 drowning,
Vision von Next Kings ist, dass wir gute Möbel für Gamer und fürs Homeoffice bauen. Es sind nicht einfach nur Möbel, sondern wir sagen dazu Livables. Wir gehen jetzt einen Schritt voran, wir sind jetzt die Next Kings.
It's the morning. We're all waking up right now. It's XPEvo 2024 Saturday morning. We are getting started off with the elimination stages. It's going to start with the top 128. We got 2 waves of top 128 because we got to get through that many people, and there's only enough chairs for about 64 players for each wave. So we're going to get through that today, as well as the rest of top 64 double elimination, to where we will determine our top 12 today for Sunday, and still also get closer to that World Cup qualifying seed berth. As you see our lovely little plaque right there showing up in the camera. Thank you, 50, for the extra boost of showing that. As yes, there's a lot of players that have made it through from the qualifier waves since yesterday, and now they are going to possibly have their road ended here, or maybe we'll see some successes today. Top 128 is still do or die. Half of the people we're going to say goodbye today. But there was a lot of action that happened yesterday, so let's go ahead and see what our recap from Friday was. It was a crazy and fun Friday, I do believe I can say so myself. You didn't get to see some of the images of the karaoke party last night, which is kind of wild. I was very, I don't know about you guys who were there last night, but I was a little worried for my voice afterwards. I did 3 songs, went a little too ham on that, so that's why it's a little bit calmer with the voice this morning, because I gotta save it for the rest of the evening, especially when we get to more of the hype matches later on that we're gonna be talking about. And to carry you through those hype matches are a talented group of commentators that will be joining us on the main stream and the B stream. And of course, I cannot help but reintroduce my wonderful co-host and analyst. I have 50 as my co-host, and once again our analyst Shorty returning here on the couch once again for today. And of course we'll have multiple guests joining us, I'm sure, throughout the rest of the day during breaks and everything. We'll also have post-match interviews with the players today. Going forward with the 4-man matches, it's a lot easier to get interviews set up, so we're going to have post-match interviews with some of the players and get some of their insights after their match on stage. And we have a pretty good matchup coming forward. Do you guys know who it is? They have their faces are like
I do actually.
Okay.
Yeah, so we have Vizzy playing with his wheel obviously set up on stage. Then we have Shofi We have
The
Simthum.
technology.
Oh yeah, I can just look at the screen. That's
Yay!
also that's nice. And we have Soliva Guns. I think the main player I'm a little bit surprised by is Soliva Guns because he is seed 4 and I think if he would be fully prepared, I would not expect him to be seed 4. So I don't know if he's just maybe mainly here to like enjoy and enjoy the vibe, or maybe he had some technical issues.
From what
really don't know.
From what I understand, the Danish players they were barred from receiving any more refreshments last night.
Oh.
So I would say maybe the Danish community just enjoying the event more than anything else.
To be fair, though, I don't think Soliva Guns was one of the names that came up with that earlier when I talked about that. But who knows?
I mean, he is a good player.
Yeah, he really is a good player. That's why I'm surprised.
You see him in a lot of top records and a lot of maps. And like Cup of the Day and all that fun stuff and other competitions. So I mean, he is a talented player. It's not he might get better as the day goes on. Who knows? So
well, he has to survive this match first.
Yeah,
that's probably going to be the biggest hurdle then.
Yeah,
it's going to be interesting. If I'm not mistaken, he's the only player to win 2 campaigns in a row. Is that correct? Something like that. Definitely one player that is known for his hunting, so it's going to be interesting to see. We always talk about the difference between hunting and cup mode, so it's going to be interesting to see how he can adapt to that.
Yeah, and then also we have on the stage Wizzy, the wheel player. Our first wheel match of the day. We always focus on the wheel. It's not because he's. I mean, it is a unique play style for sure. But also, at least I focus on it because I think of all the work we have to get done to get a wheel player on the stage.
Especially you, yeah.
So I'm like the wheel player. Yesterday I was scrambling around trying to find a place for Wizzy so that it's because it is difficult to like set up and break down. So I mean, yes, congratulations to production and TOs for being able to manage that and everything. But also congratulations to Wizzy for having the patience and knowing that's like I have a wheel because he could not be that way. He could just be like, what the heck, guys, give me a place. But no, he's super cool about it. But yes, so him being on there playing with the wheel, but also was very close to getting a playoff spot as well. I believe he was in the top 16 or top 12, I believe.
I think it was top 12.
Yeah, top 12 or top 8, definitely something like that.
Yeah, he was top 12 or 8 in the playoffs. In his match, I know he lost to Epos. That was one of the individuals he lost to in his elimination match. Eliminated by Epos, should I say, rather. And Gwen, I believe, as well, was the other elimination. It was either Gwen or Brang, I don't remember.
He was in a match together with Granadi and denied Granadi. That's what I remember. Like, Vizzy had a really great comeback in that match. Like, he had a really, really rough start to it. And towards the end, he clutched out a couple of rounds while the others were finalists and almost made a comeback, but wasn't enough.
Yeah.
Yeah, similarly, I remember that he was in a match with Stufts, and both of them were finalists at one point, with only one more spot to go. So he kicked out his own teammate as well in that match. So that was also
and it was rough.
Quite rough.
And we saw how Stufts took that really hard as well. And his tweet coming out immediately after. Classic Stufts, though, he likes to tweet immediately after every single match, and usually it's kind of more just like the expected one of like, well, I wasn't trained enough, or the usual. But this time it was really, he was really down on himself and questioning his enjoyment of the game and whether he wants to continue playing. But I saw him this morning, and he looked pretty happy this morning. He looked pretty okay. So
I mean, right after losing such an important match, it's obviously understandable that you're a little bit down, and maybe that's not the correct mindset to just directly open up Twitter or like X and just instantly just write something. So it's understandable that that the feelings are a little bit harsher there.
Yeah,
but
for sure.
I think once you have a little bit more time and you can like think about it and be like, yeah, well, it is what it is. We just go at it again, and I'm happy that I'm happy about him that he is still here and that he's also gonna fight for the title this time, hopefully.
Yep.
Well, it's not obviously the best idea to tweet immediately after such a loss. It is at the same time very nice of him, because you can see the raw emotion, what it means to the players to get through to the next round, or then if they don't get through to be eliminated in that type of environment.
And we're going to see a lot of raw emotions today, I'm sure of it, especially with already a pretty cutthroat round. A lot of the matches, if somebody was not necessarily feeling like confident about their play, I would be very worried for them in this first 128 round because every match has two really good players and two players who are maybe not as known or maybe not as prepared as some of the players who were used to this style of competition. And yeah, I saw a lot of matches, and there were always two players you could easily pick out in every single match, pretty much, that were just easy, kind of like predictions wise. Pretty easy to predict who was going to go through. This match, however, with Sully being fourth, though, a little bit of a different match. You also have Shafi in there. I want to mention the Bavaria 2 guys. They always, every year, every German Trackmania LAN, they have come out in full force. They bring their whole sea of blue, them and Gravity as well. They always bring out their full army of players. It's their big get together and everything. And Shafi is going to be the first Bavaria 2 player we're going to see today. Hopefully not the last. And Shafi, he is actually a pretty talented player from what I've seen in at least the online competitions. Maybe not a top tier player per se, but definitely somebody you can't just sleep on.
I mean, obviously, I'm considering that the matches are now seeded from the qualification waves, and Shoffy being seed 3, he's definitely the player to look out for together with Symptom, because it's very unlikely for a seed 3 or seed 4 player to beat the seed 1. But seed 2 and seed 3 obviously is kind of the matchup where you wanna beat the other guy, and that's the matchup where you might have a chance. There is also the match with, for example, Semifying, who apparently had like a little bit of gamepad issues yesterday. So he's also only C3 in his match, but he could potentially also perform and still go through. So that's also a match to watch out for.
Yeah, we talked about it yesterday, how in the qualification wave, just a few mistakes can make a huge difference in placing. So there are probably a few players who could have been seed 2 or fighting for the lower seed 1 spots, who are now seed 3. So these are the matches that will definitely be very closely contested, and where it's going to be interesting to see who is going to get through.
There's one more player in our match that I don't want to forget to mention. It is the Ice Andy himself, Symptom, coming in as the final mention here for this matchup. Symptom, he doesn't have that many expectations. His focus is on the Ice Cup later, the side events later today. So, I mean, hopefully
No, I was trying to get the trophy.
Oh, yeah, the trophy. I was like, who's behind me? Yeah, no, the Ice Cup, that is happening shortly afterwards. In fact, actually, if you are a full speed player, the Full Speed Forsaken Cup is also happening today, and just actually like a little bit from now, they're going to be starting their qualifier rounds. So good luck to everybody who's playing the Full Speed side event today, and good luck to the organizers for that event. Thank you for helping us with that. But yeah, there's a lot more action, just not inside the arena, but also outside happening today. And when everybody came in, a lot of smiles I saw this morning. A lot of it's like the calm before the storm, but also you could feel like slowly, even now, just like kind of like the tension, like the anticipation of what's going to be happening today. And I'm really excited to see how that's going to turn out. Looking forward to the match here with my nose right in the picture there. Hi, how are you? I'll move out of the way for just that shot there. The match that we are waiting for is almost underway. We're just dealing with an overlay issue at the moment. It is a small production hiccup, but that's something we're fixing right away. We should be a couple minutes away from getting into the match. The players are already in the lobby. I think they're just waiting for our go at this point. So just a couple more minutes going forward. Let's talk about predictions. Let's go ahead and make our first predictions of the day. We're going to be doing this a lot today. So who are going to be your two players to move on to top 64?
From this match now that we discussed, I mean, Wizzy, obviously. I think that's somewhat of a no-brainer. He's top seed, and he has been performing quite well, not only in playoffs, but also yesterday in the qualifiers. Second is going to be rough. I mean, I mentioned before that I think Soli is good, but I think he's more of a hunter, and that cup mode might not suit him that much, but he was playing really well in the hunting phase, so I can't not pick him, I think.
I'm just surprised that he's seed 4. Like, if you would tell me, yeah, he had like a really bad seeding and he's seed 3 or like seed 2, I'm like, okay, it makes sense, but he's seed 4. Like, he got really, like, that is a really bad performance in the qualification.
He finished very
wave,
low
so
in the qualification.
I'm surprised by that.
Top 6, it would have been bottom like 12 through 16 to get
13 through 16.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's I don't know. I mean, that must have just been like some tech issues or
Yeah, that's the only
some
thing I could think
major
too.
problems.
Because I was with Ratchet yesterday. He was on stage during the qualification wave, and he had a delay. So people were wondering, oh, Ratchet, he wasn't really performing that well.
Oh,
He had
okay.
a delay with his controller to the monitor. So when he'd make an input, there was a slight delay constantly every single time
Oh,
he was
that is-
driving.
That is rough.
So,
And you
but,
noticed
and I
that.
was like, why did you ask for a pause? And he's like, the Ratchet was just like, whatever. But he wasn't. He was like a little tilted from that. I'm like, man, well, prevent the tilt and like call for a pause or something. But I mean, now that we are in the 4-man matches, it is easier to call pauses too. So if there are major technical issues in the middle of a match, we're going to be able to like resolve those issues more quickly compared to trying to take care of 32 players or 64 players at once. But yeah, it should be able to be a pretty good situation here. I also saw Spam and Pack together this morning, walking in through the door. They seemed pretty pretty in okay spirits so far. I think Pack has a very stoic look. I've never met Pack in person before until this event, and he just has a very stoic look when he walks around. He's like, I can't tell if it's confidence.
He just looks confident. Like, obviously, yeah, you don't know how it's in the inside, but he just always looks confident. Like, yeah, I'm gonna destroy. Yeah, yeah, I'm ready.
True.
There's a good chance that he will.
Well, I mean, to be fair, the first like 1 or 2 matches he definitely will, but after that it's gonna be very rough already. So hard to judge.
Well, I believe it is time to hand it over to our casters. We are going to start off with the first match of the day on the main stream, the top 128 match between Solivagans, Wizzy, Symptom, and Shafi. And to take us off on our first match of the day, it is going to be a classic Tracadia duo from the grand final. It's going to be Mr. Boney and Mr. Jiggy. Take it away, guys.
There we are. Welcome, everyone. First match of the day's first bracket match of the tournament as well. And as mentioned by Import, thank you so much for hanging out with us. I am Boney C, together here with G-Geek, and ready to cast this first match of the round of 128. We got players in the danger seat. It's single elimination to kick things off.
Yeah, the ejector seats are already settled in and ready to kick off by the end of that very first of the 2 sets of matches that are going to be played in that round of 128 bracket. And yeah, Wizzy, Solivagans, Shofi, and Symptom. Yeah, of course, going back onto what the predictions were, of course, Wizzy, fortunately for us, it's kind of like a no-brainer, as I said. Also kind of fired up from that performance in the playoffs where he was very near making an insane comeback complete and into a reality. Unfortunately, after a 50-round comeback, it just wasn't quite enough. But yeah, he's fired up. He's hungry to actually prove himself, as we're going to be starting off our set of matches with Domino, if I recall correctly, the map from Omei, to start things off with, of course, then Solivagans and Shofi. For me, it's going to be an interesting battle for second place because, yeah, I was discussing with some of the Frenchies, actually, and we both thought maybe Solivagans is trying to use the qualifier waves as a way to shake the rust off, as a little bit of a rust begone sort of remedy. He hasn't really touched the maps before. Well, he has, of course, significant times, but maybe kind of laid off a little bit before actually coming back and trying to get the maps in situ in actual proper race conditions. Maybe that could turn out to be a winning strategy for him. Shofi, you also don't want to count out the Austrian player, from B2 Esports. And as for Symptom, I hate to be the Debbie Downer, but it's going to be a bit of a rough one. Yeah.
I mean, in that regard, he is in that, saying, as far as I can make it, I think that in of itself is always a goal to have. But, coming in as the lower seed, you're not necessarily having those expectations to win the match or get that second place. It's going to be very tough. And as you mentioned, Solivagans and Shafi right there are very much going to be fighting for that second spot. But even then, I am sure that the Frenchman will be able to perhaps pull off some stunts, make some fireworks happen along the way, because at the end of the day, you're here to compete, you're here to, try and make things work, make things happen. Unfortunately, as we kick things off here on round number 1, Solivagans with an early touch right there, Wizzy in the lead, Symptom, Shafi right behind. Ooh, Symptom having some issues with the dirt, loses some speed, Shafi right behind, and for the first half, it's looking like Wizzy and Shafi is going to do it.
Yeah, it looks like also Wizzy has decided to pull out all the stops right out of the gates, and Shofi just actually pulling a little bit further away, trying to get a little bit of a gap going, but unfortunately for Shofi, a very, very heavy contact with the outside wall, dropping him down to last place, allowing Solivagans to retain a 3rd place. Let's see if I can get the perspective of Symptom. There he goes. And actually, Wizzy also having a bit of a slowdown in the 2nd and 3rd sectors, and he's going to be clipping with the right rear, so against all odds, Samtom also clearing the risky fin first try with a 101.621. He will take the first 10-pointer for himself and draw first blood, as I like to call it.
Exactly. We're already, any doubters out there, I mean, myself included, it seems being proven wrong from the get-go. Now, to be fair, bit of a messy round. Everybody's still trying to get their bearings, maybe waking up a little bit from those who were around here with, karaoke night. And now, all of a sudden, okay, well, guess what? It's round number 1. Map number 1, you got to pick up, you got to keep going, and we already saw some mistakes happen here and there.
And also, just to quickly correct, I got slightly mistaken by the start. It is, of course, Rocket's blueprints that we're currently on. I got kind of like debated by some of the dirt sections. It's the early morning, so
it happens. We're waking up.
Yeah, the caffeine hasn't quite kicked in yet.
No, exactly. Well, Symptom this time around won't be able to be as fast as he was during the previous one. And it's going to be Wizzy, Shafi, and Solivigans for the time being, duking it out for those 10 points up for grabs. We are playing up to 120 points, by the way. When we hit those 120 points, we'll be in what we like to call finalist mode, for those not in the know. If you're in finalist mode, just win one round only, and you will be able to move on to the next match.
The one round only. That little phrase can be so easy to understand. It's so hard to pull off, as I like to call it. Getting to finalist mode is one thing, but concluding in finalist mode is another matter altogether. It's a completely different ball game, and we've seen it time and time again, as recently as last week, that you may be the first man to actually reach finalist status, but you might be among one of the last to be able to conclude, or even worse, not being able to conclude at all, and that is probably one of the most demoralizing things, especially if you're not able to conclude in this high stake of a first round right there.
Yeah, it's going to be quite the impact for a lot of players that I've been talking to yesterday as well. Looking forward towards the round of 128, the fact that it is semi-elimination, the fact that you have players who may be taking these rights, shaking off that rust as you were mentioning during qualifiers, perhaps getting a little bit of the lay of the land on how people are playing. They may actively, be taking it easy, may influence their seeding, and will lead to matches where you're going to be questioning whether or not you're going to be able to make it through.
Exactly, as we're currently following along with Wizzy, one of the two wheel players that is, of course, participating here in XPEvo. And yeah, a very different play style compared to that of Granadi, which we've alluded to also multiple times over the course of the last few years. But yeah, Wizzy, you can see it's all about smoothness entering into the corner and then holding the angle there. It's not as much of a 90-degree lock-to-lock that Granadi has, for instance, and it's all about finessing the car into the corner and then micro corrections. It's really not a very big shuffling of the arms, trying to feed the wheel. It's very, very subtle, but it's extremely effective for him with the first sub 101 of the day, as you do get a little bit of a closer look at the setup from Wizzy with Santom right by his side. And I think we are pretty much just a wheel versus pad matchup, unless I might be missing a keyboard player in there. I'm not exactly too sure.
No, I do believe you are right. I was already talking to Wizzy as well, like being one of the wheel players alongside Granadi will be a little bit of a challenge once they meet, and I do think they will meet at some point in the tournament, playing against one another on stage. But that is something for then. I'll leave that to stage managers and whatnot to take care of. But for now, Wizzy, who had a couple of rounds, finally getting into the workings of it all, a bit of a clip right there, will not be in contention for those 10 points for the time being, considering Solivigans and Symptom are on a banger of a run right now. Symptom, who started to fall back a little bit, now back in contention. Solivigans, though, keeping the walls nice up and tight and looking to get those first 10 points for himself for this map, and
yeah,
perhaps
indeed.
the last round on this one as well.
Trying to get the ball rolling, essentially, for Solivigans, although an 18-point haul in 3 rounds is not too bad for like a first match of the day, really. But Samtom is also not looking too shabby. Him that he was saying that he was not exactly looking forward to have Solivigans as seed 4 in his match. But so far, he's not doing too bad for himself. The player from eSport Line, 23 points out of 40 collected. I think we're already done with the 4 rounds here on Blueprint. 101.275 for Solivigans, finally getting a 10-pointer on the board, which is going to be helping his cause massively because Wizzy only finished down in 3rd place. So that allows him to take the lead by just 1 single point, as we're going to be switching maps and we're going to be heading over to, let's see what it is going to be. Oh, featuring, I think it is. Yes, it is. Whiskey's map.
Yeah, moving on to map number 2 from the Dutchman alongside Rocket, Clem, and there was a 4th name in there that we don't have in the banners when we do see the map come by. But I mean, the featuring name very much featuring the fact that there are multiple people in here.
It works.
It does work. One of the wicked maps in the map pack, and I do feel Whiskey
as one famous
days have been working on those types
as
of
one
maps.
famous studio exec would say, it just works.
It just works, indeed. If it's not the 180 ice wall going up into the air, I do love the snowmo right here.
Yeah, that's gorgeous.
Beautiful stuff. If it's not that, then it's the bug slide water onto the plastic. It's definitely challenging our players to make sure that they're able to.
And actually, the CP7, CP8 wet bug slide is one of those where you see plenty of good saves and also plenty of people that can be a little bit more daring in their approach, trying to actually get their entry extremely late and try to get as close to the pole as possible on the exit to get so much speed. I think it was Binks that tried to pull it off in the qualifier waves and was able to pull that off successfully, I might add, to get back up to second place with a very solid haul of points at the very end, as we're getting started with the first round out of 4 here on Featuring. And just a quick recap of the scores, you can see them on the right hand side of the screen. 28 for Solivagans, 27 for Wizzy, 23 for Samptom, and 14 for Shofi. Solivagans about almost a quarter of the way towards finalist status.
Yeah, and I mean, at the same time, it may be just a singular point right now between him and Wizzy, but Wizzy having some issues with the backward section right there. It will allow the rest of the players to move up the rankings. And, what we were saying earlier on, Wizzy expecting him to go through probably first place. Thus far, having some issues here and there, able to recover quite nicely out of it. Despite that wonky entry out of that backward section, he still finds himself in first place. Simpton and Solivagans also in the mix right there to try and make some waves, but for the time being, looking for space to enter.
Yeah, looking for space to enter, and also going very close to clipping on the transition on the dirt there. Something going very close to the outside wall. It was Solivagans who had a bit of a clip at the start of the second sector, allowing both Wizzy and Something to get themselves a little bit of room to breathe, a bit some space to actually go through to the rest of the round, and Wizzy should be able to have this one under lock and key. Through the wood we go, and the jump sideways out of the loop into the finish line with a 103.027 to the credit of Wizzy, about 8/10 ahead of Something, continuing his good haul of points. And Dom was the last the last mapper featured in the map, as you were able to see on the top left corner. And again, a good look at Something looking very focused, trying his best to, of course, try and salvage some points early on in the game, trying to prevent himself from any kind of catastrophic failures. But you see that it's still very much all to play for now. There hasn't been any kind of very big gaps that have solidified themselves. And actually, Solivagans pulling a 360 with a bit of a clip in the middle, and is now going to be forced to... actually... Usually you would go for a double respawn. He's like, you know what, it's still early in the game. I can allow myself some idiosyncrasies like that, but it's not exactly the fast way to go around.
No. I mean, with this is going to open up the door for Symptom to come back into that top 2 spot. Wizzy may have the 37 points, Solivagans on 32, but yeah, with that mistake, he is going to be falling back in the rankings. For now, though, it is Wizzy and Symptom who are doing a phenomenal job. Shofi hasn't really been part of the conversation thus far, and well, for the time being, really would come down to a mistake on Wizzy's side to lose the lead here. I'm expecting this to relatively stay the same, but Shofi, for now, it's been 5 rounds, 17 points. Not doing too well thus far in this fight that we had imagined, right, for that perhaps second place spot thus far. I think Symptom may have to question whether or not he's going to play Ice Cup with the way he's driving.
Yeah, I wonder if he's going to be able to prepare effectively for the side events now, it seems as though, Shofi, which we were expecting to kind of come good from the outset, is not really having that much of a good start of the round, as we currently have him on camera. And I wonder if he's more banking on maybe a better run through the middle part of the rotation of the map to actually get himself a bit of a better challenge going. But even on the 120 points at 4 rounds per map, you don't really have that many opportunities. Maybe he's just thinking, all right, I'm just going to tank that one and try to regroup when the next map comes along.
Yeah, I mean, I think one of the things he could be looking for to help out, as Wizzy goes far wide, still finds himself in second place. Good recovery from the Britishman right there. It is hoping that either you have all the players getting in first place just spread out, or you have one player getting in first place all the time. That way, the point differential doesn't become that big. Players will be getting at most 6 points just because there is that final boss in the lobby. And Wizzy very much could be playing that role, is ahead by 12 points at this point from the rest of his competitors. But, it takes a bit more from your opponents instead of your own skill.
Exactly. Whilst we have a nice three-way fight for the lead potentially, while Samtum actually tries to battle for second versus Shofi. Shofi trying to get some points on the board. This could be important. To the line we go, and it's going to be Shofi managing to snipe Samtum by 18 milliseconds. A 102.938. Pretty sedate strike compared to what we have in the world record, which was a 101.901 as of today, actually, when we checked. And yeah, it's still very important for Shofi to try and get those finishes on the board, even though they're not exactly as high up as he would have expected. It still keeps it, well, he's starting to get a little bit further and further removed from that battle for second place. So he's got to be a little bit wary, as Wizzy is almost at the halfway mark, actually. 57 points for the Englishman from Team Wild.
Yeah, just making his way forward. I mean, it's only map number 2, and this map has been going a lot better compared to Blueprint, where, you know, a couple of rough rounds, you got to shake it off, waking up to a new day, a long day of XPEvo. I mean, we are going until 10 p.m. That is a lot of Trackmania, not just for the spectators, not just for us here, but also for the players.
Yeah, and, essentially the fatigue, both physical and mental fatigue, is going to be setting in. I guess towards the end of the afternoon, I'm guessing, and it's only going to be intensifying as matches go on. Unfortunately for Samtum, fatigue is not the factor that was in that coming in that whole clip there, allowing Solivagans to move up into P3. Woozy in the lead should be able to be completely undisturbed, and Shofi will gladly take the 2 extra points that come with a second place instead of a third place, and we do see a 102.6. So yeah, we're running a little bit more of a a sine wave in terms of pace and rounds. We were on the 0.6 and a 0.9, then a 0.6. So we're maybe on the slower end
over the curve
rounds
now
in pace, but of rounds that we see in terms of pace. But I mean, it's the early part of the day. If there was a time for world records, it's maybe not that time. If it was time for a world record now, I think we may not even be able to stay up to actually witness all that.
I mean, it is one of the things you kind of are looking forward to. Maybe not in this round of 128, where there is quite a bit of risk involved. Again, this is single elimination for those just joining in. We may be heading into double elimination after these rounds. This is the first part. Second part will be played in just about 30 minutes, give or take. It will mean that for a lot of players, this is the end of the tournament. They end up losing. And for the time being, I mean, Solivagans and Symptom are in a hard fight for second place, and Shofi, who has been able to get a couple of second places in on our previous map featuring, he's going to be able, well, he's not going to be able to move on if Karot is not going to help him out anymore in terms of points.
Exactly. That's we're starting to get towards the middle of the rotation with Karot acting as map 3 of said rotation, so he's got to hurry up because we already, as we said, have one player that has crossed the halfway point, with Wizzy having collected 67 points so far over the course of the first 8 rounds, which is not a bad haul, actually, not too shabby. But yeah, now Shofi has to actually pull out all the stops and actually try to get a little bit more of a wake-up call going for himself as we start the first out of 4 rounds here on Karot. And of course, we're going to be having a little bit of a recap of the scores on the right-hand side. 67 for Wizzy, and yeah, 42 apiece for Samtum and Solivagans, who are giving themselves a tough fight, and Shofi's still not quite out of it. He's 9 points behind, sure, but he's acting as a bit of an independent adjudicator, as I like to call it, and can make himself a bit of a threat if he manages to get the right finishes at the right time.
Yeah, it could come down to just a couple of rounds. Wizzy with an early touch right there does mean that he's not going to be able to keep that win streak going that he was setting up. So for the time being, we'll be in 4th place. Still, though, Solivagans and Shofi in a hard fight between one another, and Shofi very much could use the 10-pointer. Symptom out of the running there as well, hitting one of the light beams, and with that is going to be half fall behind, and now Solivagans is down as well. Wizzy with so much speed into the third section, touches as well, with touching the wall.
That's a wall brush with the sidewall of the tire that's costing him so much speed to Wizzy. That's so unfortunate to have, but this is the round that Shofi absolutely needed, and with the downfall of his nearest competitors, of course, Samtum in P4 and Solivagans in P3, he's going to be right back in the fight for that last spot, and you can actually hear a few cheers from the crowd as Shofi did manage to get that 10-pointer home. It was very important for him to get the 10-pointer at some point during the game, because as you'll be able to see, that puts him on to 43 points, and you will see the gaps just shrink down to 3 points between 2nd and 4th. Wizzy just sees that and was like, oh, that's a nice fight down there. Too bad I'm just at the front of the train now.
Exactly, just moving forward. I think, unfortunate touch right there happening on Solivagans' side, who was in a tough fight with Symptom. All of a sudden, yeah, Shofi joins the battle. A new challenger appears, and Shofi maybe had a bit of a rough start to the match, is starting to really get into his own. Karot is helping him out tremendously, but for the time being, on the hunt, Wizzy and Symptom right in front of him, not really finding the space to get ahead of them, but these couple sectors right here here are not going to be able to be the place where it's going to happen. It may come down at this point in particular. All players making their way across quite nicely, but Symptom would have had into the dirt. That may be the opportunity for Sophie to make something happen.
There you go. And then now Shofi actually taking advantage of the airtime that Symptom got was crossing over the crest of the hill into checkpoint number 7 and 8, and that's was enough to open the door for the Austrian from B2 Esports. And actually, Wizzy slowing down dramatically before checkpoint 11, but it's not. It was just enough to give it a little bit of hope, and that hope will be actually turning into reality with another slow ending from Wizzy. And Symptom, unfortunately, heartbreak for the Frenchman, being overtaken by Soliva Guns. I'm imagining he got a cruise control at the end. He was supposed to take the safe way. So Symptom down to P4, and Shofi making some very, very solid gains. Even though those are maybe opportunistic rounds, you do have to be a little bit of an opportunist if you want to catch some rounds, especially against someone like Wizzy, for instance. And look at the gaps. It's now shuffled around with Shofi now at the top of the pile, but it's still very much a tough fight to go with Wizzy almost 2/3 of the way to finalists.
Yeah, Wizzy giving some rounds to Shofi, allowing himself to really get into the fold, right? We've seen 2 mistakes from Wizzy over 2 rounds. Shofi, as you mentioned, opportunists taking advantage of the situation, as you should. At the end of the day, this is a competition. You're not going to, see a mistake from your opponent and be like, well, you're supposed to be the better player. I'll just, no. You take what you can get, and you have to do it if you want to make it far into this tournament. And for now, Shofi starting to solidify that spot that he may have into the round of 64. So and Symptom definitely not out of it just yet, and this is starting to shape up like a great round indeed. Wizzy maybe in the lead, but Solveigans and Shofi in a fight for second place, and Symptom right behind.
Symptom right behind, and yeah, this is a bit of a wake-up call that Solveigans kind of needed after being maybe a little bit complacent over the course of the last few rounds and having mistakes piling up left, right, and center, as we do see a 59, and that is a very good time from Wizzy. A 59.628 to start of the morning. I think this is the first or maybe second round that we had under the 60-second range so far today in this second day of XPEvo. Just for a bit of a reference, it's a 58.912, the current world record that is being held by Feed, and that is actually currently holding since 3 days ago. It's one of those records that is still holding up, and I'm kind of surprised that it still holds up until now. It might not really be the case by the end of the day, as unfortunately for Shofi, we tried to go a little bit extra conservative through the tight chicane, and that came back to bite him really hard as the right side of his car contacted the wall, with Symptom just ahead in third, also having a bit of a slowdown. It's going to be a straight fight between Solveigans and Wizzy.
Yeah, the fight for first place raging on. Solveigans very much could use those 10 pointers, start to pull away, right? Because you want to have that buffer, you want to have that safe place where you don't feel like you can have a bad round and all of a sudden your world is upside down. Wizzy has been able to build up to that, is on 89 points, just need 31 to get into finalist mode, and thus far on the way another 10 pointer. But Garot has been vulnerable for him, and look at that two-wheeler right there. How does he do it?
Yeah, I mean, 89 might be a safe score, but he's certainly not playing it safe with that little two-wheel moment right there. But it won't matter at all, and actually continues to turn up the wick slowly but surely, actually going to within 5 to 6 tenths of a second from the current world record with a .398 to the credit of the wheelman from Wild. Solveigans and Shofi second and third. Symptom continuing a stumble down the standings in P4. 99 points. Having a score finishing in 9 is never a good thing in track mania, because it always means that whenever you get onto 119, you get a big heart pain.
Yeah, I mean, sure, it's enough to finish, but at the same time, what could have been, right? Just a singular 4th place could have made all the difference in the world, but alas, here we are, 99 points. At the same time, though, I don't think he's minding too much. He is in first place. He is ahead by, well, at this point, 20-something points. I don't have to count on my mind just yet, but he doesn't have to worry about the fight happening below him. As long as he's able to play that final boss role, as I like to call it, there is no harm, no foul. He's able to just get away with, well, any mistake if he wants to, just knowing that. And we've seen that already, how well he can recover from his mistakes.
Yeah, exactly. And you say final boss, it does make sense for me. The analogy of the Scarecrow still very much rings true, because he is the one that's actually locking out the 10 pointers for most other people. And he's the one that some other contenders in the match are relying on a mistake upon to actually be able to get those 10 pointers. And whenever we get that 10 pointer well and truly unlocked, when Wizzy concludes his finalist status rounds, it will be a match within the match. It's a bit of a matchception that we're going to have going on, because the gaps are still very tight. They're still like within 10 points of each other, Shofi, Solveigans, and Symptom. So it's going to be very interesting to see how all of that unfolds as we're getting started with the first out of 4 rounds here on Domino, the map that I wrongly manifested as map 1. It's in map 4 anyway.
Yeah, map 4, off we go once again. Definitely one of my favorite ones. Great Koei song as well, for those in the know, you know. But a fight for second place will be raging on. Symptom, who has maybe had his moment to shine a bit too early, behind at the moment in 54 points. Not too far away from Solivagans and Shafi, as they are just a singular point away from one another. Shafi not having the best of starts this time around. Wizzy taking the lead. Solivagans on second. Symptom looking for some speed to get past. Let's see if he's able to get past Solivagans on the drift. No, tighter drift from Solivagans, allowing him to stay in second place. And for the time being, it's a nice 1, 2, 3, 4. Wizzy, Solivagans, Symptom, and Shafi.
Yeah, indeed. As we go through the tight sector of checkpoint 7 and 8 before the entry into the bot, which is conditioned by the exit from that particular tight chicane. Now onto the very, very small woods section before the dirt, and still Solivagans holding a very steadfast advantage over Symptom. Sorry, I got confused by the E-line tag. I by default go to speed self, as we do see a bit of a contact from the left rear Shofi on the outside of the dirt, so that's going to be allowing Symptom to get a bit more of room to breathe to secure that third place. As for Solivagans, he's just trying to get to the end, still in second place, but he gets very slow at the exit of the grass just before the jump. Maybe the opportunity for Symptom. It's too little, too late. A 1:12.215 to Wizzy, who moves up onto 109, and Solivagans enables himself to continue building that gap to both Shofi and Symptom, and especially to Shofi, who was his closest contender by one singular point, is now going to be falling back down a little bit here on Domino. I wonder, I do remember that they had a day dedicated to Dominoes in the Netherlands at some point in the very early 2000s.
Yes. I mean, that is a deep cut, to be fair, for those who
and
know. It was a big thing back,
it was an
late
enjoyable,
90s, early 2000s.
I remember like
building a lot of dominoes.
I remember it was broadcasted on French TV, and
it was.
I remember I watched it when I was like 4 or 5 years old. It was we had like a Dutch singer that was very popular in France that was there as like a co-commentator as well, like for the attempts at the world record. It was a fun one. I wonder how they're doing these days. I haven't really heard of it.
Yeah, I think the organization hasn't been around lately, really.
That's true.
But it has been going. I think about 2008, as you mentioned, like breaking world records. Very enjoyable. I think I would recommend it anyone to check it out on YouTube. Domino Day.
For me, it was the 2002 edition, and it's absolutely unfindable anywhere. I've tried my best, and it seems like one of those pieces of lost media that crops up every so often on the internet, really.
It's just in your memory. I mean, in the meantime, just to get back to the match on this domino, right, we see the pieces fall. In this case, Wizzy, unfortunately, doesn't manage to hold on to that first place, so the streak has been broken once again, and Solivagans in a great position to pick up 10 points, to build up that lead from Symptom, from Shafi away, and Shafi will be getting into third place, but 4 points versus 10 points, that's still a 6-point gap. That is going to hurt, and if this keeps going in the long run, is he able to do this a couple more times here on Domino, I think it's going to be Solivagans in a very comfortable spot. Wizzy on 112 is going to need first place to get into finalist mode.
Well, yeah, for him, he was like, well, I'm on 109 anyway, so even if I win this round, I still have to finish the next round no matter what in order to get the points, so might as well just get that out of the way and then gun for the win at this particular point on the very next round. But yeah, Solivagans managing to build himself a pretty healthy gap compared to Shofi, thanks to the trials and tribulations of others, trying to get the hammer down in the very third and last third of the game right there, and Symptom, unfortunately for him, Domino isn't really clucking down for him. He keeps on falling and falling over and over again, but the rest of the dominoes are not falling into place for him, and that means that it's going to be yielding to a 16-point gap to second place at the present moment.
Yeah, I think next time he's going to have to play on a map called Yahtzee or something along those lines, because so far the dots are not lining up in the slightest, though a great fight between Solivagans and Shafi heading into the bobsleigh section. Let's see if he's going to be able to overtake here, heading onto the wood, into the dirt, and you know what?
Into the neon.
Into the dirt, into the neon, as you say. It is not going to be Solivagans able to get that lead even further. Instead, it's Symptom and Shafi right now in a fight for second place, and I think it's going to be very nice for Solivagans if it's Symptom winning the fight right now, but it's very tight, going back and forth. Wizzy is looking to secure his finalist spot, and Symptom going a lot wider there, trying to cut there, but I don't think
that was needed.
No.
I reckon he had enough speed to actually go for the somewhat more conventional low drop, but hey, whatever. Maybe he was thinking it must not been, he would have been maybe slightly too tight on the speed. I'm not exactly so sure. But yes,
look at that.
Yeah, there you go. Finalist status indeed for Wizzy. Yeah, there you go, the red trigram, and you can see the stage starting to light up, and there we go. First attempt for Wizzy to close it out and actually make it through to the main meat and potatoes of the tournament, the top 64 double elimination bracket. Solivagans in the meantime trying to deny him very early on in the first sector, takes the lead, and Symptom also making a little bit of a bid to try and dislodge Wizzy and put him under pressure.
Yeah, and at the same time, I mean, it may be Wizzy far ahead of his competitors at the moment. Solivagans currently on 81 points, so definitely not in any danger to be taken away from that first place thus far. He's got 5 rounds at least to make something something happen. But at the same time, Solivagans doesn't care about that. He doesn't, you know, what do you mean Wizzy in first place? I don't care. I just want 10 points. Please give it to me. It's not going to be the big game breaker, right? It's not going to be the deal breaker for him. But at the same time, Wizzy is looking for it. He's hunting for it. He wants it.
Yeah, he definitely wants it. He wants it more than anything else to be able to have a little bit of a rest before tackling the top of 128. He's on the prowl versus Solivagans into the grass row before the finish. But Solivagans is not giving up without a fight. Let's follow the perspective of the Danish player right there, continuing to try and be on the coattails of Wizzy's car, but I don't think it's going to be enough. And Wizzy's confirmed into the top 64, ladies and gentlemen, with 112.298. A round of applause, thoroughly deserved, kicking off his tournament right from the get-go and continuing in right style, in fine style.
Yeah, and from this point on, an extra life has been awarded to Wizzy, making it into the round of 64, into the double elimination bracket. So any pressure that may be felt, you know, perhaps a bit worried about, like, yeah, sure, knowing you're coming in, almost winning the qualification rounds against Otak, but still, there's still a little bit of concern, right? You never know what people are going to be able to bring in an open tournament such as this, but first hurdle has been cleared. He's moving on to the next round. It's definitely expected, but at the same time, it's going to be a bit of a relief knowing that, hey, I can take it easy, I can have some lunch, I'm going to be ready for the round of 64.
Yeah, he's able to actually get himself in the right mindset, right frame of mind, right sort of fueling window as well, a 2-hour window before he's actually set to start his real tournament. The real tournament starts here for him, and we're going to be heading on to Schwadlappe for our next set of rounds, and this is where the match within the match starts, because Solivagans and Shofi are still somewhat in close proximity of each other. As for Santo, even though he has the nicest score available of 69 points, he's definitely falling back quite a fair bit after that somewhat horror show on the previous round and on the previous map, as we're going to be heading into our live round in about 10 seconds time here on Roxy's Schwadlappe, and we're going to get, of course, a quick score recap in a few seconds. As you see now, yeah, he's just deciding to rest his arms a little bit. I mean, having to hold up the wheel might be inducing a little bit of fatigue early on in the day, as we're going to be starting the first round here on this map from Roxy. 87 for Solivagans and 80 for Shofi, and yeah, you can see the gap from Santom. He's got a lot of catching up to do, almost 20 points, 18 points as a matter of fact, between him and second place. And there's the first cue of opportunity right there with Solivagans briefly wall touching before checkpoint number 3.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, Symptom right there. Unfortunate for him not having the best line across the plastic. It went a bit deeper than you would have liked, so Shofi is able to pick up first place. But at this point in time, right, we only have 3 players remaining. The points on average are going to go up because of that, right? Those 10-pointers are a bit easier to get, and at least getting 4 points out of it as well will mean that the finalist mode will be getting closer and closer. Before you know it, we're already there. Shofi, though, at the same time, keeping the lead nice and clean, where Symptom is going a bit too far left and right, swaying around, allowing Solivagans to get into the mix. Shofi's in a very comfortable spot, and Solivagans really trying to cut past Symptom right there. I don't think he needed to do that.
Yeah, I mean, he's trying to do the same that Masa did on Castlemania, trying to go on the wrong side of the neon, quote-unquote, compared to the intended way, but he could have made it work. Unfortunately, the lineup for the checkpoint afterwards was a little bit compromised, and Shofi indeed slowing down dramatically before the end of the round and allowing Santom, who had enough speed to go for the upper finish, to take the win with a 102, or is it a 108? 108.908. Sorry, I got a little bit confused by the shape of the number that I was seeing. But indeed, Santom getting the right opportunistic round at the right time to try and get a bit back on going, and Solivagans taking advantage of the late demise of Shofi to build a bit more of a gap, or maybe try to prevent the gap from being eaten too much away, because you see it was 7 points, now it's down to 5 points. Still a sizable advantage, but Solivagans once again having a little bit of trouble with that opening sector, right almost at the exact same spot.
Yeah, this time around, Symptom and Shofi once again in a fight. Better aligned from Symptom in that area in particular, is starting to learn from his mistakes, and because of that, also finding himself in first place. Shofi falling behind, and Solivagans looking, you know, smelling blood in the water, starting to push harder and harder, and even Symptom taking it, you know, a little bit slower, taking it a little bit safer, and Solivagans is pushing it hard. We already saw it in the previous round, right, going on the wrong side of the beams, is wanting to get these 10 points, knows that he needs to get back into the lead a bit more. 5 points is not quite enough to be in a comfortable spot, but at the same time, Symptom, right, who got those 10 points, he's wanting to make sure that gap doesn't shrink, doesn't grow too much, wants to shrink it, even if they're in finals mode. Ooh, but goodbye, Shofi. He wants to stay close.
Yeah, he wants to. Oh my God!
That's a great way to stay close.
Solivagans. That's the second time where he had a really good second sector as well, and unfortunately he absolutely binned it in the third and final sector, allowing Santom to take to the flag with a 109.232, and thus again being handed 10 points on the silver
Yeah,
plate like
yeah.
this, as I like to say. But he's continuing to look absolutely focused. Of course, he's still staying in the zone, maybe taking a little bit of a respite on his right hand, which might have the base of the thumb actually completely pressed onto the accelerator. Like if he was to use my sort of layout, I wonder what kind of layout he uses on this controller. But yeah, something in the space of 2 rounds has shrunk the back gap down to just 6 points between himself and second place.
Yeah, 20 points over 2 rounds. I mean, that's a perfect score thus far, and it wasn't necessarily perfect rounds, but knowing he was there, being at the right place at the right time makes all the difference in the world. And Symptom right now in a second place spot. Solivagon's right in front of him. Solivagon has just been pushing it a bit too hard on this track. Honestly, even now has a 3/10 lead. Is still looking like he wants to push. It's still looking like he doesn't want anybody to get past. But who's going to do it right now?
Who's going to do it right now? And most importantly, can he even beat himself? That has been his biggest opponent. It was his own driving and his own mistakes that cropped up in the first round, trying to go on the wrong side of the neon, and the back-to-back mistakes at the very first sector, in that pinball machine impression, in that chicane before the penultimate corner. So far, so good. He managed to clear all those obstacles. Shofi did not clear the obstacle of getting the left rear off of the outside wall. So Solivagans will take the round win with a 108.208. Samtam a second behind and managing to snipe Shofi to get an extra 6 points and managing to continue, eating the gap away bit by bit. But with a Solivagans 10-pointer, that's not exactly the scenario that Samtam would have wanted. That means it's going to be a 10-point gap between him and second, but most importantly, he can still gain a place as there is one singular point separating him from Shofi.
Yeah, minor gap right there. For Shofi and Symptom, their goal is maybe a little bit hand-in-hand, obviously wanting the 10 points, but they just want to make sure it's not Solivagans picking that up, making sure that gap doesn't grow any further, put him in on 115. That is very dangerous indeed. There is still the possibility of extending that finalist by just a singular round, but they need to get ahead, and Solivagans losing the grip, losing the speed, looking a little bit shaky right there, going through the triangle checkpoint, and Symptom starting to get away with murder.
Yeah, I think it was almost a wall touch actually on the very edge of the CP arch. He had to release and thus drop down a gear. He got the downshift, and that resulted in a huge loss of speed. And now it's all eyes on Symptom. Currently holding a lead by about 0.4 of a second. Where is Shofi at? That's where my biggest concern is. And Shofi has been overtaken by Solivagans, so maybe a little bit of a fight back. But is it too little, too late for the man from Denmark as we're continuing through the third and final sector? Symptom continuing to hold a really steadfast lead at the moment. Is he able to keep that left rear off the wall? Yes, he is, and that should be good enough with a 6-10 lead to make it through the risky fin, but only just with a 108.458, immediately responding to the 10-pointer from Solivagans, who still manages to limit the damage, only loses 4 points compared to Symptom, but Symptom, especially with the demise of Sophie, moves up to third thanks to that particular blunder, 111, 105, 100.
Yeah, and Shofi, not really able to get out of that as much as he could have, honestly. Same goes for... I'm blanking right now.
Same for, I also kind of blanked out for a second. I was mesmerized by the fact that we are actually done with the rotation. We're actually done with the rotation, indeed. We're back on the blueprint, which will more than likely act as our finale because of the scores that are in there. And I wonder if it's going to be like Solivagans saying, all right, playtime's over. I'm done tanking catastrophic rounds on the maps that came beforehand. Now I just close it out and I send you both guys home. Well, if not home, at the bar, at the very least.
Yeah, go get a drink. This has been your moment to shine. It's over right now. But at the same time, what I wanted to say, Symptom coming out as the big winner right there on Schwadlapper.
Yeah, that rotation on Schwadlapper, he was, of course, a bit of opportunism in there with those back-to-back rounds being handled on the silver plate. But as we said, you do need a bit of that, and it's only fair game to take the points that you're given right there. And he sees that opportunity brilliantly to get back within contention to potentially make it through to the top 64, which is something he might not have been expecting coming into this particular match as we start the second rotation of Blueprint right now. Quick score recap, 111 for Solivagans, 105 for Symptom, 100 for Shofi. And I guess we just go straight away into the round itself.
Yeah, Solivagans the first time around wasn't exactly consistent on this one either. Is going to have to be looking for it right now. Has one opportunity to get into finalist mode right away. Needs the first place, but Sophie and Symptom also in the mix. None of them really letting go of one another, and thus far looking like a good round. Symptom wanting to get more points, stuck in third place for now, but it's just back and forth, very much close to call. Clearing the gap, Sophie making a big jump over it, but it's actually costing him the position right now. It's a great exchange of
great exchange,
blows.
but also a great battle that we're having right now. They're side by side at the split 1 millisecond between Solivagans and Symptom, with Solivagans just edging ahead as we're moving on to the third and final sector right now. Symptom trying to retaliate almost immediately, and Shofi making it a three-way fight before the final dirt section. Through the reactor we're going to be going. Shofi touching with the right rear. Symptom versus Solivagans to the line, and it's going to be Symptom denying finalist status to Solivagans for 5 milliseconds. What a finish from Symptom, and thus we have to wait at least one more round for Solivagans. He just needs to finish at this point. He's on 117. Symptom on 150 needs second place at the very best. So that, at the very least, sorry. So that could be double finalists for one last spot in top 64. That's getting exciting, actually.
It is very much getting excited. I mean, at the same time, Shofi on 104, definitely in position that if we get to that point, if we get to that double finalist situation, he has an opportunity to, you know, break the deal, make it triple finalist, and bring it to a sudden death. And what a way to kick things off our first bracket match with a sudden death in that manner. I would love to see it for now, though. Solivagans and Symptom on first and second place. That is exactly what the recipe calls for when it comes to double finalists. But a crash like that, that may cost Symptom an opportunity to put pressure on Solivagans, and Shofi quite far behind, though.
Yeah, Shofi messed up in the first sector, so in this, there's a solace in the mistake from Symptom in that he has still a little bit of a gap to still be able to guarantee that second place. But that was a bit of a hot moment, a bit of a heart stopper, because he was going so wide. I thought, that's it, he's going to be falling off the map, it's over. But no, he managed to keep it on the road. He just needs, if he's smart, he's going to go for the safe in. There you go. That's the stuff. That is the stuff indeed. And ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be heading to a double finalist situation. I'm starting to stammer already. It's not really good thinking for Saturday, but whatever. This is very much the morning shakies trying to get shaken off.
Waking up, we're getting into
then you can see the stage lights strobing in response to that double finalist situation. Ladies and gentlemen, a straight fight between Denmark and France for one last spot in the top 64 in this match. Solivagans versus Symptom commences right here, right now.
Pressure is building up right now. All the players tied off the line side by side. Who is going to be the one to make the first mistake? Who is going to be the one to push it even further? Who's going to be rewarded for these risks? For the time being, Shofi, though, is hearing this double finalist talk, and he's like, no, you know what? I'm being up those 10 points. I'm making an early mistake, no siree, but an awkward landing onto the dirt sector right there will allow Solivagans to get into the mix, get ahead of Shofi. And Symptom, though, lurking behind, looking for his opportunity to strike.
Yeah, but looking to have a bit of deficit of pace in the middle of sector, so now Shofi could be Symptom's best friend to deny Solivagans one more time. And now, it's going to be Shofi whose hopes are resting upon for Symptom to have maybe another crack at it. Solivagans maybe a tiny bit slow compared to Shofi and the entry into the dirt. Can Shofi try to push it hard and even harder? Can he avoid pushing too hard to have the right rear collect? And it's going to be to the line one again. Shofi versus Solivagans. Solivagans, they're tied up. And it's going to be, I think, Solivagans taking the win, or is it Shofi?
I don't know.
Oh my goodness.
The splits say Shofi.
The splits say Shofi indeed, or is it all over? Oh, this is so close to call. It's Shofi who gets it. No way.
Oh, he needs to do it one more time, though. That time around, not even the thousandths of a second was enough to decide the winner. I mean, in that situation, Shofi definitely has an angel on his shoulder, able to just barely get away with it. He's going to have to do it not once, but twice if he wants to stay alive in the tournament. And this is great start for him.
This is a great start, but remember, we're only 24 seconds into the map. There's still plenty of traps that Blueprint can spring a few surprises and a few nasty surprises here, including that exit of the dirt here for Shofi, allowing Solivagans to come back in, and a great set around the hole and through to the drift there from Solivagans to be side by side with Shofi. B2 Esports currently having their hearts in their mouth right now, trying to pray for Shofi to make it through into first place once again, and Shofi trying to pull a little bit of a gap on Solivagans at the start of the third sector, but Shofi going a little bit too wide in the dirt. That could be the one that could prove his undoing. Onto the uphill left-hander into the dirt. Solivagans has a bit more speed, but it's not enough to the reactor. Triple finals.
There we go.
For one last spot in the top 64.
Yeah, Solivagans just unable to replicate what Shofi was able to do in that previous round, and it is Shofi coming out on top. All of a sudden, it is sudden death. Exactly what, well, personally, I was hoping for every single time and go into this, but we're not going to do it on Blueprint.
No,
we are done with blueprint. We have one more map, one more round, one more opportunity for these players.
Oh, and you know which one it is?
Through.
You know which one it is? It's featuring. That's coming up next. The second map of the rotation. That's going to be the theater of that sudden death round here very early on. I wasn't expecting to get a triple finalist at around what time is it?
We're just waiting.
10. It's 10 to 12. It's 10 to noon. We haven't even eaten yet, and we're already getting treated with the triple finalist. That's quite a bit of a nice entree, isn't it?
It very much is. I mean, what an appetizer indeed to a jam-packed, action-filled tournament such as today. I mean, this is the beauty of weekend tournaments. Things go very fast. We're going to be losing and saying goodbye to a lot of players today, but no one's going to go down with a fight, and especially with this first match, with this round of 128. Single elimination tournament life on the line. It can come down to just one round.
Now, one thing I'm looking out for, XPEvo was looking extremely competitive in that first rotation of featuring. He was the only one that was able to keep some semblance of a reasonable gap to Wizzy, who of course was the heavy favorite and made it work in the opening rounds in there. So I'm banking on XPEvo to potentially conclude it, but we've seen that when you've got pressure on your shoulders, sometimes even the best of them can make a very silly mistake that can prove to completely wreck their tournament and tear it apart. So we're going to have to see how that goes. But here we go for one final round between Solivagans, Santom, and XPEvo for one last spot in top 64.
It is the fight for that. Who has the best name? Who has the best points? Who has the skill, the potential? Who can perform the best under pressure? If there is ever a time to show off what you can do under these circumstances, lights around you, cameras on you, crowd looking at you, you have to go for it. You have to do what you do best, what you've been practicing for these past couple of months, and it's only the round of 120. It's only going to go up from there. Symptom right there had first place, starting to lose it before we head into the second half of featuring.
All right, through the bug slide we go. The wet bug slide, and Symptom continuing to put up a great fight versus both Solivagans and XPEvo. XPEvo falling back to the end of the field and actually getting left behind. So it's going to be between Solivagans and Symptom at the present moment. Actually, Solivagans trying to roll it around the outside, carrying a bit more speed into the plastic, but he's all sideways. He's all out of shape. Now it's Symptom trying to retaliate once again with just a few corners before the end. Can the unthinkable happen for the Frenchman? But he's for
No! He does
What do you mean? No way! Back-to-back mistakes, and that is such a shocker of an ending. And for Santom, he really gave it all he could, but I can't help but feel for the Frenchman.
It came down to one round. We already said it. That was everything that mattered. All pressure is on, and honestly, that was a situation where the pressure got to him.
Yeah, the pressure.
Symptom, Solivagans both broke right at the end. Just one more turn, one final.
Yeah, I thought maybe it was a bit wide, Santom, but I thought he could make it. But no, there goes the left front saying a bit of a handle to the wall. He actually saying more than a handle, giving a little bit of a love bite to the wall.
Yeah.
And ended up sending the car off, and then the clip in the hole from Solivagans. I'm still kind of reeling. I got my blood pumping actually already. That's a nice little bit of a workout towards the end there. But Wizzy and XPEvo make it through to top 64. It's been quite the matchup, and we weren't expecting that early in the morning.
No, not at all. I mean, that was a bar brawl if I've ever seen one. I mean, Wizzy just finished his drink, headed out to the bar, and he didn't realize that things were boiling up, starting to go off, and before you knew it, left, right, center, bar stools throwing over the bar, bloody noses left and right. But at the end of the day, XPEvo stumbles out, head held high, just fist bumping away.
Yeah, punches the fist above the coffin. Yeah, Kill Bill style, 1-inch punch.
Exactly. But for now, I think we have an interview lined up, and it's going to be randomized, taking over. Taking a little bit of a talk with, and I cannot see, it's looking like XPEvo is right there.
Course. The man of the moment.
Number 2 coming through. I'm very curious to hear what he has to say about that fight.
All right, folks, I am here with XPEvo, who just got into second place. Closest round we have seen. I got to ask the first simple question. How are you feeling after that?
Well, I'm shaking completely. I don't know. I'm full of adrenaline right now. I kind of didn't believe anymore, especially after the first 2-3 maps, that I could come back. But yeah, I don't know. I just played, and it happened. I don't know, it happened.
No, I get that. Now, I gotta ask, right? Crazy comeback. You were the last person to get through finalists. The real question was, how much training did you go into this, and did you expect to be in a position like that, or were you expecting to kind of fly through this competition?
No, definitely not flying through this competition. My goal was to get to the double elimination. Not very happy with my practice because I had limited time, but yeah, and after the seeding yesterday, I just thought maybe it works against these 3 guys, but man, I know these are really, really fast guys, especially Wizzy, of course, and Soli and Symptom. A huge respect to them. They were really good and really fast today. And yeah, but I'm happy. I'm very happy.
Now, out of curiosity, now you're on main stage. It looked like you had pretty much your entire crew up there. Was it a boost? Was it helping you when you heard them scream out your name?
Yeah, sure. Especially after I got the first place in one map. I don't know which one. It was really cool to hear them cheer for me. Yeah, this was definitely more than a boost than like a letdown or anything. It was really, really nice.
Good. Well, congratulations to you. You've made it to the double elimination, and good luck for the rest of the tournament. We're going to send it back to the couch.
Thank you, Randomize, for the awesome interview. Congratulations to Shafi and Wizzy for making it to the top 64 in a nail-biter of a match. A little possibly tilting match for the others, and unfortunately, we already have to say goodbye to both Symptom and
Solivagans.
I'm under pressure right now. You see the little girl behind me? That is my niece, ladies and gentlemen, with my parents behind me. So the pressure is really on right now to do a good job at this point. But yeah, so I mean, crazy match, especially at the end. I mean, and then putting him on featuring, which for Soli, he was ahead pretty much the entire time. The unlucky tie situation that happened there, and then going into just featuring for him was not the situation that he was looking for, and then he just was not able to put it in at the end. And so Shafi being able to come and take it right at the end in the last round.
I thought I could have been smug in this segment now. Was already practicing my smug face while the match was going on. And then Shafi just winning 3 rounds in a row, coming back from 2 finalists and him on 108 points or something. Can't say anything about that. It's just a great performance by him and coming in clutch in a situation where it's not easy for anyone.
I mean, I kind of dodged it before the match, but I definitely would not have predicted Shafi to went through.
Right.
I would have either chosen Solivagans or Symptom, but really great match. And it's sadly, not sadly for us, it's great obviously. For the players, a little bit sad. If you have one player like Wizzy who's just constantly stealing the 10 pointers, even if you consistently get second, you can't really build a gap to the other players.
Exactly.
And once Wizzy was out of the match, then the real match kind of starts for them, which was a real nail-biter, and I don't think we could have chosen a better match to cast.
True. I mean, like, who would have thought a banger of a match would already start at the beginning of the day? First match, we see the tie situation come in. We see triple finalist at the end. I mean, a dominant performance, like you said, from Wizzy. I mean, that was kind of just a breeze for him. He just kind of went through and everything. And then also, like, just for me personally, I got to see the light show when it hit finalists and everything. That was really cool. So, yeah, just a lot of exciting things already for the first match. And already, we are going to be almost ready for our second match, as the players should be already on stage warming up. So we should have our second match coming up really soon, and we are going and we're gonna probably take just like a 5-minute break here soon, I believe. But for the next match, we are going to have. I told you, and then I've already forgotten. But Mime is one.
Nevermind.
Nevermind. Yes. Josha and Riceland is going to be our 4 players coming in for the second half of the top 128 wave. And they are getting up and getting ready right now. So let's go ahead, and we're going to take a short break. We'll be back to do some pre-match analysis for the next match, and we'll see you back very shortly.
My head in my hands, listen up, says my teacher. in front of the class. He says if you're not a believer, off my views, that's on you. Better shape up and pay your dues. Off my views, that's on you.
Die Vision von Next Kings ist, dass wir gute Möbel für Gamer und fürs Homeoffice bauen. Es sind nicht einfach nur Möbel, sondern wir sagen dazu Livables. Wir gehen jetzt einen Schritt voran, wir sind jetzt die Next Kings.
Like the fire you'll soon remember. Ooh. I'll be inflating till the end of singing. Ooh. Drowning all those propaganda. How do you do? For all the things that I've said, pushing me closer to the edge. Hand back, John, now let loose. Don't mind if I do. For all the things that I've said, pushing me closer. Don't know if I do.
She fell in love with the medicine I sing. She fell in love, and she knows that I gotta be trusted. She fell in love with the medicine I sing. She fell in love, and she knows that I gotta be trusted. She fell in love.
You try hard to find the answer when no one knows how it feels between disasters. It comes and goes. The life of dreams is moving faster, and no one knows the constant fear of what comes after. We'll never know. It's weighing me down. Got my feet on the ground. Let's hide away from the lights and run away from the night. Let's run away. We're falling hard to find the answer. Oh, with this life we live be all that matters.
Die Vision von Next Kings ist, dass wir gute Möbel für Gamer und fürs Homeoffice bauen. Es sind nicht einfach nur Möbel, sondern wir sagen dazu Livables. Wir gehen jetzt einen Schritt voran, wir sind jetzt die Next Kings.
For the best.
Welcome back, everybody. It is time for the second half of the for the top 128 today. I am struggling right now, but hey, the Ice Cup trophy at least looks nice. I, on the other hand, am looking rough right now. So we are about to get into the second match, the second wave of the top 128, and we have a really good match coming up. It is going to be Mime, Nevermind, Joshua, and Riceland. Yes, I remembered them this time, guys, I promise. And yeah, they are already ready and waiting for us, but let's go ahead and kick off into a little bit of a pre-match analysis really quickly. And then when we get into the game, guys, what are you expecting from this match? Who are you looking at, and who do you think is going to go through?
It could go very much the same way as the first one, with Mime dominating. That's at least what I expect. I'm not too familiar with the other three players, except for I know some. I know Mime. Nevermind, mostly from playing RPGs, so it's going to be interesting to see how he can play like a competitive map, but I'm looking forward, as I really don't know what to expect from the three other players.
Yeah, I mean, Always Mind, aka Nevermind, is obviously an OG player. He's already been around for like so many years. He used to be like me, a tech Andy, but he's playing here. He was playing last year. I don't know how much he prepared. Same thing as with Soliver Guns, kinda. But with Nevermind, this time I actually assume he's just here for fun and didn't train that much. So I think it's gonna be between. I mean, Mime is gonna dominate for sure. So that's gonna be between the other two players then.
Yeah, and luckily, Mime's picture wasn't on there, but luckily, hopefully everybody knows what Mime looks like. And he is in the venue, I promise. He is not a ghost. So he is on the stage as well. But yeah, I definitely expect Mime to go through. Nevermind, I know, has been training. So hopefully...
Really?
Yeah, I know. I mean, he's told me he's been training. So I would like to see him go through. Also, fellow Evo player from my org. So go Evo. Hopefully he's going to be able to perform well. But outside of that, Riceland, Joshua, I'm not too familiar with the players necessarily, so not sure how it's going to end up for them, but it should be an exciting match either way. I know those who are Mime fans can't wait to watch this match, and therefore, let's go ahead and head it over on to our casters to take it away and bring us into the second match of the day.
Thank you very much, Impor. We are delighted to be here for the second half of the Wave of 128. I'm Nulake. I'm joined by Turbo. Some people call him the Irish Nulake.
True that. Like, there were so many people, like, when you started casting, they were like, wait, isn't that Turbo?
Yeah, that's true. I'm much more of the German Turbo than he is the Irish Nulake. But we are looking forward to getting into this match. Well, also, yes.
Yeah, but I mean, as he already mentioned, this is a cool match to follow because, I mean, we were already talking about that before, and Yosha has had some great pace. You followed him in his seeding wave, and I mean, maybe you can guide us how he played on this match.
He was quick. Was definitely up there with the leaders in that wave yesterday. I mean, part of the issue then was crashes. As they so often are for so many of our players, the pace can be there, but in trying to reach that pace, you find a wall, you find yourself unable to actually sustain it over the course of multiple rounds, and you end up bleeding points away in the rest of it. If Joshua can clean that up from yesterday, I think this could be a very exciting match. There's a few players, I mean, Nevermind, aka Always Mind as well, also has, I think, probably the ability to show the pace a little bit, but maybe being a little bit less trained on the maps does mean that those crashes are more likely to come in. It's going to be interesting. I mean, the one thing I think we're all agreeing on, as Shorty said, is Mime is probably going to dominate.
Yeah, I think so as well. Mime definitely put in the effort and hours into those maps. He always shows up into tournaments prepared. And then last but not least, we have Racing in this match. I mean, for me, a little bit of a, like, I don't know how good he will perform on those mixed-down maps because he comes from an RPG/trial background.
Yeah.
I mean, we're talking about that Nevermind or Always Mind played RPG or trial maps. Usually it was sandbagging when you played together with Amaterasu and all the other people. But he has improved quite a bit, let's say like this. On Vampus, he sometimes also got checkpoints as the first person. But no, jokes aside, I mean, Nevermind, tech background, branch out into multi-style, but also is a player to think twice about a turn. So he's a bit more crashy during the ending as well, especially when pressure comes into play. And in a single elimination round that is happening now, I think pressure is definitely on the line.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm just, we have our map order here. We know what order we're going to be doing it in. We're kicking things off on Schwadlappa. We will then be heading into featuring. And I think that for some of these players who maybe have been a little bit crashier, who maybe need a way to settle into it, I'm not sure featuring being the second map is going to be particularly helpful for them in that regard.
Yeah, I mean, featuring is not the easiest of maps. I mean, Whiskey has cooked us another map there again. And I mean, for World Cup, he already delivered. So, I mean, not too easy of a map, but I think for me at least it was like, if the map clicks, it's also a lot of fun to play. So you get in the hours and it's not like, oh yeah, I have to play this map. It's like, yeah, this turnaround is fun and all the other parts on this map are good to play. So I enjoyed this map the most, to play it at least.
Yeah.
And it's certainly quite tricky to just get a consistent run in.
Yeah, it is one of the things that I always think is interesting, is seeing how map order does end up affecting the match a little bit. You know, who settles in, who has a good map that shows up early and is able to then carry that momentum into the rest of the match. And it is something that I think could definitely play a part here. It's the round of 128. The pressure is on. After this, if you make it through into the round of 64, there's a lower bracket. You're allowed to slip up at that point. But right now, in these matches where we're not entirely sure who's going to get through, especially these close first round matches, as we just saw in our first round there, where we had triple finalists for that second spot, you can be as close as you want, but two people at the end of the day are going to be heading out. This is it, end of tournament for two of them.
Yeah, it's do or die in this way, and it's very unusual. I also said that to Naush as well, like just when the match ended, it's very uncommon to see a first round as close as the one that we have seen beforehand. We have three finalists. I mean, great comeback from Shofi as well. Hopefully we're gonna see something similar here, but also you were talking about the first map. Point limit 120, so that means we most likely gonna be seeing map number 1 again. So this could be very important as we're starting with a match. Point rotation is the 10, 6, 4 and 3 points. It's a bit different than last year. And yeah, we have one warm-up with 4 live rounds, so let's go. Good luck to the players. And my prediction is Mime, and I think it will be close for P2 again. I cannot really pinpoint a player down, but let's go with Rayson.
Yeah, I mean, hey, he comes in as the second seeded player into the match, and we will be kicking things off, as we said, on Schwadlappa. If Raistlin wants to make his mark, start to show that he deserves that second place, I think doing it early on, knock the wind out of the other players in this server as quickly as possible would be the play. But I don't know, it is very hard to call. Again, the pace is there. Josh and Always Mind, I don't think you can actually count them out. I don't think that you can say, yeah, absolutely, there's a clear-cut top 2 in this game. At the very least, I hope not, because we're hoping for a bit of excitement.
Yeah, I hope so as well, that there will be close match unfolding here. And I mean, Mime definitely has to get into the groove of things as well. I don't think him dropping out already of this tournament, it would be an absolute upset to him not making the top 64, but every everything is possible if you don't close out finals attempts and whatnot. But here we go. We are starting. The warm-up has ended and the first live round is ongoing. So the first round that we're casting, of course, that's the second wave of top 128 because we do not have so many PCs for players to play on.
Yep, absolutely. Gotta stagger them out. Too many people were interested in coming to XPEvo 2024, and isn't that wonderful to see? Mime has gotten out to an early lead in this round. Raceland has slotted in just behind him. Joshua is not far off, but Always Mine has started to fall a little bit away from the rest of the field already. Half a second down as he is just watching them drive off into the distance. But the battle for second place, fierce in the first round.
Yeah, very good fight here. Mime going insanely close there to the wall. This turn for me was really hard to predict because the setup is so important. And also here you can just accumulate so much speed. And Joshua did it really well, showing great pace in this round, but is 0.7 behind Mime in this round. And Racing not too far ahead of him. Good line from Joshua, going a bit more inside there, trying to gather more and more speed, but the track is not that long anymore. And it seems like the ice will decide it, but Joshua needs to rely on a mistake from Raceland here to get himself 6 points. But I don't think that this will be the case, but there's still the outside dirt corner, which Raceland clears very nicely. Also doesn't really lose too much speed compared to Mime, and here we go. Mime finishes on first, then we have Raceland, Joshua, and Nevermind.
Yeah, not the fastest round we've seen on Schwadlappa. Current online world record for that is a 107.172 held by Granadi. Unless someone's managed to change that overnight. That's what it was yesterday anyway. But it is a 107.7 for Mime to kick things off there with that. Joshua in third place was about a second down on that. It was the back half of the track. He really was losing pace and losing time to Raceland, who slotted into a very comfortable second place ultimately.
Yeah, very good to see that. And now Nevermind bonking and jumping. I mean, this is also, you see like, or it seems like, oh yeah, this is easy to do, this no jump over there, but if you slightly misangle your car there, you just fly off and you lose valuable time and eventually only get last position. So that is not good to see. But Mime, dominant performance. Maybe he makes it a perfect match, would set a statement, of course. It could happen. Of course, I hope I didn't jinx him in this round. But Joshua now again behind. It seems like the match has a clear tendency of where it is going right now, even though Mime slows down a little bit, but gets good grip here on that whole sector where you can just, you know, the hole has a different surface, though you can get that grip and the flick and to get a more inside approach without losing too much speed. And Mime wins another round. Let's take a look onto the time, Noah.
Yeah, let's see exactly what it ends up being. I mean, look, he does still have to get across the finish line, but from this point, you'd expect him to have absolutely no issues with that. The time for Mime, as Joshua came back towards the end there, it was a 107.8. Raceland lost a bit of speed there, and that is the one thing I wanted to comment on as well. That ice turn towards the end of the track, right, Turbo? I mean, it's the exit from that ice turn. We have seen such wildly varying speed out of that turn from different players, and if Joshua can stay a little bit closer to Raceland in some of these rounds, there's always the chance for the overtake, even right at the end of the track there.
Definitely, but also players were overheating there a little bit too much, that they steered in a bit too much and then stood out because your car is still slightly affected from the ice beforehand because it's not getting rid of it by just that small dirt sector there. So very cool ice sector in general. Consistent ice light. You have a lot of room to exit a turn with, and it's just great to see ice being utilized on competitive maps. Mime again in the lead, but good fight for second position right now, as it is Raceland, Joshua, and then Mime. Comfortable lead of 0.2.
Yeah, Mime has a comfortable lead, but nothing is comfortable about second place at the moment. Raceland was only just out of Joshua. He has moved about a car length in front for the time being. But again, we're heading towards this ice slide, and Raceland has lost speed down that hill. The wider turn gives him more exit speed, though. They are neck and neck, wheel to wheel, heading into this turn. Joshua further on the inside, but he will have lost ground to Raceland, who in fact is gaining on Mime towards this finish line. I think he's a little bit too far back to make the lunge. He might catch him. He does have slightly more speed, but Mime holds out with another 107.7.
Yeah, very good time. I mean, the world record, as you said, is a 0.172 by Granadi, so very respectable time due to the length of the map. Yeah, of course, it gets harder to just stay close towards that, and I think we're going to see probably maybe a 106 at some point, but of course, a 107.7 is already a very respectable time, and Mime also knows that he can take it a bit easy on this match, but looks of it that he does not have to fully risk everything, be more in his comfort zone, tries to be consistent and just increases the pace from round to round. Maybe that's his approach.
Yeah, and that is a clip from Raceland, and we haven't really mentioned it, but so far we've had just the exact same finishing order in every single round. It is 30 points for Mime, it is 3 second places and 18 points for Raceland, 3 third places and 12 points for Joshua. That will shake up in this round, you'd assume, because Always Mind is up here alongside Joshua, and Raceland has dropped away from the pack.
Yeah, Joshua with a great line though, but never mind, this time did not make a mistake. So he is in that battle for second place. Very aggressive line there, flicks so much on the left and trying to get Grim on the inside, but it wasn't enough for Nevermind. And yeah, very cool person from the Trackmania community as well, has been around for so long, but I don't think it will be enough for that second position in this round. Joshua with a good, consistent performance. I mean, has made small blunders here and there, but still gets second or third in every round. Good position here, and also catching up to that to Raceland.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Raceland made an early mistake and then made a worse one further down the track, ended up with the 3 second difference to first place. But Josh will be happy about that one, picking up second place. The the fans in the crowd are going wild. They love it. The t-shirts are locked in. Unfortunately, I don't think there's been many green markers on Josh's screen there so far today. He's been a little bit behind in a lot of those rounds to Raceland, but again, picking up the second place there. He's not left himself in a bad position leaving Schwadlappa.
Yeah, and now we go to maybe the hardest map of this map pack. It is featuring, and I mean, already at the start, you need to set up wider to get the gear, turn around, and then there's a reactor boost that just gives you a lot of speed, a lot of tight turns that you have to do nearby the ending, where you beforehand have to do this bug slide with wet wheels. So it's definitely not an easy task to navigate through this map, but it's very cool to watch at least.
It is super fun to watch, and it's going to be interesting to see how Mime navigates it. Perfect on track 1, heading now into featuring, where yes, anything can go wrong very, very quickly. I mean, obviously that early turnaround, the late bug slide, and then the finish line as well. I mean, we saw that be pretty decisive in our last match as well. Not quite at the same stage of the match just yet, but still, clips at the finish line are going to swap these positions around. It's going to shift up that scoreboard a little bit.
Yeah, I agree. And I mean, there's 4 more maps to go. I mean, maybe the map was not that favorable for one of the players. Maybe Nevermind will perform better on this map. I mean, he still needs to collect some more points in that and has to find his first top 2 position in that way. And let's go into the first round and see who makes that first mistake, because I do think a mistake is going to happen in this round. I hope I jinxed that we're going to see a close round. And also, when will Mime's streak break? Will it even break in this match? 4 rounds already won for the Polish player, but didn't have the best start. Is not on first position, 0.1 behind. Nevermind with a really good start.
Yeah, Nevermind looking clean to kick things off on featuring. Raceland is only just behind as well. I mean, hey, basically an RPG to kick this track off, so it makes sense that Raceland's up there and having a good time with it. Mime has managed to close that gap, the deficit cut. It is now less than a tenth between these top 3, although that'll start to spread back out as we head into this bug slide. Mime ends up very wide, really cleanly taken by Always Mind, who is going to hold on to this lead for the time being. Raceland is still in position to take full advantage of any mistake, and Josh is not that far away either. We head towards the end of this track as we head towards that wood finish. Things are spicy and anything could shift.
Yeah, and Nevermind with a comfortable lead, but he always thinks twice about those turns. Let's see if he makes it. It's looking great, and Nevermind wins his first round. Very, very good job here. I mean, also very respectable time, 103.488. Not too bad, half a second away, roughly, from the world record, so good to see that. And hello, Cameron.
It was the side of my head. I was not expecting to see that today.
Yeah, same. Like, isn't there supposed to be the match? And then it's us.
Yeah, that was a very impressive round from Nevermind to win out in front of Mime. Now, the thing that was very impressive to me on map 1 with Schwadlappa for Mime was the consistency, right? Yeah. He was just banging in 107.7, 107.7, 107.8, 107.7 again.
Yeah, that was great.
This
just
time
copy-pasting.
Exactly. This time around, he was, about 6/10 behind world record on featuring in this first round. If he just does that every time again, I think even if he's not picking up the first place, it's going to take a lot for other people to beat him to that first place.
Yeah, I agree with that. And now Nevermind made a mistake, had a very good first round though on this map, but I think it will not be enough to get into contention of that first place battle. As Mime made a slight mistake, let's follow his POV here for this round, as Raceland quite far ahead right now. Good line here as well, but there's still a little bit of track left, and also Mime with a much better line over that corner, so it's only a couple of thousands between them, 18,000 seconds to be exact. The ending will be the decisive part. Raistlin with a good line. Mime not with the best amount of speed. Can Raistlin get the win? And Mime is getting denied yet again here. Raistlin with 10 points. And after seeing map number 1, I was not expecting Mime not to win 2 rounds on this map.
Yeah.
To start it all off with.
Yep, that was very, very close. I thought Mime might actually manage to still clutch up the win at the end there. He stayed very low on the exit, that final jump into the finish line. Raistlin a lot higher, but that speed won out. Raistlin just so much quicker through those final turns. He's able to win by the 400ths of a second that he took to the finish line there. Yosh having a bit of a struggle here, I think, compared to the other players on featuring. I mean, looked solid on the first map, but the issue, I think, really is just Raistlin and Nevermind have stepped their game up massively from map 1.
Yeah, it just looks much different here for both of them. I mean, Raistlin already had a lot of good positions in. I mean, 3 second place, and I think it was a 3rd place in the last round, but now getting first as well. But look at the time for Mime, 0.4 ahead. He's on a serious time. Maybe Mime just didn't get the best start, or did not get into the groove of things, and is like, okay, I need to increase, or I need to up my gameplay a little bit to get those first positions. And right now he's 0.4 ahead. So let's go into the POV of Mime, even though it's very close between Yosha, Nevermind, and Raistlin. So that's a good fight to focus on, as well as Yosha goes a bit too inside, will not have as much speed as Nevermind, who will not get 3rd position. Crashes there, and look at that time, 102.248. Mime certainly has improved his match PB here, only 0.35 away from Master's world record.
Yeah, looking much, much quicker there for Mime. We said, you know, if he was banging out those 0.6s away from world record over and over again, he'd feel fine about it. To go 0.3 off world record, to just improve that much, I mean, nobody else in this server has matched that time just yet. And Mime feeling good about it. It was what we were talking about before the match started, that map order does make a difference. And I mean, featuring showing up this early before maybe a player is fully warmed up into the matches seems to be what's happening to Mime a little bit here.
Yeah, but now the 10-pointer is up for grabs, and I mean, let's take a look onto the points. Raistlin, 2nd position, as we were anticipating it before the match has started. 41 points, then 29 and 29 points for Nevermind and Yosha. I don't have to put on my glasses for that. I think that should work out. So, but Yosha, with a consistent performance, can get himself another 6-pointer. But of course, Raistlin will move further on the line, and I mean, also Mime halfway through this match, and then of course you still need to clear out finals mode by winning another round if you have the red name attached to your card.
Yeah, and the red lights flashing on stage for our finalists as well. It is a lovely stage setup. Raistlin just needs to not crash the finish here. He should be fine. Plenty of room. Very safe. Gets those 10 points. And the gap to Mime going to be cut there as well, as Mime ends up taking 3rd place. Nevermind with a mistake at the end somewhere did allow Mime through into 3rd place. And so the gap will shrink slightly less between Raistlin and 1st. But the gap from 2nd to 3rd, that's going to grow a little bit here. And life becomes just that little bit harder for Yosha and Nevermind.
So 1st, 2nd, and 3rd for Mime on this map, as opposed to 1st positions on map 1 all along for Mime. So, I mean, definitely you could have seen a difference, but the map, as we said, is not too easy to navigate through. One mistake, we've seen Mime making a mistake in the last round on that turnover, and now we go to the next map. It is Blueprint by Rocat, and I mean, also I would say this one is more on the easier side and a bit more straightforward compared to the map that we've seen beforehand.
I'm going to agree with you, Turbo, but then I'm also going to say until you get to the finish line. Because then you get to the finish, and that is where this track it becomes the content generating machine that we know and love.
Yeah, I mean, we have seen the tie in that round that decided so much between Shofi and Solly. We all thought it was Solly taking it because he was ahead in the checkpoint. I don't know what the script is running on, but I think we will get more insight on that just in the next couple of hours or something like that. But I mean, it's Trackmania Esports. It's always good to see a tie in those kind of situations because like so little inputs have decided this round there.
Yeah, absolutely. Nothing in it. And yeah, that is part of the Blueprint being maybe one of the simpler maps in the pack. I mean, not as an insult towards the track, of course, not an insult towards Rocat's mapping ability. It just is maybe a little bit more straightforward, and it does lead then to those rounds that are closer by the end.
Yeah, I agree.
Which is great.
And then the ending, you're like, okay, you need that speed to go through the hole, and you can clip. You can get a bit more speed in this outside dirt sector if you push a bit too much. But also, look at Yosha's start. Looking very good. Nevermind and Yosha batting out for first. Raceland and also Mime, both with mistakes. So let's go with the Nevermind POV here, as he gets a really good line. But also Yosha is not slowing down here dramatically, even though Nevermind had a much better line around that corner. But also Nevermind in need of those 10. I mean, both of them.
Yeah.
They're both behind.
No,
Third
absolutely.
and fourth.
I mean, both of them will be delighted if this is how the map went for the next while, although they both prefer to be picking up those full 10 points for first place at the moment. Looks like Nevermind is going to be the one to walk away from this first round. On Blueprint with it, Yosha, in fact, may drop behind Raceland. There goes Raceland, who clips himself as well. Yosha still with Risky, and there's the crash at the line. Nevermind did make it through, but Yosha was brave. I thought it was a mistake to go for the risky fin there. He'd lost speed. I didn't think he was going to make it through.
Same.
And he went for it, and he needed to go for it. He gets the snipe. He gets the first place as a result.
Yeah, he gets it there. I was also like, hey, why is he going for that? But it worked out. Nevermind, unfortunately, with that mistake, and hopefully this is not affecting his gameplay. But still, 6 points for him, coming a bit closer to Racing. But of course, Yosha has overtaken him. No, he was already ahead. I thought it was 41 and not 45. Yeah, I maybe should put on my glasses. But
it's fine.
It's fine. I'm not old.
Nothing to do with being old. It's just your eyes don't work. Don't worry about it. You'll be okay.
I don't worry about it. I don't worry.
Mime is in first place this time around. No major mistakes have come through, but Nevermind and Yosha once again looking much more solid on Blueprint and looking competitive, I would say, on Blueprint as well. Raceland has made a mistake early in the round once again, and if Mime can keep this clean until the end, great. If he can't, then all of a sudden big points once again for the players who are sitting third and fourth overall, and there is a mistake from Mime. He has lost speed. He's still in front of Yosha, but Nevermind is through into first place. The finish line caused some issues last time around for Nevermind. He'll be playing a little bit safer this time around, making sure he hits that angle through the whole reactor on. Nevermind will cross in first place. Mime does take second, and Yosha will take third.
Yeah, very good round there from Nevermind. Only 1 second away from Feet's world records. So good to see that from Nevermind, that he was able to get that first position eventually. And I think we're going to have a close match, because it seems like Raceland lost a lot of ground in the last couple of rounds, whereas Mime just played consistent, tried to get some first, second, and also occasionally third, fourth finishes in. And I think did he get a fourth finish just yet? I don't think so, actually.
Mime got fourth. No, you're right. He ended up getting third place at the end of the first map.
So he got top 3 in every round, so that's good.
Absolutely. Yeah, he's been driving very, very well so far and cleaning it up here on Blueprint. I mean, took a little while to get going on featuring, took a couple of rounds to get going on Blueprint here as well. But once he starts cooking, he's up in those first places, and the more 10 points you bang on out, the quicker you're going to get to those 120 points. And Mime
it's a diesel
is
engine.
Speeding up there at the moment, exactly. Clean fuel for him, and he is moving fast. As Nevermind is once again in the battle for second place, but he's losing ground to Raceland right now. Good exit speed at the end from Raceland, and he will manage to hold on in front. Not for long though, as Nevermind comes roaring back at him. They're both going to lose speed going around this dirt corner. You just need to make sure you're not too fast into the outside wall there. Nevermind and Raceland will both crash. Raceland is more wicked with it, and he will hold on to pick up the win. Unfortunately for Nevermind, he was not quite able to. Nevermind still doesn't finish. Joshua won't finish either. And they're just... Our car's not finishing on track out there, I guess, is what we're doing now. That's a big deal. I mean, not getting any points on the round does mean all of a sudden that gap that was closing to Raceland in second place, as Nevermind and Yosha started to gain back up to him, it reappears all of a sudden. It's looking a little bit bigger again.
16 points. It is 16 points, but also a great time from Mime in the round before, and only 0.4 away from the world record, so good to see that. But now he has made another mistake, so Mime a bit behind, but definitely someone who can catch up this deficit here of 0.2 of a second. So good and very competitive round. 30 seconds into the match, and the players are only 0.1 apart from each other. Look at that round. Mime from fourth to first in one turn here. Very, very good execution, but Nevermind still pedal to the metal, and he is in the lead. It seems like Yosha made a mistake. Raceland, Nevermind, and Mime fighting it out. Mime currently in the lead. Nevermind with a good approach here as well. Might have a bit more speed into the ending, but Mime is quite far ahead and almost touches the wall. That was so close. Mime with a great kind of comeback in this round, and wins the round with a time of below 101.
Yeah, and comfortably as well. A couple of tenths on it. The gap then between second and third was not huge. Less than a tenth from Nevermind back to Raceland. But Nevermind, I think nearly capitalized on this track. That one round where Raceland got away from him and Nevermind didn't actually get a finish in really cost him, because other than that, that was looking like a wonderful track for Nevermind, who has massively closed the gap back to Raceland in second place.
Yeah, it's just too bad to see that, but too many small things are not working out for Nevermind. Also, round number 1, think about it. Nevermind was in first position and then crashed into the ending. Then second round, he won it. I mean, he could have built up a lot of momentum and just gained confidence in this pretty hard match, pretty rough match. Also very close. I mean, Yosha also great performance. I want to point that out as well. Had good rounds, but needs to find more positions that are getting him 10 points. And I mean, against Mime and all the others who are playing in this match, it is definitely a hard task to do.
Yeah, it's tough. I mean, it's one of those things where you have the speed, but do you have the speed consistently? And honestly, to a degree, do you even have the top speed? Yosha's definitely been, I think, struggling to show that he has the absolute top pace of some of the other competitors in this lobby at the moment. Maybe he'll have the endurance, though. We head to Domino, our longest track in the pack. It is 111.5 is the current world record, and there are plenty of places to lose focus over the course of around that long on this track and get punished immediately.
Yeah, there are so many hard sectors on this map, and I mean, it just seems like it's a marathon that you play. You think like, okay, it's 10 seconds, but there's so much happening on this map, so many surface changes, so many drifts, and for me, the most important part, and I mean, that's what I figured when I learned this map, is it's of course not ice, it's bobsleigh. I learned that yesterday from the ice community, but the drift beforehand, you can get so much speed, and then the wood will be so hard to navigate through, but you have so much speed in exchange.
Yeah, and really that drift setting up into the bobsleigh as well is so important. If you end up a little bit too far left, your angle as you try to set up for the bobsleigh is too high, and you're going to hook a wheel over the outside every single time, unless you release, unless you give up and lose a huge amount of speed. So it's exciting to see, and we will see if in this first round anyone does end up hanging a wheel over the edge of that bobsleigh. Mime leads the way from Raceland, Nevermind in third, but Yosha pushing in fourth and trying to overtake into third. There he goes, entering the bobsleigh. Again, you can see there, Yosha a little bit high. He did not have the angle. He in fact went in a lot further right than we see players trying to enter, and the adjustments, the attempts to correct are what ended up pushing him over the edge.
Yeah, you can hardly adjust once you have locked in your line. It's quite advantageous to go very far left into like from the block beforehand into the bobsleigh, that you can like steer to the left and then just don't wobble at all. So that's kind of the line that I opted for. It seemed to work. You don't clip then, and also Mime winning the round with a 112.145. So that is 0.6 away from Masa's world record. And well, slowly but surely, Mime coming closer to the 120-point barrier that he has to surpass to activate finalist mode. Only 2 good rounds left for him.
Yeah, and Raceland picking up second places again. I mean, that first track, Raceland got second, third, I think.
Yeah, something like that, yeah.
You know,
Yosha got second in that round, I think.
Won the last round, whatever it was. That was a while ago. 3 maps, I don't remember. Nobody cares. Anyway, the point was, Raceland had a great first map and was just constantly picking up those second places behind Mime. And if he can start to do that again now as we get towards the back half of the match, really, you know, the point where you start to see the shape of how finalists are going to happen and who has the chance of making it out here. Raceland building that gap back up again to third place would feel really good right about now.
Yeah, definitely. But Yosha not slowing down, but that's not the best line. Also, Mime eating a bit of the penalty surface there, and with that, of course, you slow down. Raceland, good approach here, but Yosha has a bit more speed. Little bit more speed here, and it's 500s between them. Mime long gone, but the battle for second is definitely unfolding in this round. Raceland bumping there a little bit. Mime with a good line. Yosha coming closer to Raceland, though. It will be all coming down to the ending. Very good approach from Yosha, and he's not slowing down. He's not giving up. He wants to get into the next round, but only 2 players can make it. The other players who are on the bottom 2 are eliminated. Yosha with a good approach, and he will get second place. Great job.
Yeah, great round from Yosha there, who just pushed it a little bit harder than Raceland did. I mean, they were in that battle for second place, and you saw on the exit from the dirt earlier. Oh, no! Oh, never mind.
Never mind.
Never mind. Do mind a little bit. That's very bad.
Yeah, I always mind.
Ah, that's why he changed his name. Yeah, it tracks. I mean, you look at it there. If you look at Nevermind's score, he's currently sitting on 62 points. He's about 15 points behind Raceland. That's at least 6 points that he's given up by not finishing 2 rounds.
Yeah,
right?
definitely.
That's a
so
significant
much.
chunk of the gap up to second place at the moment.
And I mean, you have that feeling when you play this cup mode situation. Yeah, I only got 3 points, but it really adds up.
It stacks up real quick.
It really adds up. I mean, also last weekend at the World Cup qualifiers, it was Tween not finishing 4 rounds. He lost 12 points. And then at some point he had 114 points, and I was like, yeah, you would have been finalist already.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's always like a match can really be different if you just finish every round, but sometimes it's easier said than done with a finish time out of 10 seconds. If something just goes wrong, you have to respawn, and if you make another mistake, well, then it's over.
Yep.
It's Jover, and well, you cannot finish eventually.
Yeah, well, Yasha was just behind Raceland for a lot of this round, but he has made the mistake and he's dropped 2.5 seconds away. In fact, all the way behind, Nevermind. They should be well within that finish timeout. They should be feeling okay about actually getting across the line this time around. But it's another round win, it looks like, for Mime, who crosses the line cleanly in first place with a 106.2 as Raceland takes another second place.
106 was the last checkpoint, because...
oh yeah, you're right, 112. Yeah, no, I'm just not capable of reading and incapable of retaining information, I guess.
Yeah, that's fine. I mean...
106.2 would have been a real good time on the track,
it would be a new world record.
By about 5 seconds.
It would have been a new world record, guys. But here we go into the next and also final round. If I can count 1, 2, 3, 4, and Mime is finalist.
Mime is finalist. Worth noting, that kind of snuck up on us a little bit. He'd been kind of quietly winning rounds here on Domino, and that does put him in finalist mode. And with how he's been doing on these rounds on Domino, kind of backing him to just close this out quickly.
Yeah, I would be surprised if he does not win his first round or second round. I hope that was not a jinx, but I mean, he has a good start here, 0.2 of a second. And let's just go with Mime's POV for this round, because it's his round to lose. And also after this, the 10-pointer is up for grabs. Mime will be out on this match if he wins it. A bit of a wobbly entry there, so Yasha gaining a bit of time towards him, as you can see there, but that was not a good transition into the dirt there, and Mime is extending his lead yet again. So it looks very good that the vice champion of the Trackmania World Cup in 2022 will go into the next round.
Yeah, he's looking to book his spot in the round of 64. He has a gap of near half a second back. He has not missed this jump yet in the match. He will not miss it this time, and he will not miss his opportunity to close things out on the first time of asking.
Yeah, great job to Mime closing it out. But I mean, we were expecting that. We also expected a close fight. A close fight for that second position as well. Yeah, we did it.
Yeah.
And the crowd also did it.
Yeah, we're looking for that second player, of course, as well. We're not just sending Mime through. We're going to need someone to join him. Right now, the front runner to take that spot is most definitely Raceland, as we head into what is the 5th map of the pack. Mime not even having to play 5 maps before he managed to lock in his spot. He got out of here real quick.
Yeah.
We will head to Karat with everything still up for grabs, but yeah, I mean, look, Raceland is looking to be the player most likely to take it right now.
But also showed some weaknesses over the match. I mean, Nevermind had some phases where he just was locked in, where he did not make too many mistakes, but of course 2 no finishes. I think there was 1 no finish for Yasha as well in this one round, where Nevermind also did not finish for the first time. And I think it can be very close, but it all decides on how the first couple of rounds will just unfold on this map. Because if Nevermind gets a first position and maybe Raceland will get to last, Yasha gets second, something like this, they could certainly catch up.
Well, that's it, exactly. The fact that Mime is now gone, he is no longer earning points, means that 10 points available in every round for one of these 3 players. It starts to accelerate towards finalist very, very quickly, and it's the biggest point swing is available in this format, is from first to second, 10 to 6. So if Nevermind or Yasha can start picking up some first places over Raceland as we head on to Karata, then all of a sudden, they are going to close that gap very quickly. They are going to make it difficult for Raceland to close it out, and they may even end up hitting finalists around the same time. Currently, the gap from first to second as it was now, I mean, second to third technically. Raceland on 89, Nevermind 20 points behind on 69. Yasha only 1 point back from that on 68.
Yeah, so that is definitely very close. Nevermind with a very weird line. It kind of worked out for him, but I think he did not have as much speed as Raceland, who leads that round. And I think the first round is already very decisive here to go for, because Raceland could go up to 99 points and only 21 points away of finals. I mean, having those 9 points, like the 9-digit behind really sucks, because you could end up at 119 points and not activate finals mode, having to play that one round where players, of course, also collect points.
Yeah. Well, Raceland is, I think, not too stressed about that right now, because if he can just put rounds like this in over and over on Karot, he is just going to win the match. He is going to take his second place in a spot in the round of 64,
that was
close behind Yasha and Nevermind. But it is Yasha who comes out on top. He will take second place. But they need to stop Raceland from getting those first. It's time to work together. Nevermind and Yasha put aside their differences and just bully Raceland on this map.
It's a 2v1. It's also the left side versus the right side of the stage, you know. Yasha and Nevermind playing on the left side, and then Mime and Raceland are on, I think, on our side, if I've seen that correctly.
Yeah, there's a banner in the way. We simply cannot see them.
Yeah, we cannot see them. We could see them if we have X-ray vision, no?
That's, I guess, true. Unfortunately, I'm not a comic book character.
You remember those scam advertisements back in the days? Where you could download those apps for your thing and then, download this X-ray for €5 per week.
Yeah, no, I do. Unfortunately, none of those ever work, no matter how much money I spent on them. And so I will have to just settle for watching the action on track instead. Yasha, with a great comeback so far in this round, was third for a while, is now in first, but that will not last. It was more speed over the grass hump from Nevermind and from Raceland, but Yasha is still holding on. White knuckle driving out there as he battles to hold on to this place. We said they needed to beat out Raceland. Yasha is pushing hard on the outside there, up on 2 wheels, and he's pushing a little bit too hard. He's in the pillar as Raceland stays low through the plastic. He'll take over from Nevermind at the finish line, the perfect place to overtake, because that'll be the points locked in for Raceland. He takes another 10-20 in 2 rounds.
Very, very good ending section there from Raceland, but well, as we have predicted it already, one more win and Raceland would be up to 119 points. But look at that gap here. It is 30 points between first or second and third position in this way. So it will be a mammoth task for both Nevermind and Yasha to close that gap. They have to team up, they have to do it, but it seems like it will be very hard to do. And right now Yasha could start, but Raceland again in the mix for that first position.
Yeah, and I mean, I think it's desperation starting to settle in a little bit for Yasha and Nevermind as well. They are starting to push maybe a little bit more than they're comfortable with, and there it is again. That leads to crashes, it leads to clips and mistakes and losing rounds. They cannot afford that right now, and it is a little bit of a mistake from Always Mind as well. Nevermind, he is in the air briefly. You lose a little bit of speed there. It's not the biggest mistake in the world, and it does just give Raceland the advantage. It gives them the power in this round, and it's his round to lose as he looks to pick up another 10. Nevermind is going so far on the outside there. He managed to control it, but he will not be able to catch Raceland, who picks up 30 points in 3 rounds. And Yasha should be able to get to the finish line. He will still pick up the points for third place, but Raceland has moved to 119. He's a couple of rounds away from potentially locking this thing up.
Yeah, that's definitely the case, and I mean, just finishing one round, it relieves a bit of pressure from you, but you can also deny points towards your opponents, and look how many attempts Raceland theoretically has after this round, and after we go to map number 1 again, it will be plenty, let's say it like that. But also here, Nevermind with a mistake. They will not get significant points in this round, has to settle with 4 points. Yasha also not with the best drift, so Raceland will get finals and also deny some points. And of course, it's always a sweet, bitter taste if you win a round with 119 points.
Just such a waste. I mean, it's not a waste, as you said, you know, you're denying points from your opponents. They can't catch you as quickly as well. And Raceland right now, I mean, he's just putting in the work. This is office hours for him. He has been clinical on Karot. There really hasn't been much that the others have been able to do. I think, again, at least for Yasha, it looked like a little bit of that kind of desperation of pushing as hard as he could and just not quite able to sustain the pace the entire way through. And unfortunately, that has given Raceland the opportunity. He has taken that opportunity. He'll move to finalist mode on this one, looking to join Mime in the round of 64 as well. A perfect map for him so far on Karata, and he walks away with 40 points out of 4 rounds.
Yeah, very good round. Also good time, 59.672, 58.912 is the world record from Feed. So good time, 0.7 behind is very good match pace, and maybe it also released a bit of pressure from Raceland that Mime does not play this match anymore, as he's just watching and chilling, having a good time. I mean, you just have to love Mime. It's it's wholesome, really. I like it. And then the slight smile if he wins a round. It seems like he's just cool.
He's almost definitely just listening to you say this right now. Mime, give the crowd a thumbs up if you've just been listening to Turbo say nice things and it's making you feel uncomfortable because everyone's looking at you while he says them. I can't see what's happening.
Yeah,
So listen, I guess we'll figure it out
either.
afterwards. We go back to Schwadlappa for our final round. Possibly, I mean, based on how Raceland went the first time through, he was very quick on this track. He made life very difficult for the others. Yasha was the closest to him. I suppose really the question is, can Nevermind step up again? Because look, we know that Yasha didn't have the pace to catch Raceland on this map the first time we visited it, but I think Nevermind was still warming up into the match, and he's been looking a lot quicker on the more recent laps. Does he have more pace to show us on this track?
Yeah, I hope so. I mean, second rotation can bring wonders at some point, but the eyesight here in particular, it's so nasty to do if you have not the right approach, or if you don't feel that comfortable with it, and maybe get too much of an angle into it, because ice is punishing, of course, due to that factor. But here we go, the wall will go to an end, and there will most likely be only this map being played, because, I mean, Raceland in finalist will be hard to beat him.
With a huge lead as well. Nobody else even going to get to the 100. Even if Nevermind wins this round, he sits on 99. Raceland has plenty of time to get this done, and with that safety net as well, that kind of gives him a free rein to just push as hard as he can. Just be like, look, I can set my best time, live my best life, and do time attack out here, because I have so many rounds to play with that eventually I'm just going to set a time that you simply cannot beat, even if you drive well.
Very good performance from Raceland, and after seeing this, I think we could see an upset from Raceland. Just such a confident drive, like just so confident driving here in the first part, but Yasha coming back. Very good line here from Yasha, the German player, currently in the lead. Oh, Nevermind will not have a saying here, so it's between Raceland and Yasha in that last part of the track. Raceland with great grip here in the ending, going a bit wider though, but it's still looking very good. Both having similar speed. Raceland again a bit wider here, trying to catch up to Yasha, who's still leading. Now the ice part coming into play. There's only the outside dirt left, but Raceland pushing a lot. Very good exit, but will slide out here, and Yasha will deny Raceland in this round.
Yeah, I mean, look, that is kind of a little bit exactly what I was talking about. Is Raceland, he's in time attack mode right now, right? Like, you just full push, and if you're a little bit behind, you full send. Why not, right? I mean, even if you got the close to Yasha there, even if you put the pressure on, make him make a mistake as well.
Yeah,
that's what you're looking for.
You just want to apply a lot of pressure in those rounds. But I have to say that Raceland had a very good start, but Yasha, very good midsection, very good one. And I see the risk from Raceland as well in the ending.
Yeah.
Of course, it was over aggressive because he wanted to go out of that turn with a lot of speed.
Nevermind's gone.
But it is Nevermind now gone in this round. Raceland again, great start, 0.1 ahead. Yasha, I mean, had a good middle section, and now Raceland almost touches the wall there, but Yasha bumping a bit, so it could be over and out because Yasha clips there as well, but didn't lose too much time.
He's not lost too much time, but he has lost time. The gap is extended to a few car lengths. About 0.3 of a second is Raceland's advantage right now. In the back half of the track, this is where Yasha made his move last time around. He was a little bit quicker than Raceland. He might be a little bit quicker again, but half a tenth is not going to cut it. That gap is up at 0.3, and there's only really an ice turn left to go where I think big mistakes could be made. Raceland has played smart all match long as well. I wouldn't expect him to over push this right now, but stranger things have happened. Here we go. Survive this, and you can already smell the round of 64. Raceland has one turn left to go. He has a finish line that is missable. Yasha has a lot of speed, but he will clip on the outside. Raceland is cleanly through. He crosses the line and says, I'm going to the round of 64. Yasha, and Nevermind, I'm leaving you here.
Yeah, very good performance though from Raceland, I have to say that. GG's also to Mime, who got first position, takes that top seat, and to be honest, Nevermind took on a great fight, as well as Yasha in particular. I'm very much surprised by his performance. I mean, we talked about Nevermind before, and he probably just takes it a bit more easy here, just wants to meet people, having fun, as opposed to others who just competing.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I mean, Mime in particular, how impressed are we, I think, with the performance? I mean, it was obviously
very solid.
Good, yeah. Do we think we see him as a contender based off this performance? Is there more in the tank for Mime over the course of the weekend as well?
I think so. I think so. I mean, times were already very good. 0.3, 0.4 behind world record. Looked solid, and also consistency was there. Of course, mistakes always happen. You know, you also do not have that much pressure on the line in this kind of match if you are prepared in coming into it.
Yeah, I mean, that makes sense. And, well, I think Yasha and Nevermind can definitely be happy with their performances. They put the pressure on. They capitalized in some rounds. I think Nevermind in particular might look back at Blueprint and think think what might have been, might have been a little bit closer towards
He needs a
Raceland
blueprint of that. I'm not gonna do that joke
Okay,
again.
sure. Yeah, makes sense. So we'll definitely wear out all of those jokes by the end of the weekend here as well. But it is exciting. I mean, look, round of 128 is done. We're into double elim now. I mean, in some ways, the pressure comes off the players that have made it into the round of 64 a little bit. You no longer have that single life. You're allowed a mistake or two. You're allowed to crash a couple of times to drop down into that lower bracket, and you'll still be keeping going.
Yeah, and I think also now there will be an interview because Doogie will be interviewing the player that surprised it a bit. It is Raceland.
Hello, I'm standing here with
Wrestling.
Congratulations on your progress through the round of 128. You now secured a double elimination. You were very consistent, had the second place after Mime in this round. How did you feel in the lobby?
Oh, I feel pretty great. Of course, mine was very fast, so it's hard to get first place, right? But once it was finished with his finalist, it was pretty easy to get the first place, so I was pretty confident with the match, honestly.
Yeah, you did. After Mime finished, you did get 10 points in a row, so you really proved that that second place belonged to you. How is pace at the event? How are you feeling compared to all the others?
I mean, I feel pretty good. Of course, like people like Mime, etc., are very, very, very fast, it's hard to follow. But honestly, like top 32 on that place, it's pretty easy to get the pace. You need to don't crash, so top pace.
So top 32 is what you're aiming for?
Yeah, if I can.
Beautiful. I want to say thank you for the interview.
Thank you.
Nice talking to you.
All right, thank you, Doogie, for that interview with Raceland, and that was Mime and Raceland going through to the top 64. So congratulations to those two players. Honestly, pretty easy for Mime. He went through pretty quickly there and kind of did his job, and then was just sitting there enjoying the rest of the show.
Felt more comfortable for him than the match that Wizzy had. I think that was a bit closer for him. Wizzy was dropping some rounds. I think Mime won every single round except for one where he got second.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it was to be expected, obviously. I mean, considering what's up at stakes, like the stakes for Mime are very high, so I wouldn't expect him to struggle this early on already.
Yeah. I feel bad. Never mind, my guy from EVO unfortunately didn't make it, and it hurts. But at the same time, it is what it is when it's this type of competition, especially this high level of competition. And Mime and Raceland were able to make it through. I don't think there's really much else to kind of break down from that. It was a pretty solid performance from Mime, and then Raceland was able to kind of handily get into finalist mode and then complete it out at the end there.
I mean, it was somewhat close until Mime got through, because we talked about it in the last match already. If you have one player front running and leading all the time, the points are very close between the rest of the players. But once Mime was through, I think we heard Doogie mention it as well, that Raceland was able to win 4 rounds in a row, and those 40 points allowed him to build a gap of 20 points at the same time. So then it was pretty much decided.
Yeah, exactly. Well, I think that's it for us here for this round of 128. People, we are at top 64 double elimination. Everybody gets an extra life. Congratulations. So we are now in the hot seat for everybody. It's going to get even bigger and bigger, more harder for the matches, for the players. It's going to be getting a little bit interesting. Guys, holy moly. Compared to last year, I would like to remind everybody that last year we were, me and Shorty, and Lime, who is also here, we're still sitting here waiting for qualification wave 3, I think. And
probably.
Wave 1 of top 128. And here we are, already to top 64, on time, on schedule. So honestly, not just congrats to everybody, the players and just everybody. I'm so happy. For sure. I am relieved. Let's put it that way. All right, so thank you, 50 and Shorty, for joining me for this portion. They're going to be back, I promise. I'm only saying thank you because I have a special guest coming up right after this break. Berlin International Gaming is going to be joining me on the host couch here, and we are going to have some fun conversations and also a little announcement at the end from what I've heard. So we'll be back in a little bit, and we'll see you then.
Look.
Vision von Next Kings ist, dass wir gute Möbel für Gamer und fürs Homeoffice bauen. Es sind nicht einfach nur Möbel, sondern wir sagen dazu Livables. Wir gehen jetzt einen Schritt voran, wir sind jetzt die Next Kings.
Humans, what have you learned? I was programmed to beat you. The same mistakes. I was programmed to beat you. Close your eyes. close your eyes.
Everybody, we are here at the host cube once again. We are about to go into our lunch break for the tournament. Top 128 is finished. We're going to let everybody grab some lunch. It's been a little bit stressful morning for some people, maybe not so stressful for others. Been a breeze for some players to be able to get through the rounds, but there are probably some players who need to recover just a little bit. And also, we got to feed our production people too. Like, they need a break as well because they've been working so hard. So we are still going to have our interview, though, with Big. Here I have Berlin International Gaming with me. I have Mr. Filian on my left, your right on the screen, and also Massa and Granati joining us as well. Hello, guys. How are you guys doing?
Hello. Doing pretty well, to be honest. Had a quick travel over here, and yeah, doing good so far in the tournament.
Good,
yeah,
good.
So far, so good. So far, rather chill. The hard work is going to come in later today and tomorrow, especially. But so far, all good. Setup was nice.
Yeah.
We're used to it.
So no issues with like getting in and out of where you guys. I think you guys are mainly in the streamer booth, anyways. But
Yeah, everything is fine. Everything's great.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, last year helped, I would say.
That's
so
true, and we also had a lot of time yesterday.
Kind of
to
used to
set up
everything
breakfast.
now. So that's
good, awesome. So. Feeling tournament-wise, do you feel prepared? Do you feel like you're like? I know you have been prepared. You feel like you've done the training that you can do for the event that you've said, at least online. But do you, Granati? I'll actually start with you first. Do you feel prepared at all? I know it's very tight with the playoffs, and now immediately into XPEvo the following weekend.
Yeah, that's of course the biggest issue. I am still pretty prepared. We made sure that we practiced the maps a lot before the World Tour maps came out, so we had a good level. Then we stopped playing for 2 weeks basically, and then we picked it up again. But since we already had a good level, it's pretty fine. Like, it's obviously not as good as it could have been, but yeah, the maps were quite nicely learnable for us, I would say. So we have a good level, not perfect, but it can be enough to win. That's for sure.
And do you feel the same? Like, I know I made the statement for you, but do you feel like that you feel trained as well for it enough?
Well, to be fair, it's just the same as Granati. We did the preparation together, like pre-World Cup. I would like to be more ready. I would like to add more time, but it's fine. Like, I feel still good on the maps. I feel like there's more room, but I still feel comfortable. So just gotta see how it goes today, and yeah, do my best.
But the question is, do you feel deluxe?
I feel deluxe.
Deluxe. I keep on messing it up.
Yeah, you gotta learn. I feel deluxe.
I'll get it. I'll get it by the end of the day.
That's good.
Also, Filian is joining us here. Hello, Filian. How are you?
Nice to be here.
Nice to be here. Nice for you to be here. Excuse me. So you are joining us here because I believe you guys have something interesting that you want to share with not only just us here at XPEvo and those on the show, but also the Trackmania community as a whole, as something's happening pretty big for you guys.
Yay. Never heard that before. Yeah, we have, obviously nice to be here, and obviously lovely to talk to you all and everyone here at XPEvo. Yeah, we have something really big coming up and exciting for us personally, and our two drivers obviously, because we have this program called Big Selector, where we take the biggest talent in Germany, Austria, and Switzerland, and obviously help them develop into a professional career. Pretty much, we help them with all our staff, all our resources. We got a big, our boot camps, etc. And we are expanding that from obviously starting with Counter-Strike and Fortnite to now also Trackmania. And together with Die Bayerische, our insurance partner, who have been a partner of our Trackmania team for many, many years. Yeah, we are starting the product today. Actually, the map is already live. And how it's going to go about, I can give a quick brief about it. We're going to have a map. It's live already. You can find it on the website. We're going to have that at the end of the video later. And people can practice. And then we have a special stream at the 2nd of November with our two lovely players. And there we're going to have a combination of rounds and time attack. And the top 4 players will be invited to our bootcamp. And they're going to have a lovely bootcamp weekend with our two players and all our other stuff. Experience all nice things there, and learn a bit and talk to everyone a bit. And from that bootcamp, we're going to pick 2 players who will be joining us and our Trackmania division. So that's really exciting, finding new young Nikos and young Massas. And yeah, that is obviously, that part is exclusive for Germany, Switzerland and Austria, but we also have a competition to make it exciting for everyone. Everyone who's playing the map between now and the 25th of November. We're going to have a prize pool for the top 3 of 500 euros. And also we're going to raffling away big merch to all participants, or not all participants, but to a certain selection.
Awesome. So a little bit of everything for everyone.
Exactly.
And yeah, so like you said, that map is out now.
It is out now. Yeah.
Yeah.
And yeah, you can start training it and then get ready for that tournament. And
Yeah, we have a landing page and also a short video with the URL. And you can check it out. It's also on Trackmania.io. We're going to track through that and then contact all the winners.
Yes. And before we'll see that video at the end of this interview, but I also want to get your guys' take on it. How are you guys feeling about this program that you guys also get to kind of bring to Trackmania? Is there anything specifically about the program or even just like the tournament and just bringing more to the Trackmania community? Because we do feel like at least Trackmania community appreciates Big for bringing such awesome opportunities. Like last couple weeks ago, you guys had the 2v2 Volvic Cup. That was really great, really good response and everything. So bringing more stuff back. How are you guys feeling about the Big Selector program?
To be honest with you, like when we decided to do this, and right now also it takes me back to when I joined, because I joined 2018 already, so that's like a long time now. So we started at like 0, I would say, and now we're at a point where like the new people can come in or will come in, and kind of makes me feel happy, I guess you can say. Like I don't know what the right words are. I don't really have the right words. Happy, proud, whatever you want to say. I'm just glad something is continuing for everyone, and actually German talent is something that already was a problem actually when I was searching for a teammate, because there weren't really that many, to be honest. And Granadi just came up, and he basically perfectly fit in as like second player, but there was no one really else always. So for me personally, this program is really, really sick, and I hope that more people are going to be motivated, because you're going to be basically a big selector Trackmania player. So you will play with us, you will train with us, you will talk with us.
Yeah, for sure.
And get all the player perks.
And I mean, like for a very long time, like you said, there wasn't really like a lot of German talent per se. I mean, at least for the TMGL level, especially in Trackmania 2020, for the longest time, it was kind of just you. And I know he's like Voldemort in Trackmania, but his name was Riolu. We can acknowledge that it was just kind of you and Riolu for the longest time in the top two. And yeah, I could definitely see that there was that void for a while there. But honestly, Granadi, I mean, for you, I mean, clearly you've proven yourself over the years, even carrying your teammate in 2v2 sometimes, back and forth during TMGL.
Like sometimes me, sometimes him. Yeah. That's just how 2v2 works, yeah.
But how are you feeling about the Big Selector program? What is it about it that excites you?
Yeah, it's definitely a great opportunity for the German scene. Like Massa already said it, but Germany is like a bit of a weird country in Trackmania, to be honest, because I think it's a country with the second or third most players overall. But as he said, like there is not that many like insane players, like a lot of good players who, like, for example, also play at XPEvo now, but not many who play like many tournaments. And the selector program is definitely a chance for especially the younger players to join. I'm not sure if you mentioned it already, but it's targeted for players between 14 and 20 years old, especially. And yeah, we want to like support the youth basically, and I think there are some talented players, and if we give them the chances that we can at Big, our resources with the boot camps, practicing with us, our coach helping him, etc., then they can definitely get to the very top of Trackmania, and that is basically the goal. And I think it's a really cool chance for everyone who is interested in getting better at Trackmania, but maybe so far didn't really know how to practice, what's the best way to prepare for tournaments. And yeah, that makes it really, really cool, because it's just a great chance for many people.
Yeah, and I hope it works out for you guys, and it works really well. We appreciate, again, from Trackmania. If I can speak on the behalf of Trackmania community, we appreciate all the stuff you guys are been doing, and will continue to do next year. I know me and you have talked a little bit about some interesting things. I won't leak anything, but we've talked about some things coming down in the pipeline for Big as well, beyond Big Selector program, but more events, I assume, in the future, like next year.
We're here to stay.
Yeah, and that's great, because we need you guys, so please stay.
Big is cooking.
Yeah, Big is cooking.
Big is cooking,
and yeah, you guys have been troopers for the Trackmania community, especially the German Trackmania community. Of course, you guys have been present in many esports across the scope of esports land for different games. But thank you guys so much for joining me. We're gonna go ahead and play that video at the end here. But after the video, we are going to go on break. It is lunch break, and then we will return at, I believe, 2 o'clock for the start of round of 64. Winners bracket side, because everybody starts from the winners bracket. So we will return after our break. Enjoy.
Die Vision von Next Kings ist, dass wir gute Möbel für Gamer und fürs Homeoffice bauen. Es sind nicht einfach nur Möbel, sondern wir sagen dazu Livables. Wir gehen jetzt einen Schritt voran, wir sind jetzt die Next Kings.
You stole my heart of gold after my silver soul. Can you dig any deeper now? I gave you all I own, put you on this golden throne, but I'm a little stronger now. You cashed in on my promises. You know I'm too generous. Now I've learned to never help you out, 'cause I'm done cleaning up your mess. Found myself in my regrets. I've become a little stronger now. A little stronger cashed in on my promises. You know I'm too generous. Now I've learned to never help you out, 'cause I'm done cleaning up your mess. Found myself in my regrets. I've become a little stronger now. A little stronger now. A little stronger now. A little stronger now. A little You cashed in on my promises. You know I'm too generous. Now I've learned to never help you out. 'Cause I'm done cleaning up your mess. Found myself in my regrets. I've become a little stronger now. A little stronger now. I'm done cleaning up your mess. Found myself in my regrets. I've become a little stronger now. A little stronger now.
Yeah, I'll meet you on the dance floor. Can you meet me on the dance floor? Yeah, I see you on the dance floor. Can you meet me on the dance floor? 'Cause I wanna dance. 'Cause I wanna dance. I wanna dance. I wanna dance. I wanna dance. 'Cause I wanna dance. I wanna dance. I wanna dance. Can you meet me on the dance floor? Dance. I wanna dance. I wanna dance. I wanna dance. 'Cause I wanna dance. I wanna dance. I wanna dance. I wanna dance. 'Cause I wanna dance. think I'm second best, someone that you could forget. Got me drinking that healing, sinking in this feeling. Leave me the time, giving me the signs of life. Making you are clear, but you're gonna leave me in the deep.
In a world of constant evolution, where the line between man and machine begins to blur, a new age of possibility emerges. Where humanity is augmented to achieve what was once thought impossible. Welcome to the age of cybernetics.
Not rocket science, cause I'm a whiz kid. It's fire, fire. Fires up the galaxy up in this. I'll be rolling like you like this. Not rocket science, cause I'm a whiz kid. Fire. On the night out, I'm on that high cloud. Shooting stars at the crowd. Sun's out. I'll be rolling, I like this. Not rocket science, cause I'm a whiz kid. It's fire, fire. Fires up the galaxy up in this. I'll be rolling like this. Not rocket science, cause I'm a whiz kid. It's fire, fire. I'm a just a rock and roll. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Ooh, la, la. Yeah, yeah. I'll be rolling, I like it like this. I'll be rolling like this. I'll be rolling, I like it like this. I'll be rolling like this. I'll be rolling, I like it like this. Then I like it like this. I'll be rolling, I like it like this. I'll be rolling, I'll be rolling, I'll be rolling, I like it like this. Then I like it like this. On a night out, I'm on a night cloud. I'm on the high cloud, shooting stars. I'll be rolling, I like it like this. Not rocket science, cause I'm a whiz kid. It's fire, fire. Stars up the galaxy up in there. I'll be rolling like this. Not rocket science, cause I'm a whiz kid. It's fire, fire. Stars up the galaxy up in there.
Mama said you're meant to burn as bright as a star among the midnight sky. All the pressure blinded me, but now I see I'm no different from the rest. You said I'd fly away, but my walls have kept me down. Now I'm lost and I'm afraid, and I'm close to hit the ground. You said I'd fly away, but I keep on searching for that open door. Show me proof that there is something more. I just hope I am okay with the choices I make. Maybe then I'll understand. You said I'd fly away, but my walls have kept me down. Now I'm lost and I'm afraid, and I'm close to hit the ground. You said I'd fly away. Mama said you're meant to burn as bright as a star among the midnight sky. All the pressure blinded me, but now I see I'm no different from the rest. You said I'd fly away, but my walls have kept me down. Now I'm lost and I'm afraid, and I'm close to hit the ground. You said I'd fly away. You said I'd fly anyway, but I keep on We're all searching for that open door. Show me proof that there is something more. I just hope I am okay with the choices I make. Maybe then I'll understand. You said I'd fly away, but my walls have kept me down. Now I'm lost and I'm afraid, and I'm close Gave you all that I could give, but it wasn't enough. Oh, oh. Tried to show me how to live when I was numb. And why did I never listen when you would listen to me and make the wrong decisions, resisting the help I need? Oh, I know I could have done better. Oh, to keep you next to me. They say to blame it on the weather. Oh, hell no. I could have done better. 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 To keep you next to me.
Tried to give the best of it, but it was coming undone. Oh, every choice filled with regret till the night we were done. So sick and tired of trying to listen, but feeling so misunderstood. Every word and action misfigured by promises no good.
And why did I never listen when you would listen to me and made the wrong decisions, resisting the help I need? Oh, I know I could have done better. Oh, to keep you next to me. They say to blame it on the weather. Oh, hell no. I could have done better. 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 To keep you next to me. Oh, to keep you next to me. They say to blame it on the weather. Oh, hell no. I could have done better. I don't wanna go too far away. Yeah, I've got no direction. Yeah, I just wanna call you to feel safe, but I got no reception. I always wanna know what's
Die Vision von Next Kings ist, dass wir gute Möbel für Gamer und fürs Homeoffice bauen. Es sind nicht einfach nur Möbel, sondern wir sagen dazu Livables. Wir gehen jetzt einen Schritt voran, wir sind jetzt die Next Kings.
Welcome back, everybody, to XPEvo 2024. We're about to get into round 64, but why am I standing here? Because I am tired of being locked in this cage with these two guys. Like, listen, I love them to death, but I just can't stand being here anymore. So I need to get out of here, and you know what? I don't want to go alone, though. Guys, I'm sorry. You're going to have to just stay there. I just don't follow me. But how about let's bring Lime with me. Lime, welcome back to the stream. How are you?
Oh, it's been great. I'm doing fantastic today. My voice, I'm sorry, but yesterday's karaoke party was something else, and you can hear it in my voice. I'm very happy.
Well, we are going to give you guys, not a venue tour per se, but we're going to walk around the venue. I have Mr. Nick Lander here. I got Inns, I got Dazzy. You guys having fun?
Yes.
Awesome. We're going to walk around the venue, maybe talk to a couple people. I see
Some familiar faces behind us.
Maybe.
You can spot them right in the chat. Let's see.
So, yeah, very packed venue. I can't even hear production. That's how, and it's loud out here. And I hear myself, but it's okay. I can get through it. But it's been very packed. Arena's always packed. Your mic is off.
My mic is
Your mic is off.
So they were hearing through your mic.
Top tier production. You know, we tried everything.
Things happens.
So.
It's live. So.
Oh, we can hear it through my mic.
That you can hear me. That is something that I didn't miss from last year. That I can hear myself.
Okay. It says RF mute off. So, should be okay.
Production check in. No, I cannot hear myself again.
I cannot hear you either, but it's okay. We're going to keep going.
But I can hear you.
It's not on the mic. It's on the production side. So, hi Alma. How are you? XPEvo's been a great partner with us, a great venue that we've been able to come and attend. Major thanks to them for allowing us to be through here. Over here on my right, we had just our FS Cup happen, and we had a couple winners. We were going to have an interview with them, but unfortunately, they have already gone for lunch. So we are going to be able to have an interview with the winners, but Ice Cup is going to be happening very soon. Mr. Doogie is going to be running that, and he is...
Oh, so we're still going with the cup?
Yeah, we're still going with the cup.
Okay.
Maybe if I hold my mic close, then...
Yeah, we're gonna... No, I think I can scream enough. I still have voice from yesterday.
Okay. So...
I just hope I don't miss it today after party.
For sure.
Soon, right?
Yeah, so we have the Ice Cup going on over here. We also have the Team X Exchange. You probably saw that as we were walking out of the venue. Next Kings was on my right side at the foyer. And there's a lot of side events, a lot of things to check out here. Let's actually check in with one of our lovely, handsome individuals. Mr. Snippin, how are you doing?
I'm doing all right.
You're doing all right? That's good. You guys, unfortunately, they can't hear you because our mic, you know what? I'm going to fix this. Maybe Noah could help us fix this since he is here with us.
Loud enough for the three of us to be let's get closer together.
Yeah. Snippin, how are you doing today?
I'm doing all right. I'm having a lot of fun talking with a lot of people.
Good. And you're a volunteer, but you're also from Evo.
Yeah.
And this is your second time being in Germany?
Yes.
What's that like?
It's even more amazing this year than last year. I get to see the people I met for the first time last year, and I get to meet a lot of new people as well.
All right, test that.
Let's test this out. Oh, okay, it's working.
We got it.
Okay, we got
All right, production quality. Just
Thank you,
went up the
production.
roof. All right. Okay. Yeah, so I will let you be Mr. Guard.
I'm the wall.
You are the wall.
I am the wall.
You are the wall. The wall of the north wall?
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Is that the reference that we're looking for?
I don't know.
He is from Norway, so it's like, ice.
Yeah, it makes totally sense then to do that reference.
Something like that, yeah. All right.
Okay, I think, yeah,
we should check out the B stream. You know what? They have a match going on right now. Let's go annoy them. Let's go annoy them. We're gonna mess with the B stream. So we have a B stream that you guys can also watch. They are watching other matches that the mainstream is not covering, and it's a pretty chill environment. They
it is.
Do a lot of yapping, kind of this thing.
Many
right
yapping going on there. It's very chill, and with the people behind them, it's just more. It's more entertaining in a way. Yes.
We got an Evo player.
And if you want, you can also join them.
You can.
I mean, you can ask.
All right, let's over here. Watch the boxes on the ground. We have Mr. Turbo over here. Turbo's playing foosball. There's also foosball. Oh, we got New Lake here too playing foosball. This was not planned, by the way. Casters totally not planted here whatsoever. It's a serious game and they're super focused.
This is what happens around the arena all the time.
And let's interrupt the B stream real quick. Hello, B stream.
Hello.
Say hello. Say hello to the mainstream. So I'm gonna sit here. Yes,
I'm not gonna sit there.
Wait, man, I'm gonna have like 16 different microphones. Hi guys, how are you?
I remember this coach from last year, and it
There's
wasn't.
a lot
it
of
wasn't
things
nice.
happening right now.
Yes, there are.
Oh, sorry.
But Lime is here with me. Hello, B stream. Say hello to mainstream. Mainstream, say hello to B stream.
Hello.
Can I get the crowd to say hello and wave as well, please? Oh, there we go.
So, Import, what's it like having the viewers of the two streams?
Can you say it in our mic as well so they can hear you?
Do I fit? Yeah, we fit.
Can you share the mic with Topol so we can ask the question one more time?
So what's it like having, of the two streams, arguably the worst one, you know? I mean, we're here on the B stream and the best stream, you know, and so like, what's that like?
That's not fair. That's not nice. That's not fair, and you should feel bad because I will bully you when you come back to the mainstream. Okay?
No. I mean, when's that gonna happen? It's not got like the next.
You're totally not gonna
It's
have.
not like the next round,
later on. But yes, if you want to check out the B stream, feel free to. But also, of course, check out the main stream. We have the cooler stuff. We have the lights and everything too, guys.
Yeah, but we have coordination. Do you have coordination? No, because you don't have matching ties.
Oh, that's so nice.
You know what? I'm out of here. All right, let's get out of here. Let's get out of here. Let's get out of
Goodbye,
here.
guys. That's it all for it.
All right, so if you ever want to check that out, also if you're at the venue, you can sit right behind the B stream. Also, especially when the loser matches comes, it's going to be on the B stream. So check those out if you don't want to miss out on your favorite player lose or win in the losers round.
And that's why that is the B stream.
Yeah.
It's more yapping.
But we'll stay a little bit closer over here to the B stream just really quickly. Mr. Tomac, let me grab one of the fathers of one of the players here.
Put him in.
It's a little bit loud here.
Yeah, we can move over here so we're not getting double feedback here. Sorry about that.
So I can grab the microphone.
Yes,
Yeah,
yes. I'll let you get out of the way.
Yeah,
There we go.
my way.
So, Tomac, with the microphone, how are you feeling today? How's the event so far?
Yeah, I feel very well and very relaxed, and now a little bit shaky because Yami is playing right now.
True.
And so we will see what happens. And my heart is pumping.
Yeah, I can totally understand that situation, that emotion when you see somebody that you love playing and doing their best in the matches, and hopefully he makes it. I know he's been training a lot and that he actually wants to do it, and he's evolving a lot as a player, so it's very good to have him.
He's well prepared, and he practiced a lot at home, and he was a little bit sick the last 7 days, and so the practice was not so planful. And
Still, it's going.
yeah, it's going. It's going. Now it's better. Since Thursday, it's better.
That's good to hear.
Yeah. Well, good luck to you. Good luck to Yami. Thank you very much. You've always been a big supporter of the events. You've been here every year. So thank you, Tomac.
Thank you.
Yes, and have a good
thank
rest.
you for having us.
Have a good rest of your event. Thank you so much. I appreciate you.
Bye.
Good
All
luck
right.
to Yami.
So we got one more thing. If you didn't know, obviously here's the Red Bull bar. We're right beside it. There's a lot of things that will happen, especially tonight at the after party. You got snacks and everything, all that kind of stuff. Good refreshments too. But if I may pull him aside.
This is gonna take
Oh,
him.
yes.
Yes.
This is going to be our DJ for this evening. One of our DJs, it's going to be Nitro Fate along with Miss for the after party. And what do you got prepared for us today?
Surprises? Yeah, I've went my way differently than last year. So yeah, I'm really happy and looking forward to that. Looking forward to it.
And more DL in your future.
More.
Yes.
Maybe.
Of
yeah.
games. I'm trying not to say the game. It's Deadlock.
Yeah. It's Deadlock. Let's be honest.
A little bit more Deadlock in your future. I'm sure of it. But it should be more Trackmania though.
Yes, it should be. Yeah, it should be.
It should be.
Yes, but Deadlock. Yeah, it's a blast. It is.
All right. Well, we will see you tonight at the after party.
Yes. Yeah.
So get prepared for that and be ready.
We do.
And then
we do.
thank you so much for your brief interview.
We're expecting that.
Just threw on
very
you.
much. Thank you for having me.
He's probably going to be like, Aaron, I hate you so much. Why did you do this to me? So let's come back this way.
Let's have a good one.
If stage is ready, we are going to stop right here. So Lime, what are your thoughts so far of the event? What are you looking forward to going?
I've been loving the event so far. I think we have read to, in a way, what we did last year. And you see it on the people, you see how happy they are. I have heard many people saying also that they came more for the community again. although some of them bought the tournament ticket, but they're like, you know what?
I don't want to play.
I don't want to play. I want to cheer it. I want to I want to have a conversation with the people. I want to interact with them, and it's very heartwarming. The whole atmosphere here in the arena. Yes.
Yeah. Well, that is going to be it for us for this small little jaunt around the XPEvo Arena here in Cologne. We are going to head off to our casters for the first round of Top 64 winners bracket match, and it sounds like a banger. A lot of good players in there. Guys, take it away.
That's right. We've got an amazing match lined up. 128 round is over, done and dusted. We've said goodbye to 64 players and now 64 left in the running to become this year's XPEvo champion. Obviously, a lot of matches to be going on, but welcome back. My name's Boney. I'm here with Dougie, and we are ready to get you started on the first wave of the round of 64.
Exactly. Pleasure to be here with you, Boney. I'm excited to get into the round of 64. The first time where we're also entering the double elimination, so even though if you get bottom 2 here, you still have a chance, but why get bottom 2 when you can secure yourself that run through the upper bracket?
No, exactly. It's a lot easier. Fewer matches to be played through in general, because the moment you do end up in lower bracket, it is such a long journey ahead of you. But still, you've managed to secure that extra life. You've survived the round of 128, and you know there is at least 2 more matches left for you to play. But obviously, as you say, right, that's not the goal. That's not what these players want. They want to keep going. They want to make something happen. And I mean, with these 4 players on stage as well, I'm very curious to see which ones will be able to make it through.
I am as well. I have a little bit of an inside information. I was speaking earlier with Vixa.
Okay.
And Vixa said he didn't want a map this year. He was offered a chance to be part of the featuring from Waypoint.
Yeah.
But he declined because he actually wanted to focus on driving, and his goal is somewhere around top 20 this time. So even though it's a lobby with Binks and Elcon, I think we should definitely be on the lookout for what Vixa has to provide.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, made it through his match, I believe, second in his previous match. And, well, now is going to have to make it happen then. We are off for our first match. If the round of 64, it is Chris, it is Binks, Elcon, and Vixa dueling it out here on map number 1, Schwadlappe. And first 10 points will be on the board. I mean, Binks, obviously, one of the players that we've seen come out this month, in particular, doing very well, qualifying for the World Cup, now looking to make a name of himself here at XPEvo, and is running quite well this round thus far. Rest of the players a bit too far behind to really make an impact. We see that.
Bakes with the first big mistake here. That's not what you want to do in the first round. First round, get some confidence and get that pace going. Elcon and Vixa is going to take great advantage of that, and with this being sort of a spot for the World Cup as well, the point system is 10-6, so that first position is so important.
Yeah, makes a big difference. You can build such a lead up with that. It's really, you know, the 10-6-4-3, it does allow for you to be rewarded for getting those first places multiple times. You can skate by kind of with second places, but then you'd have to hope there's always one person to make that first place happen. Chris having some issues with that uphill dirt will mean he's going to have to go for a bit of a saver line right there, but still clocks in third place.
I don't think Binks will manage to finish this one.
Where is he?
He just managed.
He just made it. Just made it. I mean,
not finishing this and not getting those 3 points is...
It can be impactful. It can very much come down to it.
Yes, exactly.
But no, we're going to have to try once again. I mean, we saw him in the lead first one.
2 late starts. I'm not sure if has something happened, but...
That is a bit concerning indeed.
2 people late started. Binks not even driving. I think we might have an issue on the server, but... Binks just decided, I'm not going to drive this round. But it seems like after that crash, there might have been an issue. Let's see if production have anything to say about it.
Yeah, we'll have to find out. I mean, we do see him looking around right now. I mean...
Definitely driving headset off.
Names are a bit reversed, but that's a different thing. Chris is Binks, Binks is Chris. But, you know, just to get you situated on who's who. Elcon and Vixa, though, also ready on stage right there. Just focused up, ready to go. I'm looking forward to seeing Vixa honestly do well. I mean, him going for top 20, obviously me being a Dutchman, I'm rooting for him. I'm wanting to see him perform for local lands that we have. He's been doing great as well, and we'll see how we, how we'll do this time.
Yeah, exactly. I think it's just also there's a lot of Dutch players here, you know.
Oh yeah.
And I'm looking for either Vixa or Stufts to be the one to beat Spam as well as here.
Ooh, that would be interesting.
Yes.
I would like this. See that to a certain extent. I mean, it's obviously I want to see Spam perform. I want to see everyone from the Dutch team perform well.
You've had a lot of Ramax events.
Yes.
And it's always been Spam.
Yeah.
So I'm really hoping to see some of these young Dutch players overtake the throne and actually prove to be the better lane player.
Yeah, and that's, we're still looking for that. I mean, stuff's also coming into the tournament, right, for one of those Dutch players. Had a rough run at the playoffs and World Cup, and this is his opportunity to get that final spot in as well. And hopefully, make sure he's feeling a bit better about himself. I mean, he didn't seem too happy about his performance at playoffs, so this is a good chance to redeem himself. But outside that, right, Vixa also focusing more on playing. Obviously, great mapper, but very, very curious to see how that will pan out if he is practicing instead of mapping in this instance. A couple other players out there, Alex out there. I'm not sure if Dennis made it through. I believe Dennis did get eliminated in the round of 128. We did already lose some players out there, but that is the nature of these tournaments, right? We're going to have to say goodbye to these players in rapid pace.
Exactly, but we also have a player that we haven't really touched upon in the lobby here, Tina, an Italian player. Not many Italian players at this event.
We have Matt, we have Chris.
Yeah.
I want to say we have one or two more. May not have met them. I've seen them in passing. I know I had a couple drinks with a couple of them out at the Irish pub on the Thursday, just having a good time.
That's beautiful. I'm curious to see how Tina is going to match up in this matchup, because we've talked a little bit about the others. Big names, pushing for top spots. But in the first round, we saw Kiriso was sort of in there. So I'm curious to see after the break if you don't even have time for a mental reset because you just started.
No. But, I mean, Chris has been one of those players as well, going around on LANs. He was at the PlayZone LAN happening in Czechia as well. Did quite well. Wasn't able to, make it to the finals per se, but definitely was one of the players to make an impact there. Wouldn't be surprised if he will be able to do similar things here in this lobby, but I will say it is quite the stacked lobby. But that's what you want. That's what you're looking for. At some point, you're going to see big names clash. But at the same time, there's always these dark horses, these players that you don't necessarily think about when you say who is going to be able to win it in a match such as this. But that's the beauty of tournaments. That's the beauty of competition in a nutshell. Somebody may be better on paper, doesn't mean they're better today.
Doesn't mean anything. And we are, I think we did resume into the second round here. Binks with an early mistake, so it doesn't seem like the break really affected his mental too much. Made a mistake in the first one, and then again in the second here. Chris and Elcon trying to push the pace with the Vixa just right behind. Elcon has been looking very strong after the qualifiers. Didn't have the best time, but has managed to secure his way into the top 64 here. And a lot of these players have said the pace this year is much better. There are some of these players you never know what to expect from them, and anyone can win a round. And I think we see Elcon and Victor really proving that here. Elcon pushing it into the ice slide. We know Elcon is a very good ice player. He doesn't necessarily enjoy ice. He just really has a good understanding. So I don't think we can expect Elcon to lose a lot of points on the ice here. Really getting that tight exit as well, going into the outside third turn, and I think we can safely assume that he will take the 10 points this round.
Yeah, not a lot that can really stop him at this point. There we go, just shooting in, getting the 10-pointer, making sure that he is going up in the rankings just like that. Binks, as you say, right, not having the best lines thus far. Fortunate for him, Chris being the big loser in this one. Just a couple of mistakes allowing Binks to get at least an additional point for his troubles. But even then, 7 points over 2 rounds thus far. Definitely not what he is looking for. Just a couple of mistakes too many here on Schwadlappe, but
he can recover so fast. Like these guys are so good. And mental reset immediately, and we'll see him drive insanely fast rounds. You already see him competing with Elcon this one, and getting a really nice inside line, keeping the gear and grip on that plastic is not the easiest to do, but these guys manage to make it look so easy.
Yeah, I mean, safe lines for players like that, or the risky lines for anyone else, and they'll drive them consistently just like that. But at the end of the day, right, these maps aren't meant to be casual. They aren't meant to be, we'll just hold your hand through all of these turns. No, you have to actively, pay attention. You have to keep in mind that everybody is pushing these lines, that, these players are keeping each other honest. I mean, Alcon just on the heels of Binks right now as well. Chris also following suit. Vixa behind by about 0.6 of a second, so could still lead to lots of point loss if a mistake were to occur. We're almost at the end of the track though, and Elcon having a little bit of an issue exiting out of the ice. Maybe an opportunity for Chris to overtake, starting to get close, but not close enough to get into second place. Binks with the 10-pointer, Elcon on second, Chris on third, and Vixa closing things up here in fourth place. Was pretty close from Chris, but
definitely
quite enough.
Pretty close. Almost caught Elcon on the ice that I was pressuring him for before, but super important round for Binks here.
Yeah.
Getting back 10 point is exactly what you need. You get a chance to maybe even exceed the 20-point mark with another 10-pointer here, and then you're almost looking like you're in first again. So anything can happen, and it can go so fast in these sort of matchups.
Yeah, I think in that regard, it's much better for you to, ping pong between first four, because at the end of the day, that's still 13 points over 2 rounds on average.
Yep.
That's better than 2 second places.
Yes.
Very simple.
Exactly. That is simple math. It's just better to go fast.
Yeah. It's one of those weird things, I mean, when your strategy is, first place, last place, first place, last place, kind of works.
It kind of works out in this sort of format, and we see Binks again taking lead with Elcon just behind. A small repeat from the round before. Vixa is also in it this time in 3rd place. Binks and Elcon is right on top of each other going into the grass section. And that wobble is so scary.
Yeah.
Looking at that and how the players is pushing it is it's almost making me feel uncomfortable.
It does. I mean, it's that block as well, right? It has that little bit of a curve onto it, but at this point, I think players are expecting it, right? They're seeing it come, and then they are able to correct their car right when it matters most. But a fight occurring between Binks and Elcon. Binks goes a bit too wide, hits the wall, lose some speed, and allow Vixa to shoot into 2nd place, getting away with murder just like that. 6 points instead of the 4. I mean, I'll sign for that.
Exactly. This is just what we were talking about. Elcon found it, not Elcon. Binks found himself in a position where he was 0.2 behind first place in the last turn. If he really pushes that, he gains 4. If he misses, he loses like 2 points. It's worth it at the end, to try to push these high points at the end of rounds.
No, exactly. And with that, Schwartlappe has been concluded, finished up. Moving on to our second map, it is going to be featuring 4 mappers in total coming in to bring us a gauntlet of Trackmania action, right? So many tricks being hidden away in this track, and I mean, we've seen some heartbreak happening on this one for our first match of the day. It was a triple finalist in the wood sector.
Yeah.
Just causing mayhem. Shafi just getting through just the chaos that occurred. Just making sure that whatever was happening on the track, he was unaffected by it. Everyone else, though, having quite some issues with it. But I do think that if there is one map, and there we have one of the mappers smiling, waving at us, it's Whiskey.
Whiskey, what an absolute legend in the mapping industry.
Just making sure we have these moments, right?
Exactly. Yeah. I mean, this is the type of maps we need for these sort of events. Players are expressing their skill on so many different services, tricks, airflows. It's not just your casual comp driving. This is much more. You're introducing new tricks to comp maps that I really think is not missing, but it's not explored enough. And I think this sort of featuring by Raypon is a push in the right direction of what I would love to see more of in comps. And this is an absolute beautiful map that really showcases so many different elements of the game.
Yeah, it's one of the things, right? It's very easy to overlook for some of us, right? The players are the ones driving these tracks, but these tracks have been made in a way with a thought, with a vision to make these players shine, to challenge these people, these players in ways that they may not have been in the past. And yeah, it's very much exploring, how far you can push it, how far we can make Trackmania as unique as it is.
Exactly, and we already see the mix-up after the start. This time it's Chris and Vixa in front because they got a much better start. Managed to push that turnaround from ice and finding themselves in good positions. Elcon trying to mix it up, but the 3 in top is going super tight together. Binks is 1 second behind. Chris trying to overtake here. Vixa in the end. Elcon with a much wider setup. That
not working.
That didn't look like the best setup, but Vixa and Chris is fighting for those 10 points. And as we said before, getting those 10 points is so important. And if you haven't gotten a lot of them, it's going down to the wire.
Look at the times. That's going to be a name diff
right
there.
That's a name diff again.
That is a name diff again.
That's the second time it happened on this map today.
Yeah, Chris having first in the splits right there does look like he's going to be able to get those 10 points out of there. But, I mean, Vixa really went for it. Did you see that attack? Trying to go a bit lower on the wood to make up some of that distance. He knew it was close. He tried to go for it. That's 4-point differential. You may as well go for it. Exactly. Unfortunately, didn't quite pay off, but he was also close. Still, though, he is going to be in second place, 27 points overall. It is Elcon leading with 40, and Binks tied up with Chris on 24. I don't think Binks expecting himself to be in this position at this point.
I definitely don't think so. Let's just hope that the first pause and the first start of the match didn't affect him. As we see here, like he's pushing. He knows these maps super well. He can have some mistakes, but as we said before, he's probably making those mistakes to ensure his first positions. In the end, you'll see in 20 minutes when he's probably going up. He's probably just gonna keep on going with those 10 pointers.
Oh yeah, I mean in that regard, right? Still relatively early in the match. It's only map 2, round number 6, so there is room to catch up. There is room to get into it. We are playing up to 120 points, so the match is along from being over. We're only a quarter along the way. I mean, Alcon has been doing well in terms of points, but not this round. Coming in 4th place, only 3 points for his efforts, and you know it is Binks making sure that he is able to climb up back into the ranks. Vixa though, still missing out on those first places. He's been looking for him, he's been hunting for them, but thus far, kind of has, you know...
it's still open.
Everyone,
it's still tight-knit. Any 10-pointer from Chris can mix up the rankings here. Into the 3rd round of our featuring map here. Oh, a lot of mistakes at the start here. Only really Binks and Chris survived this round. Vixa and Elcon will have to, I mean, sort of push and pray to get the 10-pointers here, but it might be a nice sight for Binks to be secured like these 6 points now, because he is a really, really good player and an important player in this matchup as well. I feel like he did quite well last year as well.
Yeah, exactly. I don't have the exact ranking he got, but he did get very far into the tournament. I mean, that was the one, obviously, Otak reigning champion at the moment. But yeah, Binks at that point in time also a great player, and I'm sure he's looking forward to perhaps kicking Otak off the throne, but we're not quite there yet. We're going to have to take a bit of time before we get to that point.
Exactly, but look at this round by Binks. Super dominant, and I feel like this is going to be a very nice time as well.
102.3 coming in, definitely a solid time. I mean, 101.9, you know,
world record. 0.4 away?
Time. Yeah.
I mean, 0.4 in a way in a round where you see 2 people crash early. That's
he didn't
confidence.
have to, right?
No,
he didn't have to.
He needs that. I like that from him.
And it's part of that as well. Like, it's not just about, okay, I'm in a safe spot, let's just drive. It's also, I've been having a bit of a rough start considering the standards that I can imagine Binks has for himself. Let's just push it. Let's make sure that I can do this, right? I am ready. The setup is there. You know, any and all technical issues that may have been resolved, and he has the confidence to push these lines, because confidence is so important when it comes to driving.
And a beautiful start by the top 3 here. No one really made a mistake. Vixa with a small gap of 0.2, but Binks and Elcon and Chris, anyone's map right now.
Yeah, a bit of a conga line, if you will. No one really that close to one another. Vixa, though, finding some space to get ahead of Chris on the bug slide. Won't be enough to really get into contention for 3rd place, and in fact, doesn't have the speed to keep that lead up. And it is an interesting fight at the moment for 3rd place. Binks and Alcon, a bit more distance between the two, though. Alcon perhaps could find some space to get ahead. We'll see, though. There is not a lot of track remaining, just the wood sector up ahead. Will Alcon try to go a bit lower to overtake, or will he settle for the 6-pointer? It's going to be just 6 points. He's going to accept the fact. And Binks there with a 102.1. The man is speeding up. It is unfortunately the last round here on featuring, but I mean, what a way to end it.
What a way to end it. That looked like a really good map from him.
Hey, Bear.
Getting a lot of... Oh, that's nice, little Bear.
Aww,
honestly, the merch at this event is top tier. All of the people handing out merch and bringing stuff is absolutely amazing, and that's also what makes this event. But with that, we have our 3rd map, Domino, a map made by Horizon Mapping, also a compilation of mapper getting together to try to push something a bit different. And this one is more traditionally mixed with some interesting transitions, I'd say, and some very unique 3rd gear dirt.
Yeah, just a bit more of the slower pace of things, but that is important, right? It's, you know, we have a bit of a meta, I would say, of driving 4th gear and being used to that, pushing that, finding all these turns like, oh, you drive only 190, make sure you don't go, right? You want to mix it up, as you say. You want to push it a little bit, and this is also one of those tracks that very much achieves that, especially with that ending as well. And look at that head pop. I mean, that just gives you the vibes that you need to enjoy a track like Domino. I mean, halfway through the map pack, I mean, kind of, you know, 3 out of 5. We're going there. We're getting there.
For myself, having driven these maps a little bit, this is a map. If you get into the flow, you really feel it.
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, this turn, specifically the reactor turn onto the plastic, getting into that small little alleyway onto the reset. I don't know. It just feels right if you did hit that turn correctly.
Exactly. Into the 1st round here on Domino. I think we will expect a few more close rounds here. I might get down to the very, very last section of the map. Everyone getting a good start. No real turnarounds. Just super clean technical dirt driving here at the start. Vixa known to build really good dirt maps as well. an excellent mapper and trying to push these lines a little bit himself.
Yeah, it's going to have to look for a bit of room to catch up. Binks, unfortunately, does hit the wall right there on the left. Is going to fall behind. So with that, his journey towards first place in the match is going to be slowed down by a bit. Elcon still ahead by 2 points on 54. And Vixa, again, he's still looking for that first place, but thus far unable to really make it happen. And Chris doing a phenomenal job right now, keeping Elcon away from those 10 pointers still, though. There's a lot of track remaining. Into the bobsleigh we go. Players going nice and high. Chris going a bit too high, in fact. And with that speed loss, Vixa in second place. Maybe this is the way forward. Maybe this is the 10 pointer. Still though, Alcon quite a distance away, 0.3 of a second. Plenty of track to go, and it may come down to that final jump.
It might be, yeah, but I feel like Elcon seeing this, might see the splits, but he'll see, he doesn't even have to risk the jump right now. Can safely just drive around and secure himself 10 points, and very important for him as well. As I said, he didn't even qualify first seat in his wave, but he might have had some good sleep and woken up feeling really good. We have talking about Binks, but Elcon has looked really consistent.
He has. I mean, he is the machine after all, right? The way he's playing, when he is locked in, there is little that can get in his way. And right now, this match is definitely going in his favor. Good first round for him on Domino, driving the 112 as well, making sure that he's getting pretty close to the world record as well, about half a second. But I mean, if that's the pace you're showing off in round of 64, that is good tidings when it comes to what is next, right? Round 32, round of 16. We're only going to get faster and faster. We may even get to the point where world records will be broken. Would love to see that. Thus far, nice close round number 2. Vixa is in 4th place. Binks and Alcon duking it out for first, and Binks does have to lead for the time being.
Exactly. I was just paying attention to something at the start here. I want to see in the next round as well. Vixa has a very interesting start line on the dirt. Doesn't necessarily seem better, but it might just be more consistent for him. And consistency is all that matters. You see?
Ooh, yeah.
He found himself from fourth into second position here. Just like getting these consistent rounds quite fast can prove to be really important for your points total.
Yeah, Elcon does hold on to that first place. Similar situation as we saw in the previous one, though this time Chris is part of the action, wants to get past Vixa, and maybe he will actually do so. It's going to come down to a bit of pressure on Vixa's side. As long as he's able to keep his composure nice, it should be all right. Takes a bit of a wider line, allows him a bit more exit speed out of the grass, but Chris jumping beautifully there, actually overtakes Vixa in the end.
I thought he fully just bunked the
I would have sworn he crashed right there, but
he did get a time as a third, so we can't really argue with the game, I guess.
No. The game said he finished, so I mean, who am I to say he didn't?
Exactly. Ooh, Vixa with a slow start there.
Oh no.
But not have been completely ready. That didn't look good.
No, that may have been just being a bit distracted.
That was not the dirt line I was talking about.
No. No, part of the dirt line is making sure you start off like half a second after your opponent, so that way you get like a slingshot boost. It's like Mario Kart, right?
Exactly, yeah.
Rubber banding. No, I don't think that was part of the plan, and because of that, it's going to be in 4th place by quite a bit. It's going to have to hope for some mistakes, and thus far, Binks has been the one making the mistakes on this track thus far. 2 rounds done and dusted. 2 rounds mistakes from the Frenchman, and again finding himself hunting for that first place, but this time from a much more comfortable spot. I mean, Elcon 72 points, Binks 60 points, Chris with a crash right there. It's going to be in 4th place because of that, and Vixa on 51 points, just entering into the wood sector. And Elcon thus far looking for the three-peat, does keep Binks away, and he has been looking phenomenally on this end as well.
Binks and Elcon is having a proper match for first place here. This is the sort of rounds I was expecting in this one, like within 0.1 or 0.2 of each other, really pushing the lines. These guys definitely has the ability to do so. It's also, you know, it's, as we said before, round of 64, you can push a bit more. You can dare a bit more.
Yeah, definitely. It's not that qualifier round where, you know, you can play around top 5, top 10. You'll be all right. You'll be fine. As long as you know you have the pace and consistency is everything in those rounds, you should be all right. But as you say, now you're going to have to push it a little bit. Now you have to take a little bit of risk along with your driving, especially when you do end up in the lower echelons of the match itself. But you still have that extra life, but you don't want to use it as early as this.
Definitely not. But into the last round of this last round,
this is in fact the last round.
3 and 3 for Elcon. Let's see if he can manage to secure 4 for 4 on the map.
40, yeah.
That's domination on a map like this. It's not an easy map, just a classic comp map, and Elcon is just proving he's practiced, he's ready.
Yeah, I mean, 3 maps in, he is way over halfway. Should be getting on to 92 points if he's able to keep this momentum up. Though Binks at the time is looking to get a bit closer. He has been dropping down a bit. Vixa and Chris have been catching up a little bit, but it's really been Alcon being in first place that has it made that he is not that much in danger. Still, though, the fight seems to be raging on between Binks and Alcon. This time around, Binks the first one to enter into the dirt sector, and Alcon the one setting up the chase, but very close to one another. It could come down to the minuscule of corrections here and there. Alcon going a bit lower, decides to take the inside line. Binks going a bit wider. It's going to come down to that final jump once more. Similar lines. I don't think there's going to be any difference unless Binks slows down a little bit.
No.
Ooh, it was close.
Nice deny by Binks there. It's important for Binks if he wants to qualify as the first seed as well from this group that he gets these denies from Alcon.
Oh yeah. Definitely. It's, I mean, it's crucial in that regard. I mean, Alcon, because of that, won't be able to make it a clean sweep, but 88 points thus far. The Snowmen stand tall and proud next to Alcon's name.
36 points from any map. I think you'd gladly take that.
I was about to say, that is a very good rap sheet there, and it's going to be a blueprint for a next map. Map number 4, technically Alcon in position to get into finalists. Won't be quite enough to finish out the match, but he would have to do a similar performance as he did just now on Domino. I'm very curious to see, but at the time, he is looking very well practiced.
Most definitely. I feel like all of these guys, they're looking practiced. They all have pace. It's just individually coming down to who makes the least mistakes and who dares to push these turns and feel comfortable about it.
Yeah, comfortable. Now, that's a very, very good word to use as well, right? Players are on stage, cameras are on them. I mean, the production value in general, I very much enjoy. I mean, look at that close-up on Binks, fully locked in, ready to go. Doesn't even touch his water bottle. What do you mean take a little water bottle during warm-up? No. I am locked in. I am ready to play. He is looking to overtake. I mean, a player like Binks, he's expecting to get past a round like this.
I would say so, yeah.
But I think for him, it's also like, no, I should be first. What are you talking about?
Yeah. It's like confidence. He knows Alcon is a good player as well.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
In a position like this, you can't be like, oh, he's a good player. He's like, I'm the best. And I think Binks knows that he can push this. But so does Alcon, you know, and that's the beauty of this game. They both think that they can finish top 1 here, and that's so lovely. And that's why we have these close battles, because they both have the confidence to put the practice into these maps, and they're all confident in just hitting the lines that's needed to get in 10 or 6 points every round.
Yeah, and it's obviously, you know, players are looking for that. Chris and Vixa have been doing a great job, you know, playing that foil, playing in the match, but haven't really been able to fight as hard as they would have liked on Domino. Very curious if Blueprint's going to help them out. Thus far, it is Binks in the lead, jumping over the wall first, and Chris actually slowing down a little bit before the triangle checkpoint, but doesn't seem to be hurt by much. A little bit of a different line there.
I don't mind it. That looked interesting. Good wide setup.
Yeah, just taking, you know, making use of the space that is available to you, I think, is always a good way. I also love it when there are ways for players to express themselves in the track in different ways. It does seem like Binks is guaranteed a first place if... Yeah, no, okay, he's fine. He was fine.
Don't call it. No, he's well. That's a nice time as well.
I was a bit worried. He was getting very, very close to the wall, but he was very much a point.
He was almost within 0.3 of world record here. So definitely showing up on this map. Pushing those fast paces in the first round also notifies the players, I'm here to take all 40 points.
Exactly. Domino was a fluke in that regard. The Blueprint is where he is ready to make his comeback. And I mean, for now, 86 points, definitely a good amount of points to be having. Alcon still in the lead on 94, Vix on 62, Chris on 57, and Alcon not looking like he's going to be finalist anytime soon, dropping down into 4th place by almost a second. And again, Binks taking the charge, moving forward. Chris and Vix a similar pace, but one of the two perhaps looking to make their move here.
I would hope so. We haven't really seen Chris or Vix getting 10 points a lot the last couple of rounds. We need to see that from them if they want to secure themselves the advancement into the upper bracket. We need to see a bit faster times, because right now Binks seems to be running away with this round as well, and it's not an easy map to catch up on. A lot of these lines are pretty defined, and Binks is one of those players. If he gets to practice these lines, I don't think we're going to see him make a lot of mistakes on a map like this.
No, not at all. I mean, to me, it just seems like he's catching each and every one of these waves in the tumultuous sea and flying his way through. Chris with the 6-pointer will be happy to get those, but as you say, right, it's those 10-pointers just keeping him out of the way. Binks there with a 1 minute, 0.6 as well. He's trying to make sure that the pace is being set nice and high, and with that, securing himself an even better position to get into finals. Just 2 points away from Alcon at this point.
I mean, after the last map, I thought Alcon was looking really strong, but Binks is really... Binks made a mistake early on, so let's see if Elcon, Vixer, or Chris can get the 10 points this time.
It always happens when you say it, right? When you project it, all of a sudden, I don't know what it is. We just get into these players' heads. They don't even hear us. I don't know if they hear us.
No, they definitely don't. I mean, he knew, like, he is having 2 good rounds. I'm there. But
yeah.
As just as we said before, Chris and Vixer this time, Binks made a mistake, and look who's up front now, Elcon.
Yeah, it's very much just passing the torch in that regard, and the fight for second place does seem to be a bit done at this point. Look at the point differential, 96 to 65 between second and third. That is a monumental task for both Vixer and Chris to make their way up into the top 2. I mean, at the end of the day, top 2, that is what you need to be to move on to the round of 32. If you are below that, I am sorry, but you're going to have to drop down to the losers bracket. You're not out quite yet. But you know what? If you crash out, it's going to be Vixer with his first 10 points, just like that. Keep it on a silver platter. Thank you so very much, Alcon. Very much appreciated from everyone here from the Netherlands. Thank you.
Honestly, I didn't. I was just like sort of standing here, seeing that crash. It almost didn't register because I just had Elcon as first. But beautiful for Vixer to get not handed those 10 points. He still needed to beat out Chris in a very tight battle for first and second here.
Yeah, it very much came down to it, but that's also very important, right? There are not necessarily in a position from a points point of view at this point in the race to make that big of an impact, but they are driving. They are still going. They are driving the pace that they are used to, that they need to, so that if something does come up, when there is an opportunity to take advantage of, they're there to make it happen. And thus far, a nice close round, no big mistakes thus yet. It is Binks leading, Chris on second, Vix on Alcon right there as well, and it's going to be a nice fight for second, and Binks thus far, he's looking unstoppable once again.
It looks good from Binks as well. I think that third round was just a fluke. Big mistake at the start. He's right back to his normal pace, and Elcon is not right behind at all. He is into a wall, and Binks is followed by Vixer here.
Yeah, not a lot of space to really make up the time between the two, so it would come down to another mistake similar to the last round, but Binks doesn't do any of the sort. Vixer going to have to settle for the 6-pointer, and with that, we have both Alcon and Binks over 100 points. We're getting very close to
those red lights in the arena.
Ooh, I do like that. I do like to see those, but not quite yet. You know,
we need to get there. I just want to quickly put a small observation on this map. Every round that Binks didn't finish, he drove a 0.6.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Well, there you go.
every round
very
he didn't crash.
consistent.
Yeah, really, yeah. So every round
I get it.
Good stuff.
That also would be impressive.
That would be very impressive. Yeah. Into Jako's map here, Carrot, a map that has quite a lot of tech sections, a bit more drifts than other maps. So if any of these players has a big tech background, this might be the map to make an impact on.
Yeah, curious who will be able to shine out. Both Vix and Chris at the moment in a bit of a hot seat, right? They are quite a ways away from getting into finalists, and it's going to be a question of Binks and Alcon. Are they going to be able to exchange these first places once again as they have done in these last couple of maps, or will one of the players be able to shine? Because if there is ever a time to make that move forward, to make that sprint towards a potential finalist spot, this is pretty much it. There's really not a lot of room left.
Definitely not. And just seeing the warm-up here, I'm just reminded of how good all these maps are.
Oh, yeah.
I don't have a finger to put on all of the maps. It's like a beautiful combination of maps that really expresses all sort of skills, and just the fact that we saw the last round, Binks was just controlling the round, and the previous one, it was Elcon. These maps really has... I'm touched by the map, let me say that.
Oh yeah, but it's also right. Some of these maps will play to the strengths of some of these players. There are ways of playing that these players specialize on. They feel more comfortable with as well. Be able to push some of these lines, and I'm very much enjoying this mix between Binks and Alcon, right, going back and forth. Would love to see these players later on in the match once again, but that would mean they would have to move on to the next round to even have that opportunity to meet one another. For now, though, Binks, Alcon, Vixer, Chris, all similar lines, all within earshot of one another. I mean, if they're trash-talking each other, they are all hearing it, taking notes along the way.
This is right now, and I feel like this is the first round that we've had go more than 40 seconds into where we don't know who could win yet. Like, any of these are just right on top of each other. A good drift could anything. Binks so close to that wall, really daring to push for these 10 points. Vixer and Chris trying to overtake Elcon, but it seems like Binks has the better line, avoiding the cruise control and securing themselves the first position on Carrot.
Yeah, and Binks may be winning the round there with a 59.2, but honestly, a great round from everyone involved. That was a beauty to watch. I mean, it is one thing to want to win your match, but at the same time, if you're losing your match because you've been playing bad, that is even worse. And right now, Vixa and Chris are in a bit of a bad spot when it comes to their points, but they are driving phenomenally.
They're driving really
I think
well.
they'd be very happy with themselves in that regard.
Most definitely. As we said, Binks and Elcon, two really strong players in the upper bracket. Vixa and Chris getting these sort of tight rounds with them, I think it might energize them a little bit. You know?
It may have. Chris and Foro going a bit wider there. Interesting line. It seemed for a second there that he was out of it.
Exactly.
But look at
I was looking at the wall.
Third. It's that creativity as well. Ooh, unfortunately, the wall this time around was in the way, and Vixa will be in third place. And it's going to be a fight between Binks and Elcon. And Binks just a singular point away from finalists with that, and Elcon needing this first place for double finalist.
Exactly. He needs this first place to be able to get the finalist attempt together with Binks. Both of them is pushing Binks with a beautiful drift, and he has that extra speed into this line. It's all going to come down to the end. Boney, take it away to the end here.
Yeah, I mean, Elcon looking for some space, going a bit more on the inside on the plastic, jumps over the cruise control, and it is Elcon making it happen by 0.003 of a second. I don't want one, I want to, you know what, give me all the red lights. We have double finalists.
Double finalists of the two players that has been trading maps back and forth here. Let's see who has the most pace and dares to push the line here on Carrot.
Yeah, off we go once again. Vixa and Chris right now have the ability, the opportunity to deny not one but two players, but it's going to be also hard. Thus far, Carrot hasn't really given them that much to really work with, to play with, to find any space to get past these two players. Binks thus far with the inside line there, picking up first place. Elcon right behind. Vixa, Chris looking for space, but once again, it seems like it's Elcon and Binks running away with it, and it may be a fight for that first place. Once again, Chris losing a bit more speed before we head into the second half of Carrot, but maybe Vixa, he's pretty close.
He's close. He can definitely get this. If he dares, he definitely dares to push on line.
Oh yeah.
Elcon and Binks is also so and Binks with the wall touch. This is so important. Vixa he doesn't need to push, but if he wants to get a few more attempts, he should try to deny Elcon here. But yeah, he's so fast. What a nice drift, getting the two-wheeler into the section. I'm quite confident he's going to get the inside line here, and Elcon will manage to secure himself the first spot in this round of 64.
Yeah, round 60. There you go, with a 59.2 at that as well. First attempt at finalist makes it happen. Coming out as seed number 1 from this match will mean that if it is going to be Binks to get that second spot, as from a points point of view, it's looking to be the case.
Good. They need to deny 3-4 rounds in a row, and we've seen how good Binks have been. It would be anything less than stupid to say that Binks is not the favorite to take this round as well.
Yeah, I mean, it could be that this round, maybe this one is an off one, but he already had his off one just yet. Now, he already had that bit of a crash, and thus far, every time he's made that one mistake, odds of a second, I'd say like 20%, give or take. Still though, those are odds, right? Never tell me the odds, you say, but hey, those odds may mean the difference between winning or losing, though it is a long road. We have not seen a comeback like this very, very often. I mean, I think one of the most recent ones for those who watch the playoffs, Wizzy coming back from the brink of death, but I'm not sure if we're there. I don't know. Maybe Vixa can channel that, but thus far it is Binks leading, and his lead is growing and growing.
Definitely, and he has not failed this drift so far, and he doesn't do this. He had an insane drift, even gained on Elcon in this one. But with 0.2 ahead, 0.3 here, I think Binks is just going to slowly secure himself the second spot here, and we'll have our two upper bracket players here in Binks and Elcon, and Vixa and Chris will unfortunately drop down to the lower bracket. But again, run is not over. They have a really good chance to compete against some better pace than probably usually here. I think they're going to take that experience to the lower bracket and try to push for a really strong run.
Oh, definitely. It's at the same time, I mean, looking at the lobby, Chris, Vixa, definitely in a bit of a harder spot, knowing they're playing up against, you know, players like Elcon and Binks, both who are known to make deep runs in tournaments. Nevertheless, they played phenomenally. They played great. So for that reason, honestly, kudos to them for doing as well as they did. Wasn't quite enough for now, but they have that second life. They have that opportunity to still keep going, to perhaps make it a bit deeper, just in a bit of a different route.
Definitely, and I think we can still say that Vixa and Chris both pushed Elcon and Binks to maybe some lines they didn't want to. They were there at all times,
pressure
deep into the round, applying pressure. Really nice to see from all players in this round.
No, exactly, and I do believe that we will have an interview a little bit, but we'll make sure everybody gets ready before that. But other than that, I mean, this is just the first half of the round of 64. Second wave of 64 will be happening in just a bit, and I haven't quite looked at the matches just yet, but
you know what? I feel like at this point we don't even need to look at the matches. All matches is just going to be great.
This is true. This is true. I mean, thus far, honestly, if you're not here, you're missing out in that regard because of the way things have been going. You see people coming out very happy with the win. I mean, at the Beast Room as well, you see the cheers happening.
Exactly.
Obviously, in the crowd here as well, everybody is having an amazing time. It's been phenomenal thus far.
So nice. Yeah.
It feels like. I mean, I know we are here with over 400 people, yet. Somehow, you see people and you're like, oh, I know you, I know you.
It's 400 people, but I know everyone.
Yeah.
It's actually beautiful. And I hear that we are ready with an interview from Geek, and we'll see who he's chosen to interview this time. Heading over to Geek.
All right, well, thank you very much, guys. And I'm here with Binks P2 in the match overall. And I got to say, he made a great comeback after having a bit of a sluggish start. And I wonder how his match went from his perspective. Bon, tu as fait un très bon comeback sur la deuxième partie, enfin plutôt le dernier tiers de la game. Mais tu avais eu l'air d'avoir un départ un peu plus compliqué que prévu. Quel était ton ressenti au global sur cette game en général?
Match difficile, franchement. Au début, j'avais un bug sur ma voiture. J'avais le numéro 1, il restait affiché.
D'accord.
Et en fait, il y avait un mec qui avait mis le plugin Dossard avant. Et c'est pas autorisé, du coup. Voilà, petite anecdote. Et sinon, ouais, non, match pas ouf. Franchement, je suis pas très content de moi, mais j'ai essayé de me rattraper.
Okay, so yeah, he had a little bit of an issue at the start of the match, which kind of destabilized him a bit. But overall, he's definitely not happy with this match, and he's definitely looking to get back on the saddle and try to get back up the pecking order. And one thing that I'm kind of wondering, we've seen you struggle on Roxy's map, Schwadlappe, as well as during map 3 of the rotation. I wonder if you're continuing to work on some pain points and you already figured out some strategies to palliate to those kind of things. Donc, on t'a vu notamment struggle sur la première map de la rotation, la map de Roxy, ainsi que sur la troisième map qui venait après. C'était pas featuring, c'était celle qui venait juste après. Est-ce que tu as pu continuer d'identifier peut-être 2-3 points sur lesquels tu as envie de travailler pour continuer peut-être de monter en puissance?
Ouais, j'ai quelques parties sur des maps où je sais qu'il faut que je les travaille, mais on n'a pas forcément le temps ici. Mais je vais quand même essayer après d'aller en backstage et d'aller un peu train.
Okay, so he says that he's definitely continuing to iron out some kinks on the various maps, some sections where he seems to be struggling a little bit more, and he's definitely going to be heading backstage to continue working on those. Bon, dernière question pour toi, tu as passé le premier écueil du top 128, top 64, maintenant ça va être juste une question de mental, j'imagine. It's going to be more of a mental thing now that he passed the top 64 and top 128. Est-ce que tu as un tableau de marche déjà fait ou tu prends plus ça au jour le jour?
Non, on verra les matchs qu'on a. C'est possible que je me retrouve en loser bracket à un moment. Mais ouais, non, j'ai pas de plan. Franchement, on verra comment ça se passe.
All right, so I was asking whether he had a plan or if he's going with the flow, and the answer is just going with the flow. He's just going to be making do with the opponents that he's going to be ending up having. There is a realistic chance that he might drop to the lower bracket, he reckons. So it's just a question of just live the matches for what they are and see what the outcome is. Bon, encore une fois, bravo quand même pour ton sortie pour ta P2 et puis bonne chance pour le reste du week-end.
Merci.
All right, there we go. That was your interview and a few words with Binks P2 during the match. Now we're going to be throwing it back to Shorty, 50 Lauren, and Import on the couch.
Thank you, G-Geek, for interviewing with Binks there, also for the translation as well. Mr. G-Geek can speak 3 languages, by the way. He can also speak a little bit German, so if you catch him sometime and you're a German speaker, you can always try to get him to talk about German and his family history and all that. It's always fun. But that being said, congratulations to Elcon and Binks. They have made it through to the second round of Top 64. And for those who are confused about Top 64, everybody started in the winner's bracket of Top 64. So this is round 2 that we're going to be entering into afterwards of Top 64, where half of the field is on the winner's bracket, half of the field is on the loser's bracket. So we haven't eliminated anybody just yet, but a bunch of players just lost their first life already. And their last life too, effectively. So they are on their tournament life going forward if they're in the loser's bracket. That should be pretty simple to explain, but some people get a little confused, and that's okay. That being said, Binks, not very happy with his performance. like at that point, it's like, is it training related? Is it kind of just like confidence related? What would you say about that, Shorty?
I think it's just related to the nature of the game.
Yeah.
It's just a lot of influences at the same time. You can easily just have a bad start into the match and not really get back into it easily. Like that can happen to anyone, even the best players. But that's kind of what separates like the experienced players from the not so experienced players. So like even though Binks wasn't happy with his match, like you could see that in the second half he was playing a lot more stable than before. And even though like Vixa and Chris, like they were like Christina, they were catching, like they were close to them in the first half of the match, but in the second half you could see that Alcon and Binks just slowly but surely increased the lead, and that's the experience coming in there.
Yeah, and I mean, for the side of Elcon, I mean, I think you, out of all three of us, I think you watched more of the match than at least I know I did, but because I was running around a little bit. But for Elcon, getting ahead of Binks, that's got to be, he's got to be feeling pretty good about that, considering Binks, even if Binks isn't necessarily happy about his performance, Binks is still an extremely good player. In maps like these, he's played before, so it's not like he's not capable of having a higher ceiling for that. But for Elcon, that must feel good to be able to kind of take one over on him.
Yeah, you said that Binks didn't have the greatest of starts. He was actually ahead in the end before Alcon. They got finalists on the same round, but I think Binks was on 119 to get to finalist, and Alcon was on 111, and then Alcon got 2 wins in a row and managed to snipe the first place for this round, which will be important for seeding later on. So it's going to be... It was very nice to see how Alcon kind of like recovered a little bit after he had a bit of a dull throughout the middle stages, but he finished off well.
Yeah, so good on them for moving forward through the winners bracket side. Chris and Vixa was also unfortunately going to move down to the losers bracket, so they're going to have to make their entire run for the rest of the tournament through the losers bracket if they want to make it to the top 12 prize. Pool also still in the running. Everybody is still in the running for the XPEvo 2024 championship trophy that we had the beautiful little close-up on there. Going forward here, we are going to be moving on again, like I said, to round 2 top 64. But an interesting update that we had for any Tona enjoyers. Tona finished first in his match over... oh, man. Tona finished his first match over Stuffs. That is... kind of crazy. Tona is actually like cooking this tournament.
Yeah, that is one way to come back.
It's very interesting. He really wants that last Nadeo paycheck for the World Cup, but we'll see how this will end up going. Next match, though, he is going to have a really tough time. I think I saw that he will be playing Otak and Richie in an all-French match. I don't remember who the last one was.
I don't think it was Richie. It definitely was Feed and Otak.
Oh, it was Feed and Otak.
It was Feed and Otak. I don't know who the fourth player was, but... either way, it's already going to be interesting.
It's Vinch.
Yeah. Oh, yeah,
you're right. Tona, which might be a good match to... production might be a good match to put
there
on
are
stage.
a lot of good matches.
I'm getting told no. So, all right. Well, I don't get to... people keep on asking me in the venue, like, who's choosing the matches? And they look at me and I'm like, I have no choices in these matches. So
it's really difficult to choose this round, though.
Yeah, it is. There's a lot of
matchups, and it's insane.
So there's going to be there's going to be a really good match coming up. We'll find out here really soon. But before then, let's go ahead and take a short break, and we'll be back in a moment.
Vision von Next Kings ist, dass wir gute Möbel für Gamer und fürs Homeoffice bauen. Es sind nicht einfach nur Möbel, sondern wir sagen dazu Livables. Wir gehen jetzt einen Schritt voran, wir sind jetzt die Next Kings.
Well, this one is a knocker. Step in on the dance and I do my dance. Everything scatter. Right? Right? Come cross. Right now, man, active. Start with the game like a bandit. Me bring the flame like a matches. Test me now. Cut out the slackness. Active style and pattern. That's a man there. Active. 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 One live life massive. Talking up and off the brandish. Touch road and hold the world hostage. When I start the bumper clad mash pit. When me step out to the place get active. 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 Style now. Clocks on the teeth side. Bad bitch on each side. Big splits chilling on the beat side. Run things where you feel like. Cake big, have a carve out of peace line. Freestyle now, millions for each line. Too cool, man, I need ice in my beverage. Test this bigger, please find the exit. Right now, man, active. Got me the game like a bandit. We bring the flame like a mattress. Let's me know. Cut out the slackness, active style and pattern. That's a man there. Active. 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 One live like massive. Talking up and off the brandish. Touch road and hold the world hostage. When I start the bumper clad mash pit. When me step out to the place get active. 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 Active.
You know I don't play right. Just give me the word, You know I don't play right. Don't give me this. I'm gonna get back when I feel like. You know I don't play right. I'll put up a good fight. Just give me the word, You know I don't play right. You know I don't play right. Don't give me this. I'm gonna get back when I feel like. You know I don't play right. I'll put up a good fight. Just give me the word, You know I don't play right. You know I don't play right. Don't give me this. I'm gonna get back when I feel like. You know I don't play right. Just give me the word, You know I don't play right. Don't give me this. I'm gonna get back when I feel like. You know I don't play right. Just give me the word, you know I don't play right. Don't give me this, I'm gonna get back when I feel like. You know I don't play right. I'll put up a good fight. Just give me the word, you know I don't play right. You know I don't play right. Don't give me this, I'm gonna get back when I feel like. I'm gonna get back when I feel like. Everything you want, but you can't have. Number one regret, no takebacks. The hole in your chest, that's payback. Payback, yeah, you better take that. You could call me selfish, you critical, I could take the blame. Just like I could take a match and send it up in flames. Don't say I didn't warn ya, this might hurt, but that's just karma. Better take that. Call it payback. Don't say I didn't warn ya. Stay mad, I know you wanna. This might hurt, but that's just karma. That's just karma. Go and play the part, play the victim. Throw a pity party with your demons. Blaming everybody and you're screaming, screaming. But I'm the one bleeding. You're the one that's selfish and critical, you could take the blame. Just like I could take a match and send it up in flames. Don't say I didn't warn ya, this might hurt. That's just karma. Better take that. Call it payback. Don't say I didn't warn ya. Stay mad, I know you wanna. This might hurt, but that's just karma. That's just dreams keep flying away. It's somewhere far beyond. Keep chasing them and I never rest for a day. It's something I don't do. I feel the wind blowing my face, but that's alright. I smile at people passing by. Some smile back, some might not. Want my always looking for a shade when it's hot. I've been low key and I'm trying to stop. Goddamn, feeling good. Yeah, but when off I go. Pretty afternoon, it's a best boy. Looking at the skyline, looking back at my life, and I gotta say it's one of a kind. Yeah, but when off I go. Pretty afternoon, it's a best boy.
Die Vision von Next Kings ist, dass wir gute Möbel für Gamer und fürs Homeoffice bauen. Es sind nicht einfach nur Möbel, sondern wir sagen dazu Livables. Wir gehen jetzt einen Schritt voran, wir sind jetzt die Next Kings.
Welcome back, everybody. It is time now for the second round of the top 64, and we got a banger of a match coming up for you here. It's going to be Grenady, Mime, Lingo, and Tween. Holy moly, boys. We're about to be in for a big one.
Similarly to last year, we had very early on quite stacked matches, and this time around, yeah, you just mentioned the competitors. I think last year it was also Grenady that was in the stacked match, so it's going to be interesting to see. Oh, now actually we get the nice graphic.
Hi guys, everybody wave.
We also got the picture of Mime this time around, and Lingo looks very happy about having
We
to
have a
take
picture of Mime this time. He's not a ghost anymore. So you want to know what's funny? I'm going to give a little production little tea here. Mime is good friends with Doomjack, and Doomjack takes all the pictures of everybody here. And of all the people that Doomjack did not take a picture of, it was his best friend that he always travels around with, Mime. So we did not have a picture of Mime until the very last moment. But now we have a picture of Mime, and now he's no longer a ghost. So good things can happen after all.
To be fair, he probably had enough pictures for him, but not one from this event.
Yeah, there's plenty of pictures of Mime floating around, so you probably thought, maybe they'll just use a picture from online or something. But either way, something you brought up to me before, we even brought to this segment here, that's Mime and I believe it was Lingo had a little bit of difficulty getting into solidifying their first spot into their match, and that is why they're the lower seeds in this matchup going forward.
Exactly. So there are some lower seeds that maybe are not on the level that at least I would think that Mime and Lingo have, but Lingo and Mime lost in their matches. I think Lingo lost to Pack, which I guess is very that is very understandable. Pack, obviously one of the favorites.
Let's quickly say not lost necessarily, but came in second place.
Sorry, he got second after Pack, and Mime got second after Jadon. So this is
which is crazy, by the way.
That's
Jadon of all people, double-digit Don is what we call him, because he did qualifiers for, I think it was Racing Rumble, which is a like multi-style competition where it's like an only ice map, only dirt map, only grass map, and then you got a mixed map ran by our friends at Wisp, and for the qualifier, he was playing for Shift in the qualifier, and he was stuck on the FS map, I guess. He got put on the FS map. Everybody had triple-digit points and, like, was everything, and he was the only person in the entire lobby who had non-triple digits. He was double digits, so we call him Double-Digit Don. But Double-Digit Don is doing really well this tournament.
Yeah, maybe because we don't have full-speed maps.
True. That's probably the truth.
No speed slides involved, and he's performing way better. Well, but yeah, it's definitely... It's good that Mime got second place because it allowed us now to give us this banger of a match.
Mime,
like not for Mime,
like it,
not for Mime, but for us as viewers and people who are interested to watch this. It's could have gone better.
It's going to be, well, I mean, it's not just this match. There's another match that is going to be on B-Stream. From what I'm being told, it's going to be Wizzy, it's going to be Epos, I think a couple, it's like a whole BITM lobby, I think, from the other stream that's going to be happening. And so, but at this point, every single match going forward, even just at top 64, which tells you how stacked this tournament is this year, every match going forward, specifically even in the winner's bracket, it is just going to be banger match after banger match. Like, there's really going to be matches where nobody knows who's going to make it out. Nobody's going to know who's going to make it out of this match that we're coming up with. And oh man, I don't even know. I don't even know who's going to make it out of this.
Well, you're not going to get out of this one because you put me on the spot in the first match. So now I want your prediction on who's going to make it out of this one.
That is true. I did not give the prediction last time. Oh man. I'm going to give it to Grenady and Tween. That is why I think Grenady even though he may not necessarily, he says he was trained, so he feels like he's trained as much as he could, and he was pretty confident, at least for what he's trained. Even despite the TMWT playoffs being in between everything and kind of throwing that whole training off. But he says that he feels like he's going to try his best. He doesn't think he might be the best, but he's going to try his best. And I think Grenade honestly does that almost every event that he goes into.
Yeah, I was about to say, like, last year he also came with the same verse. Yeah, I didn't really have that much time to practice.
And then he finished second.
And he finished second. So I would say, since I also evaded the question last time, I'm also going to say Grenade. But I'm actually going with Mime for second.
Ooh. Okay.
Not necessarily because I want Mime to be Tween or like be ahead of Tween, but just a feeling. But it's still winner bracket, so even who loses is still in the match. So
Grenade and Mime. So why Mime over Tween?
I feel like Mime didn't really have the greatest match in the round before, and probably wants to like prove himself that he actually got it, especially also on these maps and not the World Tour. Like that's just the feeling I have. I don't know what matchup Tween had before this, so hard to say. It's just a feeling.
No, that's true. We don't know what Tween had to go up against so far, but I do feel like Tween is really like focused for this tournament, and I do believe that he is going to go far. I mean, he did end up actually almost making it to grand final last year. He was in the consolidation final, and he only lost that consolidation final due to a little landing bug on an ice bobsleigh that we mentioned yesterday. So, I mean, Tween's definitely going to be looking to kind of not have that happen this year and try to regain his dignity after that. I mean, his mistake last year was Grenade's GG's to Germany moment at Tracadia 2 years ago. So, you know, maybe we'll get one this year. I can't wait to find out what's going to be the next like GG's to Germany moment. Hopefully we'll get that soon. Hopefully not in this match, but like maybe later, you know, when it's more important. But who are you two people?
I'm actually, before I answer, I wanted to throw to you, I think, because you yesterday said, if I remember correctly, that you think Tween would going to be in the grand final, and now you've picked Mime over him.
Oh,
yeah, but Tween is good in the lower bracket.
Yeah, Tween is gonna do.
That's true.
He's gonna do the lower bracket.
All these guys are good.
He did that last year, I think. Didn't he last year as well? I'm not. I
am not
really
so sure about that.
I'm really bad at remembering, but I have literally with Tween and with so many years of experience, I have no doubts about him being really good in the lower bracket. So he can do the lower bracket run, no issue. It's not what you want to do, but he can do it.
Yeah, I definitely think he can do it. But I mean, all of them can honestly run the lower bracket.
You know, I wanted to say how Tween is like, especially because he was so unlucky last year. Tween is like really one of those guys you kind of want to see succeed. But then I was like, yeah, but Grenade, yeah, I also want to see him succeed. Mime, you can't wish him anything bad either. And also with Lingo, it's the same. It's really difficult.
I'm trying not to mention Lingo as much as possible because he is another Evo player, and I already cursed. Never mind, I don't want to curse Lingo. I have to be honest with Lingo, though. He is still a younger player, and we have seen Lingo perform in certain competitions online where the nerves get to him, and he gets very distracted very quickly. And this is an arena. Now, he did okay last year at Tracadia. Or sorry, not Tracadia. Tracadia was 2 years ago. XPEvo last year, he did okay. He performed really well, but then the nerves, like once he got to the main stage and the nerves came in and everything, you could see like the distraction coming in. And even on online events, we still see that kind of struggle of maintaining focus and all those like tiny mistakes coming back and forth. So consistency for Lingo is going to be a major factor, but at the same time, Lingo is one of the fastest drivers out there. If he is consistent, he can have the pace. He's proven that many times before in many competitions. The question is he going to be consistent or not?
Yeah, I mean, you pretty much took away what I wanted to say, but my prediction would have been that Lingo, because none of you seem to think that he's going to make it through. But you actually raised a great point that I think Lingo would have had a greater chance if that was a match that was not on stage.
Right.
I think that is the thing that hinders him more than the other players in that lobby.
Yeah, because they are all used to being on stage in front of massive crowds. Some of them have been to Ascension from last year in front of like thousands of people in an arena. So yeah, they're used to that. Lingo, this is the biggest crowd he's ever played in front of. And I mean, he did it last year, but he's doing it again this year. So I mean, and this is only his second time on stage too, ever.
Is it?
Yes, at least for XPEvo here in Europe. So,
Yeah, I feel like it's just maybe a little bit of a difficult matchup for Lingo, especially considering the consistency. Because if you play against someone like Granadi, and even Tween and Mime are also really consistent, it can get a little bit scary because you have this pressure of knowing 100%, yeah, those guys aren't gonna make any mistakes. Like if you play against someone that is like maybe a little bit more crashy but also super fast, you can like, yeah, I can beat him in some rounds, all good. If I make a mistake, that's fine. But like the pressure against playing Granadi is like one mistake and you know he's not gonna do any. He's not gonna fuck up. He's not gonna make any small mistake here or there. He's so consistent. It's scary to play against that.
Yeah, we'll see who is going to make it here. Just as a heads up for everybody who is waiting for the match to start. While we've been talking, Granadi had a little issue with his wheel, so we were waiting for that to get fixed. But as I was talking, it has been resolved. The players in the lobby, the players are ready, and I hope the crowd in the arena here in XPEvo and at Experian are ready for the biggest match so far for this tournament yet. It is going to be a massive banger, and I cannot imagine any better duo than G-Geek and Legion, two super hyped casters to take it over and bring us into this banger match.
My goodness, this is be quite the matchup. Oh my, I legitimately can't wait for this matchup. We saw the lineup show up on the screen. We were like, my goodness, it's literally just the start of the bracket and we are getting through to the meat and potatoes. Granadi, Mime, Tween, and Lingo. This one's kind of tugging on my heartstrings. I know I have a little bit of bias maybe because I've been following, of course, the journey of Tween in the competitive circuit for many years at this point, and it's always nice to see Mare continue to show up in the big competitive stages like that. But against Mime and Granadi, and also Lingo, who can show up and put himself as a bit of a threatening position in the midst of the rounds, this is going to be a tough proposition as we're going to be starting off on Blueprint.
Yeah, looking at the this whole lineup for this match, it's sort of like, it's almost like a preview. It feels like what may happen later on in the tournament. I know Lingo, Granadi, I mean, all these guys made it very far last year. Some, a little farther than others. But it's like having four of the same Ferraris and saying, hey, which one's gonna, get the fastest lap? It's like, I don't know, because these guys are all on the same level. It's the same caliber. And I predict these rounds are going to be very, very close.
Yeah, I do feel so as well. And there's not going to be any margin for error in this matchup. It's very little leeway and very little opportunities, I feel, unless someone doesn't get into their match right from the outset, as the warm-up is officially done and we're about to get started for the first round out of 4 here on Blueprint. And as the countdown winds down to 0, and not just yet, apparently there's been a little bit of a hoopla, and yeah, it seems as though we're just slightly getting I was ready to go pedal to the metal, but it seems like we're going to lay off of the throttle a little bit, maybe not for long.
Yeah, there's a cop sitting there with the little radar gun. You had to, get a little bit off.
Yeah,
there.
yeah. I was almost out of the speed limit zone, ready to cross the autobahn, but apparently, yeah, there was maybe a bit of a stretch, maybe 1 or 2 kilometers extra. Who knows? So let's hope that Granadi has everything in check. Mime is also staying with him in on the start, and we do see him, yeah, he's actually actively trying to diagnose all that stuff. Let's sure hope that diagnosis will not take too long. We do see him driving at the present moment. Well, managing to get the driving, and yes, there we go. Finally, as the lights flash from red to green, the field is let loose, and we are racing. Granadi, Tween, Mime, and Lingo battling for 2 further spots in the winner brackets.
Whoever doesn't make those top 2, they are going to go down to losers bracket, so the journey is not over yet. But like I said, I can't call this one. I have no idea who's going to come out on top. I'm going to call it right now. I think we get quad finalists.
I think this is a very real possibility to get quad finalists. I'm saying at least double, triple is likely. Quad finalists might be a bit of a stretch, but I reckon it is a very real possibility here, as we're going to be following along with Granadi, who's right in the middle of the field. Lingo and Tween first and second, currently battling it out as well, and Tween now falling back a little bit and being under threat from Mime, who's making a little bit of a push in the second sector right there. Goes a little bit all over the shot at the entry into the grass road before checkpointing, and Lingo with a slowdown as well, so Granadi gets promoted up into the lead. Let's see if we can get the perspective from the chaser right now. Tween continuing to pile on the pressure thick and fast as we're making our way through said final sector. A bit of a speedier exit before the dirt from Tween, now heading onto the uphill left-hander in the dirt, trying to go for the full slingshot around the outside. Tween with more speed on the exit before the reactor. He gets the job done. First block goes to Tween with a 1:00.792, 88 milliseconds ahead of Granadi, and a great round to kick things off.
If you're looking at these splits right now, that 88.088, that is ridiculously close. You had Lingo in there as well with the mistake. You had Tween. this is going to be incredibly close. I don't even know.
It's
without
massive.
mistake. And this is a really good showcase of what can happen if you have that little mistake. Even if it's not a touch, maybe you just had to lift a little bit. These are players who are going to punish that mistake so heavily that you pretty much are guaranteed last in the round unless somebody messes up. And we are incredibly close through the checkpoint. The last place you want to bonk is right as you go through it.
I think I might very nearly skipped the beat as I saw Tween getting that close, literally a pixel away from touching the checkpoint right there.
Yep, but through the next set of checkpoints, less than 2/10 separates first from fourth. Grenady getting swapped out with Tween for third place. Lingo and Mime battling it out, but here we go back into the grouping. 6/100ths of a second. Grenady will go on board with him. The wheel player in third right now. Tween in front, and Mime going for a slightly inside line. Wants to try to get a little bit more exit speed. It hasn't worked out too well. Tween still holding on to the top, and he hits the wall in the uphill, and it's going to be a drag race to the finish line, and it is going to be Grenady 4/1000ths of a second over Mime.
My goodness, what a finish to really continue really the dynamic we've been initiating with opening round. And yeah, kind of unfortunate for Tween. He had a very solid lead. Well, I say solid when you see that he's barely like half a car length ahead. But you gotta say it's all about relatives in Trackmania. In that case, it was still somewhat of a sizable lead, as we do see a very hefty clip from Mime, I think, indeed. Yeah, the player from Into the Breach. And unfortunately, the breach has opened, and the other players went into that breach in order to kind of relegate the Polish player into last place, and it's going to be a three-way fight between Tween, Grenady, and Lingo, with Tween trying to call first dibs on first place, but Grenady is not letting this one go.
No, Grenady is not one to give up so easily. You can see just how much he's pushing this car through the dirt, into the jump, the left-hander uphill, now onto the penalty grass. We're going to go into this little bit of a chicane, back onto some grass. It's not going to slow you down, thankfully, but Grenady and Tween right on top of each other. Lingo has to be sitting back. He's going to wait for some mistake if anything comes up, but he's going to be hoping for a miracle to get that first place. Slightly different lines from all of these drivers shows you just how much personalization these guys have. Up the hill, Grenady so close to the wall. Tween's right behind him. He hits, Lingo hits. A little bit of a backflip for Tween. He's not going to get 10 points, but he's certainly going to get some style points for that. Grenady, 10 points in the bag. Mime goes for third, and Lingo having to settle for fourth.
Man, I was so that reminds me of like the beginning of Nitro Circus with Travis Pastrana hitting the double backflip. It kind of reminds me of that. That was a successful landing from Tween after an unfortunate wall touch just before the start of that little flying section, where you do need to be aware of the speed you need to take in order to be able to clear the ring through, well, the hole freely, essentially. He did not opt for the safe fin. He had no choice but to go for the risky fin. He was way too far out of that safe fin trajectory, but still managing to make it stick and managing to kind of limit the damage quite nicely, I might say.
Yeah, got to keep these point gaps pretty close. You can see from first to fourth, it's a little bit of a gap, but Grenady's starting to have some problems here. He's leading, so for everybody else, that's great news. That gives them a chance to get some extra points. Lingo in desperate need of them right now. He's running all the way in the back with just 11 points here right at the start. Tween and Mime, they're starting to do battle once again as we get towards the end, G-Geek.
Yeah, indeed. Coming onto the third and final sector, the final few checkpoints, and Mime going a little bit wide at the exit of the turn of checkpoint 10 before heading into the dirt. Tween takes advantage of that to move up into the lead, manages to get so close to the outside wall without even touching it, and Tween should be able to take the 10 points for himself. His line gets sniped by Lingo at the very ending. A 1:00.661 from the Slovak player from Orcs Grand Poitiers Numelops, and he's going to be continuing a solid haul of points, and takes advantage of a third place from Grenady to slip back up on the tie. Yes, it is going to be all tied up, 29 apiece and 17 apiece. So the top two, it's not that bad of a haul of points, but behind, we've definitely been coming out the worst for wear.
Yep, and we are going to move on to Carrot here. First off, great job of the pronunciation of the team. I mean, I can never do that. Like, you're very good. You've done your homework. And these guys certainly have been doing their homework. They got that minute of warm-up here as we get ready for the next map. So far, we have been spoiled.
We've been spoiled. We've been treated very well by the opening rounds and the opening map, of course. But Carota might be a bit of a different kettle of fish, given that it may be springing a few surprises, like that negative camper right-hander towards the end, and also the entry into the plastic just before the final checkpoint can be a little bit tricky. And we've seen also people kind of break their teeth on the platform transition beforehand. So you gotta keep yourself on your toes at any time during the XPEvo map pack, and Jacques Carota is one true example of that.
It absolutely is, and with some of these angles, you'll see drivers going through. You have barely any room for error, and when you're already in a sea of players like this, yeah, you're gonna sink very quickly. Should you get a hole in the hull, or a hole in the hull, excuse me. But we are getting over and under out of warm-up into the first of 4 rounds here on Carota, and who is gonna take first blood here? Well, we got some time to figure that out.
Yeah, we got about 60 seconds to figure that stuff out as we're going to make it through sector checkpoint 1 and 2. Whole shot will be for Granati with a 9.175, and he's going to be at the helm of the pack, getting a little bit of airtime maybe on the transition to the flat grass before. That double right-hander that goes downhill, and unfortunately it's starting to go downhill for Mime with that little wall touch that relegates him down to P4, half a second down.
Yep, but Lingo starting to get his feet wet in the front, but Granati's here to remind him that this is his pool. He does not get to swim unless he tells him otherwise. Tween, he sits behind right now. He's in third, but he is very much within shouting distance. Less than 2/10 between first and third. Mime is well and truly out of this round, and we are going into the final sector of this map. It's almost a dead heat.
Ooh, that was so close to hitting the wall for Tween, but now we're going to be heading back to the fight up front. 13 milliseconds between Granati and Lingo. Lingo managing to pull a little bit of a gap before the cruise control block. He gets slowed down. He got the cruise control in the end, it seems like, and Granati was able to snipe Lingo away from that first place with a .480, 97 milliseconds. That is so unfortunate for Lingo. Sorry, he managed to make it through to the end. No, yeah, I was kind of like mixing everything up. But yeah, Lingo still managing to get the risky fin, so he avoids losing second and maybe even worse third position potentially.
Yeah, I noticed on that plastic downhill, Granati took a more inside line to get that straighter exit. And speaking of which, Granati one touch, two touch. Lingo though went a bit safer, a bit outside, and he wasn't able to get as much airtime over the cruise control, which is why he ended up getting that, and Granati was able to slip on through. We'll leave the wheelman himself to the wheelhouse, and another touch coming in with Lingo that does leave Mime and Tween battling for first position. I think Tween was a little slow there. I think he got a little bit of penalty, but that doesn't seem to have faltered his campaign all that much. Mime is holding on to first by just about 1/10 of a second, and how far can he go?
Man, he's pushing, and you could see that because there was only the rear axle that was actually touching the car, only the rear wheels. The front wheels was kind of like darting around and getting a little bit light, the steering getting really light as he tried to go over the crest of the hill, and Mime has made the job well and truly done, unless, oh my god, Tween tried to go for the uber low line, but I don't think he had enough speed. I think he barely clipped the cruise control with the very back edge of the rear tire, so that is such a shame to throw 6 points in the bin just like that, and Mime able to salvage a very creditable amount of points, as we do see, of course, plenty of support for Granati as well, playing on home soil, trying to qualify for the World Cup on home soil as well, and yeah, so far he's currently holding the lead up front in the matches, but he must avoid having rounds like we've seen previously in order to continue building up that gap, currently holding around 9 points between first and second.
Yeah, but it's still very close, still very early on here in this match. It's going to be hard, so let's just worry about what's happening right now. What happening is right now is that Mime, Granati, and Tween continuing to just trade first and second back and forth. Lingo is just barely out of shot. There he is. Now he's right back into the mix where he has been very comfortable, and the touch comes in from the Canadian, so he's down and out for this round. Mime pulling away from Tween, but Tween is going to have a slightly better line. Granati, he's got a drift coming up, and he's going to put it right near the wall.
He's going to put it right near the wall, but we're following along with the chaser Tween, who has got absolutely nothing on the cards to respond to the pace of Mime right now. On this run, I'm looking forward to see what the time says. It's going to be a .165, getting very close to the event record of a .108 that was driven so far here on XPEvo. Very solid round by the player from Into the Breach, vice world champion, of course, 2 years ago at the Stade de France.
As this tournament goes on, I've talked about it before, and I think we actually talked about it as well, is we're going to be seeing these times get lower and lower. These players have been practicing at home. They've been using the campaign. Some of them have been sectioning off parts of the map and using that. Some of them have just been throwing the map in the editor and doing it that way, so kind of disguise what their true lines are. But now that you're here, now that you're live, you're starting to get deeper and deeper into the tournament. You actually have to bring that pace out. You have to show people, hey, this is what I have been working on, and it's going to be your problem to deal with. You're either faster than me or you're not, and it's as simple as that. that.
Yeah, exactly. Most people try to practice on their own. Some people try to practice on their own, even though we got some pretty representative cues for the actual world record that could be potentially done. But a lot of players are going to have one, if not more, multiple aces up their sleeves to actually be able to reveal over the course of the tournament as the stakes get higher and higher. But right now, it's going to be, again, Mime completely asserting dominance here on Carotte as he goes very wide on that negative camber right-hander. Doesn't really let any kind of room for breathing space for Tweed, who's continuing to try and pounce on the advantage that Mime has, but it's not enough. It's absolutely no use. A 0.228 and a very good hollow points for Mime that puts him on to 50. And Granadi, in the meantime, finishing down in third, continuing to hold the lead, but that gap has shrunken quite a bit, and Lingo really not happy with himself in that fourth position.
Yeah, no, he's maybe it's with Import talking about being on stage, the nerves are kind of getting to him. Of course, this is not a case where he is deep into the tournament, where if he is in third or fourth, he is done. He still has lower bracket to get through, which is totally fine. Of course, we have a bit of a point shift. Granadi struggling a little bit in those latter rounds. His lead has shrunk. It's not really in a position where he should be worrying, but it is definitely something that he should be maybe keeping mind of as we head on to Domino here. Drivers currently warming up at the moment. Nice little cinematics. I like these. These are always good.
Yeah, they're always like there was a nice T-Tours moment to get a little bit of a nice look at some of the key parts of the map, like this very tight hairpin with the booster on the outside, where we've seen a few people during qualifiers, especially, unfortunately, getting a little bit too close to the side of the block and get kind of like stopped out of the ether and being thrown into the ether by that particular sector. And also, of course, the finish, where you do need, if you want to go for the full send, you would need at least 270 kilometers per hour so that you can go for the full low line. Otherwise, you're just going to end up crashing on the side of the block.
I am not good enough to do such a thing, but from what I've seen from other players,
don't worry. Oh, no. We're on the same boat, buddy.
Yes, of course.
We're on the same boat.
We're in the same boat. We're in the same booth. Why not? But we are getting into the end of the warm-up here. Just a couple of seconds, so we'll get right into the first of 4 rounds on Domino. Yeah, I don't know. I'm still trying to think. Yeah, even though I don't need to, I'm still trying to think of who's winning.
Yeah, for us, well, for who's winning, you got the recap right there. It's 53 for Granadi, 50 for Mime. So it's really very close again between those three right there. Granadi, Mime, Tweed, just 5 points between first and third in the space of the first few maps of the rotation. So yeah, it's still very much all to play for. We don't know yet who's going to have to lose that safety net of being in the winner bracket. They have it all to do trying to climb back up the pecking order through the rest of the day and potentially even day 3.
Yep. And right now, Lingo, despite having a bit of a shaky start with those first 2 maps, he is leading this group. Tween, though, less than a 10th behind, and just about the same gap for this guy right here, and Mime as well. So this pack, we're starting to see two groups of 2 starting to form. Lingo so close on the sideways pillar there. When we go into the bobsleigh, Tween's going to have a little bit more speed. We're going to drop down onto the wood, now onto this incredibly tight and technical dirt section. You try to get as close to the inside as possible without flipping the car. And now, as Jiggy just pointed out, this downhill, that wall is going to send you off if you are not careful. Lingo, something happened there. He's fallen completely back, and now Tween leads.
He was completely all out of shape into the dirt, in the end of the dirt, Lingo, and now Tween makes it with about 267, 260, middle of the jump, but that's okay. 111.948. Great job by Tween. Granadi, who's continuing also to build up that advantage because he takes advantage of the mistakes from Mime and from Lingo, but it's going to be very much Mime who's going to be at the very worst end of that particular equation, because he's going to be the one to lose out big time to Tween and allow the Slovak to move up to second. There he is, 58 to 53, and Granadi still holding onto that lead, but by just 1 singular point.
The pendulum swings. It will never stop until the match is done. That top 3 very close. Lingo on the outside looking in, but not giving up just yet. He may be thinking about where he can improve. These drivers I've seen, not just these 4, but plenty of other high-level drivers, being able to kind of adjust the play style on the fly. They have their practice. They have what's worked for them. But if they have to make that slight adjustment, they can. Mime, though, is the biggest loser here right now as he sits in 4th. Tween, Granadi, and Lingo. This 3-pack's forming. Are they going to start pulling away?
There we go. We get all 3 ghosts almost regrouped together before the bobsleigh section. And yeah, you were thinking the pendulum is not going to stop swinging. It feels like more of a Newton straddle than a real pendulum, I'm going to say, because so far there shows no signs of stopping as Granati and Tween both go over the inside curb and take a little bit of airtime and pop the right front off of the ground. And actually, it's Granati losing out big time and dropping down to P4 with Lingo moving up to second and Mime up into third place. Tween going a little bit too far out wide. Mime versus Tween before the finish. We're going to be following the perspective of the chaser right now, but Lingo is also coming back to the line. It's not enough for Mime, who is beat by 17 milliseconds, and a 1:11.897 makes it 2 back-to-back wins, I think, for the man from OrgGP, Murmelovs, if my memory serves right. And yeah, he's continuing to make a big spring up the leaderboard, and look at that. Both top two are past the halfway mark. Mime is very close, but most importantly, Tween back in the lead.
Yep, Tween, that's where he wants to be. He wants to be in the driver's seat. And the gaps I saw first to third at the end of that round, these guys are really starting to, push it. They're really starting to feel the heat. And speaking of feeling the heat, Granati gets burned by the wall. So he's going to drop way back off of this pack here. That just leaves Lingo, Tween, and Mime to try and scrap for first place.
Burned but not injured. I'm glad that we got fire suits on those Trackmania drivers, let me tell you. And I guess it could be also the same for Granati in this round, because I don't think he will be that much phased by an incident like this, knowing that he still has opportunities to bounce back after a very solid start to his match. But right now it's going to be Tween and Mime battling it out first and second. Lingo as an independent adjudicator in third position at the moment, about 1 to 2 tenths down, heading through to the final sector. Tween losing a little bit of time trying to negotiate that downhill section before the dirt. And now we're going to be moving on the perspective of the chaser, the man from OrgGP Numelovs, Marek Paka from Slovakia, aka Tween. Mime still leading by about 0.08 of a second, but he takes advantage of a bit of a shoddy transition there from Tween in the grassroad section to continue building the gap to 1/4 of a second, and that should be more than good enough for Mime to take the 10-pointer at long last with a 1:11.857 to his credit. The gap slightly less than 2 tenths at the end.
Yep, we had that early crash out from Granati. Lingo tried to get anything he could towards the end. It wasn't going to work out, and of course Mime and Tween were on their own sort of territory at that point, and you get sort of towards the end the grass. You notice some very tight inside lines to try to close things up, but the problem is you can do that, but you are going to be compromising speed, and in a section like that where you are going to be right at the end, right towards that risky, where you want to make that jump as smooth and as far as possible, that speed loss is just not going to be worth it.
Yeah, for me what really did Tween in was really the entry into that downhill section before the dirt, where you actually have to go over the crest of the hill and try to pop a wheel on the inside. That's really where Tween lost the most of his momentum, and that's what enabled Mime to continue building up that gap. Well, we take the lead and then building up that gap through the grass road transition before securing that 10-pointer that keeps him in the game, just about 69 to 65 between him and Granati for second and third, 74 for Tween in P1 at the moment, but Tween in the round is in P3, and a huge stopping from Lingo into the other side of the chicane, and that's going to be allowing Mime to be completely having free reign in the lead with about 2 tenths of an advantage over to Tween.
Yeah, and one player I've noticed starting to crumble is Granati. He had a very early lead in this match. Now he's sitting back. He had an early crash at the start of this round, and that has continued to grow. Mime and Tween, though, here we go into the final checkpoint. Mime does lead it by just under 2 tenths of a second, but into the jump we go. It's a smooth transition for the man from ITB, and Tween behind for second place. Who's going to get third? As we see Granati grab it, and that just leaves Lingo for fourth. What a round.
He crossed the line. Yeah, what a round. And yeah, we drove 1:12.2 for the leaders. I mean, it's kind of back in line to what we're expecting compared to the event record in terms of round pace. And yeah, you said Granati had a little bit of a slump in that particular map. I guess this is one of those maps that is maybe still a little bit problematic to him at the present moment. And he decides to just take it a little bit laid back and just regroup before we get onto our next map, which is going to be featuring.
Yeah, I was going to say pretty much the same thing. You took the words out of my mouth, so I'll just move on to the fact that, yes, it is featuring. This has been a map that I personally have enjoyed. I like the little Ice 180. I'm a sucker for that kind of stuff, and we have seen some interesting lines over the course of the last month or so. How have you felt about these maps?
I think I really enjoyed them from a spectating perspective as well as from a playing perspective, even though I've become... my skill has been degrading over the last few years in Japan, if I'd be completely honest with you. But yeah, the map from Rocket, the map from Whiskey featuring Rocket, of course, called Featuring. And yeah, this one is also very interesting. Well, there we go, Clam, Rocket, and Dom for the featured mappers. This one is very interesting, especially with that bug slide, that wet bug slide for checkpoint 7 and 8, where you can make up a lot of time and actually pull some great moves like we've seen during qualifiers. And also the ending, where you do need to be aware of the change of grip, which is significant between the road and the wood before actually throwing yourself off of the loop into the finish line.
Yeah, that loop, we've seen it plenty of times. We're slightly different lines. Some people like to go inside, some people like to go outside.
Yep.
We have had matches get decided right then and there, and it's maybe been a few milliseconds at most.
At the very most, yeah.
I guarantee you're going to see that.
Yeah, this is very much one thing to look out for. As a quick recap of the points, we already 2/3 of the way there for Tween with 80 points. Mime is 1 point away on 79, and Tween is not really going to be scoring any big points with that unfortunate blunder just before the 180. And Mime has completely lost the grip, and he's lost his marbles, just like the car ran all the marbles that might have been also affecting the car while still having some icy tires trying to thaw out. And so the man from ITB is even further down compared to Tween. He's down in P4.
And that opposition being gone for Lingo's great. That gives him a lot more breathing room. Grenady sitting in the back close on the inside there for Lingo. I thought he was going to graze that little circle, but it wasn't the case. He's very slow onto the dirt. That does give Grenady the lead again. Onto the sausage. We're coming up to the platform. This is very easy to no drift, but thankfully these guys are going to get through that just fine. Onto the plastic, and Lingo with the touch. The pressure of being second, maybe a little bit too much. That does give Grenady a chance to pull away. Into the final checkpoint we go. It's onto the wood. The man with the wheel goes up and into the finish. Grenady's going to grab 10 points. Lingo a much needed 6 points. And then it's Tween in third. Mime's going to bring up the rear. And yep, he is going to get his points, thankfully.
He's going to get his points, thankfully, because yeah, you do not have that much margin for error, not only against these players, but also in general, because it's only a 10-second timeout initiating after the first player crosses the finish line. So if you do a mistake in a really punishing section that can cost you 5-6 seconds on the respawn, then you're like, uh-oh, that's absolutely no bueno. And then if you pile on little mistakes here and there, then you can end up running very close to that cutoff line of 10 seconds.
Yeah, and double touch there. That was Grenady and Lingo, both of them clipping the platform they were driving on. That is one section I wanted to say. If you mess up that 180, you are going to go way back, and it's going to take forever to get back to you. And if you mess it up again, well, you're pretty much out of any significant points. But Tween and Mime, this time trading places with the other two. Last round, they were not the best starters, but now they have decided that they would like to get the better start.
Yeah, this time it's kind of like opposite day. It's more opposite rounds in that sort of fortune, but Mime getting a very solid end to that second sector before checkpoint 11, marking the start of the third sector here on featuring, and thus will actually pull a gap on Tween of almost a 1/10.5 of a second. Let's see if we can get a perspective from the man from Ox, Poitiers Numelops, as he continues to chase down, but he's going to be running out of road and out of time. Just a couple corners to go with just the wood remaining, and it should be good enough for Mime to take a 10-pointer there. And then with a 102.220, we're getting into low point twos, maybe high point ones that might be on the cards. 2/10 clear of Tween. Grenady and Lingo do reach the finish line, albeit with Lingo 7 seconds down compared to the leader.
Lingo is definitely feeling that pressure. He may be starting to think more towards lower bracket. I'm not saying a comeback is unlikely, but right now he is sitting at the bottom of Mount Everest, and he only has a little ice pick, and that's about it. He needs a lot more right now. Mime and Tween, those guys going right up to the field. Grenady falling down, and Tween, as he's climbing up the ranks of the server, he is falling to the very back of the pack. We'll go with Mime. Why not? He's battling up there with the big man Grenady himself through this dirt section. It's going to be tight on the grass, and a touch from Mime.
Yeah, didn't really have enough room to really warrant going for the full send very early at the apex, just beside that little island that I like to call on the grass road, which kind of denotes which path you have to take, along with the poles there to signpost it. But that's going to be allowing Grenady to move up into the lead with Lingo in second position. Mime still retaining third, but will be under pressure for Tween, who still wants one extra point. It's still better to have an extra point than not having any, as we're going to go through the final few corners. Grenady with a very healthy lead, a very healthy buffer of about 7/10 of a second as he makes his way through the wood and into the finish line with a finish time of a 102.838. Grenady makes it into triple digits. I think he was on 90 points, if I recall correctly, before we had to cross the finish line. And yeah, I think that should be triple digit zone for the wheelman himself. No, I was maybe a little bit presumptuous. He's getting close to that triple digit zone, but the gaps have quite significantly shrunken down. 96 to 93 apiece, just 3 points between first and third.
Yeah, it's going to be close. We should be seeing, depending on how the scoring goes, we could be seeing 3 players immediately getting into triple digits, at least 1, maybe 2. And then from there, it's going to be that final sprint to 120. That's going to activate finalist mode. Drivers who are on finalists, they just have to win 1 more round to secure their spot. It does not have to be the one after, but ideally you'd like it to be as soon as possible to give your opponents the least number of chances to actually overtake you in points and also grab finalist. And maybe, depending on who it is, lock in a spot further in the upper bracket and not face that threat of elimination in lowers.
Yeah, right now we're going to be following along with Mime. We do see that rift between the top 2 and the bottom 2 that we've seen pop up a couple of rounds ago, maybe a couple of maps ago at this point. And it's going to be Tween and Lingo this time at the very top duo that is going to be trying to pull pull away from Mime and Granadi once they're also battling among themselves. They're trying to get a bit of a perspective from Lingo, shall we? Currently sitting in a valuable second place. He was very close to hitting the inside wall, and Tween getting a valuable 10-pointer to put him over the 100-point mark as well with a 102.234. Lingo still a valuable 6 points, but I think it might start to be a little bit too little too late. We are getting very close to, at this point, to the point of no return.
Yeah, but those little bits can snowball into could be a finalist soon. It's going to come down to the next set of maps as we are going to be swapping over to Svadlapa for the next set of rounds. Everybody getting their warm-up started. I'm looking at just the top three. I'm looking at Mime, I'm looking at Granadi, I am looking at Tween. They have shuffled positions. The points are where they are at. Like you said, double finalist, triple finalist, most likely. I think my prediction might be wrong, but I think if we get a finalist, it is going to be here.
Yeah, if we get a finalist, it will definitely be here. And just taking a look at the time, of course, the world record overall, 107.172, and that is Granadi, who is actually the world record holder here on this map in the campaign. So that could be a sign of things to come from the wheelman here on stage as we head into Roxy's map in the best part of about 25 seconds still left to go in the warm-up. As for the other players that are currently on the match, I'm trying to get a little look at it. Tween currently is sitting with a .262, and he's 10th overall in the leaderboard. So it just goes to show you how stacked and how packed everybody is at the moment. It's very much what it takes to actually perform at that level. Just having those optimization and even having just a 10th of a deficit will be enough to send you back a lot further down the field than what you'd expect.
Yep, but how recent are those times is the question, because if they're from the last
Those are from,
hours,
well, for Tween it was from 3 days ago, and from Granadi it was just 48 hours ago.
Okay, so these are probably very indicative times. It's hard to kind of hide what your true pace is when you're in a live competition.
Exactly.
But here we go, the first round of Svadlapa, and it has been a very good start for everybody. Granadi, the slowest out of all of them. Lingo, very inside line there. Does overtake, but he is going to clip the barrier, so he goes back to 4th. Tween, Granadi, Mime, the trio continues to push forward without the Canadian as, Lingo, you see how far back he is, over 2 seconds at this point.
Yeah, that was an unfortunate outside line, and Tween almost meeting the same fate as Lingo over that pole this time around. I wonder how he was able to save that. The car must have been feeling very, very light as he was exiting the plastic. As we now move on to the perspective of Mime, who's currently leading, but also battling the likes of Tween and Granadi, who's also not that far behind. You can see the nose of his car slowly creep up at the bottom of the screen as Tween is now mounting a charge on 3rd sector versus Mime at the moment in the ice line, who's going to get the better exit. Mime and Tween, it's pretty much equivalent. Heading onto the penultimate corner, trying to go for the full slingshot. Tween, unfortunately, was unable to correct and hits with the left rear. Mime versus Granadi, and it's going to be Mime emerging ahead in that battle with a .672, also putting himself ahead of the 100 points barrier, sitting on 109, and Granadi also putting himself on 103. So we got 3 drivers in triple-digit zones.
We are approaching the breaking point of this match.
Point of no return.
Oh my god, we are going to be getting ready for what is sure to be one of the best finals, at least for right now. I know we still have another day and a half or so of competition, but I would be willing to bet that these 3 guys could put on one hell of a performance. Maybe Lingo turns up, maybe Lingo closes that gap. Maybe he gets himself on finalists, maybe he starts to dying, who knows? But for right now, he is sitting 4th at the moment.
Yeah, currently sitting in P4, again having a bit of a troublesome first sector to contend with, so he's definitely going to be feeling the brunt of the damage that is being done by Mime, Granadi, and Tween to his particular pace and his particular point count as we go through Sector 2 along with Tween, who's going to be falling right at the back of that particular chasing pack, with Granadi right in between Mime and Tween, as a matter of fact, and Mime still holding it very steadfastly before Sector 3, and a huge crash from Granadi, promoting Tween up to 2nd, and Lingo up to 3rd is coming back as well.
And now we go into the ice line. Mime leads it ahead of Tween. Look at the lines. It's going to be a bit tighter there for the man from ITB, but Tween keeps it close. We're going to go into this dirt uphill. How close to the wall do you want to get? Both of them not as close as we're probably used to seeing, but into the finish is going to be Mime grabbing 10 points. Then it's Tween with 6, Lingo getting 4, and Granadi with 3.
Yeah, and a great time from Mime as well. 107.515. Still a few ways away from the .328 0.48 that we're currently seeing as the event record, but a low 0.5 is absolutely nothing to scoff at in rounds.
No, and look at the point totals. Look at how close they are between the top three. Mime's having a little bit of a gap. It's not much, but it's going to be the best that he can muster right now at this stage of the game. Grenati in very hot pursuit of Tween, and then it's Lingo having yet to get over that 100-point barrier. In fact, hasn't even eclipsed 80 points.
Yeah, he hasn't even made it 2/3 of the way there, and yeah, you can see from the scoreboard, at the very least, Tween does need to win if he needs to force a double finalist here on the next round. Mime simply has to finish the round, given that he is on 119 out of 120, so it's going to be a bit more of a chill round, but those kind of chill rounds can be a little bit deceptive. It does could be where you actually lose your concentration before actually getting back into the thick of it and trying to conclude in your first attempt.
Yeah, and with these LAN events, some players such as myself, we do like to use some of the plugins. The DOSAR Plus plugin is one that I like to use. Just takes everything off the back of the car. I can just focus. But with this right now, everything is lit up on the back of the car. So when you see that red number, you know that you're in a very good spot. But that pressure is going to mount. And speaking of mounting, we're on top of the wheel, or on top of the road we go. It is a touch there from Mime. Tween is going to be picking up finalist mode, as will Mime, and Lingo in second, Grenati third, and Mime fourth.
Yeah, and Grenati very much, again, not really putting up that much of a fight for now, and he now has to go for the overall round win if he wants to get that finalist status for himself, as we do see the lights glow red on the stage for double finalists between Mime and Tween. One of them will get confirmed potentially into the continuation of the winner bracket here at XPEvo.
But if Grenati wins this round, he too is going to be on that finalist. We'll have triple finalists. That would just leave Lingo, the only driver left who is not looking red on the numbers. But speaking of red numbers, Tween, the lights may be green, but that number is red. He wants to stay ahead, but look at how close this is. Mime's actually the one who is losing out. Lingo's trying to make a little bit of a comeback here. We are less than 0.03 of a second between the checkpoints. From 8, we go now to 0.07. Onto the grass, it's 0.05. How close is this round?
This might be the third sector to end all third sectors here already on day 2, and Grenati shuffle back to the back of the field with Tween and Mime. First and second, currently Mime having the advantage heading into the ice slide. Tween trying to mount on a charge. Same for Lingo. We're going to over perspective with Canadian right now. Currently sitting in P3. Tween and Mime. Currently Tween trying to pull a little bit of a gap before the penultimate corner. Lingo trying to go for the full send. Mime is there as well. It's going to be between Mime and Lingo. To the line. Mime's got him. He's got the gap by 4 milliseconds and confirms the rest of the journey into the winner bracket.
Lingo, what a push there on the uphill. I thought he was going to have the speed. He was right there. But they got onto the nose slide. They got back off the dirt, onto the platform. They ran it, sprinted right towards the finish line. There was just a little bit more under Mime's car. So he, as you said, he is confirmed. The first one through to the next round. It is still going to be finalist mode for Tween, and it is Grenati and Lingo still waiting for that opportunity. They are going to have to work together to deny.
Lingo can be a bit of a double-edged sword for Grenati. He's very much a bit of a pest right now for Tween, as Tween is already at the finalist status, but he's a double-edged sword for Grenati because it enables Grenati to continue racking up the points needed for finalists, but once he reaches finalist, that he's going to be on the other end of that sword where, Lingo has got absolutely nothing to do. He's going to have that desperado mentality to just play his card to the fullest, his own solo card right there here on Blueprint, and my goodness, what an ending we had to the previous round, and I think the next few rounds are going to be even closer.
Yeah, and with one driver being removed from the equation, that actually gives us a little bit of extra breathing room in terms of points. You no longer have to worry about, getting 3 instead of 4. You only have 10, 6, and 4 to work with. If you're someone like Lingo, now's the time to turn up. Now's the time to really hit the jets.
Yes.
Start grabbing those 10 points. Deny. Get your finalist, and then just when you think you've given the other guys enough, you just pull the rug out from under them, and you say, sorry, boys. Second place is mine. I'll see you later.
All right, well then here we go for the first attempt second attempt technically from Tween finalist status. First round here on this rotation of Blueprint. It is going to be one big old dogfight for Tween as he fends out the attacks of both Grenati and Lingo here in the first sector. He's going to be taking the lead, but for how long can he hold the lead, and can he find the demons on both the second and third sectors?
but he's got to be careful. One little mistake is going to be it for him. He has not really been too shaky here on Blueprint, but Grenady, if he wins this round, he's going to get finalists. That's what he's going to be looking for. Lingo just knows that the best he can do right now is deny. He hasn't gotten over 100 points, but it is Tween, the man from Slovakia, still leading us as we are onto the plastic section. The last sector is coming up. It's going to be incredibly close, though.
Yeah, indeed, as we're going to be moving on to the third sector, the penultimate corner before the finish into the reactor boost. Tween's got the gap, and he's going to be able to get the job done. Ladies and gentlemen, Marek Baka continues the journey into the winner bracket, and look at how happy he is. He's popping off. He knows he's finally done something right here in terms of being able to conclude, and he's been feeling good about himself at the beginning of the weekend. I was able to talk to him, and that was a very, very solid, strong finish to Tween. Despite maybe missing out on that first place finish, it's still good to see Marek being back that way and seeing him happy to perform. And look at the you could look at and see the relief of Marek just putting his hand in his hands. I'm like, oh my god, I finally made it.
It's, you know what, yeah, second's better than third. He's going through the winner's bracket. Grenady and Lingo, they are going to go down to loser's bracket. No problems there. We have seen, I know the guys in the casting couch booth place, you know the guys. They did talk about pretty much all four of these guys can be those lower bracket heroes. I do think we will see Lingo and Grenady later on in this tournament. I do not think that this is the end.
Yeah, this is far from the end for them indeed, as we're currently, of course, we've seen Marek and Mime and Tween celebrate and actually get into each other's arms, as it seems as though we might be soon, we might be getting an interview prepared soon with one of the contenders of that particular match. But in the meantime, I hope you guys are enjoying the stream here for XPEvo 2024 Day 2 of that incredible tournament here in the confines of Experian Cologne here in Germany. And that was an insane match to actually witness.
Yeah, it was incredibly close right at the beginning, and then we started seeing those rifts kind of form. But right towards the end, I mean, if you called early game, Grenady was going to win this. He already had that early lead. Mime and Tween realized what was happening, changed it. But we are, I think we are ready for an interview.
We are currently still waiting.
Yes.
Players are continuing to pack up. Well, some of them are packing up their stuff. Some of them are taking a bit of a sip of water. You know, it's important to hydrate as well.
Yes,
by the way,
hydrate.
Even if you're not moving, if you're doing intense activity. Well, we say intense activity. It is intense being in this commentary booth. Let me tell you. And we tend to be a bit sweaty, boys. So keep yourself hydrated, kids.
Hydrate.
There you
Water.
go.
It's good for you.
Water. It's good for you. Drink some from what's in your life. All right, so I think with that, we should be able to have a bit of a word from one of the contenders, and we'll be heading over to the stage right now.
That's right. I am joined here with Tween, one of two players making it through the round of, 32 at this point. And what a stacked match it was indeed. I mean, Grenady right next to you as well. Mime in the driver's seat, Lingo as well. What were your thoughts going into a match such as this?
Just raw nerves, I guess. Like right when I saw the lineup, I was like, the tournament starts now, basically, you know? And I was like trying to not to let anyone get ahead of me, like not too much at least. And I was just like by the skin of my teeth trying to, keep up with everything. And it worked out in the end.
Yeah, definitely did. I mean, I think throughout it all, a lot of duels were very much you, one of the players within that, having one of those roles. Several times you were able to get that first place, but definitely there were a couple of moments as well where I'm not sure if it was just nerve, if it was pressure, whatever it may be. A small mistake would sneak in, a small touch right there, and you would lose that fight. How do you deal with that? How do you go into these duels, if you will, when you know you are in a position, right? Obviously, you're keeping an eye out on things. How do you make sure you stay calm during all of that?
I don't. I mean, it's easy. But, I mean, I really just have to refocus every round, just like 20 seconds before the finish. Like, I know that, like, a tricky part is coming up, and, like, I can lose easily 0.1, 0.2, even 0.3 there. So, yeah, I mean, it's very tricky for me to keep up with the players, and especially Lingo. Like, he was really doing some amazing endings, I felt like, and I mean, you could see the round with Mime where it was 4,000s separating them, and that's like the most hardcore thing about like driving at this level, I think.
No, definitely, and I think upcoming matches as well most likely will be stacked as that. I mean, is there someone just to finish things up, someone you don't want in your match? Looking forward to things. Obviously, we don't know exactly who all are moving on, but is there a name that's like, well, I mean, this was hard, but please keep this person away from me just a little bit.
I mean, after this, obviously, Mime, who is who managed to really pick up the pace just from his previous match, and. I mean, at this point, I believe there's 16 players left in the winners bracket, and there's really everyone that is really punishing to lose against. And yeah, I'll just try to stay in the winners bracket, and yeah, I'm hoping this will get me far.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, in that regard, I wish you best of luck with that. Congrats on moving on to the round of 16 as well. And that's going to do it for us. So we'll move it over to the analyst desk and see what they thought about this jam-packed match.
Thank you, Boney and Tween. Congratulations to Tween on a very close match. Well, maybe not super close points-wise, but it was if he just gave a single round or two, Grenady would have been also right there with him, and Lingo was also gaining momentum at the end of that match as well. So it was getting very dicey towards the end, but luckily Tween was able to solidify his second place. Also, congratulations to Mime for getting him first in that crazy field of play as well. The side-by-side at the end, the three-man finish, almost a four-man finish at that point.
Almost.
It was a pretty intense round, and Mime just barely, I think it was 4,000ths of a second. Yeah, that was pretty impressive and awesome. Honestly, when it gets to that kind of rounds where it's just side by side and everybody's screaming and they're all saying "aw," and it's not because, well, it's hype because they're saying "aw," but also they're like, what the heck is going on?
And they always have these 1-2 seconds after the finish has happened where people are still trying to figure out who actually won the round and what does that mean.
We're like, who did it? Who done it?
So the excitement in the arena was very palpable in that moment. So it was a great match.
Yeah, I'm a little bit sad that my fellow XPEvo Grenady obviously dropped out of the match, but I think it's pretty fair to say that it's kind of deserved. He made way more mistakes than he usually makes. Obviously, a shout out for that because I said that he's insanely consistent before. So maybe that was a little bit of a jinx. Maybe we shouldn't watch his next match, maybe. But yeah, really nice performance by Tween. He was leading basically most of the match. Obviously, Mime stole the first place from him, but I don't think that matters much at this point in the tournament. So well played to them.
Yes, well played to them as well. And there were a lot of other matches that were going on during. I got to catch the good half of the match that we just came back from. I also got to see a little bit of the other match going on B stream, where Epos came in first over Mimo, Stuffs, and Wizzy. But out of those three, I think most of us would assume Wizzy or Stuffs would make it in the second position. But Mimo Jr. ended up finishing second. And Stuffs and Wizzy, unfortunately, while the Wild manager was sitting on stream on B stream, unfortunately, both of her players went down to the losers bracket with the match she is watching. And while it was with New Lake, he was like, yeah, so there's this thing where the team managers, they come on the stream and they jinx their players and they do really bad. And it just proved the point yet again. Yikes. So I'm sure Wizzy and Stuffs aren't too happy about going down to the losers bracket. But again, listen, top 64, we're still at top 64, I think, right? Or we're top 48 now, I believe.
Top 48.
Top 48 now. But yeah, man, the matches, the field of play, like that match we just had was a top 64 match, folks. And that was just one of many banger matches that we had to only pick one for this stream. We only could pick one, and now we go to top 48, and now we even have a more difficult choice with the crazy amount of matches that are going to be going down. And also B stream, they have the struggle of getting it getting choiced down there too. But as far as I'm aware, another update that I had of other matches in the winners bracket was Ratchet and New Prime beating out Spammy and Mars. That's pretty interesting, I would say. I mean, to be fair, Spammy, not necessarily feeling the most excited about, like, he wasn't, like, the most enthusiastic about training for the event, but still wants to do well. But then to have Ratchet and New Prime in his match, kind of unlucky, I feel like.
I mean, can you really call it unlucky, especially with the matches we have seen?
True.
Also, it's just you just don't have any easy opponents. It's the level of play is insane. We have a couple of like every big name is here, or almost every big name is here. They are full trained, they are prepared, and we have a couple of names that you maybe wouldn't expect, which are also playing insane. So it's just the level is just. Can't complain, I guess.
We talked yesterday a little bit about New Prime, and I wasn't really familiar with his game, but this was pretty. We saw him perform well yesterday already, and we started to say that he has a good chance, that he was very well pracked. But now beating out Spammy, and I think he even won his group in front of Ratchet as well.
Ratchet beat out New Prime.
Okay,
yeah.
well, then not quite, but still, that's the first really big result in like the 4v4 that we've
Teammate
seen
beating
from
out
him.
teammate, but they both went to the to the winners bracket.
Yeah.
And I mean, to go off your point, not many. It's okay if you're not aware of New Prime's play because he mainly plays team competitions. He doesn't really do solo competitions or train for something like this. This is his first like major LAN that he's ever really attended or trained at. So I mean, it's okay. Not many people are going to. But having known him, having seen him in team games, especially in team cups and everything, many people are aware of Shift being one of the top teams in almost every single team-based online competition in Trackmania. Shift is always there. And the main reason there's yes, there's Barbos, yes, there's Azox, but New Prime is one of the core members of that team, and he is constantly a hard carry for that team. Ratchet's also a very hard carry as well, but New Prime is always typically the one that's always getting first place in almost every round. So he's a very good player, and now we get to see him in his own solo format where he gets to shine, and hopefully we'll get to watch one of his matches going forward. I want to see him on stage. I want to put him on stage again. He was on stage yesterday, but I want to see him on stage again because I'm excited for that. And also I'm a little bit biased, but that's okay. But yes.
But yeah, beating out someone like Spammy, legend of the game, former world
it's not an easy
champion.
match. Like even if Spammy isn't feeling like Spammy is trying, it's not like he's not trying. But just because Spammy is lacking enthusiasm, it doesn't mean that Spammy is going to do bad by any means. He's still going to try his best and he's going to perform his best. And even Spammy on a half okay day is still better than a huge chunk of Trackmania players in general.
I mean, I don't know what his final seeding was, but even though Spam didn't maybe practice as much as he would do if he's like really serious, he was still like top 30 in the time attack seeding. So that's in the online seeding. So yeah, that also tells you it's like he could maybe do it a little bit better, but he was still decently prepared.
True. Just as an announcement for everybody here in the venue, if you are still wanting to win a Next King's chair from our lovely sponsor, their side event is ending at 9 o'clock today, 9 p.m. So the Gran Turismo 7 side events where you can win a Next King chair and everything. Yeah,
small update. I don't really know the reasons behind it, but it's Assetto Corsa Competizione.
Oh!
Yes,
so it's not a GT7.
No,
it is not
It's
GT7.
Assetto Corsa. Okay, well, hey. But either way, that ends at 9 o'clock. So if you want a chance to win some merch, it's not just first place. It's I think it's like top 5 or something. Top three. Top 3 gets a merch from Next Kings, and it's just right behind me outside the cubicle. You even see the shot with the trophy in it. Next King is just right behind me. You can hop in the sim rig and drive on Nordschleife. And
just the Nürburgring, not the Nordschleife.
Oh, just the Nürburgring.
As a German, I am very offended by this.
My bad.
As another German, I'm not offended.
Fair enough.
As a fake German, I don't care.
Fair enough.
But we are going to go ahead and go on break. We will be back for the next match. It's going to be another banger, so keep tuned in, and we'll be back in a few short moments.
Knocking models. I wanna bump a beat that goes hard. I wanna bump a beat that goes hard. I wanna bump a beat that goes.
Die Vision von Next Kings ist, dass wir gute Möbel für Gamer und fürs Homeoffice bauen. Es sind nicht einfach nur Möbel, sondern wir sagen dazu Livables. Wir gehen jetzt einen Schritt voran, wir sind jetzt die Next Kings.
Pump it. I wanna bump a beat that goes hard. I wanna bump a beat that goes hard. Popping bottles, knocking models. Popping bottles, knocking models. Popping bottles, knocking models. I wanna bump a beat that goes hard. Pop it. Pop it. Pop it. Pop it. I wanna bump a beat that goes hard. Pop it. I wanna bump a beat that goes hard.
Gosta de fazer orgia, essa novinha que tá na volanda. Gosta de fazer orgia, sentando em cima da piroca, 24 horas por dia. Ela se declara por cima da piroca. Essa novinha que tá na volanda, gosta de fazer orgia. Fica sentando em cima da piroca, 24 horas por dia. Ela se declara por cima da piroca.
This is do or die. Feel it in my veins tonight. Emotional suicide. You know it's an eye for eye. I didn't wanna walk the plank. No, but the Mariona, it came like the thunder. I was on my way to going under. Swimming in the pain, yeah, I was covered in a tidal wave, But I'm a fighter. Try to take me down, I'm going higher. Baby, you've been playing with some fire. You've been playing with fire. One day you'll see what you made of me. Found my inner peace. You are peace in the dead of night. Maybe when it's still dark, you know it's an eye for eye. Every energy alive in the dead of night. You can save your alibi. I already know you lied. Oh no, no, don't even try. Watch the flame in me ignite.
Die Vision von Next Kings ist, dass wir gute Möbel für Gamer und fürs Homeoffice bauen. Es sind nicht einfach nur Möbel, sondern wir sagen dazu Livables. Wir gehen jetzt einen Schritt voran, wir sind jetzt die Next Kings.
Welcome back, everybody. It is now time for the next match, and oh boy, it just gets better and better and better. And you know, last segment we were talking, I had my little story about Double Digit Dawn, And from what I've heard, there's been a lot of requests of the appearance of Mr. Double Digit Don, also known as J Don. And I am more than happy to announce that he is going to be on stage for this next match, along with Gwen, Tween, and Ratchet for our big top 48 match. I'm so excited that we have gotten to this point already. And who is going to win is going to be the question. But who am I going to give it to? Let's see first. Shorty.
Lucky me. I have one very interesting theory. Since I just didn't say Tween, I'm not gonna go for Tween again because I kind of want him low-key to like win. So I'm not
But
gonna
now
mention
you explained the jinx.
No, it's all good. It works. Trust me. I think the easy picks are just Gwen and Binks.
Yeah.
But what I would like to see is maybe see like Gwen and Jadon.
Gwen
and Ratchet.
Binks?
Oh, Ratchet. Oh, sorry. Just too many, way too many names today.
Binks?
I made the same mistake yesterday.
Okay,
so.
then no, I'm staying with it. Like I would like to see Jadon.
I mean, I would love to see Jadon. I would like to see Jadon and Ratchet. Full bias here, so
that would be one hell of a match if that happens.
It would be pretty crazy. On the flip side, though, I know Ratchet wasn't too excited to be on stage. Yesterday, he had issues with his controller, had display issues where he would input something on his controller and there would be a delay. And I told him, why the heck did you not tell them you were having issues? So I went up on stage. I was like, if you have issues with your controller or the display, you tell the guy on the stage and you get it fixed. So that was my pep talk to my teammate. Aren't I a great teammate? But, sure. But yeah, no, hopefully he doesn't have that issue this time. Hopefully Ratchet can kind of get settled in and be able to play in the way that he is wanting to, because he is very much trained. I mean, he did beat out New Prime in Spam in his last match, so that should hopefully, assuming everything goes well, it's going to be a great match. I mean, Gwen and Tween, of course. Gwen coming in kind of last minute. I kid you not, literally after playoffs, we got a message from Gwen saying, I'm coming. so this is Gwen's final attempt also to play and get that qualifier World Cup seed. And that's our little placard on the nice little shelf there. But yes, he is also trying hard as well. And I mean, when Gwen is serious about training and everything, he doesn't need long. He's going to try very hard. And I mean, he's still in the winner bracket right now. Interesting to see what kind of result we're going to get here. I really can't give a prediction. What was your prediction again? It was...
I was going for Gwen and Jadon.
Gwen and Jadon?
But that's just what I don't know.
Gwen and Jadon? Yeah, I have no idea. I did say Jadon and Ratchet, but let's see, what were you thinking?
I mean, I think probably this might be a bit of a boring one, but you two went a bit more crazy, I feel like, with it. Because I'm literally just going to go with Gwen and Tween. We just seen Tween, while he wasn't the winner of this round. You said that Gwen was pretty last minute, but he was actually the one who got the most points in the qualifier yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, but like I said, it doesn't matter if he's committed to a training for something. He's pretty good at getting quality training in and figuring out maps. Also, he's just a naturally talented player, so he's gonna do well either way. But I mean, also qualifier, let's be real, like qualifier, it's kind of hard to determine, like finishing top of the qualifier, very good thing, not saying that like, but like qualifier ways is really hard to determine whether a person is good or bad, just because it's kind of like, it's more of a, for top players, it's more of a relaxed thing, and when some players are relaxed, they perform worse, or when some players are relaxed, they perform better. So now Gwen's in a stressful situation. It'll be interesting to see whether or not he's going to be able to handle it on the stage, but he's no stranger to crowds as well. Also was at Ascension last year in front of a big crowd of people, so not something he's not used to. So it'll be interesting to see how that turns out. I do believe all the players are in the lobby. If we're ready, we can go ahead. Nope. Just kidding. Just kidding. That being said, yes.
But then let's just quickly continue with yesterday, because the maximum amount of points you got yesterday was 800, and I think over the entire 20 rounds, Gwen dropped a total of 15 points, or around that. Don't fact check me, please don't do it. But he was top seeding and only dropping 15 points. That means he was pretty much always first in a 32-player qualifying wave. Obviously, I didn't check who was in his qualifier wave, but there were with how stacked the field is, there will have been people who will also have been really practiced. So and with that short notice, really impressive.
Yeah.
Maybe he thought that's just the final directly. And just went full focus.
Just went wee. But also, just kind of even going back to kind of like previous round and looking at other players, we already seen players drop down to the losers bracket. Now we're at top 48 in the winners bracket. And going to losers bracket is going to be tough if you're a loser, because it's not like you're going down to a loser's bracket and you have a couple free matches that you can run through the loser's bracket. It's not that way this year. Second you drop to the loser's bracket, you got a bunch of very hungry guys who are also top players running through the loser's bracket. So it's stress either way. It's like you definitely want to be in the top 2, because obviously that means you're further into the tournament. That means you're guaranteed a higher place. But at the same time, the second you lose, it's like, oh boy.
Something that I didn't check, but I probably should have checked now in hindsight, was who is Grenady now playing in the lower bracket? Grenady and Lingo.
If you can stall for me.
We can probably stall for a little bit.
I mean, right now.
I literally checked it, but I forgot again. So that's
not a good
sign.
sign.
That doesn't really help.
Yeah, but as you said correctly, it's going to be very.
Yeah,
from
I
that
found
noise, it
out.
sounds
Yeah,
okay.
so it's Grenady, Stuffs, Neil, and Loophawk.
Okay, you're 100% correct with that type of analysis. Then that this is not a free win for Grenady, and it will only get tougher from here on out. So it it is going to be rough to piece together this lower bracket run.
Yeah, I mean, also just looking at some of these other matches, sorry, it's a little unprofessional, but this is the easiest way I can look at it. But another crazy match in the losers bracket, Wizzy Lingo Flufel, who's not a very well-known player, but he's a very talented German player.
He did win his previous match.
He did win his previous match. He finished first place against some very good players. But Flufel and Aris in that match as well. So another pretty big matchup going forward. And I see a couple others. Paco is in losers bracket.
Yes.
He is playing against Intex, Marsley, and Jorde.
But he went out in the very first round of the round of 64 because he was losers bracket last time around already as well. But I'm not sure in which lobby he was before. And he really doesn't seem to be that as pracked as I would have hoped as a huge Paco fan.
For sure. Also, tough match for Tona, for any Tona watchers here. Tona alerts. We have the Tona alert coming in. Tona, Enner, Riceland, and Charles are going to be in a match together.
Gonna be a tough one,
Charles
sadly.
is a very good player from Colombia. By the way, yes, we have people from South America at XPEvo this year. Not just North America, but South America. So we are fully a global event this year. We also have visitors from Australia and other parts of the world.
Zertrov.
So, yeah, Zertrov, yes, from Australia. But as far as
well, he's not playing, but you know, I
he's
think
not playing, but
most people know
he's
him.
on the staff. He's helping us actually with the tournament. But yeah, Tona, Enner, Riceland, and Charles. I mean, if Tona plays like he was playing earlier, like
he did beat out Stufts in that one game, so maybe he just needs the pressure of knowing that it could be his last match. So
correct. True. And we are going to have an interview with Tona later on as a little surprise for you all. A little leak for you all, should I say, rather. We'll get to see whether he's, hopefully by then he's still either, we're hoping he's still in the tournament when we interview him later this evening. But we'll see. That is kind of our little update here. But everybody, it is time to go on to our next match. They are ready, locked, and loaded. Casters, take it away.
Import. I notice you're not even attempting to guess who is standing in the casting booth in the room next to you at this point of the weekend. You're just throwing it on over and trusting that we'll take the catch, and we have done so. We are ready to go, sticking with the upper bracket, as has already been talked about. This is a pretty stacked matchup, and you know, Jadon was a name that was thrown out as a player who could do well in this match over on the analyst test table. I do want to highlight something that's happened in previous rounds. To get to this match, Jadon beat Mime, who we then saw in the most recent match on stage beat Tween. You know, there's some transitive properties going on there. At this point, even like every player who's left in the competition, absolutely stacked.
Yeah, I mean, if you're just going off of the previous results here, then
Jadon wins
objectively, Jadon wins this. However, I am a bit of a Tween fan myself. I've seen that. I've seen Mime beat Tween last time at Playzone, and so for some reason I want to see a bit of that redemption arc, and so I do hope that Tween does really, really well in this match and goes on and stays in the upper bracket here and doesn't fall down. So my money, if I was to choose the result of this, would be Jadon and Tween. However, I do think Gwen's got a pretty good shot at this as well.
Yeah, like Gwen and Ratchet are the two players that we haven't talked about yet there as well, and they are both absolutely excellent. I was talking to Ratchet on Thursday night before the venue was truly open to everyone, and I asked him how he was going to do, and he said, yeah, I'll win. And I mean,
confidence is step one.
I don't know how confident he really was. He did then also go on to ask me to make sure that I mentioned on broadcast that EPOS is a fraud, which I'm not sure I agree with. He's also still in the upper bracket at the moment.
So you're saying take that statement. It's not your statement, it's his statement, okay? So
yes.
You're just reaching it over.
With a grain of salt. We are underway. Round 1 kicks off on Karate by Jaka as well, and expect to see close rounds. Expect to see fast rounds on this track as well. Current world record of 58.9 held by Feed.
Ooh. Oh yeah, that's actually one of the notes right there. I checked at this thing right there and I didn't see the name Feed, but there we go into round number 1, and right off the bat we've got a close battle at the top. Gwen and Ratchet there battling it out. There's basically no difference, 0.005 of a second between the two here as we get to the next section here. This map, a little bit of a tight section, so the more precise player is going to be the one that takes the win here. Gwen is going to be starting to build the lead. The editor turn coming in there. He gets close to the wall, but stays ahead of Ratchet here. Currently 0.055 ahead. Still, Gwen holding on to that lead. We're approaching the end of the map. It's just that last turn, and Gwen is going to be looking like he's going to be taking this first round for himself. So that's a 10-pointer. Jadon finishes in second. Tween takes third.
That was a fast opening round to kick things off as well. Gwen with 59.172. I do notice there as well we have the event record, of course, when we get back in-game at the top left of your screen. Currently held by Ratchet, the fastest player on the day so far. We'll see if he can clean things up then over the course of the rest of this track. We have 3 more rounds to go on Karate, including this one. And Ratchet will be looking to put up some big points early on. I mean, you know, we've seen it in plenty of the matches so far today. Come out of the gate swinging, get as many points as you can early on, because those leads that get built, even map 1, map 2, seem to be holding for a lot of the match.
Yeah, but it doesn't seem like this round is going to be the round for Gwen again, as he has made a little bit of a mistake there. He's clipped the wall from what I've seen, and so he's fallen back all the way into 4th place. So the other players can go on ahead and grab some points for themselves. I like to see... that was Ratchet. They're hitting the pole there, and so it's Tween now in the lead for his chance to grab himself the 10 points. Now I'm very happy about that. As I've said, I'm a little bit of a Tween fan there. Gwen though coming in though, trying to overtake Jadon for that 2nd place to not fall behind as much as he has grabbed those first 10 pointers, and it's going to look like Tween is going to be grabbing himself the 10 points with Gwen in 2nd.
Oh man, there's so many players are going so low on this finish line on Karate as well. They're bouncing off into the finish by hitting the bottom lip, and I get it. You want to stay low, you don't want to lose time.
We've seen Snipes, I think, on that
one
as well.
We've definitely seen Snipes, yeah. Watching on the B stream there, the previous match, Stuffed of Wild up against his teammate Wizzy as well. And one of the rounds ended with Stuffed leading a comfortable lead, bouncing off the bottom, managing to roll into the finish, but dropping 2 places at the same time. So just something to keep an eye on at the finish line on this track. You can afford to bounce off the bottom a little bit, but you don't want to be taking too much punishment.
Yeah, but I mean, we've seen with how close rounds have been getting, like 0.05, like that's enough for an overtake sometimes. Like right now we have a little bit more distance as Gwen has made his way ahead of Ratchet by almost 0.1, but not quite here. But we're gonna get through these next few turns. Gwen stays ahead. Ratchet, Jadon is not quite catching up. That's gonna be Ratchet out of this race for now, as Gwen is gonna be smooth cruising.
Yeah, Gwen looking comfortable. He's been racking up points so far, apart from the one mistaken round. Getting very close to the inside of the wall there. Tween taking a very similar line. They're really playing it aggressive on the inside corner of that outwardly cambered turn. But it's paying off. I mean, once again, look at the time from Gwen. 59.2 is fast. You're feeling good about that. And Jadon will take 2nd place, the beneficiary of a couple of mistakes by other players. Ratchet finishes nearly 8 seconds behind on that round. 10 seconds is the timeout timer. And you don't want to be timing out. You do not want to be giving away the free points like that.
Any point here counts. We've seen it, like especially that last match. If you watched it, like between Mime, Grenadi, and Tween, there they were like at some points in time they were almost at 100 points, all three of them with like 5, 6, 7 points between. And so if you can't finish one of the rounds, that might just be enough for you to not get that finalist mode. We've seen like 119 points where it's like, if you hadn't finished, you know, then that's that one round that cost you the finalist, and that can cost you a whole game.
Ooh. Yeah, see you, Gwen. Our current match leader taken out by a pole that somebody maliciously left on the side of the track there. And it's looking like a much better round for Ratchet as well. Again, the player currently holding the event record of a 59.108 driven this weekend has really been struggling to put it together here on our first match here in this upper bracket round. This time around he's neck and neck, wheel to wheel with Tween as they head through these final few corners. Jadon is there just in case the pressure gets to any of them, and it's gotten to Tween a little bit. He's moving slow out on track. Jadon is through, and through the cruise control he's faster, and that is the snipe ultimately for Jadon, who was just faster around the final corners.
Some very good points for him here. I mean, we've seen how fast he can be. Beating out Mime is quite a big feat. Mime has been on the push, especially for events. We've seen him win the Playzone Challenge Land just a few months ago, and so, you know, he's one to look out for right now with 22 points, tied with Tween for second place so far in this match up. It's looking like Gwen is going to be trying to take the lead here a little bit, but, you know, they're very close. They're still very close.
Yeah, they're absolutely incredibly close together on this one as we get ready to head to our second track of the match. And for the second time today here for me on the A stream, the second map is going to be featuring. It is an interesting place to see featuring, I think, in the map rotation, of course, which is randomized for every map, or for every match, I should say, because it's tricky, right? It does have kind of the mental edge against the players. Like, in the mental battle, featuring is beating the players.
Yeah, I think, like, as a player, you'd like to have it first so it's out of the way and you can catch up after.
Sure.
But as a viewer, you might want to have it like 4th, 5th map because it can really shake up those positions a bit.
I do think that the players would prefer to have it maybe 4th or 5th rather than first, because with first it also wraps back around and you see it again potentially at the end of the match. And it's not a comfortable way to start. It's a map I know I'd want to see when I'm feeling properly warmed up and comfortable in the match.
Yeah, like I think I really like playing this map. When I played this map, it's just fun, that backward start. But then again, I don't need to be fast on it. I just need to finish it sometimes.
Yeah.
And so I think the extra thing of being fast as well, that like jump into the backward section is a really tricky one to get, especially to get it fast. You can save it quite a lot. If you jump higher, it's pretty easy to hit it, but hitting it and also staying fast is really tricky. And we see it right here, even at this level. Ratchet there, no, it wasn't. It was Jadon, sorry. He has tried too hard, flew too close to the sun, and has unfortunately dropped to 4th place for now.
Yeah, Icarus's wax wings have melted off. That ramp will call it Daedalus from now on. As Ratchet is holding on just behind Gwen and Tween at the moment. They have absolutely nothing to separate them as they head around that plastic bug slide. Gwen has slightly slid behind though as Ratchet is gaining and he's carrying more speed through the rest of the track as well. Up into second place at the moment, trying to catch Tween too. He's managed to get there. He's so close on the inside. He's still holding on. Gwen's still there. He's making his presence known and Ratchet has pushed too hard. It is Tween's round to lose now as he is heading around the last couple of corners onto this wood. We know it's crashable, but Tween has done the work. He'll cross the line in first place. Gwen was 2 tenths behind, and ultimately Jadon overtakes Ratchet for third place.
All right, and Tween making his way towards that race leader. Gwen there with this round, getting just a tad bit closer. We can check those total points. There we go, 3 points between the two players. Now, I like to see that as a bit of a Tween fan, as I said. I would like to see him one spot above that, but you know, if your competition's named Gwen, it's not gonna be quite as free. Let's see if this round Tween can keep on that streak and keep winning it again. This time, all 4 players making the jump. It seemed like Jadon chose to save it a little bit more after he crashed it in that first round, so he's gonna be starting this one with a little bit of a handicap, 0.2 behind the rest of the field, which at this point in the competition is quite a bit. So right now, we do see that Tween has dropped into 3rd place. Gwen and Ratchet are gonna be the ones battling for this one.
Yeah, Ratchet sets up so wide on that bug slide, and it seems to have worked. It's given him very good speed out of that turn. That's kind of what happened last time, right? He came roaring back with huge amounts of speed through this section of the track. It just all went wrong as he managed to clip. He ends up pushing too hard, hitting the wall on the way through. This time around, he's surviving. He is still sitting in 2nd place for the time being. Jadon sits in 4th, and he's dropped a little bit away from the pack, so we'll stay on board then with Tween. Through the finish, Tween's going to crash on out. Ratchet versus Gwen at the line, and Ratchet is behind. by 32 thousandths of a second. Gwen will fend him off, and he's having a great time of it up at the front there, continuing to extend his lead on the match.
Yeah, the race really getting close. I mean, not even point one. When when you're at the point of the competition where point 2 is a sizable chunk behind the rest of the pack, that's kind of when you know just how small the margins of error are. Here we are on to round number 3, and this time it's going to be Ratchet who's making the mistake on that starting section there, that jump into the reverse. I personally got to say, I would have loved to see more of a reverse section, but I don't know if the players would have appreciated that. It would have been fun though. So right now, once again, out of the gates, Gwen and Tween. My goodness. These names, why are they so difficult?
Yeah.
They were battling there for that first place position. This time Gwyn seemingly able to take a little bit of a lead, 0.15 ahead of Tween at the moment here as we get into the drift here right now.
Gwen leads the way from Tween, and those are two separate players, no matter what the broadcast might be trying to convince you otherwise of. It is a decently healthy gap from Gwen back to Tween at the moment. As they round the last couple of corners, Tween's crashed on out, and so Jadon is the beneficiary, takes the second place. Tween still ended up coming third. Ratchet still struggling out there. I mean, this time around we saw it. It was the early mistake. He did crash on that turnaround, never able to recover from that. Tween's mistake there at the end, not even enough for him to catch there. And at the moment, he is a very good player. Again, we saw he can drive the times. He's just been very crashy to start this match off.
Yeah, but to be fair, it is also right now on featuring possibly the hardest map of the map pack. I'm just trying to get the names pronounced right. So,
yes, correct.
I don't know why, but the WE, it's just been messing me up seeing that right there. But yeah, it's Gwen who's been taking a lead, 55 points, and with that he has been building a little bit of a safety net ahead of the rest of the competition, especially doing that on a difficult map like this, where if you're the better player, it's obviously gonna be the easier map to start building that lead on, but it's also going to be the map where you're going to get in your opponent's head the most.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. As Gwen is currently leading the way as well from Tween. Well, we saw it come down to the finish line here on featuring in the last round. It has in plenty of previous rounds so far this weekend, and it'll happen plenty more times. It's so easy as you whip the car around these tight corners to end up putting it in a wall or into the hole in the middle. Jadon goes straight on into the hole that time around. Gwen ends up winning the round. He fended off Tween for long enough, and that was allowing Ratchet into third place as well. Jadon not able to hold on. Looked like almost genuinely a controller malfunction or something. He went full like left steer into that hole.
Yeah, but to be fair, that wood section, it can catch you off guard. Of course, these players, they've been practicing. They do expect it, but you know, sometimes you're just focused, full focus, tunnel vision, and then that wood section comes in and you're just a little bit out of the loop, and then all of a sudden you're steering very hard to the right, and you remember, oh, you can't do that. You steer to the left, and all of a sudden you're in the hole.
Yeah.
That's an unfortunate position to be in. Jadon, a little bit of a surprise for me personally, how he's dropped all the way to fourth place. I don't know. He's not really finding his groove in this game right now.
Yeah, struggling a little bit as you know this match has started off. Again, Ratchet I think definitely is having kind of more struggles. Maybe I think he's definitely crashed quite a lot. The pace seems to be there. But Tween and Gwen, definitely the two who are battling it out at the top at the moment. Gwen is most definitely coming out on top of that battle. He is looking quick. Will he continue to look quick as we head to our next track? We are going to be heading on in to Blueprint, a track that I've been really enjoying watching. It's produced some really exciting rounds.
Indeed. So I think Gwen, he's just gonna wanna, not overdo it, because at one point if you try and push it too much and you start crashing and get in your own net, that's gonna be a bad, kind of a bad thing as well. And Tween, I mean, he's been looking comfortable in that position just right behind Gwen, and so if he can just
that's a stylish keyboard.
Yeah, that is a stylish.
That's a nice keyboard fun.
I think it's probably gonna light up, and then those white bits they're gonna light up as well. It probably looks really sick.
Yeah, sorry, you were making a very coherent point. That was very good, but Tween's keyboard looks really cool, and I think I had to mention that. Tween, with that very cool keyboard, currently sitting in second place on the round. Ratchet up in first, but it is by the nose of the car. far, and not much else for the time being. In fact, all 4 players within a couple of tenths of each other as we make our way through Blueprint. Not any longer. Jadon's gone. He will drop a long way away from the rest of the field. Gwen is chasing down Tween and Ratchet, running out of track to do it on, but the end of this track is the great equalizer as well. We have seen so many crashes as they try to fly through this hole with the reactor on Blueprint. Ratchet continues to lead from Tween. Gwen is carrying good speed and he's onto the platform a little bit quicker there. That'll allow the overtake on Tween. Will it allow him past Ratchet as well? The answer seems to be maybe. It's unclear. I don't know if the players know themselves where they're ending up at the moment, as Ratchet still just about has his nose in front, and he keeps his nose in front all the way to the finish line.
7,000 of a second separating them. That's some very important points for Ratchet, who's dropped all the way into 4th place, and I think that's probably going to be enough to maybe just get up into that 3rd place. My math is not mathing quick enough, and so yeah, there it is. It is in fact enough for him, and with only 4 points away from Tween, he is in a position to potentially overtake for that 2nd place here. I don't think he's in contention to get up into 1st to contest Gwen at all, but you know, you only really need to be in that top 2 position for now. Who was that? That was Tween with a crash, and that no.
Goodbye Gwen as well. Both of them completely.
So it's gonna be a Ratchet and Jadon game, and so it's kind of happening what I've been saying with if Ratchet can now finish in 1st place, he might be able to overtake Tween this round, which would be good for him, especially with the mental.
Yeah, I mean, look, Gwen is starting to run away with the match a little bit, although crashes like the one he's had in this round won't help with that. There's a 2nd place up for grabs to move on from this match, right? If you can overtake into 2nd place as Ratchet on Tween, you're feeling good about it. At the moment, Ratchet is doing what he needs to do. When the round where Gwen and Tween have both made mistakes, he is sitting in 1st place, and it's turning into a more comfortable 1st place as we watch. Slightly extended the lead there on Jadon, who is now coming back at him towards the finish line. A little bit more speed on Jadon, but it's not enough speed to make a real impact up to the line. Gwen ultimately ends up finishing in 3rd place. That means Tween will take 4th place and the 3 points to go along with it.
Yeah, it seems we're seeing a little bit of a opposite thing of the match from before, where the top 3 was just really close together, and then there was that 4th player that just didn't quite get there. But now we're seeing kind of seemingly the opposite, where the 1st player is just kind of running away with it in Gwen, and then the other 3, they are fighting for that 2nd place, where it's like, you know, Gwen's basically secured the 1st place for himself, and there's only one more spot up for grabs, and all 3 players want it, and it's not going to be Tween this round, as he has touched the outside wall there, and he's going to be falling behind into 4th place. But the top 3, Grand Ratchet and Jadon in that order, still fighting very close together, not even 0.05 between the 3 players, and it's not looking like it's going to change, but Jadon is going too tight, and he's going to be falling behind 0.2 or 0.5, my bad. It's not going to be something he's going to catch up, so it's going to be between Ratchet and Gwen. Ratchet been looking very, very solid on this map so far, so let's see if he can get ahead of Gwen here, who's finally on a run that he's been looking for again. His first 2 rounds on this map have not been quite as good. There, it's going to come down to this finish here, and Gwen is going to be taking himself that 10-pointer, and Ratchet with a 2nd place finish, still very solid.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Ratchet's starting to move up that leaderboard. I mean, extending the lead over Gwen a little bit and feeling happy about that. You'd hope, you'd imagine.
I think he likes this map.
Yeah, it's gone very well from so far. I mean, based on what we've seen of the times from Ratchet, you know, the fact that he held the event record on the 1st map earlier on and things. I mean, there's other maps he's quick on. He does seem to be settling into the match as a whole, though. Not just that it's like, oh, he's great on Blueprint. He's had the pace on the other maps. He's just not crashing. In fact, Gwen and Tween are the ones who started to crash a little bit. Jadon is at a bad time, but I mean, Tween is once again kind of looking like he might be in the mud on this round a little bit. He's down by 6/10, and that is 3 rounds in a row. And 2 rounds in a row for Jadon on that exact section of the track where things have gone wrong.
Yeah, I feel like you can tell kind of who's got more experience at these big LAN events with a crowd in front of them. I mean, you know, if you're sitting in the arena, there's a ton of people, and they are loud. If you sit in there, it is in fact loud, and I think that's kind of what caught Ratchet here at the start a little bit. But he's finding his groove. You know, he's getting used to this. While we see Gwen, he's used to this kind of thing. He's done this a few times, and so he's just kind of in his own game right now, and that's why he's probably winning. While Ratchet, he's gotten into it. He knows he's got the pace, and especially I think this map has gotten him a bit more secure.
Tobal, I'll agree with you. Yeah,
you think?
Good to get used to the crowd a little bit. I will also say, I think the other reason Gwen is winning is because he's really, really goddamn quick.
I mean, obviously, I thought that was a given. I'm pretty sure we're at the point in the tournament where all 4 players are really, really quick.
Yeah. I mean, it's just the times that Gwen has been setting round on round. I mean, we haven't necessarily been highlighting it on the last couple of maps, but Gwen's pace has been unreal.
I mean, you can see the world records and the event records in the top left, and
the PBs for the players on the bottom. It's beautiful. The
They're
overlay
very
is
close.
wonderful. Yes, they are very close.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Have we seen a new event record this match so far? I don't think we have.
I don't think so.
Maybe.
But brother,
Maybe.
I don't know. Hey, we'll
Doesn't matter.
I don't know. We'll see. We're going on to Domino anyway, and so hopefully we can just set a nice event record there. Looking forward to that bobsleigh in the middle of the track as well. It causes issues. It's there to cause issues specifically, and boy, is it good at its job.
It's fun.
Yeah.
It's fun. I mean, who doesn't appreciate when a player goes flying out? We had a map like that at XPEvo last year, but where the bobsleigh was at the very, very finish, and we saw a ton of snipes there. So I'm, as a bit of an ice main, of course, always going to be a bit biased towards anything that's ice, even if it's bobsleigh.
Yeah.
And, you know, there's kind of big divide.
Yeah.
I wouldn't call it a big divide, but a little bit of a fighting going on in the ice community if bobsleigh is considered ice or not.
Yeah.
I'm personally in the camp of it's not ice, but
it's literally ice. I don't know what to tell you. Okay, we'll move on. Look, we can't start that fight right now because it will never end. As we are live on to Domino, the longest map in the pack. We're at the point of the match where, you know, maybe fatigue's starting to set in a little bit. These players have been up there for a while already, and they are going to stay focused for 70 seconds at a time. Jadon is starting off well, at least this time around. Ratchet sits in second, Gwen and Tween just a little ways behind the two of them. You can see the nose of Tween's car creeping in there. He's still trying to get a nose in, and Gwen is carrying a lot of speed through the middle of the track. He's past one. The drift kind of lets him down a little bit there. He's setting up very wide onto this booster, and he has dropped back down into third place after pushing for second for a while. Well, never mind. There he goes. Second place again.
All right. Gwen would obviously like to get as many points, maybe even get the finalist on this map.
Great.
The faster he can do it, there he goes. He's in the lead. The faster he can do it, the faster he can, you know, get his break going and leave it to the rest of the pack. And the faster the rest of the pack can get their fight for second place going, as Gwen has built a huge lead, 95 points and to 67 points in second, and so it's gonna be a little bit. Sorry, I thought Jadon would. Oh, the snipe
Jadon
though.
does snipe.
Yeah, I thought
Manages to
Jadon
catch
would
Tween.
clip there, but he had enough speed. Okay, he judged that way better than I did. Gwen is gonna be getting into the triple-digit territory here now, around 2 rounds-ish away from his finalist mode. So if he locks in right now, pops off, then he might even be able to secure it on this map.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, I do want to call out Jadon's performance in that last round. Everyone finished within 2 tenths of each other. So first of all, GRs all round. Well done, everyone. Give yourself a hand. Nobody crashed. You made it to the finish line. Okay, that's good. What went wrong for Jadon? Because he was leading for a lot of the first half of the track. The bobsleigh, right?
Yeah.
He basically, it looked like not quite a full release, but he was releasing on the way in. He's clipped this time around as well. And from there, he had a great end. He had the best end in the server. Ratchet's gone as well. Whatever, I'm talking about Jadon right now. He had the best end out of anyone in the match there, but unfortunately the bobsleigh just let him down a little bit too much. Now, look, all of that is irrelevant because he's crashed this time around, and Ratchet has crashed this time around, and Gwen is sitting in second place behind Tween. Gwen did look fast on the bobsleigh last time around. He looks fast on the bobsleigh this time around as well, carrying the speed into the wood and using that to just slingshot himself around the corner, possibly even a little bit too far, as he ended up really wide on that follow-up dirt. He is going wide on the outside of that dirt as well. He is looking for every last drop of speed that he can find in his height to try and take Tween down in this round, to take the full 10 points as well, put himself that step closer towards finalists. He's got more speed here. He's going to jump a little bit further to the left than Tween though, and he is not able to snipe. Congratulations to Tween on that round, managing to hold off Gwen. You can see the smile on his face there. He knows that was close.
Yeah, Tween definitely, he wants those points. He wants to get back up into second as soon as possible, preferably before Gwen finishes in first. Gwen is now in a position where he can grab himself that finalist mode if he finishes first in this round, so that he's going to be the one to look out for this round for now. And yeah, and then we see Tween and Ratchet, they're very close in points. 4 points between the two of them, so we can see the positions shift around soon here, depending on how this round goes. So far, Tween is ahead of Ratchet by not much. Gwen, the race leader for now, 0.1 seconds ahead of the rest of the pack. So let's see if he can keep that lead going, especially watch out for that bobsleigh part if that's going to change up the positions. The race lead is getting close. It looks like Tween has overtaken Gwen there for the moment, and it's going to stick like that. Tween 0.1 ahead.
Yeah. Tween 0.1 ahead, but I think that's about to shrink. Gwen has been so quick through the section. Tween risked that time around. The wheel nearly fell off the edge, and he's still kind of driving recovery on the exit there. There was a little bit of whipping backwards and forwards across the track to make sure he was in position. He has survived, and that lead has survived as well, although it has shrunk below a tenth of a second. Ratchet is now creeping up on Gwen, who's focused on trying to chase down Tween, but Ratchet is through. Look at the speed through there. Maybe a little bit too much as he's compromised on that grass exit. It's Gwen will re-overtake, but it'll be close to the line. Ratchet goes so far to the right. Gwen is so quick, but he can't catch Tween. The gap was 28 thousandths.
But between the top three, they're not even 0.1 seconds. That was really close again. But Gwen is not going to reach finalist status just yet. He's going to have to wait another round, and it's going to be this one. And, I mean, just looking at the points, he can finish in any position, so I don't think he's too worried. So, yeah, but Tween has managed to overtake Ratchet for that second place position for the moment, and Jadon is actually the one who's falling behind quite a bit, which is surprising, as he looked like he could be one of the favorites going into this match, though. I mean, if your match has Gwen in it, you know, I mean, yeah, you know.
Yeah, it's always going to be tough. Look, in a competition like XPEvo, there comes a point where if you want to keep going, I think you're going to have to show a level of competition that you haven't had before sometimes for these players. You're needing to step things up, and a lot of these players, especially the more experienced ones, have that extra gear. They are able to squeeze out the extra pace and the extra consistency when they really need to. And Jadon, well, he might be running into that wall right now. He's still in this match. Nobody's out of it just yet, but Gwen is looking to get out of it as soon as possible. He has dropped behind on this round. He is now behind Jadon as well as Tween and Ratchet. Those two cars are overlapped. There might as well only be one. They are so close in time. 4,000 separates them. It's a lot more than 4,000 now as Ratchet has sent that car into the wall. Tween is sent through into first place. Gwen is still trying to chase him down. Gwen jumps so far left on that occasion. He did not clip. He made it to the finish, but Tween held out for a second round win in a row.
Yeah, I thought for a second Gwen jumped too far to the right, and I thought he would miss it. That would have been interesting to see, but you know, I think he would have still made it into the finish and then reached the finalist, which is just what he needed. Yeah, but now reach the finalist and the map switch. It feels like every single time when someone reaches finalist, a map switch comes on, right?
Absolutely. Or, I mean, I think if you hit like triple finalist, it's a requirement that the map switches as soon as you get to triple finalist. That's happened today already.
Yeah, I mean, it makes for an exciting match, you know?
It really, really does. Yeah,
so
absolutely.
We're going to be going over onto Schwadlab, but this one has an ice turn.
Yes.
So it's the best map in the map.
Okay. Well, it's an interesting criteria, I'll give you that much, Tobal. The ice turn does affect the map as well.
No,
I mean, it's not.
I genuinely like this map. I mean, first off, it's got the dome on it, which for me personally, I'm always one for good-looking maps.
Yeah.
So personally, I think any of the maps that have the dome on it, like the one last year or Schwadlab this year, are just gonna be a little bit higher in my overall ranking. Then it's got a nice ending, that ice turn into the tight section, and then that edge turn to the right. We've seen overtakes and we've seen clips. I think it makes for a great map.
Yeah, it's got the cathedral in the middle of the track as well. I know I've been talking to a couple of players. I believe it was Matt P who might have said that he was watching the video at one point then as Import did the walkthrough of the maps and was like, oh, and it's really cool because there's a cathedral here, and he was like, what? There is? You get focused on the route when you're playing these maps. You just don't notice the scenery. You've pointed out the dome there, and I'm like, oh yeah, there is a dome. That's cool. Doesn't matter. Irrelevant to the track. What is relevant is that there is an ice turn later in this track, and yes, it will matter, but the rest of the track matters as well. None of these tracks are easy, and you do need to get through. Ratchet is leading the way for the time being, although part of that is taking a nice high line through there that sent everyone out of sight for a second. Tween and Gwen are right on his tail. Taillights blinking on Ratchet's car as he takes that corner, just about managing to fend them off.
Alright, so Gwen's obviously going to be trying to close it out as soon as possible, but Tween and Ratchet, they're getting closer to that triple digit themselves. Tween more so, as he is only one round away a win from crossing the 100-point mark. He's looking to get that right about now, but Ratchet is hot on his tail, trying to get that overtake here, and it might just be that ending ice section that we talked about that pushes him over the edge and lets him overtake, but we're going to see that entries looking good from both players here. They're right next to each other. Ratchet, he goes too tight. He has to adjust, and Gwen has good speed and he might just be able to overtake. It's that edge turn. He goes too wide. Tween touches as well, and it's gonna be Ratchet. It's gotta be Ratchet is gonna be grabbing that first place. What?
Jadon just wanders in the door 5 minutes later, sees everything on fire, and is like, what did I miss?
and the rest, they're sitting there. This is fine.
yeah, that was a rough finish to the round there as well. Gwen and Tween, they were pushing each other. Yeah,
this map.
Like, look, we're going to talk about the ice because the ice is the big flashy turn before the end as well. But that uphill dirt, I think, has ruined more rounds than the ice has.
You'd think so, yeah, but it's kind of the exit out of the ice. If you catch a lot of speed and then you don't get the setup.
I'm aware they're tight together. Like, I understand the concept of corners affecting each other, just Povo, but it is that is where you see the failure of the time, right? Is on that uphill dirt after the ice section. And we saw it there. Gwen and Tween, both a little bit of a touch, both of them losing the speed, still going for that top risky finish, and I think maybe a failure of decision making. Both of them just wanted that top finish, that they were willing themselves to have the speed to make it, and they, well, very clearly did not in that last occasion. That's wobbly from Tween through the middle of the track. Jadon moves into third place, as up front Ratchet is trying to chase down Gwen. This time around, no major mistakes. All 4 cars are side by side as we enter this ice section, and it doesn't look like there's any major mistakes this time around. Ratchet is a lot further to the left than Ratchet was a lot further to the right than Gwen on the exit, and Gwen is trying to catch up with Ratchet as we head towards that finish line, but it is Ratchet in first. Jadon made that interesting, it has to be said. He skated across the finish line for a second, but he still finishes third in front of Tween.
Yeah, but Jadon, I mean, looking at his point 73, he has fallen behind quite a bit, while Tween and Ratchet, they're holding off Gwen at the moment.
Yes.
Ratchet has crossed the 100-point mark, so he needs to do it 3 more times if he wants to grab first here. Gwen, of course, he's still looking to finish this out. He hasn't really been finding the grip as much on this map. Also, I do want to come back to the point where willing yourself to have the speed. I just want to say, like, if you're at this stage in the competition, you kind of know that if you're not taking the risky fin, you're not going to win it. And if you're Gwen, for example, a finalist, it doesn't matter if you're second, third, or fourth. It just matters if you're first or not.
That is a very good point. Absolutely. Gwen is first right now, which, hey, good for him if what he wants is, in fact, to close out this finalist mode. And I have to imagine that probably is the thing that is foremost in his mind right now. Yeah, absolutely. Ratchet is quick, though. Tween is quick as well, though. They are chasing Gwen down, and he is running from the hounds that are baying at his heels. Tween is going to try and enter a little bit lower, a little bit further to the right. He'll exit a little bit further to the right as well, and Ratchet, I think, is the one with the speed. He's the only one who can challenge Gwen at this line now. You're relying on a touch from Gwen, although Ratchet is pushing hard around the outside. I don't think he has the speed. There goes Gwen, and he will secure his finalist mode. He will continue on in this upper bracket. The question remains, who will join him?
I mean, I couldn't say. If we were just looking at the points, I mean, Ratchet, he is the furthest ahead of the pack compared to Tween, and of course Jadon, he's fallen behind a little bit, only sitting at 80 points. But I mean, we've seen comebacks happen.
Yeah.
And we know that Jadon is a fast player, but he's seemingly not really that comfortable. Oh, there goes Ratchet, and so it's going to be Tween with 103 points. If he can secure that win, he's going to be basically 2 rounds away from his finalist mode, and so let's see if he's going to grab that right now. It's going to be Tween and Jadon, the 1-2 position. Yeah, not even 0.1 between them.
Yeah, absolutely nothing separating the two of them at the moment. Jadon is sitting happily in second place, although he'd love to take that overtake on Tween. Ratchet is continuing to make mistakes behind, and he will drop a little bit further away. Here comes Jadon trying to catch Tween. He's made a mistake as well, and this is just the Tween procession now. He's going to be picking up 10 points for this round. Almost guaranteed. It's not quite guaranteed, I suppose, at this point just yet. He will still need to get to the finish. And in fact, the gap isn't that large. Jadon not really punished for that mistake. The error that sent that wheel flying left him still pointing the right way on track and carrying a lot of speed. In fact, he's a little bit wider and carrying a little bit more speed than Tween around the outside there, but it won't be enough as Tween takes the full 10 points. Jadon will take a second place on that one. He needs a lot more than that if he wants to get back into this match, though.
Yeah, that grass exit, it's kind of deceptively flat, but it does curve up at the end. And if you try to push it too much, it can really mess you up. We've seen a slight mess up there, but it can basically.
Do you see the points? Have you realized what the points mean? Right now, we do have Tween and we have Ratchet on 113 points. Now I'm going to need you to do some real quick caster math for me,
okay,
alright?
I can do caster math, okay?
10 points for a win. Means that it's finalist.
7 points for a second. Was it 6 points
for a second?
Oh no!
Means Probably. Okay, assuming Jadon comes third in the round, which feels unfair to do. He's not been playing that badly. But assuming Jadon comes third in this round, that does mean that only one of Ratchet and Tween is able, with the way the points have fallen, of actually making it to finalist on this round. That's a lot of stakes, honestly, for a round where nobody is even in finalist yet, but it's going to be pretty exciting.
You know, maybe we see Jadon with a
Well, and that's also possible, exactly. That means...
In which case, we're definitely going to see a double finalist at that point, but I'm so far not completely convinced of Jadon so far.
Hey, but you've been driving well.
I mean, I couldn't beat him.
Yeah,
let's not lie to ourselves here. I could not contest with any of these at all, even if I was given a 2-second head start.
Yeah.
And this map, it does have that finish. that you can really push, and so we can see a lot of things happen here.
Yeah.
But whatever happens, if it's not Jadon that gets first, we're only gonna see one finalist.
Yes, that is exactly the stakes at the moment. We'll see. I mean, Jadon, he's not off to the fastest start of the three, but it's not like he's lost touch with them yet either. He is within a 10th for the time being in Tween. That looks a little bit awkward. He's not moving fast out on that track at the moment, but he is moving fast enough through the outside dirt there to stay alongside Ratchet and Jadon. A close round to kick things off. Nobody dropping more than a 10th behind until that checkpoint, over halfway through the track already, and they are still all neck and neck, but Ratchet is now starting to extend that lead a little bit. Jadon got so close to airtime. That was flawless from Jadon over the hill, and it has given him the edge maybe to catch up to Ratchet on this round to try and snipe that first place away.
All right, maybe we do see it. I didn't think it was going to happen, but Jadon is really close to Ratchet. It's going to come down to this finish line, and if he can avoid the cruise control, and he's ahead, and he's going to be flipping. And so it is, in fact, going to be Ratchet who's going to be grabbing himself that finalist mode, now playing for his spot to continue in the upper bracket here. Tween or Jadon, the ones to try and deny it. Tween is only one round away now from the finalist mode. I'm sorry, one point away from that finalist mode, but you know, with Ratchet, that's quite a bit of pressure coming from the front.
Yeah, Ratchet is looking deadly serious at that monitor out on stage at the moment, and hey, why wouldn't you be? It is still very dangerous. It's not like Tween is out of range or out of this match yet. Honestly, I mean, still, Jadon, if he wins a couple of rounds back to back, is kind of a threat again nonetheless.
I mean, 3 wins and all of a sudden he's finalist as well, but you know, 3 wins in a row, that sounds easy, but then you
doesn't sound that easy, to be honest.
Fair point. You know, it sounds simple.
Yes.
Okay, that's the right word.
True. But simple is not the same as easy.
This round, especially on a tight map like this with Karate, it's easy to make mistakes. We've seen it happen. I mean, Jadon made that mistake. He was almost there to deny it, but it seems like Ratchet is going to be taking it home so far in the lead by quite a bit, 0.3. That is a massive lead for him at the moment, and we are approaching that last turn. And so if anything's going to happen, it's got to happen now, and it doesn't look like it's going to happen, so it's going to be Ratchet.
Yeah. Woo. Congratulations to Ratchet. He will be the second player through this match, joining Gwen and advancing through the upper bracket. I have to say it, and I hate to have to say it because he's taking his headphones off and hear me now. He did not start this match particularly well, and I think it shows in that reaction as well. It was a struggle to fight back in. Tween did not make it easy, and Jadon had his fair share of very impressive rounds as well. But it will be Gwen, it will be Ratchet, and moving on to what is a continually more stacked and more concentrated level of talent in the upper bracket. The lower bracket is already looking terrifying in and of itself.
Yeah, I mean, to me, Jadon was a bit of surprise in the sense that he didn't really seem to
it just never quite clicked in this match, I think. Yeah, compared
to Ratchet. Ratchet, he had a rough start, but then he got into it, and he showed that he was deserving of being there. Obviously, second place here. Gwen, Gwen was just solid.
Yeah.
All throughout, and Tween, Ratchet was just better in the end.
Yeah. I don't think... Oh, I nodded in agreement. I don't know if I fully agree with that statement. It was so close.
It was
just
close.
Saying, like, Ratchet was just better.
A little bit. I mean,
like 1
Ratchet,
point better.
Yeah,
exactly,
1 point better. That's still better.
Like, Ratchet hits finalist when Tween is on 119 points. It was close, I guess, is fundamentally the point.
Fair. Maybe I'm just out here with the hot takes again.
Yeah. Exactly. Like bobsleigh not being ice, which, I mean, buddy, wait to discredit yourself live on stage is all I'm saying, okay?
I don't know. I always compare it to, is full speed comparable to tech just because it's tech road?
Yeah, it's the same style.
I mean, it's... Okay.
Well, we are going to get ready then. We've said enough controversial things. We're going to send it on over to an interview. Turbo is standing by to take us through some questions about what exactly just happened in that match.
I'm here with Ratchet, the second place of the match. Dude, you didn't really have a good start into the match. You were failing so much, but then you closed it out. How are you feeling?
Yeah, I'm feeling very happy. Like, genuinely, I saw that with the start of the match, I was like way too far behind already, but then luckily I caught up. We even had very close rounds on Domino, where I was like, how am I third place with a 0.9? Yeah. And yeah, luckily I closed it out on Carrot, which is one of my stronger maps, so I'm very happy.
I mean, you also had really good pace on Carrot, especially at the start, but you ended up crashing a lot. Was it the pressure, the nerves? Were you affected by the crowd?
I wouldn't say so, because I'm used to it from the last year, but I feel like, yeah, it could have been the nerves in the very few ones, because in the beginning of a match I'm always more nervous than throughout the whole match, and yeah.
I mean, you beat Tween. I mean, he's one of the most experienced players out there. I mean, too bad that he didn't make it, but I mean, Gwen also with insane pace. I mean, you were very close to each other, and I mean, Tween and you were fighting it out back and forth. Did it really affect you that Tween was like just in your neck the entirety of the match?
Yeah, I mean, I toggled a few times and I saw Gwen and Tween just in front of me, or we were in the package, and yeah, I just tried to focus on my game because I know I'm fast and I can be rego. Not in the beginning, of course, but yeah.
Yeah, I think you really have to work on your regu, but I think you can come far. I mean, a new record as well. Maybe I've seen that, the .06 on Carrots. It was a really good time. So, what, like, going on to the tournament, what are your goals? I mean, of course, you want to go far, but are you like, do you try to like improve on anything, or are you just taking it chill now?
I would say that I'm taking it chill now, because, like I said, if you're used to the main stage now, I feel like it's easier to play it on it again, and yeah, that's what I'm going to focus on. Like, just not to be that nervous in the beginning of a match, and then it should be fine.
All right, thank you very much, Ratchet, for the interview, and good luck in your matches.
Thanks.
Thank you, Turbo, and oh man, good job, Ratchet. My boy, my boy! Oh, I'm so happy that he was able to make it in second place there, because I know he wasn't excited about being on the stage, and I know, I'm sure he was having some nerves, but honestly, I'm so happy. I turned into a little kid. I was like, it's Ratchet, he did it. I'm such a fanboy. But that being said, it was a really close match between him and Tween for that second place. Gwen, honestly, was pretty in control for most of the time, very early out for him in first place, and then just kind of got to spectate. But yeah, as far as Tween and Ratchet kind of going toe for toe there towards the end to the finalists, but Ratchet being able to make it at the end.
I mean, Gwen's performance was impeccable there. He was 30, 40 points ahead. Just until the other ones got to even finalist stage was like a whole nother map afterwards. So it was an insane performance by him. Between Ratchet and Tween, it was quite close, but Tween couldn't do the double on stage to go back-to-back on close rounds for second place. But it's quite difficult to see.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you guys, you probably didn't see it, obviously, but while we were watching all the time, just import only random facts about, oh, by the way, about Ratchet. Oh, by the way, Ratchet. Oh yeah, sorry, it's about Ratchet again. But yeah, about the match, the first, like, until 40 or 50 points, all of the players were still rather close to each other, also Gwen, but after that, Gwen just bulldozed through, and it was very impressive. Ratchet also played really nicely. Interestingly enough, he had a lot of crashes late in the map, I feel like. And like, he had really good starts, he was leading a lot of rounds, and then he made those mistakes. So he did go through, but looking at those mistakes, he can get a lot more points than that if he just...
flexible. The thing is, I was telling, I was having my moment of like, well, Ratchet, like, it's true. I was explaining kind of because I am the Ratchet fanboy, I was explaining that Ratchet, when he trains his maps, he only trains from start to finish. He does not reset SCPs. That's something he does not like doing. He likes, when he trains, he starts from start to finish and nothing more. So
I could tell.
Yeah, we could tell. Once you see, you get to the latter parts that, especially for things like featuring, right, where the hard part is at the beginning, and he did those really well, and he was even ahead a lot of the maps where you see him have a really good start compared to everybody else, and then once you got to the latter half of the map, then you see like, okay, why were you so close to the edge there, like risking that so hard? And the reality is that the end is not as practiced as the beginning. He does do part maps like all the other top players. He does practice part maps and everything, but he is much more of a fan of practicing from start to finish, and that is just the Ratchet style. And luckily, it still works for him.
Yeah, it worked out.
So yeah, that's kind of the reason why. So yes, I was during the game doing my little excuse me, but actually Ratchet does it this way. So yeah, but I'm very happy for him. Also, New Prime also went through on his side as well, I believe, and through the winners bracket. Unfortunately, for another German update, Massa is now in the losers bracket, from what I have seen.
Yes.
And there's a lot more updates that we will have going further, but this is, yes, go ahead. Sorry.
Just one point very quickly. Going back to Ratchet, which you will be very happy about, is that last year it was exactly in the winner bracket quarterfinals where Ratchet went into the lower brackets. There he was the one who was very impressive and very front-running for most of the time before then getting caught up after reaching finalist. This time around he broke the finalist curse on stage, so it's hopefully he can perform again. For you, for your sake. I'm just looking at you and I'm like, the glow in your eyes.
I know. I actually, like, I've been dead tired today, and that just made me feel alive. I suddenly have a lot of energy. But I mean, we were looking at some of the winners matches that are going on. I don't remember the names. I'm sorry, because my brain is all like in
it's just two winner bracket matches left, right?
Two winner bracket.
Yep.
We are top 32 now going forward after the dinner break. We have our dinner break coming up here shortly. We have a little bit of content during the dinner break, so you don't have to leave. There will be some fun stuff happening during our dinner break that you'll be able to watch. It'll be Ice Cup. That's why I have nope, this way. The trophy right here, even though you can't see it, but it's okay, it's right there. Well, now you can see it. But yeah, that'll be happening. But going into top 32, yes, two winners bracket final matches, and then I believe it is 4 losers bracket matches. I think that's rounds 5 for losers bracket, if I remember correctly.
I don't know which round, but it's 4 matches.
It's a lot of rounds in the lower bracket.
It's a lot of rounds.
You really do not want to go into lower bracket early.
Yeah. Maybe during the break, if we can, maybe we'll be able to see the bracket. If not, that's okay too. But yes.
You said Massa is going to the lower bracket.
He is.
Good news, however, for the big fans is that Granadi made it through his round by winning his lower bracket round. So both big guys are still in, and Granadi is still going for his spot.
And Tona alert. Tona is through to top 32, and he went in with Enner as well. So Tona is still in the race, everybody. So we might be able, at least maybe hopefully on B stream they'll cover a Tona match. That would be really great.
It's going to be an interesting match, actually. I think he's playing against Vixa. And
good. Yes.
I forgot the other two names.
Enner.
No, he's playing against Granadi or Stufts, because Granadi.
He's playing.
I don't remember if it's Granadi or Stufts, but he's going to play against one.
And another crazy thing, Wizzy is already out of the tournament.
Yes.
Wizzy is unfortunately, he finished last in his match, so he is out, unfortunately. But Stufts still for Wild able to continue on. But yeah, the matches get harder and harder, and now I'm just like, oh man, there's so many matches I want to watch, and I'm sure you guys want to watch them too. But you can only do so much with 2 streams. But yeah, maybe in the future we'll just have 16 streams for every single match. There we go. We'll make it happen somehow.
This is a good plan.
Adio was right all along. You just need a stream for every single player.
Exactly. Just everybody does POV streams going forward. That being said, we are going to go ahead on a 5-minute break, and we'll be right back for a little bit more information and action, and then we'll see you in a little bit.
Look.
Die Vision von Next Kings ist, dass wir gute Möbel für Gamer und fürs Homeoffice bauen. Es sind nicht einfach nur Möbel, sondern wir sagen dazu Livables. Wir gehen jetzt einen Schritt voran, wir sind jetzt die Next Kings.
Humans, what have you learned? I was programmed to beat you. close your eyes.
Welcome back, everybody, to XPEvo 2024, and we are about to go into our dinner break, but you should stick around because we are going to be doing one of our side events. We finally get to broadcast one of our side events. It's happening right now on the B stream with Doogie, and he has a couple guests with him right there, right on the stream right now. But you don't have to go anywhere. It's also going to be streamed right here, so you'll be able to watch it along with us during the dinner break. We'll be returning to our regular tournament matches in about 40-ish minutes, and we will start with our top 32 going forward with a pretty banger match, if I do say so myself. I do believe it is going to include Gwen, Binks, Feed, and New Prime in the matchup coming in an hour. But until then, we are going to head over to what is almost the grand final of the XP Ice Cup. And with that being said, I actually have to kind of get over there soon. So why don't I just, you know, take this and actually get over there. So I'll see you guys over at the B stream. Okay.
Yeah. Good focus seats. Good focus. Yeah. Zero is in the back casting. He was on. He was just here before. So, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's good.
It's the first time I have a mic, so I hope it's fine.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh my god, I love it. It's so cool. I really appreciate like all of the ISOs coming together.
Yeah,
a lot of people helping with the cast before as well. We did a cast on a Herr Anderson stream for the qualifiers and quarterfinals. So all the people were there cheering, and they've all come like to sit behind us now. It's so nice to see the community backing up this event.
For sure.
And Import is coming now. I think Shaco, if you could swap with Import so Ingo can sit down and show us what we got here.
The trophy.
And big clap to Shaco for coming on here, showing the Danish faces and showing the OG ISOs who is still here. Import has brought forth the trophy of this.
I have. I'm here too. Hi.
Import. Welcome, Import. We have hosted our semifinals, and we are slowly getting ready for the finals here.
Awesome. Are we doing super serious casting, or are we just yapping?
We can. I think we yap until there's like 20 points or something from finalists, and then we try to log in a little bit because this is a stacked matchup.
Bet.
I don't know if you heard who was in it, but I'll repeat it. We have a Tiku.
Okay.
We have Icarus. We have Burnt Bagels and Narbex.
Okay, I think we have two people from last year who were also in the top 4.
Exactly.
Which is Icarus and Burt Bagels.
Yes.
Is that correct? I remember, folks. It's amazing.
He's actually he's so integrated in the ice community that he remembers all the way like to back from last season. That's amazing. Yeah, Stephen giving a high five there as well. It's absolutely amazing. Opal is not playing. He could unfortunately not make it to this event. Unfortunately.
Yeah, that's very unfortunate. Like he was saying, would have loved to play the cup and like being full trained, but yeah, sadly during the last ice event, he encountered like some issues with the internet connection.
Yeah.
So since then we didn't see him. So, yeah.
Yeah, of course, that makes sense.
Who's gonna win?
In my opinion, probably Narbex.
There we go.
I would just say Narbex as well.
Yeah.
No, I mean, let's see. There's 34% people on there, and then there's one guy from Shift.
And I'm the Shift guy, so...
I mean, I'm not going to massively cheer for him. I know that he considers himself a favorite. He thinks he has the chance to win.
Yeah.
But yeah. Also, all the qualifiers here and quarterfinals, semifinals have been 100 points. We are upping that to 120 points in the finals. So they have a little bit more time to push. Yeah. I'm just making sure that we swap map order as well, so they don't have to play the same maps in the same order again.
And I got all the ice Andes right behind me.
They're all there. Like, all of them, but this is a full row of ices. I think a lot of the people who were in the semifinals.
I got Zero, I got Snippin, I got Hank.
Exactly. You have
other people.
Symptom, Jolly. You have Henry, Login, Anderson, Sparv. Okay, we have a Vonario up back there.
I see a Lion. He's not really an ice guy, but
if FS Evo, that's okay. Vonario is the one guy that if you see his maps in random map challenge, you're like, not again.
it's all cooked, all cars and everything. It's beautiful. So yeah, I think we will be going into the finals here in about 3 minutes.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm just excited. These guys have been playing for the last 3 hours over here on the pieces in the arena. They had a really good setup. A lot of the icers, they found a station where they've been for the last 3 hours.
Yeah.
I know Icarus, he sat down at a computer when he got in here at 11:30, and he hasn't left. He's that logged in.
Dedication. And Icarus has always been a good ice player too.
Always.
At one time before he was 34%, he was Evo.
Yes,
so
we missed that.
Well aware of his talents, and he was like, "I'm too good for y'all. I'm going to 3D." So, but
yeah.
no, I mean, I'm happy for him.
Of course.
Still enjoying ice, still playing really well, and even though ice doesn't really have like a super premier land presence, at least they get to have something here at XPEvo. And
I think the one thing that's insane about XPEvo, last year we had sort of a smaller event with just 5 rounds on a few maps, and this time around it's much more competitive.
Yeah.
We had a qualifier, quarterfinals, semifinals. The players in the finals have made it through 2 rounds of knockouts with some of the best ice players in the world, and we have found the best ones at the event. 4 players that are gonna absolutely dominate, I'm sure. I think it's gonna be very close. I will be very surprised if it's one player who takes 10 points.
No, I don't think so.
No, right? They're gonna swap in everything.
And anyway, they are gonna get a lot of pressure, I think, especially Norbex that told me that he'll be really stressed. So we'll see how he will do in the finals.
When I started sitting down and you guys were talking, I had a phone call on my phone, and I was like, "Who on earth is calling me at this time of day?" And then I'm like getting buzzed, and then I realize it's Fegir.
It's fake, obviously.
He's like, I had to do it for the stream. I'm like, bro.
That's so.
Hi.
Yeah, hi, Fegir is here, exactly.
I like how I wave to the chat as if like chat sees me there and not here, but it's
of course.
Whatever.
I think before we go into the finals, I want to take a small break and invite someone on here that I think has been a big part of the community and is also part of Evo. So if extra large Red Bull want to come take my spot for like 5-10 minutes, chat a little bit. Yeah, lovely. He'll come to say hi as well. So we get him in here. Another Evo guy, and then I'll try to find some more guests for people.
I feel bad for you. Now you're in an American sandwich. How's that feel?
No, it's fine. Don't worry. I mean, I'm an international guy. Like I was from Reunion Island. Now I'm in Spain. Like I'm everywhere.
Fair enough.
All right.
Exhale Arby's.
Hello.
Hello.
How's it going?
This is your first stream appearance this weekend?
I've appeared on camera a few times, but not on the mic. So it's a pleasure to be here.
On the mic. The XLRB guy.
Yep.
You know, the guy who makes maps and still
tries
to this day, if you guys like XLRB maps, just know that I am the reason for his success. No, I am. Because when he was starting out his little mapping career, he would send me maps and be like, what do you think of this import? What do you think of this? And then one day, I told him, do better, forehead. And he got so mad that he started actually doing better.
I did. I tried.
And now he gets paid to make maps. So, hey, there you go.
No.
Oh, yeah.
Well, it's a pleasure to be here. Mika, how did you play? I didn't quite get to see the play. So how did you go?
What?
How did you play?
How did I play? No, I just chill. Like during the main event, you mean?
During the XP Ice, did you play XP Ice?
Oh no, I didn't. I couldn't actually,
right.
Because it was at the same time as the match to get in the top 64.
Okay.
So yeah, and I was in this match, so I couldn't play the XP Ice sadly.
Okay.
But yeah,
well,
yeah, no problem. At the end, I can cast and watch the final. So yeah, this is great.
Awesome. As we see, I guess we got Burnt Bagels.
Oh,
yeah,
we are
it
on.
starts.
It's starting now. We are in the grand final, the final grand final, as if there's another grand final happening.
Yeah,
but we're starting out here with Burnt Bagels, Wutigu, Icarus, and Norbex.
Okay, nice. Oh, he's losing the gear. Bagels with less speed.
But Norbex holding the lead. Burnt.
Oh, the gear.
The gear.
Yeah,
and
that's
also
hard
the
for
plat
Bagels.
And the penalty grass there.
Oh, that's a big crash from Icarus. Norbex is leading,
Good
doing
speed
pretty
from
well.
Burnt, yeah. Norbex, tighter line. Burnt going wider, allowing Wutigu to come back up.
Okay, nice.
Norbex
is chilling.
Norbex being chilling right now.
But very, very close for first round.
right, Narbex. Towards the latter half of this map, I believe.
Okay, inside light for Bagels. Maybe sniping Tigu. We'll see at the end.
We'll see here.
Being
Narbex.
very low, and Bagels is taking it.
Good round
for the
all.
second place, and Narbex just chilling, taking the first place.
Narbex, cheater. Really mad.
It's the first time I'm casting, so
yeah,
I'm trying my best.
Yeah. You know, I was told that it was like Doogie and I were casting, and then he just disappears on me. Doogie was like, "Yeah, it's going to be me and you casting the grand final," and I was like, "Oh, okay, cool." Like last year, and then here, I have XLRB and me.
And as we see into the second round, Icarus and Narbex actually taking second place over Bagels here on Telebanco 2 by Hinkesme, a renowned ice mapper. Going into this turn here, starting the slide up into the left. I can't really hear the game audio, but I'm assuming this is a fourth gear slide.
Oh yeah, I don't have the game audio as well, so. But I can see if there's like a gear change or anything. I think it's enough. But yeah, this time Icarus is in, so it was Tigu who failed at the start, sadly. Narbex first again, and yeah, Bagels and Icarus maybe going for the second place.
Ooh, good line too.
Okay, nice.
Yeah,
First time I've actually
still
seen
second.
this map. And I have to say that's one of the more interesting risky finishes I've seen on
Yeah.
this map.
Yeah.
The closer you are, the better you are. But also, if you take it too close, obviously you're gonna smack that finish.
Yeah.
It's pretty good.
But yeah, this finish, if you wanna be like really low, yeah, you have to be careful. Like you can choke and lose everything. You have to respawn anyway if you're too low. So yeah.
I know it's an ice competition when I read the chat and there's bullying of me without like any prompting, where it's like the best map Import has ever created is the map that he deleted.
Well, that's typically the case here.
It's true.
And Hjort is not lying when he says that.
Wow, disgusting. My maps are fine. Anyways, Icarus in the lead now, and looking pretty solid here. Good speed. Burn Bagels having to do a little bit of a release, I believe.
Oh, the slide out.
Slide out by Icarus there. Ooh, Tiger just not being able to have the pace. But Burn Bagels is looking pretty good here in this slide. Got to take it a little bit tight to the penalty grass. Doesn't get punished by that. Flipping that, so it's fine for him. Good exit on the reactor to the uphill on the ice. And if he gets this tight and correct, he should be able to get this no problem. And yes, he is. There it is. Narbex 0.6 behind as well. So good time by Barbagels at 58.1, but not faster than what Narbex had a couple rounds previous. I believe he had a 58.0.
Do we know the world record here, chat? Anybody?
Yeah, world record, I know it. World record is 57.5.
Wow.
So 58 low is decent. It's pretty solid in rounds.
You know, for ice, there's a lot of time to gain. There's a lot of time to lose.
Yeah,
a lot
that's
of
true.
different corners, so.
It's really hard to be close to the double on ice.
Absolutely.
So yeah.
Good start by everybody here in this round.
Okay.
Tigu's
Both of them
hold,
made it.
But nope. Narbex is going to take it here. Everybody taking it close to the penalty grass, but avoiding it this time. So no mistakes here. Everybody gets a good clean exit as well onto the pavement into the next ice slide. Narbex and Tigu side by side. Narbex a little bit tighter here into this right hand.
This will give Tigu, though, a little bit better entry into the water.
Correct.
More exit speed,
but
a little bit
he
wider
goes
angle.
a little bit wider on the exit there, so allows Narbex back. Tigu taking so much penalty, and he's going to crash too because of it, unfortunately. Wallbang not going to be able to keep him in first, though, sadly. So it's Narbex and Burnt Bagels here at the end. Narbex is holding up thus far and should be able to get into the finish just fine. Another 10 for Narbex. Yep.
57.9, really good time by Narbex. I feel like there are two groups, like Narbex and Bagels, that are leading a bit on Tigu and Icarus.
Are any of the ice players still in the normal tournament?
They are all gone. Mika would have been the last person in the main tournament, so...
Okay.
He was the last ice player.
Well, you fought hard for us.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Good representation.
Maybe
Did you make
next year
top
Opal will
64?
come.
Yeah, you did, right?
No, I did not.
Oh,
I did not.
So you went out top 128.
Yeah, like I made the match and there was the lower bracket. I've been eliminated from the lower bracket just before the top 64.
Yeah.
But yeah.
And that's not the
shouldn't have done
only prize for XP Ice, by the way. I have medals for all the players who for the top 3. Yeah.
Oh, that's
so,
nice.
Top 3 gets a medal. Also, 4th place, they'll get something too. So, yeah, get them all over here. I may have to run and go grab the merch though. So, at some point here, or maybe XRB could try to run. Actually, you wouldn't know what it is. I
It's
would have to go
upstairs,
find
right?
it. Huh?
It's upstairs?
No, it's in the production room, right around the corner of the door. There's, I think Breaker knows. You could maybe DM and ask him, but.
And as we talk, we switch to the next map. So we'll see how they will perform on this map. Vega is leading at the moment, following by Narbex, really close. Nobody crashed, I feel like. They're doing pretty well. Oh, there's a fight for the last turn. Oh, Tigu just clipped.
Wow.
Oh my god, that's a good round.
That's close, yeah.
Good round, 0.4, 0.5, 0.5.
Yep, 200ths of a second separating between Narbex and Icarus for a second there.
And I think the double round is like 0.0, so pretty close to the double round actually. Pretty good round.
This is seems like to me a classic Sophie ice map. Very, very fourth
it
gear.
looks like it. I'm like, this looks
very
like
fluid.
This looks like a familiar mapper, and I'm like,
It looks like a fun map. Unfortunately, I didn't really have time to play any of the XP Ice maps recently since I've been a bit busy with work and real life things and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But it's nice to see that everybody's able to show up and play these maps and participate in such an event like this in person. It's a really an awesome time. But as we see, Wu Tigu has actually fallen a little bit far behind after a few mistakes. Narbex, Burnt Bagels, and Icarus are leading the pack and pushing their way towards the finish line. We'll see if anybody are able to overtake Icarus here with Burnt Bagels trying to force the line here, but he had to release tap a little bit.
Ooh. Okay, he actually finished. I don't know how.
I will be the camera guy. I am the professional here. Don't do this. I got the camera.
Is that how we swap between players?
Yes, 1, 2, 3, 4. That's the cameras.
Oh.
Cameras. You're welcome. The only reason I know this is because I saw the other B-Stream casters do this. All right. Burnt Bagels is going to be starting just a little bit behind and was going to have good exit speed, but unfortunately he had to release and then he clips there. So let's go ahead and move on to the front here. Icarus now overtaking Narbex here. They're going to be fighting side by side. Let's see if I can get a better angle here. Thank you. Narbex, unfortunately, not getting the good exit, so he is going to slow down Icarus all by himself yet again for this round. Icarus looking pretty solid overall on this map and should be able, sans any major mistakes, to get another first place here, but Narbex is going to try to fight back. Burnt Bagels nowhere to be found as Icarus goes further to the right, goes a little bit wider. Narbex taking a much tighter line, might be able to catch up. Nope, that's not going to be anywhere close. Icarus still managing to hold on to his first place, and Narbex just right behind him. Sorry, I just go into casting mode when I see ice, so.
Yeah, I think it wasn't the best round for everyone. It's gonna be a better, I guess, for the next. We'll see.
I'm trying, guys. I'm trying for the ice lines, okay, man? I understand ice lines for the most part. Like, going wider isn't necessarily the good thing.
Did you enjoy the cast?
That was good.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can keep going.
Okay.
I'm here to stay, boys.
Okay.
And girls.
So, Icarus, Narbex, Tigu.
Oh, slide out by Narbex.
So, Narbex.
So we have left Tigu and Icarus, 1v1. Tigu a little bit behind. Good exit from both of them.
Sicker's taking a very, very inside line here. They have a nice exit and set up for the next slide. Being able to maximize the corners.
Yeah,
Break
and
tapping.
Icarus with a great ending. Yeah, it's done. Oh,
Keeping
47.2.
wow.
That's a great time by Icarus.
Wow.
Yeah, that's a nice time. Like, even the 0.6 from Tigu is decent actually in round, and yeah, Icarus just pulled the 0.2. Good job.
Solid round for Icarus. He's getting more points and climbing up the leaderboard somewhat. I mean, points-wise, not necessarily up to second place. He's still 3 points behind Bagels there, I believe. But Narbex still holding the lead right now. Just slowly creep on my import.
You want to swap?
Okay. All right. Doogie's coming back. Let's go.
I'll do another guess from BK as well, so you can leave. Yeah, amazing. I appreciate that so much.
Thank you,
so we'll
joining.
We'll just get some substitutions so we get more people on cast. I appreciate
We're
it.
subbing in, boys.
I appreciate it.
Changes in the middle of the grand final.
Jolly?
Oh, Jolly Pup's coming in. Uh-oh.
Go all the way around.
Jolly. Hi, fam.
Hello. So, into the third map here.
Yes, we're into the third map
Exactly.
right now. I don't have... oh, wait. There is a scoreboard.
Yes,
but
there we go.
amazing. Look at that. Narbex is leading with 57 points right now. Icarus and Tigu tie side by side here on this uphill ice. Narbex getting a little bit of good speed here and is going to overtake at least Icarus with that adjustment he had to make.
Beautiful.
Narbex holding right now, but not getting the best exit on the pavement. Is now falling back. Tigu, Burnt Bagels, really close round so far as Narbex is now sitting in third due to the mistake of Icarus there at the end. Narbex getting these really good slides here, getting not what we want to see here.
Pushing a bit too inside there. As well.
Just a little bit. Bagels is going to, however, get the first 10 points there with that 54.
It's so difficult to do that slide. It's just completely blind. You don't know where exactly to set up, and you just have to trust and go for it.
Exactly. And you were playing against in the semifinals against Narbex and Bagels, so you know exactly how fast these guys are.
Yeah, they're insane.
How was your experience in that lobby? Did you feel like I have to really push to make it?
I basically had to fully push every single round to try to keep up.
Yeah.
I managed to do that in the qualifying. I was only 100 points away, and that's not a lot in qualifying.
No,
but
definitely not.
In the rounds, it's just so difficult to keep up with them.
Yeah, they know how to push, and you can see this round as well. Icarus and Narbex is really out there in front. Do you have a favorite to win this one?
I think it's Narbex.
Yeah?
They have
Everybody's saying Narbex.
Everyone,
Easy.
let's see.
It's a good day to be a shift guy.
They have been showing great consistency on the Sophie map. I have seen them drive point once, multiple rounds in a row. World record is currently in 0.0.
Yeah.
So it's just insane.
Really good round here by Narbex, leaving Burnt Bagels and Icarus behind.
Okay. Sorry.
No, but
that corner is a little...
The way these guys pushes these turns, you never know if they're going to hit it or they're going to manage to do a small steer release before.
Right.
Absolutely incredible and a really nice time. 54.1.
Yes.
You know how fast that is in rounds.
Yes, though I have seen faster rounds, but it's still insanely fast.
Yeah.
For sure.
I think the fastest round I've seen is a 0.8 in there, but I don't know for sure.
Yep, no, Narbex now pulling into first in the points, up to 70 points here, so we're over the halfway point before we reach finalist mode.
Yes, we are.
So already getting halfway through this grand final match for XP Ice 2024.
And absolutely amazing. And Narbex pulling a small ahead here.
Ooh, yeah.
Not doing any like steer adjustments or anything there is so important. Like you get so much extra speed if you just manage to keep that slide going. Go a bit wide and set up.
You need to just have one slide. If you have to adjust, you lose so much speed, and it will snowball into the next slide, and you just lose more. And this is also so dangerous what Burnt Bagels just did. They went wider, and it basically means if you don't have the exact right angle, you will turn around and...
This is a good round right now. This is a good round. They're all on
unfortunately,
Icarus with a small mistake, but they're all on top of it. Narbex with a wider setup. He's going to have more speed in this exit, as you can see here, but Bagels really sending that inside. And maybe Tigu can snipe as well? No. It will just be Narbex in second.
That little edge there at the end before the finish, obviously, like it seems like if you hit it, it's going to be really bad. But honestly, I can
you can send that inside so hard.
Yeah, no, you can actually clip it and just get your car dragged along, and you will be faster.
Yeah.
No. And now Burnt Bagels Narbex tied yet again at 76 points. Let's see who's going to...
I know that Bagels wants to win as well.
Yeah. Well, I mean, he was super close to winning, but we unfortunately had Opal present at the time. So
when he was present, yeah, exactly. but now we're here. Icarus as well from last year. Tigu, not a new face to the community. He's a guy with a little bit of practice. He can be extremely consistent.
Yeah.
And fast.
Tigu has a good run this round.
Indeed, they're really good and fast.
Yeah.
I
And
mean, everyone in final is...
everyone in finals is really fast. I think that all of the players here, correct me if I'm wrong, are they wooting?
What did you say?
Are they wooting the keyboard?
Are they wooting keyboard players?
Yeah, the wooting keyboard players. Oh, you don't know.
Yeah.
So I know that there's a very specific keyboard that the ice players love to use, where you can use a rapid trigger that limits like the sort of break on ice, and just in general. And a lot of these guys have those keyboards, and they're so important for the way they play.
I know Just As uses a rabbit trigger controller.
Yeah.
They are one of the few controller players. Most people play competitive on the keyboard, but there are also few controller players that are really fast.
Yeah. Controller can be fast. I know Spoder is a controller player.
I'm too.
You're also a controller player on
Yeah.
ice? How? I don't understand how that works. I tried to play
player.
on ice.
Well, yeah, on ice, yeah.
You
Not
need
that I'm great at ice, but you know.
You need
Yeah.
very
You're
precise
trying.
control.
Yeah.
It's the smallest brake taps, and if you go a little bit too far, a little bit too long, you just die.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, everyone here are Wooting. They are these sort of rapid trigger users, and it's not needed, obviously, but it just gives that little bit of extra control, at
So
least.
they're cheating, is what I hear. Really mad.
No.
yeah.
It is also allowed in main tournament, so it is not cheating.
Cheating.
No, but it just allows for the most precise ice, the brake taps, and that's all they need.
Yeah, and on ice is a I'm not a controller mapper. What is that? Have you ever built a map on controller?
I've never
No.
built a mapper controller.
No,
you're a
I
psychopath
built
if you
with
do.
keyboard and mouse,
Yeah.
and then drive it with controller.
That's good. We have a Narbex again in head here. I think until the last couple of rounds, these guys are just sort of racking up points. Narbex and Bagels is sort of head-to-head to get these sort of 10 points every round. You don't really know who's going to get it. It seems like Narbex has a small read. Tigu and Bagels is right behind him. This SD up this hill means so much, managing this angle just around 60%. Tigu really sending it and getting so much speed into the exit. Can he actually snipe Narbex here? Icarus is a little bit behind, but Bagels trying to push, but Narbex and Tigu slowly getting it. And Tigu actually sniping Narbex in the end there. What a great uphill by Tigu to deny that round.
Yeah.
Pushing it really hard too.
Yeah.
Also, 10 points to Tigu there, so he can bridge the gap just a little bit here. But right now, I believe that was Bagels, if I remember correctly. No, excuse me, Narbex at lead with 92 points. Bagels not too far behind with 84. So we're getting ever closer to finding out who's going to be the winner of XP Ice.
I am excited. These guys have been going all day. I know they might be a bit fatigued, but if there's any time to log in, it's now. Now is the time to really focus. Icarus with a big mistake earlier.
Oh, I think I just saw somebody else. Yes,
Tigu
Tigu
also with
as
mistake.
well. And it's just Narbex, the top two, Narbex and Bagels.
Narbex and Bagels. And again, this goes to the...
it's a little bit of a disaster this round.
Let's just, not Tigo, Zero, you're 34%, 34% in the walls. It's just Narbex here, but in the main tournament, it's all about consistency. Also here, right? You see these guys?
I don't actually think it is.
No, you're finding pace.
It's all about pushing as much as possible and getting the good rounds.
Okay, that makes sense. So you feel like these players can all push enough to get the rounds?
That's why you see mistakes happen. It's more you rather have the 10 points than get third because you didn't push enough.
Yeah, I can see that. And 10 points is super important here. Narbex, 12-point lead, 18 points until he reaches the grand finals. We have everyone has said it's the favorite. Everyone has said, let's see if he can commit and get it.
Well, this is a map that he was looking really good on at the start of the grand final.
Yes.
And once we go to the map change, it does favor, surprisingly, it favors actually Icarus just a little bit more on the next map, if I remember correctly.
Yes.
But Bagels has been consistently finishing like top two almost every round. So
It's been very good. And this is also the classic Gear 4 map we have in ice. And if Narbex is notorious for anything, it's Gear 4.
Bagels is gone. So
Second round in a row for Bagels. That's really going to put a stick in his wheel for getting to finalists fast here. Narbex has to sort of rely on a mistake, or he has to really push these last lines to get 10 points here. Icarus.
Narbex is a really good line. It's going to be really fast.
Okay, Tigu, Icarus on the uphill here towards the final turn.
It's going to be really close. I think
Tigu.
Icarus might get sniped.
Yeah, no, Tigu's going to hold this here at the
inside
end.
by Narbex.
I got it. I said it.
Sending that inside. What a call, Jolly.
I saw
That
if you
was
set up
insane.
just
the setup there, you just saw the way he could snipe.
what I find most impressive on the Narbex run on this map always is his ends.
Yeah.
The reason why they have such a lead with WR is mostly because of that.
12 points away Narbex now, and Bagels on 93. The other two at 70 points? Around there?
73 and 71. Yes.
Not over by any stretch.
Ooh, that's a slide out.
Yep, that was a slide out here. That was by Tigu there. So Narbex sitting a little bit behind.
Ooh, Narbex is going to slide out. Losing the gear.
He didn't slide out too much, but yeah, he's not looking good. Icarus goes a little bit too far on the right, allowing Burnt Bagels to catch up to him here. And this is what I was saying about this map specifically here. Like, it just looks like Icarus just has a little bit better pace compared to everybody else. But Bagels is right with him and now overtaking.
Where did he come from?
Yeah, where did he come from? Icarus just kind of messed up there.
Yeah, he lost a lot of speed. Did he lose the gear?
I think he did.
Yeah.
What's really difficult about the corner right before the water flick is that if you carry too much speed into it, you will just slide out.
Yeah.
So players need to check if they want to risk as much or if they want to save a little bit and release right before the ice slide.
Yeah. And can we just get like a huge shout out to Hinkisme for this end? It's such a unique end, and you just work. Like you just slide into it.
XPEvo was mentioning that too. It was like, this is a really unique end for ice, especially.
It's really good. I do not like it.
You know what? Personal opinions.
They're saying good end. Yeah, good end on the map. We like the end. Yeah, the end on the map, it's really good.
No, the risky finish.
Risky fin, good. Yeah.
Good, yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it's good.
Okay, into Archipelago, made by Sophie Ice here, an American mapper. I was about to say ice mapper, but she can do so much more than just ice these days.
No, I've seen multiple different maps from her, and this map is really good. But what I really feel like is the beginning is so important.
Yeah. This start here is super important.
You need to get the perfect SD up the hill, and you can gain so much.
Tigu just sending it.
You need to.
Yeah, exactly.
It's really precise.
Narbex needs a top 2 here to secure him.
Oh, that's not going to be it.
Nope.
That was a little bump on the wall.
We didn't really have castle curses yet, so it had to happen once, right?
We haven't done any.
My Bagels is also fully cooked on this one. Tigu is back somehow.
No statements of surely they're not going to mess up here yet. So we haven't said anything like that. So it's not our fault. You can't blame us.
No.
Icarus though looking really good here into the halfway points. Tigu, Burnt Bagels, Narbex following suit in a little conga line pretty far back. But Icarus going to get that 10 points, putting him up to 85, overtaking Tigu at the end here. But Narbex still not finalist yet, but super close. Just 3 more points away. So Narbex, all he has to do is finish, and he will be in finalist mode.
Now we gotta get to see if Bagels can ice them.
Yeah, I want to see that. This round for Narbex is just you also
just
want those 10 points as well to deny to make sure you have a bit more leeway for the finalist.
Yeah,
you don't want to get into a double finalist mode after just like 1 round.
Definitely, and the nerfs just popping up. You played for so long and you just go for it. But I see that Narbex made a mistake and is further behind.
Yeah.
So they won't deny the 10 points. And Icarus and Bagels is currently in first.
And Icarus on this map has looked really good, as the import was saying before.
Bagels is currently overtaking with a little bit wider line, meaning they will have more exit speed, but lose a little bit in time. It's going to be very close, and the velocity will decide it all.
Oh, Burnt Bagels! Hello.
He has an inside line. I think Icarus will snipe it.
What a snipe!
Wow.
Now we have our first red light. So we have red lights on Narbex right now.
The red lights in the main stadium just went whoosh.
Yeah, woo, right now. I love it. And Bagels needs to get a first place here to get himself into finalists as well. Narbex has at least 2 attempts now, I feel like. And
he does, yes. At least 2.
Exactly. If anything, he has to log in right now.
Yes.
I know, personally.
This map, right now, though, he's struggling just a little bit on this map.
Exactly. Icarus with an early mistake here. Doesn't have the exit speed.
If he doesn't make a mistake here...
He did.
They had to release it. It's not...
okay, whatever. All right. You know what?
A small one bounce. I mean, Tigu is going to probably take this round, I think.
But this is the last round on this map, correct? For the Sophie
Tico's going to go to inside, they crash, and
Bagels going to get finalists
that means
as well.
that if they get unlucky and crash somehow...
Nah, there are so many memes of Bagels sliding out in an important round. This is not it. This cannot be the round.
But if you go to inside and...
Are you trying to just jinx him right now?
Yes, honestly. There is one person in the crowd that would laugh. He would go to the bank for this, and that's Kevin. Kevin would love to see Bagels slide out on main screen.
No, but I have experience with it. I actually slid out when I first exactly at that spot.
Yeah,
that's why I know it. It's not fun.
It's not a Type 1 if
But,
Porsche Shave has had.
that's a
Focus on
double
the grand final,
finalist for
folks.
Burn Bagels.
Finalist, double finalist. Focus on that, folks. Come on now.
Double finalist, Bagels, Narbex. Narbex hasn't been looking super good on this one. A little bit sketchy. It's all down to Bagels. Coming from behind and maybe securing himself the victory at XPEvo would be insane.
But they just have to get a good run.
Yes, Narbex is...
No. It's a little bit slower. They have to go set up. But it's really, really tight. And Burn Bagels is currently going in first with a little bit more speed than Narbex.
It's top 1 and 2.
He does it every single time where he touches the corner. Yeah,
Narbex was way too
Narbex
wide,
is
and
out.
Burn Bagels is really far ahead of them. But Tigo can still deny.
If Tigo denies here, Narbex will be very happy. But Narbex did a DNF as well.
Tigo has a really good line. Tigo has a really good end line.
I think it's Bagels. I think Bagels will be the favorite to win
Bagels.
here. And Bagels will take XPEvo in the first round.
What a great round for Bagels, but you don't know how close they were to clipping there.
Yeah.
That was...
I mean, they're fully pushing. 47.2 in the final round as well is absolutely insane.
Yeah.
And now, down to next map.
Yes.
It's up to Narbex to secure himself the second position now. He has to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it helps that Bagels is gone, but it's still difficult.
It doesn't. I mean, I will promise you one thing. Narbex is not like, oh yes, Bagels is gone. Narbex is cursing at himself for not finishing one of those 3 finals attempts that he had.
Yeah, no, you of course just are dying. You think you should have won it.
Yeah, exactly.
And it can just take a toll on your mental. It sucks.
Yep.
Okay, we are still in this match here. We still got to figure out who is going to be second or third place. Like you said, Narbex is finalist here. Icarus is 103 points. Wu Tigu is at 95. So
95, yeah. Back into the round here, we have Narbex, not with an early mistake. Tigu and Icarus trying to push. Really nice lines here by all of them. There is not much to say. Icarus trying to deny and actually...
Narbex is a really fast uphill that's going to gain a little bit.
Icarus looking pretty solid here. Narbex is going to catch up a little bit of speed here potentially because Tigu is... Okay, maybe not. All right, I just don't know my ice lines apparently.
Tigu with a really good line catching up to Narbex. It really depends if they get this line right. A little bit wider, but I think Icarus is going to take the lead and just stay ahead and win this round.
Icarus looking really solid here.
And that's a nice time.
54.1.
Yeah, exactly. There's not much to say that. Like that's a good night. It's a really good job from Icarus to deny Narbex this one and get himself just 7 points away from finalists now as well.
Yeah.
So Narbex still has another 2 rounds before.
This is getting insane. Like he has the pace to drive a world record in almost any round. I think nerves is definitely playing a part here. Icarus coming from behind might just feel like, you know what, I can maybe cruise myself to a second position if I push a bit here.
Yeah, Narbex starting really good though at the beginning.
Narbex is going to have a good lead, good inside line on this.
Oh my god, that's a nice line.
Come on now, bro. That is not fair. Icarus gonna come close, but obviously like.
Oh, Tigo with the illegal wallbang hitting their ass on just the pole, and.
do illegal? What do you mean? Oh, and he, you know what?
He got karma.
Yeah, he got karma. You do not wallbang in a
no
nice.
wallbanging, really.
Where is Icarus going?
Narbex sliding out! They missed the gear, and when they got over the small drop down, they lost the gear and slid out.
Oh no, that puts Icarus into a final position
go,
as well.
Oh no!
Yeah.
Oh no!
That is so unlucky. They lost the gear in the uphill, and that means that if you get a little bit too much airtime and you have speed, you slide out.
That is crazy. He will not be happy with that. That is for sure. Tigo DNF'd somehow as well.
Tigo thought it was over.
Yeah, he just DNF'd and thought it was over. Into the next round here. Tigo is still in it.
Why did he think?
Yeah, but it must have taken immense on Tigo.
You're getting 3 finishers, right, for this match? So why would he win?
Exactly. I'm not sure.
Uh-oh. Tigo.
Narbex going wide. Trying to have more speed though.
Yeah.
They have a really good inside line, but going a little bit too wide on the right side.
Crazy. And this is such a mental game. You saw how many rounds Narbex won before his finalist. And then the moment that red light hits and you know you have to win a round, you just cannot get that out of your head.
It's so difficult, but with these rounds you just have to full push and hope that someone crashes or that you just make it.
Yeah, exactly. But let's see if
Icarus
Icarus is in finalist mode right now,
Yes,
so he
he
can
is in
secure
Icarus,
himself second position. It might actually happen as well.
But Narbex has a really good inside line,
Good
carrying
speed.
open more speed into the last ice slide.
Okay, a little adjustment from
Ooh,
Narbex,
no,
another
but
adjustment.
that's,
Yeah,
No, but
that's it.
Icarus
That's
takes
Icarus
it.
taking it.
Second place for Icarus there.
And a 53-9.
That's insane.
That's a really, really good
that's
round
really
time.
good.
Anyone who wants to play had to wake up so early for that. Wow.
Did I say it was a great day to be a shift guy? My bad. My bad.
We have one more. No.
You
that was it.
You cursed them.
I cursed the team.
Yeah, that was it. We ended that. And we just wanted top 2, and then the last one is just. That's it.
Yep.
We have our finalists.
We have our finalists.
Not the finalists. We have our winner.
We have our winner. Yes,
Yeah.
we do.
We have our winner.
I was about to say Narbex as our winner. I just really wanted him to win.
I mean, he was the winner of the first finalists,
Yes.
right?
Yes,
Yeah.
he was the first finalist, so therefore
Yeah,
the winner.
Exactly. And I have sent a message out that the ice players should come over here quickly.
Yes. If you will give me the time of maybe like 5 minutes, I will be able to come and get the award. So I'm gonna run as fast as lightning. I'm gonna go right now. Okay.
Yeah.
Go speed run.
Amazing. And until then, I think we'll have some more ice players up here, and then Import doing a quick speed run for some merch, and then we're pretty much done there. Can you believe how this finals went?
What did you say?
Can you believe how this finals went?
No, I can't believe it. This was totally not what I expected.
Right.
Also, didn't expect that I would go out this early, but
This early, you're in the semifinals, competing against, like, someone. Look at that little guy over here, make him come here and get the headset on as well, and then that'll be good. Not much there, Jolly. I want to thank you for coming on cast. I appreciate that. Anything you want to say to the ice community?
have a lovely time and keep mapping. It's always fun to play new maps.
Lovely. No, don't give him that one. Give him the headset. Give me this. You don't get anything. No, you get this on. Take it on. Until then, we'll just wait a little bit until the other people come. I know Icarus wants to come as well, probably. I don't think we're gonna get Narbex to come on the couch. Maybe.
I've not spoken to him.
No. Are you gonna speak to him? What are you gonna say?
That's what I'm gonna say.
Yeah.
Fuck that guy.
Okay. Amazing. Bagels, you want a XP Ice? Did you expect that?
No.
No.
No, I did not. No.
How much prac did you have?
I probably put more prac in the venue than I did out, which is kind of insane.
I mean, that's better, no? You get that.
And welcome back after a very interesting Ice Cup final where Burnt Bagels has won. If we are just looking over here, we can see still the winner interview going on. I'm once again joined by the illustrious Lime, and we will be looking forward to searching for a few more people to interview here.
Yeah, we're going to be searching around the arena of somebody to interview. It was really cool here in the ice finals, but now we have to move on and continue with our walkthrough to the arena. So if anybody is seeing this and you want to join us, come to us.
Yeah, we had two interviews actually lined up for this segment. However, sadly, both players at the end were not able to show up. So we will now be going a bit more blind into who we are going to interview. Right now, we are walking through a bit of a less filled area.
Actually, quite interesting because I also had somebody to interview today.
Yeah.
We wanted to have the Latino gang here, but it might be tomorrow maybe. What is happening, Import?
Just as a heads up, our Ice Cup winners, I'm going to be giving them awards. So they get, this is the first place award, the poster. Okay. Of course, the first place winner is going to get the trophy. Top 3 are going to get a medal. And also the winner is also going to get a nice winter mug, my courtesy of Nadeo and the merch that they give us. So.
It really fits today. It's really cold, so I got chocolate in that one. Very nice.
Yes. So
are we gonna do? Oh, you're gonna hit it right now.
I'm gonna go ahead and give it to him. So,
okay.
But you guys enjoy the rest of the venue.
See you. Okay, continue.
A very stressed Import here, picking up the last few things for the winner of the Ice Cup. And I think actually behind you, I can see the person that we wanted to interview from the beginning.
Oh, hi.
Hige.
Hello.
How are you doing?
Hello,
Wait, you have to
Hige.
talk into this microphone.
Yeah, please here in the middle.
to talk
Yes.
to this microphone.
I'm doing good. This is my it's my first Trackmania land, so it's a good experience. Yeah.
Like the people, the arena, everything. You find it really cool. would you recommend it to somebody?
Yeah, definitely. You have to give it a try at least, I'd say. Like, even if you don't play the tournament, just come and enjoy, see everybody, I guess. So yeah.
Yeah, that is the same commentary that I have gotten told by everybody. Even if it's you're not playing, just come here, hang around, chill, and wait for the after party in a bit. So really good.
Put a face on all the names you've seen for the couple of years. It's very enjoyable, I'd say. So definitely give it a try, I'd say.
Yeah, I agree too.
If I remember correctly, you were also playing, right? You're not only here to spectate?
Yeah, we don't talk about that. We don't talk about that, I think.
It didn't go that well, apparently.
I qualified, but then Pac and Mika was just too strong. So, yeah, was fun though.
Was it fun?
Yeah, I'd say.
How does it feel to be on the stage with, or not on the stage? You weren't on the stage, right?
No, I was downstairs.
Yeah, but how does it feel to be on a server with some of the best players in Trackmania?
An experience.
Yeah?
Even if it didn't go as expected, it was just fun to try. So yeah, definitely, yeah. I'd say it was fun.
That is what I like the most about this tournament is that although you might not be the best player, but you could still have the opportunity to play with your favorite players, you know?
Definitely, yeah. Yeah, so even if you don't have the pace or able to win it, just give it a try. It's good experience, so yeah.
Well, thank you so much for the interview and
so
keep
much,
enjoying.
man.
Thank you. Thank you.
Let's go with it.
Enjoy the rest of your day, and we will see each other
Thank you.
sometime else. All the best.
So we go in direction this way.
So let's see if we can find someone else to interview. That was Higibis from my Trackmania team, EQNX.
That's fantastic.
So it was really important for me to interview him. Let's see if we can find someone else here.
Actually, I wanted to see if the guys from the TMX would be down for an interview, maybe.
Yeah, but it looks really...
But it looks very...
very deserted if we are looking over here. Let's check if we can find something else. I'm also not sure how much time we have left. We still have some time.
Let's go this way, yeah.
So let's see if we can find someone. Over here we have the Next Kings Arena, where we were talking about before, where we are still waiting to figure out who is going to win the gaming chairs.
Actually, I have some information about that. Yes. I know Forever from ITV.
Yeah.
He has put the best time so far in that one. He told me I'm still waiting for Wizzy's time because he's also a good player of team racing. So very good.
Wizzy drove a time already.
Yes, he did.
And Forever is about a second ahead.
Yes.
So the top two are looking pretty much locked down by two of the greatest sim racers in Trackmania. So it will be interesting to see if anyone or who will be able to grab third place. I was third for some time. I'm not sure if I'm still. I'm probably not gonna lie.
Let's go.
But let's see if we can find someone here maybe to interview really quickly. Maybe we can just ask Neil here. Neil, are you down for a quick interview?
Yeah, sure.
For stream. Hello, how's it going?
Good, how are you?
How you been enjoying the whole arena, the event so far?
Oh, it's been a lot of fun. This is my first time in Europe, actually. Yeah, so it's nice to be here. I mean, the community's great. I've met so many people, including himself, the legend. He's helped me throughout this whole weekend so well. I participated, I had fun, and I'm just here to enjoy the last couple days.
Yeah, that's fantastic. So it's your first time here in Europe, maybe, in Germany. How are you enjoying the country so far?
Yeah, it's a lot of fun. I haven't had time to go out and experience like places and stuff. So far, I've just been stuck in this building. So, but now that I'm out, hopefully tomorrow I can go see something.
Trying some schnitzel, maybe.
Maybe.
Some currywurst and going to the Condom.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Some sightseeing in the city is always very good.
Yeah, I've enjoyed it so far, for sure. Yeah.
Thank you.
Have you? You said this is your first LAN in Europe, but have you been to other LANs as well, or how is it just meeting all of the people, maybe that you know from LANs from before, or just from online?
I went to I was in the LAN in Canada a few months back in June. Yeah, we had one for the World Tour, so I was there, and I met some of the North American people like Carl Jr., Lingo, and all them. So I have not met any of the Europeans in person. So.
How is it meeting them?
It's nice. It's amazing. I mean, some of them you don't expect to see, like, I mean, you talk to them online, you're like, oh, hi, you know, you become good friends, and then you finally see them in person. It's nice. I mean, I've met a lot of good people for sure.
And it's really just the beauty of this type of event. We are all here because we love Trackmania, because there's a Trackmania tournament going on. But at the end of the day, meeting the people is what makes it so truly special.
Of course, yeah. The community is so small, but it's the best community you could ask for of any game, for sure.
That is what we say at EVO. This event is from the community to the community. So we're really happy that everyone is enjoying on their own way, meeting new people. I have heard many times today, oh, this is my first LAN. Oh, this is my first time in Europe. So it's really heartwarming how everybody is making their way here to this event.
All right. Neil, thank you very much for coming on to this spontaneous interview.
Yeah.
I sadly have to throw to an egg break now. We are about to go afterwards into the upper bracket semi-finals, and it's going to be very interesting to see how this will unfold.
Die Vision von Next Kings ist, dass wir gute Möbel für Gamer und fürs Homeoffice bauen. Es sind nicht einfach nur Möbel, sondern wir sagen dazu Livables. Wir gehen jetzt einen Schritt voran, wir sind jetzt die Next Kings.
Welcome back, everybody. After the dinner break, you might be out of breath 50. I am out of breath right now because I've had to run back and forth. I had to run upstairs to go get awards on the for the ice players on the beach street. So I've been running back and forth. And even though I may look relaxed, I am completely exhausted.
Understandable.
But yeah, no, it is time, guys. It is now time for the top 32. We have a banger match coming up, and I believe the players are already pretty much ready. So let's go ahead and just introduce the players real quick on the screen of our match that is going to be between New Prime, there we go, Gwen, New Prime, Binks, Feed, a banger matchup. It is 1 German and 3 Frenchmen.
That sounds like the start to a bad joke.
It is.
It's going to be a very, very interesting match. We have talked about New Prime quite a bit already.
Yes. And now he's being put to the test too.
And he has just he just kept winning. So
yes.
This is really not his first challenge, but the next challenge that he will have to face.
Not his first challenge because you mentioned to me, I believe, off the break that he beat out Pac, I believe, as one opponent.
Yes, I think so.
And then there was one other, I don't remember. But Pac, I mean, still, Pac, notable one. Pac is trying really hard for this tournament, trying to get that World Cup seed.
Oh, Spam.
Yo, Spam.
Spam.
Oh, okay, Spam.
I think.
And that was, so.
Yeah, he also beat out Spam, but I think even in the match against Pac, even though he won, that was the match that sent Pac into the lower brackets, if I'm not mistaken, as well. So it is. He has knocked out some, not fully knocked out yet, but he has knocked down some quite notable players.
And now he's in a full lobby of really, really strong players, really well-known players in Trackmania, especially amongst like French players as well. So he's now a New Prime. The full test is now here, I think, at this point where he is going against the cream of the crop. And is he going to be able to fight against it, or is he going to crumble under the pressure? But also we have to look at our other players too. Gwen coming back on stage for another match here, Binks as well. So we've seen the return of Gwen and Binks for today, and then now finally we get to see Feed on stage as well for today. I think it's his first appearance on stage today, and Feed has been really strong for the matches, has been finishing first, I believe, almost every single match thus far in his winter bracket run. So, and we can correct me later on that, but yes, Feed, another player. Also, not just a regular for XPEvo, but I mean, he has been to every German LAN of ours for the last 3 years now consecutively. So, I mean, Feed loves this type of format. He loves coming here, and he always tries his hardest. So I'm excited to see if he's going to be able to continue. He was in consolidation final last year, was beat out just barely by Barbos, if I remember correctly.
Oh yeah.
So yes, a very another iconic moment. It was like Tween and Feed, and I think the Barbos just kind of barely eked in at the end there into the grand final. So yeah, Feed also has something that he wants to kind of get back from last year that he lost as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be very interesting also to see like Gwen, if he's going to overperform like last match we saw. Maybe very interesting to mention also with Feed is not like last year, of course, he played really well, but he was the winner of more or less like the first edition of this event, considering that before the XPEvo it was the Tracadia, that was 2 years ago in Hamburg, and he did win that, so he already showed that he does not want to stop at the consolidation final if he can.
Yeah.
And also maybe interesting to mention, you said it's top 32. That is the case, top 32, but for those players right now, since it's going to be the winner bracket semifinal, they are, I think, guaranteed top 12 already.
They're guaranteed close to top 12. I think it's top 16. That
maybe it's top 16. But
I believe it's top 16. At minimum top 24. If we keep counting up, at minimum top 24. But yes, the players are ready. They're in the lobby. Any final thoughts before we go? Any quick predictions? Let's fire off really quickly.
Gwen Feed.
Gwen Feed?
Gwen New Prime.
I'm going to do New Prime and Feed. Those are our predictions. What are your guys' predictions at home? But casters as well. Oh.
Interesting that none of us believe in Binks.
Interesting.
I didn't really get a lot of time to think. And
I'm just giving favoritism picks, to be honest. So, all right, let's go ahead and head over to our casters. They're going to take it on from here. Guys, enjoy the match, and we'll see you soon.
And the casters are also ready. My prediction for this match is actually Gwen and Binks to take it. So there's your Binks prediction for that. But I think the pace will be absolutely insane. But guys, of course, welcome from our side as well. I'm Lucas Turbo, and the first time I'm casting alongside with Randomized. Hello, hello.
Hello. Yeah, I'm very excited for this. We've been kind of avoiding each other for the weekend, but we finally get to sit down and actually get on the stage with each other and be able to cast it. So I'm really looking forward to it.
And we finally also start with a match. So Import, thank you for all the yapping. We were already ready 10 minutes ago. So the first map here, as you can see, is a very, very technical and hard map by Whiskey. It is featuring as map number 1. So again, format as follows. We play cup modes. 120 points is the point limit. Point repetition is 10, 6, 4 and 3 points for the respective positions. 1 small warm-up, 4 live rounds, 5 maps in the map pack. If you have surpassed or reached 120 points, you have to win 1 more round. And the top 2 goes into the winner bracket final that will be played after that.
And of course, the other ones will have to drop down. We'll have to see them tomorrow, I believe, will be the next time that anyone from this game will be playing. So it's one of those moments where no matter what happens, you will have that reset that they will all need for sure. And then speaking of resets, this map is going to be a really tricky one, especially at the moment when you're going to have to drive backwards and get a reaction to drive forward. So featuring is going to be testing these players to drive in all directions. So we're going to get this match underway.
So let's go into the first round. 1 German versus 3 French players here. Feed, of course, you have mentioned it, Tracadia champion of 2022. Gwen, I mean, has been, and I talked to him, he did not really practice too much, but seeing his performance from the last match, I mean, he just performed out of his mind, and now he plays against New Prime, a friend from Ratchet, of course. And then there's Binks, who I've not really seen too often in this tournament thus far, as well as Feed, for example. So it's still a bit of a question mark to me, but we're gonna see their pace here very, very quick and soon, because Gwen has a really good start. Binks not with the best alignment there, but New Prime versus Gwen in the first round.
Yeah, and honestly, I watched New Prime here on the stage back in the Waves, and he was always about 0.5 off the world record the entire time. So now he's probably a little bit more comfortable here on the stage. I could imagine he's going to be pushing even harder and harder times into this one. So right now, Gwen and New Prime both looking to come up to the finish as we were going to our last checkpoint, the tricky wood part where you can accidentally clip anything that exactly was expecting to happen, and New Prime will be the first one through the finish line.
Yeah, there you go. Good round here. New Prime winning the round, but also a mistake from Gwen has happened. So he only gets 3 points, and definitely not the start that we were expecting. I think on the first 2 maps in the match beforehand, Gwen got, I think, first 4 times or 5 times, then second twice, and third 1 time. So he bottom fragged in this round and only got 3 points. So that is not a good start for Gwen. And now we see Feed not having the best start, as New Prime, Binks and Gwen are in the top 3. But New Prime also 0.2 behind. This could be a very close fight between Binks and Gwen, the 2 friends.
Yeah, honestly, we were expecting Binks and Gwen to be the leaders of this match, so not surprised to see them up in front. Hopefully we'll get to see a bit of a rebound from that last round and a really good bug slide coming out of the 3 people up in front. Feed just trying to find his way back into this match, but it's not going to be looking like it when you have New Prime and Gwen and Binks up in front of you. scary moment of that drift because anything could happen to your car and you have to be ready for it. And it nicely done by both Gwen and Binks. Keeping this one close is going to come down to the last tech turn potentially as we go into the wood. We saw a mistake happen last round, but it looks like it could be a close match. And it's going to be Binks who will be going through, Gwen following by 0.06.
Yeah, what a great time here as well. You can see that the event record is just 400s in front of that. So good times there all along, and a hectic first round comes to an end. They can also see how the players play. I mean, I do prefer to play with my controller on my lap as well, actually. It just is very good. I think Scrappy has a unconventional playstyle if I think about that. Just playing different with his thumb, that he puts it like very far onto the controller.
Right.
But everybody has their favor, and of course that's also one other thing that I wanted to talk about, is that I think like playing on stage and playing on different setups can definitely affect your performance.
Oh yeah, I mean, not only are you just playing on different setups and everything, but you're also dealing with lights and cameras and a live crowd right in front of you. The crowd themselves have they're like the fifth player almost in a way. They can really conduct the emotion that comes out of these players. If they get excited or they go, you know, they give a reaction, anything could happen. And speaking of anything that could be happening, Gwen actually is the one fighting in the back against Feed. Surprising to see Gwen kind of just flexing back and forth. He's in front in one round and he fights through the back in the other round. But Feed in this competition now, as we're coming to the final moments, and Feed goes flying off. But Binks will be able to capitalize on that one. 0.1 ahead of everyone else. And a good round for Binks. You need that kind of round.
Yeah, very good time there as well. New Prime staying in front of Gwen there by 0.005 of a second. So very, very close match. As you can see, the point repartition here was really kicking in. The first position is so important. Feed with 12 points on last position right now. Then we have Gwen just 1 point away from New Prime, and it is Binks leading 24 points, so 2 first positions and 1 third for him so far. So very good start here on featuring for Binks.
Yeah, and I believe this is going to be the last round on this map. You really, if you are right now at this point, if you're Gwen and Feed, you really want to push, and because at this point, these players are now starting to find out. Like, they probably know each other's times, but Binks unfortunately makes a mistake, but that's really good for the other three, because especially for Gwen and Feed that really want to be fighting their way up into the front, but New Prime is battling them out. We start to lose Feed, unfortunately. So Gwen has the moment now to try to take over New Prime. He's only down by 7 points in total, and Gwen doing a really good job staying on that inside. New Prime will fall a little bit behind, but we have one tech turn and a bunch of wood in the way. Gwen doing a nice job staying on the inside, looking to try to stay tight against everything, not clipping anything. Gwen will be able to do that and get in first place and start to really fight his way back up into the top of the leaderboard.
Yeah, very good there. Gwen claiming that second position. After a wonky start for him, he now is there on second place, maybe even first. I mean, it was, of course, Binks crashing there in this round, only getting 3 or 4 points, but we're gonna take a look onto the points after the second map has loaded, and there you can also see the players, and they look really focused, they look sharp. I mean, the match just started. Map 1 was okay for all of them, no one really falling majorly behind, everybody getting a little bit of the pie, let's say it like that.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it was a mix-up. You know, like no one fully dominated, which is I would say for us commentator and for the crowd, that's awesome, because it's going to be a nice close match. I know for sure you usually want to try to, if it is your map, right? If you feel good on that map, you're definitely going to want to try and take a full lead, but no one really has a big lead. So we're going to be actually moving on to our next map, and again, it's going to be tight corners, weird plastic moments, and this dirt ending is terrifying, I know for sure, but we're, you know, at this point, Turbo, do we see anyone being able to push away? I've been trying to follow along as much as I can. Again, I know I've been watching New Prime a lot through this tournament. Every single map, he's been 0.5 within world record, at least the online world record. But now, you're going up against harder competition. Do you think the competition can influence the way he plays?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you can either crack under pressure or just shine through. And I mean, Gwen has shown us that he can drive almost world record pace. He had a great showing in that last match, but of course, did not have the style that he wanted it to be. He's at 28 points, so tied with New Prime. I probably have to put on my glasses, actually. I think it's 26 points, right? If I see that correctly.
27 and 26.
Yeah,
yes.
27 and 26. Of course, Feed has been falling behind, getting 3 positions, or P number 3 in all 4 rounds. So it's still quite close, but I think New Prime, I mean, I have not seen him too much, so that's a great insight from you. He has been doing great in this round for now, but I mean, there's still a lot of track left to be cleared.
Yeah, I mean, it's really good to see like everyone in this race right now. All 4 players are fighting it out within, as I say that, Feed falls a little bit behind, but the players are battling it out. They're all right next to each other, and this is where things are going to get a little tricky, because this ice part can really determine not only if you're going to get ahead of everyone, but then you have to deal with the outside dirt, and you don't want to slide out here, and you want to keep as much speed as you can. Binks looking up in front, and this is where it gets scary. New Prime barely touches the wall. He actually gets more speed, and he's able to get in front of Feed, snipe him, and take that 2nd place.
Yeah, what a great round that was, and it actually was 27, 26, and 23. I put on my glasses, now I'm able to see the score.
Yeah.
Now I'm able to see the score, so that's great. So yeah, here we go. That was the first round on Schwartlappe, and it was a great snipe there from New Prime in that ending sector. 32 points for him, 6 points clear of Gwen. And keep in mind, only the top 2 go into the winner bracket final. The seeding does not matter because you play the person that you have played here in that match anyway. So 1st and 2nd go through and play against 1st and 2nd of the other winner semi-final that is happening at the same time.
Right, exactly. And it's looking like New Prime unfortunately had a bit of a rough start there, and then Gwen makes a mistake in the checkpoint, and that's one of the worst places because you cannot try to get a checkpoint to recover from that one. You're going to have to rebuild all your speed, and especially with this drift coming up, it's going to be trouble for him. But Feed is now in this battle. Feed is up in front, and that is definitely something that we need to see because Feed is falling behind. He's currently sitting at 20 points, and he's 6 points behind 3rd place. But, you know, it's looking good for Feed as we come into this ice part. Binks could look to snipe him at the end if they really want to push this dirt part. Binks staying on the inside, and it's looking like as long as he doesn't touch that wall, that's a great line from him. It's going to look like it's going to be Binks who will be taking that, but still good for Feed to be able to take that 2nd place.
Yeah, he only got 3rd position thus far. That was 5 3rd positions in a row. Finally on the board on the top 2. 26 points for him. Not falling majorly behind, but of course losing some time and some points towards the players. So he has to go out of his comfort zone, and he's really pushing it. But he still is sitting in last position, 4 points behind Gwen, and then Binks 47 points already. That is a great performance, and I mean that shows why we put Binks. I mean the couch was doubting it, right? That Binks is going to make it.
Honestly, I don't know why it would happen. That's why you have us do the casting.
Yeah, exactly.
That's why you have us
the experts.
do the prediction. Yeah,
the experts.
Exactly. And Binks looking like an expert, still up in front, but New Prime looking to follow along. Feed again in the battle. I guess this is his map.
Yeah, it's definitely his map. He can, I mean, Binks had such a great ending. He had such a nice ice that gain point 2 towards Feed, and let's see if he can replicate that one. Great line from Feed though, and it is Binks falling behind. Gwen also somewhere there, but let's go with Binks because he had that great ending in the previous round, and he could definitely win this round, but maybe point 2 is too much to catch up to as Feed gets a good line. New Prime going very inside as well, will have a lot of speed. This is looking very close. Feed is in the lead right now. New Prime not too far behind, going a bit wider, has a bit more speed, but there'll be enough Feed for the touch, and also Binks will overtake, and New Prime wins the round ahead of Binks. Gwen, and then it's Feed dropping all the way down to 4th.
He was right there. He was right at the finish line. He just had to avoid the wall. Unfortunately, that little tiny snag threw him from 1st to 4th in less than a second, essentially. It ends up working out for everyone else, but it's unfortunate, especially because Feed really needs those points now, because Binks is starting to run away with this one. He's 53 points. He's almost a full 10 points away, and I know it's cup mode. You know, one cup can make the difference, or excuse me, one round can make the difference, but the way Binks is playing, it's going to take a lot more than just one round to keep up with him.
Definitely, because he's already 19 points ahead of Gwen. It's like 3 rounds that Binks has to fail, and Gwen needs to get 1st in that way. And also Feed, I mean, didn't really have a bad match. per se, but was not getting those first and second positions, as you see it here as well. Binks and New Prime again running away with it, and will fight it out for those 10 points. Feed, wonky line jumps a little bit there, but still this was very close. And look at the speed from Feed. A lot of risk is being taken there from the Frenchman, but look at New Prime as well. Good approach to the ice slide. Maybe he can get the win here. Looking great. Binks also with a good exit. It will all come down to the last third section. Binks has a good entry, but also New Prime is pushing it a lot. Maybe has a bit more speed, but I don't think it will be enough. It is Binks in first with a time of 107.395.
Wow. What a time, and I'm happy to see that Feed was able to save that dirt and be able to get into that third place. But what a time, these guys! It's not, we're not even near we don't have a final in the word yet. This is not the grand finals, the winter final, losers finals, and these guys are starting to really pull.
Okay, that's a good one, Marcus. That's a good one.
You look
GG's
good
to Germany. I hope maybe we have another moment of that. that was at Tracadia. For the people who don't know, I think it was the consolidation final, and Granadi had one jump left. I was casting it, and I said GG's to Germany, and well, the rest is history.
Yeah, I saw that.
I was not expecting that, actually.
No, it's
good
a good one. It's a good one. And speaking of a good one, we're moving on into our next map, and this one is a lot of small wonky transitions. It's very tricky because you have a lot of dirt lines that could scare you when you have to build up a lot of speed to also jump over a hole. And then we're dealing with another outside dirt to the finish line. Again, another moment where people can do any little mistakes, and that is going to be Blueprint as we move on into the next match. Momentarily, we see Elmo is out in the crowd, ready to go. We see
he's with a friend.
Brother is out there. That's Almo. There's Elmo and Almo. I don't know. I'm just making that one up, but it works. And look at that smile. Ready to go as the players are going to get ready to go here on the third map. Let's see if anyone's going to be able to bounce back. A huge lead from Binks and New Prime as Gwen and Feed are going to really need this map to be their map.
Yeah, 14 points of a gap there between second and third. And I mean, I surely know that Gwen has the pace, has the consistency. He has driven out of his mind, but also Shorty said that, rightfully said that if it was really, he overperformed in that match. Everything just clicked. But playing the second match on stage, maybe fatigue is kicking in after that day. It can really affect you. But in this round, Gwen looking very good, contesting that first position. But right now, New Prime is dominating that one with this beautiful line here. But of course, the entry into the tarmac section is really important. Gwen and New Prime had it equally good.
Ooh, I think we lost Binks. He ended up making a little bit of a mistake there and falling farther behind. That's the hardest part because a lot of these slippery surfaces are forcing you to just take this very awkward line that you're not used to taking, and it's going to make Binks fall farther and farther back. Gwen now looking to try to close this one out. New Prime looking to find a snipe if he can, but it's very difficult on this map. Gwen will be able to take first place the first round on Blueprint, and it's looking good with a 1 minute 0.49. Okay.
Yeah, very good time.
Coming out
800
here, throwing all the cards down.
Away of the event record. So great. I mean, it didn't even look that fast, but I think the ending was just on point. But also New Prime was very, very close towards Gwen in this round. And of course, that brings us a bit closer together. It's 10 points now between second and third place, and Binks also 10 points ahead of second position respectively. And New Prime not getting a good start. It is Gwen who has been falling behind, and then we have Feed and Binks on first and second. So Gwen will not clock in 10 points in this round.
Yeah, no, this is not looking like a good map for Gwen, unfortunately, struggling with this one. But Binks and Feed up in front now. New Prime has to find his way back into this one as we go into the penalty grass. Anything could happen as any of these players could look to possibly clip multiple corners. We have about 5 corners that these players could end up clipping, but all 3 players are able to make through it nicely as we have one last corner to possibly clip. Binks looking like he's still being able to hold that beginning, but New Prime is looking to try to fight his way. Feed, unfortunately, tags the back wheel as we go into the dirt line. How much can you push New Prime? Going all the way against it, it's coming down to the line, and it's going to be New Prime taking it by 0.01 of a difference.
Pixel perfect ending there from New Prime, just squeezing out the last drop of just
Like
kilometer per hour that
like
is
you're just
left on the
squeezing
map.
it, yeah.
Dude, that was perfect. That was so nice there from New Prime, winning that round. And now the gap, because Gwen got last position, is 17 points again. And also New Prime close by to Binks, who had a fantastic start into the match. Slowly but surely making some mistakes. It's not really getting too many first positions all along here on this map. I mean, it was Gwen winning the first round. Now it's New Prime again. And Feed, I mean, okay match, but he needs to get those first positions a bit more on a frequent basis. I'm not sure, did he get, I think it was first in one round so far?
Yes, I believe so. You were correct about that one. But now that we move on to this round, it seems that we actually have all 4 players finally in the screen as we were coming around again, all the multiple corners that we could potentially lose one of these players, but a really nice job out of all 4 players. Gwen now leading the troops into the last drift. And it's one of those scary moments if anyone's going to be trying to push this one. No, it looks like Gwen's going to still be able to hold that front, but we saw New Prime last time. Gwen is close to that wall, and it looks like Binks and New Prime are both going to try to do it again, but unfortunately they could not squeeze out that last bit there this time, and Gwen will be able to take first place.
0.15 between first and fourth position. That was such a great round here from all players, and imagine you drive such a good round and you only get 3 points. That is what can happen, especially in a winner bracket semi-final like this.
Oh, it's got to be frustrating. You see players every round, there's always about 3 players that are right near each other, and there's always that one that falls behind, and you're praying maybe this one time someone will make that mistake. Maybe New Prime will finally make a mistake. Maybe Binks will make that mistake. If you were someone like Feed, who is unfortunately still fighting from behind, but no. And then the one round that all of a sudden, like Feed does well, everyone else is up there, and there we go. We have a mistake finally coming in, and Feed is up in front.
Yeah, but also the round from before and was Feed's round to win. He only got 3 points, 0.15 behind the leader there, and now he can redeem himself and finally get those sought after 10 points. Gwen, of course, is behind Binks, Feed, and New Prime in there, but Feed had so much speed there going into the last part of the track. Look at this, Binks is really trying to push it and gets a really good line across. It is Feed who tries to get into the lead again, but it's not enough here by the looks of it. Not a good entry into the dirt, and it will be all in the ending, but Binks has a good better line. No, Feed has more speed. Feed to the line. Feed will finally win this round.
Oh, there it is, Feed. Finally, the round he was looking for, able to get up in front and take the 10 points that he definitely has been deserving. And it must feel good. At least, you know, finally, you got that round that you've been wanting. You got the round you've been looking for quite some time. But unfortunately, we're switching maps. How many rounds does it have to take to finally get that 10 points? And now we're on a whole brand new map.
Yeah, and it could be that this 1 minute of warm-up could just get rid of that momentum that Feed has built on that round, and it cannot transfer into map number 4. So slowly but surely this winner bracket semi-final is coming to a close. Players will reach finalist mode eventually, and I mean definitely Binks can come close, as well as New Prime, who drove a very good match so far, but also showed some weaknesses in some of those rounds where they did not score too well.
Yeah, no, I mean, It's been so back and forth at this point. We were just really been trying to figure out pretty much who is going to be the one to run away with it. And personally, I thought it was going to be New Prime. I know we had our predictions, but after personally how I saw New Prime play on day 1, I was like, okay, this guy is coming out and he is looking to go for it. And no, New Prime is unfortunately being gate kept. So it's really going to come down to this. You know, it could be wait for it, a domino effect if he's able to play really well and just keep moving forward. But
maybe he needs to find a blueprint on this map.
Ah, I see what you did there. Yeah. I was going to try to make another pun, but I realized that one of the maps I have been saying wrong this whole time. I've always thought it was Carotte.
Yeah, Carotte.
Okay. Well,
or carrots.
I don't
maybe you need to eat more carrots to see the map name.
I need more carrots to be able to see the points, unfortunately. But
that's some Schwadlappe here. All right, we stop that. We stop that. We go into the first rounds. Gwen and New Prime with a great start by the looks of it, and we already lost Binks, but he's only 0.2 behind. I thought that he made a mistake, but look at the pace from both New Prime and Gwen in this round.
Yeah, no, it wasn't that Binks was falling or made a mistake, it was that Gwen and New Prime found the B for boost and started to take off right at the beginning. And this is one of those moments where everything can get really scary because you were trying to pump at as much speed as you can without going over the wall, but it was nicely done by all 4 players. And then again, another spot that can just send you flying as you go from wood to dirt, and then you were constantly bouncing back and forth as you're trying to stay on the outside dirt here. And they were doing a really good job. Gwen is just constantly holding the lead right here as New Prime is trying to find any opening position. You can see he's trying to squeeze out as much as he can as he tries to snap his car back quickly. Almost falling off. He's going for the outside line. And he's going to try to get into the finish line first, but it's not going to work. And Gwen is going to be running away with a 1:11.
What a solid time there, 1:11.7 even. That was very, very fast. Only 0.2 away from the world record. So great to seeing that. And let's go into the next round. 89 points for Binks. Marius will be proud of that, of course. And New Prime also still clear 8 points off of Gwen, who had a fantastic ending. And I think just seeing this really fits Gwen's playing style. Maybe this is the best map in the map pack for him, as I'm looking forward to see more from him, and we could see a very close match. Bit worried about Feed, 56 points. He really needs to find some good rounds in the next couple of moments here, but Binks with a great start. New Prime and Feed also in the mix, and Gwen, I mean, needs to get a good ending again.
Yeah, no, it's starting to look like a bit of a runaway for Feed, unfortunately, and I'm really hoping that right now with him in second place, he can really try to start pushing this line. He needs to get more points. I would love to see a quadruple finalist, but unfortunately, he's starting to fall behind, and New Prime is making the push of the lifetime as he went from the back to the front so quickly like that. Gwen now falling behind and trying to find his way inside. Feed is just bouncing back and forth, falling into 4th place again. Feed has been able to find his way up, but then unfortunately loses that one as Binks, and now is going to be the first one towards the finish line. New Prime again is going to go low, and he's going to try to get to the right. Binks as well, but Binks is still able to get through. Gwen was right behind him.
That was such a close round again, 12 thousandths of a second.
And then 99 thousandths of a second.
Yeah, after 72 seconds of playing. Like,
oh, goodness.
I could not survive that without crashing.
No, I mean, I know I would pop that hood on, and if I saw myself right there, I'd probably panic and just crash.
Yeah,
Knowing me,
same.
that's why we stand here instead of sitting in those seats right over there.
Yeah, that's for sure. We let the pros do it, right?
Exactly.
We let them do it, but it's still looking very good for New Prime here in terms of points. 85 for him, then 99 for Binks. So getting ever so slightly closer towards that finalist mode. And also here, again, we have a very close round. No player has made a mistake thus far. It is 30 seconds already into. Oh, but Gwen now maybe losing a little bit too much after the first round. Looked so good for him. Gwen really cannot get those 10 pointers anymore.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. You really can't make that kind of mistake, because it's one thing to do a little tap onto the wall and then try to build that speed. Maybe hopefully someone else will make a mistake, but when you go flying off like that, there's no coming back. He's ready to, like, almost 3 seconds behind, probably even farther back at this point. And you know, Feed though up in front, he is the one that really needs these 10 pointers, and you got Binks right behind you. Binks is so close to getting his finalist. He's on the dreaded 9 of the 99, so it's going to be a little bit rough, but Feed may be able to fix that one if he can get there before Binks. But Binks went flow.
3 thousandths of a second. Wow.
3 thousandths of a second. It was right there.
It was right there. If the track was a bit longer, it would have definitely been Binks winning this round. But it wasn't. So he is behind and only gets 6 points. But of course, the dreaded 9, as you say that. Oh, and New Prime starting a bit late there. Not sure what's going on there. Hope everything is fine. And I mean, have a second loss here for him. It will be very hard to catch that one up, because players tend to not make a mistake on this map by the looks of it.
Yeah, he may have miscounted how many rounds he had left. I know I do that a lot. Put the controller down, kind of shake your hands out, unfortunately grab it.
And then 3, 2, 1. Oh.
Yeah, you're like, oh no, I still got to play. So unfortunately for New Prime, he's going to be playing from behind, playing our cameraman at the moment. And Feed and Gwen both up there. This is actually a really good round for them, where finally someone in the second place makes a mistake, because this is going to be able to give them those few little bit more points, especially Gwen, who is starting to really keep up with New Prime, and that's really important for him. 7-point difference, and Gwen is up there right now looking to extend that lead and try to get back into second place.
Yeah, that's for sure. If Gwen wins that round, he's tied to New Prime for that spot. Both will have 92 points then, but it's still neck and neck. It's dead even to the 1000 in this checkpoint. And Gwen has a good line here, will have good speed, but who's willing to risk that jump a bit more? Gwen is risking it, and he will throw the... Oh, it's even New Prime, even though he was half a second behind, getting 6 points. This will feel so good for New Prime, because, I mean, it's almost guaranteed a top 3 position only for him. So 3rd position in this way, but he got 2nd. So maybe Gwen was risking a bit too much there.
I mean, you know what he was going for? He really wanted to try to reduce as much air time as possible. Not only are you jumping once, but you have to jump twice. And if you try to go for that inside line as quick as possible, that's going to help out and really be able to push you. As we saw how many times people almost sniped or did snipe in those last 4 rounds. And it's all because of just controlling that air time. So now it's going to... This is going to be a little tricky because we are about to have a finalist on stage as we go into our 5th map, which is Carotte. Carrot. I'm going to stick with Carrot. Or Carotte. Either one. The American way of saying, I don't know, man.
That sounds so Spanish. Do it again.
Carotte.
What? Why the A? Where's the A?
It's a SpongeBob reference. I play. I'm a kid. I'm a millennial.
Carotte.
We're sticking with Carrot, folks. I'm sticking with Carrot. Sorry, American caster in Germany. Doesn't work well.
Yeah. Whatever. Whatever. Let's go to the map. We have 4 rounds on this one, and I mean here in particular, this transition from the pool border to the plastic was for me really hard to get. It's like you have hardly any space to work with, and I think this will mess up some players' line here, and let's see who gets finals first. I mean, it is very, very close, and probably for granted that Binks will reach that. With 115 points, he just has to finish 2 rounds, and then he has plenty of finals attempts to work with.
Yeah, 100%. And honestly, the way Binks has been playing, I think he's going to get finalists in this next round coming up right now. As, I mean...
Surely not 119.
Yeah, surely, hopefully not 119. I hope you didn't just do a little bit of Caster Curse magic, as he's currently fighting in the back, but starting to fight his way in. Gwen a little bit on the wider side, and we lost 2 players as New Prime makes a small mistake. But the New Prime, they're both struggling right now. So now Feed has a chance to actually fight his way back, as the people ahead of him are the ones that made the mistake, but he has to take on Binks. Binks at this point, he's in that position where he's fine. He could actually let Feed get in front of him and be able to still hit that finalist moment, but you know, he's not going to, because Binks is Binks. He's one of the best players out there, and he's going to finish that one up, get into finalist mode. But Feed, this was a good chance for him to really start trying to rack up those points and get out of that 4th place.
Yeah, and there can also see the relief and maybe also the stress building up, because now the red name is attached, and he just has to win 1 more round, and then he has top 6 guaranteed in this tournament.
Oh yeah, top 6 guaranteed in this tournament, guaranteed making money on the way home. So it's got to feel good, but you just have that 1 round, and I'm really hoping we're not going to see the finalist curse, where you finally get finalists and then boom, you hit a wall. So right now, it's looking all right. We still see Binks up in the pack right now, but Gwen is the one that's kind of leading this one. And it's looking like it's going to be even tighter than we expected, because this is the part where people start to make some mistakes, as you were saying about that pool border into the plastic, and then the scary moment of being able to hit one of the neon lights. But all 3 players are still in here. Again, many moments of where it's going to be really tight, and unfortunately we end up losing New Prime. But Binks is still looking to try to fight his way, as Gwen is going to try to deny, but falls behind.
Yeah, that was a good line from Gwen, though, has a lot of speed, and let's take a look. Will it be enough for Binks to move on into the winner bracket final? Gwen with a good line, Gwen with more speed, and Gwen will deny Binks here by 300ths of a second. Such an important statement there from Gwen, because he comes so much closer to New Prime. It is only 4 points, and Binks is still not through yet. It was so close. He had just a little bit less speed than Gwen.
And unfortunately for Gwen, he's not even in the 100 points yet. New Prime, though, currently sitting at 101, or I believe
103.
103, thank you. I need your glasses.
Yeah.
But New Prime sitting at 103, just needs 2 first places, continuously denying Binks, and he can get himself into finalists. But again, Binks has been playing out of his mind right now, and it's looking like this round, as he leads this party towards the finish line, it's going to be, again, the 3 people we've seen, unfortunately, Feed making making an early mistake, making himself go back 0.5, and then the scary part of the pool where you can jump around, and then again the neon lights are always the scary part, but all three of these players up in front are just making it look easy, and we look like we lost Gwen. That is a
Gwen left the party.
Yeah, Gwen left the party. He's out. He's done his mission, and now it's down to New Prime to go for the no! No!
Binks almost touched there as well, but you need to go for a neo slide there. If you exit so far on the left side, you have skid marks attached to your car, and then just do a neo. Binks is one jump away, and Binks makes it into the winner bracket final, and that was much deserved.
Oh yeah, 100%. Binks honestly played out of his mind this match. You know what? I really don't think he played to his full 100%.
Yeah, I agree.
It really felt like we were sitting at
solid.
that 80%.
It was solid. It was not like that he took an unnecessary risk. I mean, in some rounds he crashed, but that's also due to the difficulty. Right. But it looked all very much controlled. Yeah, that's for sure.
But now the question is, who do we see is going to take the second slot into the winners finals? New Prime and Gwen both within 10 points of each other, and it can come down to the next 2 to 3 rounds.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, 109 points, the dreaded 9 as the last digit here before you approach the finals mode. So if New Prime wins the rounds, he will get the face slap. 1 point needed. He cannot take it home and has to finish one more round. Of course, you can deny players. That is, of course, okay, but you could have already closed it out. And look at that here, Gwen versus New Prime in this round. Germany versus France, and it is New Prime with a good line. Gwen almost flipping over there, but he gets away with it, but flips there, and also feet not too far, is quite far behind actually by 2/4 of a second, and New Prime wins the round, and there you have it, 119 points. He has to finish one more round, but also good thing is that Gwen only got 4 points in this round. He is 13 points away of reaching finalist mode.
Yeah, I know. If I was New Prime, I'd feel a little bit more comfortable. Yeah, you got the dreaded 9. Sure, you got to play another round. It's a bummer, of course. But the fact that you have a little bit of elbow room, you can kind of stretch it out
Gwen.
a little. Oh, yeah.
Gwen having a good time, but of it.
100%.
Biggs is like, yeah, bro, you got this. Limek.
Sometimes you got to give each other the look. You know, you just kind of look. That's the beautiful part about being on stage and being in person with people. You can give that look that will help them out. But we're going to be coming to featuring again, and with this back. Oh man, this ice turn and to the backwards part is terrifying because of the fact that. It's so tricky because you naturally, when you jump off a ramp, you want to jump off to the right side of the ramp. But as you saw in this preview, you actually have to jump off the top of the ramp. So it is so natural to just let your muscle memory kick in and accidentally jump too early or jump too high, and then you're pretty much out of the race from right at the beginning.
What really helps there actually is to get gear 4 before that, so go a bit wider, but of course you do not want to travel too much distance on that map, so that's what you kind of have to avoid, else you lose a lot of time. But also the landing is so important on this map, like the backwards entry, and then also if you go into forwards gear again, it's really, you can gain or lose half a second there.
Yeah, no, that part of the map is what's going to determine how you're going to play the rest of the map. So here we go. We're going into the first round of featuring as we have one player looking to just finish the map. That is New Prime. He just has to make sure he crosses the finish line. But of course, he's going to want to try to deny points, especially against Gwen, who is looking to try to get those 2 rounds, get himself into finalists, and fight for that second place. But it's coming down already to Gwen and New Prime up in front. Unfortunately, Feed had a little bit of a slow start, and we are looking for any inside moments where these players are going to push harder and harder into those corners, into the bug slide, and New Prime going a little bit wider, so he's going to have to come lower on the dirt. Never mind, he showed me a new line. I didn't even know you can get it that way.
Yeah, that's great.
And it's a nice line by him, and here we go. This is one of the scariest drifts, I think, in the entire map pack, because you can just get a no slide, but they do a good job. They're staying neck and neck at this point. Still 0.01 of a difference between these two as we're coming back to the wood part. We've seen what happened at the beginning, but it's looking like New Prime's going for the inside. No, Gwen gets around on the inside, and Gwen is going to be up there. New Prime hits finalist mode, but Gwen is just 1 round away from getting finalist mode.
And look, he's smiling. Gwen is smiling. He's like, yeah, let's just do that again. And I mean, New Prime in finals, so good luck to him. Of course, he sits right next to his opponent. Gwen focused, is locked in, and let's go. Will this be the last round of this winner bracket semifinal? But also one other thing, Feed Feed could slowly just not match the pace here from the players. He did not play bad at all, but New Prime touching, losing the gear. That's the gear that I'm talking about. It's so important to get gear 4 there, and we might have a double final situation, but also Feed could set himself up nicely to just get some points. But I mean, he has to finish in second, and then he starts he's then at 101 points. If he was at 105, it would not matter because he still has to win 2 rounds regardless.
Yeah,
because both are finalists.
And when you're going up against players like New Prime and Gwen, who have been playing fantastically, even though there was like a small mistake here and there from both players, they are just showing how dominant they are in these matches. And Gwen already way up farther ahead than Feed. I mean, New Prime is out of the equation for this one, unfortunately, but Feed really has to find some way to fight his way into this one, and it's going to come down to more than likely Gwen making a mistake, because this is the part where it could happen too, but Gwen, I think, knows he's good. You know, these players are definitely going to be
good
popping
time
their
as well.
hoods, and a great time by Gwen, so that's going to put him into finalist mode. We have a double finalist, as we may be seeing our final round right here.
But it could also well happen that Feed wins 2 rounds in a row. He's over 100 points, so it is not impossible. We have seen Wizzy from 81 points going all the way into finalist mode. So let's see, let's follow the 2 finalists, and Feed, of course, who's not out of this match just yet, gets a very, very good line across there and has a lot of speed to work with. But now the turnaround matters. You need to be very careful when to actually accelerate and get into forwards gear again. But it seems like New Prime, after a faulty start, is now in the lead, and he could close it out. He could make it into the top 6, but there is still a lot of track left to be cleared, and Gwen is also pushing it.
Yeah, New Prime is going to go wide on that plastic, but somehow makes that work. I thought he was about to fall off, but New Prime is just finding every angle possible to get himself up in front. Gwen actually seeing himself in 3rd place. Feed doing a good job trying to battle this one out. Feed's going to go for the... Oh,
he's out.
I thought he was going to go for the risky line. Unfortunately, he's out, so that's it. This is going to be our last round. Will it be New Prime or will it be Gwen? They're going to close this one out. Gwen goes for more inside line. New Prime now is going to try to stay tight as possible.
New Prime makes it.
New Prime will get it. Gwen will be knocked into the loser bracket.
But what a match that was, and there you can see the sportsmanship as well. It was so close between them. Gwen falling a bit behind, of course, during that match, but was always in close proximity. 10, I think at the most it was 17 points, but then he just got it in there. And, well, it was a double final situation in the end, where the German New Prime moves on into the winner bracket final that we played right after.
Must feel good for you to have another representative up there, right?
Yeah, we're the Americans.
Anyway, it was a good match. We really did enjoy watching it. Just had to call me out.
Yeah, of course, bro.
But either way, it was a good tug-of-war between New Prime and Gwen. Congratulations to the 2 that move on to the winner finals, and we're going to have to see what happens going on to that loser final.
Yeah. All right, so we are, of course, not ending for today. There is one more match.
You're right.
And also, I think top 12 makes prize money. And also, Shorty said, I think top 16 or top 12 are we in right now, because also the losers of this match are still not eliminated. They go down into the lower bracket.
Yeah, I mean, and we saw some really good names like Grenadi, and we saw Masa already in the losers bracket.
Yeah, like the whole streamer booth was in the lower bracket.
Yeah, exactly. So we are seeing some really big names that have been fighting their way through the losers bracket. It is a gauntlet down in the losers bracket. Honestly, it felt like the winners bracket was a little bit, I don't want to say easier, but like in more of a roller coaster ride that you got to enjoy. Now that you fall into the losers bracket, you are in a roller coaster of hell. You have no idea what you're going to go up against. You have
and there's
no
so
idea
many more matches.
Oh yeah, and that's the other thing. You almost like double your matches just falling into the losers
because
bracket.
It merges then from the others, and then you play the losers. You play then one match against only the ones in the lower bracket. There's a lot of matches that are indeed happening in the lower bracket, but of course more to that follow. Like just there's plenty of POV streams as well who you can focus on. But also for me, it felt like that the winner bracket 1, 1, 2, 3 already semi-final. It went so fast.
Yeah,
we had 128 players left in the winner bracket, and now it's only 4.
Yeah, I mean what happened to the time?
Yeah,
it feels like we're already in Sunday.
But I mean, if you enjoy it, what you're doing, or if you enjoy spending time just flies, and I think that was the case here today as well. And also, we had 2 breaks still.
Oh,
yeah.
Do we? Okay.
Yeah, okay. All right, so we have a stage interview happening now. It is the second place of this event that is, of this match that is going to be interviewed. It is New Prime.
All right, well, thank you very much, Turbo and New Lake. I'm here with P2 in the match, New Prime, after a very, very tense climax to that match. I'm guessing you must be pretty happy with how everything got resolved, and also to hear the cheers from the crowd after, erupting after that final round.
Yeah, it was pretty amazing, but I'm still like kind of shaky. Yeah. It was really intense. In the end, we got really close with Gwen. Like, yeah, and he's a really insane player. He won Ascension, and yeah.
When it comes to playing against people like Gwen and Binks, and also Feed, of course, we must completely be transparent with that. Feed was also looking to be pretty stout coming into this particular tournament. How do you cope with that particular kind of thing? What's the kind of mindset you kind of focus yourself into when trying to tackle some big names like these?
I mean, I kind of knew what times they could do from like watching at the world records, and I know I can also do these times. And if I just focus, I can keep up with them. At least that's what I think. And I mean, kind of showed it, made P2 work. Yeah.
All right, you're having a pretty good progression so far. Never been out of the winner bracket so far. Now you're, of course, coming into with the winner bracket against, if I'm not mistaken, Ratchet and Epos, because the semi-final was done in the meantime. Looking forward to play against Ratchet and Epos, I'm assuming, and maybe try to lock in one spot in the top 4.
Yeah, I will definitely try that. I definitely know how they play. We practice a lot together, so let's see.
All right, I guess we shall wait and see, which will be, of course, the next match. Thank you very much again, New Prime, for your time. And we're going to throw it back to Import, 50 Laren, and Shorty in the box.
All right, thank you, G-Geek. Congratulations, New Prime, my guy. I'm so happy. We have a really good winners bracket final already. And there are already 2 of the other players that are also on the winners bracket final is surprisingly 2 individuals that New Prime has trained with for the entire time for XPEvo, and that is Ratchet and Epos in the winners bracket final. So we have it already fully set. Holy moly, I'm so happy right now. I'm like overwhelmed with joy. And well, not everybody here might necessarily be overwhelmed with joy, but I will have to say I'm very impressed by our special guest here on the couch with us. It is Tona. We literally, I don't know if you've known or not, but we actually had like Tona watch throughout the entire day, constantly updating everybody on the stream of how you were placing, because we were really impressed since yesterday how like insanely trained and how strong you've been in a lot of the matches. Also taking the match over Stuffs earlier today, so we were really impressed by that. So we were constantly like, come on, okay, give us more updates about Tona.
But I'm out. This is the end. Yeah.
You are top 20 though.
That's like unexpected, really unexpected. Really happy to have performed that well. It was really unexpected, and yeah, it was a long time ago I didn't compete in Trackmania.
Yeah.
It was more than 2 years, so yeah. It was cool.
It was fun to see you play, though. I mean, obviously we didn't get to see you like play on stream, except for I think for the qualifier wave where you did really well. But it was really exciting to see you run through the bracket. And also, I know you had like an almost all French matchup, I think, too, earlier today as well.
Yeah, exactly, against Otak, Feed, and Vinch.
Yes.
It was like really strong match. I finished like 4th, but it was like totally okay.
Yeah.
Maybe my best match, but they are just too fast for me.
So we'll have more questions for you in a bit, but let's talk about the game. Let's go through some post-match analysis here. When we all did our predictions, none of us here on the couch said we did not mention Binks at all in our predictions. Mine was biased because I like Feed and New Prime, but none of us mentioned Binks, and here's Binks just kind of stomping everybody in that match.
He definitely steamrolled through the matches. Was very impressive, and I don't know why he was even like last year when it was TMWT. He was never one that he was always great, but he was never one that was really on my radar. And it showed today, and it came back to bite me with my prediction once again.
Yeah, I guess I'm fast learner. No, he was very impressive. Like he didn't really dominate the match, but he was like first from the start of the match. Really deserved to win.
Your mic is off. It is literally off. That's why I pointed to you earlier.
No, it's not.
It says it's not. It might be dead.
No, it's completely off. It's not muted. It's completely off.
Oh, it's completely off. Oh, he might be dead.
We'll see. No. Wait.
If we
try
need to,
now.
we can hand you the mic.
Hello, hello. Can you hear me
I
now?
can hear you now. Hey!
Hey, perfect. So somebody, I guess it turned off. Yeah, I'm just gonna repeat what I said quickly. So yeah, I didn't have it on my radar either. Very impressive though. Definitely deserved win. Like he didn't really dominate the match, but he definitely had it under his control.
Yeah, he had 15-20 point lead after like the first 2 maps, and then just kept it all the way until the end. So can't really say much about that performance except for impressive.
Yeah, for sure. What did you think of the match? I think you got to catch some of it.
I saw like the last part of the match,
Yes.
but I'm really impressed by Binks. He's like playing better and better every game. I thought that Gwen would have won it. But Gwen did a good match still. Maybe the first mistakes, but the pace is there, and I'm sure that Gwen will continue his way, like maybe into the grand final.
Yeah, and previously while we were watching the matches, we at the couch were talking about how Gwen only started training since Monday for the entire map pack.
It's not only training. Like if he played the maps before and really started grinding them then, since Monday, that's still impressive. But he discovered them on Monday. So he didn't even know the maps before, and in 4 days he just got to this extremely high level, which sees him now in the lower bracket semifinals. So it's still everything to play for.
This is I think the only player in the scene which is able to do that. He is like so fast to learn. I've talked to him and he said that the maps for him suit him very, very well. He feels like
it suits somebody. Let's go.
He feels good on it on those tracks, and he just don't crash a lot. But this is the very first match where maybe he needs to push a bit more, and he crashed. But we know Gwen. He is able of everything, and he can continue like quite easily, I guess.
He's a super fast player, and you kind of even briefly mentioned it, but he also does kind of make mistakes sometimes, and that consistency, even in TMGL last season and even kind of in the playoffs last weekend, the consistency kind of bites him sometimes, where he learns things really quickly, he's really fast, really talented, but then it's just that consistency that he seems to lack.
Everything can happen at any time. He can be like on a 0.5 lead and just do the stupidest crash ever. But he's, I guess, one of the purest talent of Trackmania, if he isn't the purest talent.
Yeah, I mean, I could definitely say he's definitely one of those talents in Trackmania that definitely is just like something special to watch and very entertaining to watch, at least from a viewer perspective. Going forward, though, we are going to have a very big match. We are going to be watching the winners finals here very soon. The other two, I just smacked the plant right beside me. The other two players of Ratchet and Epos are already on stage waiting. We're going to give the other players a little bit, just like a brief break, and then we are going to go on a brief break as well and come back for the pregame analysis. Tona is going to join me as we do a one-on-one interview before the match. We're going to kind of tee up the game, but also do a quick little interview with Tona before the match heads up. So stick around. We'll be right back in a few short moments. We'll see you then.
Die Vision von Next Kings ist, dass wir gute Möbel für Gamer und fürs Homeoffice bauen. Es sind nicht einfach nur Möbel, sondern wir sagen dazu Livables. Wir gehen jetzt einen Schritt voran, wir sind jetzt die Next Kings.
Fuck, I ran, I hit the dealer. Serving Coke 45 at the bleachers. About to follow for a follow, I'm the leader. Hit the bitch, then I pass, I don't need her. But don't call Peter. Like the Griffins with the lowest with the Peter. At the posse, he be smoking gasoline. I cannot fuck with these Ninas. 8 rounds in the 45, it go down. 8 rounds in the 45, it go down. Yeah. 8 rounds in the 45. one is a knocker. Step in on the dance and I just my dance. Everything scatter. Right? Right now, man, active. Down with the game like a bandit. Me bring the flame like a matches. Test me now. Cut out the slackness. Active style and pattern. That's how man there. Active. 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 One live life massive. Talking up and off the brandish. Touch road and hold the world hostage. When I start the bumper glad mash pit. When me step out, old face get active. 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 Style now. Clark's on the east side. Bad bitch on each side. Big splits chillin' on the beach side. Run things where you feel like. Cake big, have a carve out of peace time. Freestyle now, millions for each line. Too cool when I need ice in my beverage. Test this bigger, please find the exit. Right now, man, active. Gone with the game like a bandit. Me bring the flame like a mattress. Let's me know. Cut out the slackness, active style and pattern. That's how man there. Active. 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 One live like massive. Talking up and off the brandish. Touch road and hold the world hostage. When I start the bumper clad mash pit. When me step out, whole place get active. 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 Active.
You know I don't play right. Just give me the word, You know I don't play right. Don't give me this. I'm gonna get back when I feel like. You know I don't play right. I'll put up a good fight. Just give me the word, You know I don't play right. You know I don't play right. Don't give me this. I'm gonna get back when I feel like. You know I don't play right. I'll put up a good fight. Just give me the word, You know I don't play right. You know I don't play right. Don't give me this. I'm gonna get back when I feel like. You know I don't play right. Just give me the word, You know I don't play right. Don't give me this. I'm gonna get back when I feel like. You know I don't play right. Just give me the word, You know I don't play right. Don't give me this. I'm gonna get back when I feel like. You know I don't play right. I'll put up a good fight. Just give me the word, You know I don't play.
Die Vision von Next Kings ist, dass wir gute Möbel für Gamer und fürs Homeoffice bauen. Es sind nicht einfach nur Möbel, sondern wir sagen dazu Livables. Wir gehen jetzt einen Schritt voran, wir sind jetzt die Next Kings.
Welcome back, everybody. Right before we get to our iconic winners final match, I have an iconic man of the Trackmania community with me here as a one-on-one interview. Once again, welcome back, Tona, to the host cube, the couch. How are you doing?
I'm fine. Thank you for the invitation in the cube and at the XPEvo. This is like fantastic experience. I enjoyed a lot, and I will continue to enjoy as a spectator, and I will be there at the after party.
At the after party. That's awesome. I wanted to bring you on here because first and foremost, I wanted to thank you so much for everything you've done for the Trackmania community, for all the support that you've given to not just players, but also us event organizers as well. I've been spoken with you for, I think, about almost 2 years now at this point. Not really with Trackadia per se, but definitely with the first XPEvo, and you were always super supportive and always giving like good thumbs up messages and everything. Also allowed me to cast with your final big event too. That was
exactly.
Hero Hour. I even have a
bigger
little
one.
I have a bigger one, but this is one that we printed. We have a 3D printed Trackmania card that we're going to be giving away at the end of this weekend. We can also, if people want to sign it too, we will find a way for people to sign it, and all the people in the community can sign this, and then we'll give it away to somebody at the end of the weekend. But yeah. Just it was cool to be able to cast that event as well, the Heroes Hour event, and just like everything you've done for the community. Can you explain to me what has it been for you as effectively a community manager in a way, and then also wearing multiple hats at the same time, handling Cup of the Day and other things in the Deo? How was it like for you during that time?
I did different things in the same time, but my missions evolved with the time. First of all, I joined them to work on communication and as a community manager. But then I began to work on the Track of the Day selection, and then also with the campaigns, the seasonal campaigns in the last year, the five last one.
It was quite a bit by now.
yeah. And also all the official campaigns, so the snow campaign, rally campaign, extra. I also worked on the design of the newest surfaces for the oldest car. For example, rally on plastic or grass, which like doesn't exist.
Right.
So yeah, I did many things, and yeah, it was like really a cool journey with guys I like a lot, which who are now some very good friends. So yeah, it was like a really good journey.
If there was any time during that journey, if you can remember maybe one time, what was like the highlight of your time at Nadeo, or for just Trackmania in general in the last couple of years?
The first moment in my mind is when I broadcasted the Trackmania World Cup 2022 at the Stade de France. This was like very good experience, something new. Well, not very new, because before working at Nadeo, I was like motorsport journalist and commentator.
Yeah.
So I was used to that, but it was like new for me to do it on a Trackmania event. And yeah, I love that. It was really good moment.
Yeah, I've seen pictures of it because I told Tona before, and I'm going to tell on ourselves here, but we did have actually pictures of you at your time at Nadeo. Unfortunately, we weren't able to compile them all and everything because we were going to do a whole package and everything. And the reason why we were going to do a whole package is because we wanted to at least give this time, at least from us at XPEvo, a massive appreciation for everything you've done. I'm getting a little emotional about it because, like, for you leaving at this point, like, for me, I'm like devastated because like you have been such an ally and a fighter for the community and everything that you've done. And first, just for me personally, thank you so much for that. And I hope everybody in the arena who's listening, everybody in the venue, make sure to give Tona a big thank you for everything that he's done. Even if maybe you haven't agreed with his campaigns or anything like that.
It's my fault.
I know you people are here, okay? But yeah, make sure to give him a big thank you. He's done it all for the passion of the community. And if he wasn't passionate, he wouldn't be here, I feel like. I feel like if you really didn't have that passion, you wouldn't be here at all. But the fact that you've come here, you're playing in the tournament, you're having fun, you're enjoying the event, I think that proves, at least to me, and I hope others, that you are just a trooper, and more than anything, and just a fighter for what Trackmania, at least at its core, stands for, I feel like.
That's very kind, a bit emotional as well. Very unexpected, as you know. Yeah, I'm passionate, really. I love that game. Before working at Nadeo, I'm playing the game since like 2008.
Yeah.
So I was really young, like most of my life was with Trackmania. And yeah, I joined the studio as like, I knew already the community, I knew the game like perfectly well. And yeah, it was like a great journey, and I still love the game. Of course, this is why I'm here, because as I said like a bit earlier in off, I had like real fun to launch the game at home and coming back from work and saying to myself, okay, I want to play Trackmania, and this is something I didn't have the last years, of course, because this was like my work and was playing and joining the game every day. So yeah, I will still be around. I will continue. The XPEvo is like an amazing experience, and yeah, I want to do more lands, of course, in the future.
Yeah, and we hope to see you at more lands. Maybe casting again at some point too. That would be really fun.
Yeah, it will be like doing lands as a player, caster, or whatever. What I like, what I love is like to be around this community. This community is like really special, like unique, with many talents, with a lot of creativity, but also many like esports talent, extra. And this is only Trackmania got that.
True.
I don't know any other game which got that.
I completely agree, because I have come from a different background, League of Legends, that kind of stuff, kind of the typical MOBA background and everything, big esports type of stuff, and then coming into Trackmania, and I played since 2014, kind of off and on, but then really Trackmania 2020, especially during COVID and everything, and finding a community just within, personally for me, Evo, and I know other people have had similar stories in different teams and orgs as well, and communities, but Trackmania is really just one gigantic family. We like to quibble a little bit here and there, and be a little picky at each other, but that's a family. So
this is like every community, and yeah, this is like a family, as we said.
Yeah, and the thing is, a lot of people know each other. Like most people know each other, who each other are, and at the same time, we all come together. Specifically, this is why I love doing XPEvo, is that everybody comes together and understands that we're here to meet our friends that we've spoken to online for a long time, or maybe somebody we've never met before, and we're here to have fun and enjoy. We have an awesome competition. We have multiple competitions and things, but at the end of the day, we're here to finally have something where we can call home.
Yeah, exactly. And I met like many people I worked with on the campaigns, for example, or other missions when I was at Nadeo, because also what I love with the community is like there are many talented members, and we can, as a studio, it's not anymore, but but we can work with that guys, and I guess this is like what I love the most in my time at Nadeo, is like working with community members who are like truly passionate with the game and what they are doing, and yeah, this is unique to Trackmania, I guess.
Yeah. So I have a couple more questions for you. If we could pull up our next match, we are going to start heading into our next match here pretty soon, and we have the winners final starting up here in a little bit, and we have 4 players. 3 of them I'm very big fans of, because they've all been training together. We've all hung out in Discords for the last like several months, just like chatting about XPEvo on the maps and everything. It's going to be Binks, New Prime, Ratchet, and Epos, and it's going to be a crazy match. Do you have any predictions of who you'd like to see go through? And the winners, by the way, are guaranteed grand final. So
yeah, I think that Epos and Binks for me. Epos was and still is my bet for the XPEvo. Gwen was also my bet and still is.
You said Epos first?
Yeah,
oh, okay,
Epos
gotcha.
first. But I guess that Gwen can win also the grand final.
Right.
After that, I'm sure he will come to the grand final. But I was very impressed by Binks' game here. Really fantastic. Ratchet is really fast, really consistent, and New Prime is like very surprising. I was mate to Ratchet a few years ago, you know. Yeah, in Lioncast.
Okay.
But I'm really happy to see him at this level. I was really impressed by him also when he was playing with Barbos on the World Tour. But I guess that Binks and Epos have something more.
Yeah, Binks and Epos. Okay. I'm going to go Epos. Oh man, I can't pick between New Prime and Ratchet. Can't I just have them both?
Nope.
I'm going to say New Prime just a little bit more because I know New Prime in general has a little bit more confidence than Ratchet, I feel like. I feel like New Prime is able to keep a little bit more of a cool. When Ratchet seems to start struggling, he does seem to make more mistakes on average. So just objectively speaking, and I think they would agree with me on this too, I think New Prime would probably be the one to go through over Ratchet. But Ratchet did beat Epos. Yeah, no, I think Binks could do it, but this is me.
Did you saw that match?
Yeah, I did, but this is who I want to go through. I mean, if we're going to be pure objective of all the players, I definitely think Epos Binks probably the top two. But if it were my personal choice, it would be Epos New Prime. I think would be the ones to go through. But I of course think Binks is probably going to make it to the grand final.
I also think that New Prime and Binks have a little advantage because they just played. They are really warmed up to the scene, and when you are switching from a device to another one, this is like maybe sometimes a bit hard to adapt yourself, but they are like top players. But it might be a tiny advantage.
Yeah. Well, if you guys can hear me in the audience, if you guys could do me a huge favor, could you all please give an applause for Tona and all the fabulous work he's done so far for Trackmania. He's been an awesome person. If maybe they can't hear me, but I'll give you my applause here and cheers. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Very emotional. Yeah, thank you to the whole community. This is a family. In a family I'm in for like many years. As I said, I was working for the studio, but I will still be around, still doing maps, still playing time to time, doing maybe some cup of the day. Who knows? But yeah, I will still be there for sure. I'm enjoying so much that experience. This is like so cool, and yeah, I can't wait for the next one.
Well, I appreciate you so much, Tona. Again, I'll keep saying it, but I appreciate you so much. Thank you for joining me on the cast here on the host couch. So with an iconic Trackmania person, an iconic World's Final Match, XPEvo Winners Final Match, excuse me, and I said XPEvo. I'm getting tripped up, but
you can be tired.
Yeah,
I understand that.
I'm just a little bit tired, but we're almost to the finish line for today, and then we can party. But with those two iconic moments, we have an iconic duo to take us to the Winners Final, and that is going to be G-Geek and Turbo. Guys, take it away.
Well, thank you very much, Import, and I think we join you and the rest of the community in saying thank you, Tona. Much love. We really appreciate everything that you've done, of course, for the community in Trackmania, and I gotta say, myself, I have a bit of a part to play because if it weren't for him giving me a call-up sometimes, I don't think I would have had the last few years that I've had, and I wouldn't be living my best life. So thank you very much. I know I'm getting a bit emotional as well, but I think it's time that the emotions kind of calm down because, yes, winner bracket final, XPEvo, Binks, Ratchet, U-Prime. This is going to be a bit of a tough proposition. 2 out of those 4 players are already qualified to the World Cup playoffs, to the World Cup proper, I should say, rather, on October 25th. And I reckon there's not going to be that much leeway for someone like Ratchet or U-Prime to actually snatch that that particular spot as well.
Yeah, I think so as well. It will be very hard for them to really get their way into the grand final, of course, playing against them. But, I mean, 2 players could make it, and then in the consolidation where we kind of figure out there's then a 1v1 that could happen.
Exactly.
Because, of course, if Binks and XPEvo go through from this match, they are heavy favorites to also take it home eventually in the end. And the seed then would go to the 3rd or 4th player. I mean, there could also be Massa, for example, joining into that grand final. So the spot could be open for the player who just joined in there.
It's still all up for grabs indeed, as we do have a little bit of a time constraint at the moment with U-Prime trying to sort something out at the moment. So we are, again, we're just waiting for the actual match to start. You can see that we're currently on a technical pause. Yeah, Raj, for me, we've kind of discussed it off air, and we think it's going to be like the top 2 that we are kind of expecting, both Binks and XPEvo, because Binks, for one, has been already fired up all weekend long, and it feels like the actual qualification through the World Cup playoffs has been exactly liberating, exactly the shot in the arm that he needed after a season where he's been fighting really hard to keep that world #1 in the ranking. And XPEvo, I mean, you just can't discount the man himself. He's absolutely beast mode, as we do get the word that the match is actually live. So the penultimate time this weekend, it's time to let the field loose and go racing for the first round out of 4 here on Featuring between Binks, Ratchet, U-Prime, and XPEvo.
I mean, the Germans fighting it out here, and I mean, I'm very happy to see Ratchet in this match in the quarterfinal. He was struggling quite a bit there against Tween, but was able to close it out in his semi-final as well. So let's go into the first round. Ratchet with a great start. He has been showing great pace all along on this weekend, and I mean, also has good times. He was so close off the event record as well. And Ratchet with a great start here. XPEvo's not too far behind as well. Binks is in there. U-Prime has made a small mistake by the looks of it, but if Ratchet can keep it up like this, he's going to win the round.
Watch out for the comeback from Binks though through the 3rd sector with a really nice tight line to the double right-hander before the end of the sausage road, as we're making our way through the plastic part right now. And you can see Binks very much on the prowl and on the attack versus Ratchet at the moment, who's going to be having to fight hard and chase him down hard. But we do see Binks a little bit slower, maybe before the whoop part. It's going to be down potentially to the wire, not quite, or is it? And Ratchet will snipe away Binks' lead for 13 milliseconds with a 102.278. Great fight back on Sector 3 from the man from Team Shift. Well, one of the 2 players from Team Shift, and Ratchet will draw first blood and get the first 10 points out of the way.
Great to see that 2 Germans have actually made it. It's very, very nice, and Ratchet wins the round. I mean, the qualifier that was on stage, I asked him, he felt a bit of pressure, he felt the nerves, but now he gets the start that he wants to. He gets a great round and finds himself in the lead. Binks on 2nd, then we have XPEvo and then U-Prime, who was already a little bit further behind in this round and in the first round, and now also here in this round, he's not really catching up to Binks and Ratchet.
Yeah, it's just the first sector though, still the first like 25 seconds, so he's still got plenty of time to catch up heading into this middle sector with that little island kind of denoting your road through the grass road that you need to take now. The CP7 $8 line where you can catch up a lot of time if you pull off the line just right, but unfortunately for the man from Blue Jays, it's not exactly the start of the map that he was being hoping for as we get into sector number 3, and we got a 3-way fight for the lead right now between Binks, U-Prime, and Ratchet.
Let's see who takes it home. Ratchet with a great line, accumulates a lot of speed. Binks still leading the round. It is 0.07 of a second. U-Prime will get a wonky entry there, but still catches a lot of speed. Very wide approach from U-Prime. The question is who is willing to risk the end the most. Oh, U-Prime had to readjust. Ratchet with a great line. Binks going a bit too wide, but still wins the round with a 102.185. Great winning time, but also Ratchet with a very solid performance so far. 16 points accumulated for him so far, and also the point limit in this match is not 120, it is 140 points.
Yeah, we're going in for the long haul on this one, and yeah, Ratchet also driving a pretty solid time, a 0.3 to, I think it was a 0.230 at the very end. Midpoint 2 is still only enough for 2nd place in that round with the 0.185 that Binks has driven a little bit earlier on, as we are making our way through round number 3 already here on Featuring, and we do see a bit of a wall touch from Ratchet. Manages to keep it safe though. That is a very nice save, but unfortunately could not compensate with another save wave just yet, and that means it will be a three-wave fight between Binks, New Prime, and Epos, who is going to try to kind of right the wrongs of the previous rounds.
Yeah, we have not seen too much from New Prime and Epos thus far, but these 6-pointer is open now, and they can at least jump up and almost double their points in this round, maybe even make it more, because it is Binks getting attacked, but still leads the round, 27 thousandths of a second. New Prime and Epos, though, not too far behind. Look at this is a great fight.
This is a great fight indeed. And again, Binks going a little bit wider on the exit of that particular plastic part to continue leading the way as Epos gets ahead of New Prime for second position, trying to pile on the pressure on the Frenchman. He's looking absolutely undethronable right now with a great time as well to boot.
Wow.
So mid 102.1, 0.134 to be exact. We're just around a tenth away from the current event record, which itself is just about 1 or 2 tenths away from the potential record that we could drive here at XPEvo. Of course, the world record of 101.9. But yeah, Binks very much firing on all cylinders and continuing to fire on all cylinders as he's been since the start of day one.
And they just keep on improving, and I do think that we're gonna see a new world record very soon here.
Hopefully.
Or maybe a sub 102 at first, maybe even in this round, but also with the point number being 140, we're definitely going to see this map again. Binks with a great start, Ratchet not too far behind, not making a mistake this time around. I mean, still on second position, 6 points clear off of Epos, and New Prime 11 points so far after 3 rounds. Not that of a good start for him, but also in this round he's behind.
Yeah, unfortunately the momentum that he was able to carry through the previous match has not really carried through to the other match. And how on earth did he manage to do that? And that was Binks actually who fell by the wayside, and we do have a slight wall touch. It was looking all so promising after that bug slide to the middle sector, and thus Epos will be inheriting the lead with a very healthy buffer, just the 10-pointer that he might have needed.
Yeah, definitely, and I mean 3 individual mistakes from the players behind will seal the deal for Epos, but of course the ending is still left. You still have to make it across. It's very wonky to clear that. You have to be very close towards the edges and to the obstacles that are obscuring your way into the ending, but Epos takes home 10 points. So very good rounds here from Epos in the end, moving up to 23 points.
Yeah, exactly, 23 points, and yeah, driving a 102.302 as well. So yeah, maybe a little bit more on the safe side. It feels always kind of weird to say be on the safe side because of how fast everything has been going. But yeah, it's all about relatives in Trackmania again, as we're going to be heading on to Blueprint up next for our second map, Rockets map, which has been very interesting, of course, with the ending reserving a few nasty surprises. And if you're a bit too far off to take the safe way, then that might be quite the gamble to take.
Yeah, that is for sure. I mean, this map has provided a lot of content, that is for certain, but also the entries and exit points are very close to each other. Already the start, I mean, everything is full speed there, and you have to tailor your car really nicely towards those turns, but then the ending, of course, is just... I mean, it has provided us a lot of great moments already, and surely will do in this match here as well.
Yeah, exactly, with a couple of course, key spots with that jump around the hole, around 280 kp, just to be able to clear that trajectory around the outside of the hole. And then, yeah, you say trying to tailor the car nicely for the corners, and essentially pitching the car in the right angle so that you actually get the proper line for the drift through the corner. And of course, the finish line that you were able to see in that presentation video, where you do need a certain speed to clear the hole pretty much nicely, and maybe expect a little bit of a zoop with the lower half maybe, but other than that, you might have to go for a little bit of a straight dive into the safe fin route on the right-hand side of the track. Otherwise, yeah, it's a bit of a gamble, and more often times than not, we've seen people doing backflips a la Travis Pastrana, but now managing to stick the landing.
Yeah, but also, I mean, Travis Pastrana was also not the worst driver.
I mean, that's true, but he stuck the landings, unfortunately. It's not really been the case for some of those players around here.
Yeah, but that's for sure, but I just have to think about that because I've seen a video from him a couple of days ago, actually, quite coincidentally. But let's see how the players will do it in this round. Perhaps we will be seeing a new winner. I think New Prime has not won a round thus far. 14 points only. I mean, Ratchet's still on that second position after a good performance on the second half on the previous map. New Prime now also on second place, so maybe he can come closer to Epos, but we see a mistake there happening, and I think that was Binks.
It was indeed Binks, unfortunately, touching the inside wall with the left front, thus dropping down to last place at the moment, and New Prime actually coming off with a bit of a second win, actually, moving up into the lead and leading by about around a tenth and a half or thereabouts in the previous splits compared to Epos, but Epos is now coming back on the prowl into the penultimate corner, uphill, left-hander in the dirt, but New Prime continues to resist really nicely here and clocks in a 1:00.566. That is a great time coming in from New Prime, and this comes in at just the right time after a bit of a wonky and rather forgettable first map, I gotta say. He manages to get his challenge potentially back on solid ground.
And I think this match will be closer than we actually have anticipated it to be. So a great round there from New Prime. but also now for second place it gets really tight. Binks only 4 points clear of tied second, Ratchet and XPEvo here, both with 29 points. And we go into round number 2 here, where XPEvo gets a great start, but all the other players as well. It is so close, it's 500s.
Yeah, only 500s, and everybody's still within each other's goals pretty much. That's how tight the pack is at the moment, just 1/10 between first and last. This is very much the signs of a great round in the making after the first sector. Now through the second sector, everybody managing to navigate the trials and tribulations of checkpoints 7 and 8 just right. And now New Prime trying to make the difference, and now we see the very first sort of kind of deviance in pace with unfortunately a little bit of a clip of XPEvo at the landing, and New Prime now getting caught up by Binks. This could be a great side-by-side battle here.
Yeah, definitely. Binks with a very aggressive line. They're trying to squeeze out so much speed there, but the entry into the last outside dirt turn will matter a lot. Binks with good speed, but New Prime had it even better. New Prime to the line, and New Prime will win another round.
And clocking in a low 0.6 to boot, a 0.621, 27 milliseconds ahead of Binks, clocking in a 0.648.
Back to back.
Back to back, indeed. And yeah, this is exactly what he needed after that calamitous first map. And yeah, right now he's right back in the game. Look at this, he's just 1 point away from New Prime and just 6 points away from Binks. The gaps have really shrunken quite a bit.
Yeah, I mean, you mean of course Ratchet. So New Prime out of Ratchet here, but I mean, in the heat of the moment, you can. I get that.
But
so,
you guys know what I mean,
yeah,
right?
you all know what Geek was talking about. So it is 5 points clear, and I mean also XPEvo in the race, 7 points in total between first and last position. And imagine XPEvo is getting first now, and right now this is looking to be the case. 30 seconds have elapsed. Binks with a very wide line will have a lot of speed over the grass.
Yeah, but unfortunately for Ratchet, he's not going to be able to capitalize on that sort of round. Unfortunately, he finds himself 3/10 down after a bit of a lackluster first sector, and XPEvo's continuing to lead a very, very high-speed train right now, reading around the tracks of featuring, but unfortunately, or blueprints, sorry, but unfortunately for New Prime, he's completely out of that train, and XPEvo's going all out of shape, allowing Binks to catch back up in the penultimate corner, but Binks is forced to overcorrect. XPEvo has more speed, but he's got enough gap, Binks, to make it all the way to the finish line, still in the lead by 33 milliseconds, a 0.651 to a 0.684.
But XPEvo had a very bad entry into the dirt and was still able to manage only being 33 thousandths behind his opponent, but still second place, good enough of course in that way, moving up to second place with that. And now Binks has a little bit of room to breathe. That was the best outcome for him in this round, 11 points clear. So again, Binks 1 step ahead of its opponents, and it seemed to be the case at the World Cup qualifier as well that happened last week. Of course, last year there was also a qualifier, but that's not what we're talking about.
Yeah, that's not exactly what we're talking about. And yeah, as we said a little bit earlier on, just before the game started, it feels like, yeah, this season he was able to really confirm his presence on solo tournaments after so many years where he felt like coming second fiddle across various different tournaments such as AGE or Tracadia 2 years ago. But this year, coming off of the season with the world #1 ranking, as well as qualifying directly through to the World Cup, has been really, really liberating. And what's not really liberating and more kind of like held captive for New Prime as well as Binks in this round is the fact that both of them had wall touches, and we're now going to be heading through to the finish line with the penultimate corner coming up. XPEvo's having a little bit of a lead of around the 10th, and a bit of a touch from the right rear of Ratchet, and that means XPEvo will be able to take to the finish line in first place with a 0.526 to the credit of the player from Blue Jays.
Yeah, I mean, in some rounds, being 0.9 behind the leader would have been insta 4th position, but here Ratchet takes 6 points. So lucky for him that 3 mistakes have happened, but that was also due to the fact that everybody just wanted to get those 10 points. They want them so bad. And here we go, map number 3 it is. So the match slowly but surely is progressing, and players are coming ever so slightly closer towards finalist mode, but there's still such a long way to go. I mean, 7 maps will probably be played, or 7 rotations.
Yeah, well, 1.5 rotations, yeah. I gotta say. So yeah, a total 7 sets of rounds. Could be definitely something to look out for here as we want to go on Carotte, which is going to be our second map, if I am not mistaken. Maybe third map, I'm not exactly too sure. I think it is the third map that we're going to be witnessing, as we had featuring in Blueprint beforehand. And you saw XPEvo actually just bobbing his head a little bit, just vibing around, and getting that 10-pointer might be just the cause for him to kind of like try to get himself back on the south center, and especially with the warm-up round that we're currently on, that is the great moment to be able to kind of like refocus and try to regroup after a bit of a maybe half and half mix of rounds on the previous map.
Yeah, I hope that he is able to pull this one through, and there you can also see how Binks plays, of course, with keyboard. And I mean, just okay, well, never mind, he crashed. But it was only the warm-up, so it does not matter. He's just practicing that turn. And also Ratchet here playing, of course, with a controller. And here we go. Good luck, have fun. Round number 9 is ongoing, and let's go.
All right, here we go then. Round number 9 overall. Round 1 out of 4 on map number 3, which is of course Carotte by Jaka. Here we go then with the perspective of New Prime, the world record. You can see at top 58.902. Current event record held by Ratchet, a .065. I mean, got pretty close to that mark in previous matches as well. Unfortunately for Ratchet's teammate New Prime, it's going to be all out of it and all out of shape after a little bit of a wall touch before checkpoint number 3. And we're down to a 3-horse race already after Sector 1 is done.
Let's see what horse is going to reach the finish line first. It is Ratchet, who is on 3rd position. Lost a lot of speed there, so it's between XPEvo and Binks, both players who have already qualified to the World Cup this year.
Yeah, exactly. Heading into the end of Sector 2 and Sector 3, trying to go for the slingshot all around the outside. Nice engagement on the part of Ratchet into the corner, but still not enough to try and catch up to Binks. Now moving on to the negative camber, right-hander, and that's going to be a wall hit, unfortunately, for Ratchet right before the corner. That's going to be condemning his round. It's Binks versus XPEvo, and Binks has got the gap. He should be able to cross the line in first place, as we do seem to have gotten the cruise control on the side of XPEvo, and we do get a high .1 to begin with, a .182. This is a great start in terms of the round times, but XPEvo absolutely not happy with that round, the finish, shaking his head.
Yeah, I mean, he was still on 2nd position, but I mean, it could have been so much more. It could have been a 1st position there eventually, but still, XPEvo 7 points clear of Ratchet. It should be okay for him to have those 6 points in this round.
Yeah, but the man holds his standards pretty high, and he said it himself during the interview that we did after the World Cup playoffs after he qualified. So I guess it makes sense that he's very much looking like a perfectionist and looking to always go for the best outcome possible. But sometimes it works, sometimes it don't, and when it don't, you got to know how to take it on the chin.
Definitely. I mean, we also interviewed XPEvo, and he also talked about his determination, how much he really grinded both map packs, like almost at the same time, because he had only 1 week of preparation for this tournament to fully focus on this map pack. But here we see a couple of mistakes that are unfolding in this round. We see New Prime and Binks, the only players who have not made a mistake so far, and Binks on a great time by the looks of it.
Yeah, Binks on a very great time, and a touch on the ball from New Prime, allowing XPEvo to move up into P2. He's going to be very happy about that outcome after a bit of a calamitous start. It's a midpoint 2. It's pretty alright in terms of round pace, but yeah, the first mistake that kicked it up was just a little bit of a touch from the left rear of Ratchet, right on the edge of the wall before the entry into the right-hander in the dirt, trying to go for the full slingshot around the outside, beginning Sector 3. That's really what kicked it all off. New Prime tried to pick up the slack for his teammate, tried to get up to 2nd place for himself as well to get the points, but unfortunately, no mas, it didn't work out.
But it feels like every time when there's a mistake happening in a round, 3 players crash. Like 3 out of 4 do crash, and it was a trend that we've seen quite a bit. I think that was the 3rd time that we've seen that in this match. But here we go. I mean, it is Binks halfway through of reaching finalist mode, 72 points. Then XPEvo claiming that 2nd position. Ratchet, who had a great start into the match, and also New Prime, who had is showing. I mean, he had the 2 first positions in a row, but now also in this round, he cannot match the pace from XPEvo and Binks. Wow, very good line there, very nicely executed, and they are extending the lead.
Yeah, they're extending the lead, and they're continuing to be in close quarters right now. It's not going to be so close quarters anymore after that unfortunate touch on the right side, and both him and New Prime touch in the CP and the outside barrier. So XPEvo's taking a 10-pointer that he felt like was needed and deserved with a .225, low .2 again. Pretty solid times in terms of round pace. But yeah, XPEvo's moving on to 70 points, while Binks will have to be content with 78.
And again, 3 players have made mistakes. Only 1 player with a clean run in this round, so the trend is continuing. But here we go, next round is happening. I expect that XPEvo is certainly very happy about that. 16 points clear now, and also not too far away from Binks. And the Germans, they have to answer the call. XPEvo is really in the match.
Yeah, really setting himself in the game right now, the man from Blue Jays, as he tries to assume the lead of the race, but New Prime is not letting this one down. He's continuing to pile the pressure on, even though he's getting a little bit left behind by XPEvo at the moment at the start of the 2nd sector. Ratchet will be in close in tow, same for Binks. So it could take one single mistake and one single slow line from Epos to get New Prime back in the game, and actually New Prime detaching himself from the back of the pack, but not so far because Binks can still be seen on the back of the screen.
Yeah, Ratchet has made a mistake, though. He's half a second behind. Binks also not with the best speed. New Prime having to readjust there, but still gets this one through. This drift very important. You can't get a nose slide there, and then you have to do a Neo, but New Prime misaligns the line there and will go into the wall. So it is Epos with another free 10-pointer. Binks is behind. We'll all certainly be happy about that, but again, the gap between second and third is just rising.
Yeah, it continues to rise and rise and rise, and most importantly, Epos continues to eat away, chomp away bit by bit, continue to grasp a little bit Binks' game, continue to eat away this lead. We're down to 4 points only of a deficit for Epos versus Binks at the present moment, as we're going to be, of course, switching off of this particular map and moving on to the next one, which, in my opinion, will be, well, it will be Domino.
Domino as the penultimate map of this rotation. We have one more map after this, and then we go to map number 1 again. But you can also see Epos vibing, having fun, you know, trying to stay focused, trying to keep up what he has been doing so well in the last 3 maps.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I was alluding to. Maybe it's just a way to find yourself centered during the warm-up. And one thing that to kind of bounce off of from the fact that we've already had 2 rounds back-to-back where 3 mistakes happen in one round with one following after the other. There's a saying in motorsports that yellows bring yellows in the sense that a racing incident bringing a yellow flag could bring out other racing incidents further on in the race, which cause another yellow flag and another race neutralization. So I guess it also holds true in Trackmania.
Yeah, it is maybe a domino effect.
I see that.
Yeah, you see that one. Okay. I mean, I had to. Okay, so
I mean, the door is wide open at the one point. So
yeah, it was wide open. But I mean, maybe. I mean, we have seen close fights here all along. But the ending was, especially for a player like Gwen, who of course is not in this match. He has been pushing it so much in the end and tried to just squeeze out so much speed. New Prime sometimes went a bit too far to the right and then sacrificed so much speed. And Binks just almost like overjumped the finish. It felt like he had so much speed to work with.
Yeah, managing to get a lot of speed out of the exit is going to be paramount, of course, to make it pretty smooth over the final jump and into the trigger of the finish line as we get started with the first round out of 4 here on Domino, with Epos already putting a little bit of a lead between himself and Ratchet. Binks continuing to be right in the middle of the chasing pack right now, maybe shuffle towards the bottom as we get over that semi-blind right-hander. Use the flagpole to actually put yourself in the right spot, and Epos continuing to pull a little bit of a gap.
Yeah, Epos is continuing to pull a little bit of a gap. He is 500s ahead of his opponents, and also look at this turnaround there. Beautifully executed, 0.1 of a sec, just gained 500s in this one solely section there, and also now the bobsleigh comes into play. Look at the speed from Binks though. He has overspeed for the wood, but is able to control it. But now the entry into the dirt is very decisive.
Yeah, it's really decisive, and everybody's continuing to be packed together. Everybody's regrouped together actually, first through fourth, only separated by 84 milliseconds. Epos was a little bit slow through the end of the middle sector, allowing Binks to catch back up with Ratchet close in tow, and it's going to be side by side before the final corner, and Epos out of left field, making it a 3-way fight, but he's too far out. He's out of shape. Binks completely full stop. Binks in the side. New Prime, maybe. No, it's not enough. 47 milliseconds, the gap at the end between Epos and New Prime. Ratchet in third and Binks down in fourth. Yeah, he's just nodding his head about and thinking, all right, I had to try it. Didn't pass out. All right, let's move on.
Yeah, but so many mistakes happened in this ending sector. Already the small left-hander before that already, he has been, or the players have been pushing it quite a bit there. And let's go into the next round. It is round number 14 in this match at 90 points. Epos, now the new leader. I mean, he has been getting not too many good positions on map number 1, was behind, but now he claims that first position. 26 points of a gap between second and third, so it needs to have a very good comeback story here for both, or either Ratchet, or maybe even both Ratchet and New Prime, as we are still very close in this round. 0.1 of a second, and it is Epos still leading. He could go up to 100 points.
Indeed, through the tight chicane we go, with Binks trying to go a little bit closer to the second pole on the second half of the chicane. A bit of a conservative entry to the bobsleigh there from Binks, allowing New Prime to move back up potentially into third. Not quite. Binks continuing to resist, and Epos is continuing to resist the assault of Ratchet as well. Let's follow along with the perspective of the chaser right now. Ratchet from Team Shift, the German continuing to be within the exhaust pipes almost of XPEvo, who has a little bit of a slow entry into that grass road section before the penultimate corner and the jump into the finish line, the double jump into the finish line, I should say, with XPEvo hoping for a bit of a conservative one. It was looking a little bit close on our perspective.
Wow.
It was again looking close on that one as well, and he drove a .661. What a time by the man from Blue Jays.
What a great time. And he's like, yeah, thank you guys. I think he has had the nice times in the chat being visible. And yeah, good time there from XPEvo to go up to 100 points. 10 points clear off of Binks. Very, very dominant performance from XPEvo as XPEvo joins the game because he's casting this game in French. So if you want to see a French cast, go ahead and check out XPEvo.
Yeah, of course, checking him out, as well as the German cast on Trilix's channel, as well as the B stream, where are covering, of course, I think they're also covering the lower bracket on their side as well. So if you want to check out the lower bracket, make sure to check that out. But in the meantime, what Ratchet has decided to check out is the inside and outside walls at the exit of the plastic parts.
Yeah, he did not check out any of those Twitch streams here, as he is, of course, gaming in this winner bracket final, and XPEvo can make it 3 out of 3 on this map. This is looking fantastic. 110 points would be very, very useful for him. Also applying some pressure because he want to be the first one in the grand final. And I mean, New Prime can have a saying in this round, but .1 is a lot to gain in the end.
Yeah, indeed, it is a very, very big ask to catch up a 1/10 of a second when you're just having 3 or 4 corners left to do so. You do have to pray that something goes awry. Up front, has Binks seems to have had something gone awry, allowing New Prime to go for the full send on the inside, and maybe XPEvo's getting sniped to the line. It's not enough for 10 milliseconds, and Binks has completely messed up the finish, allowing Ratchet to move up to 3rd. XPEvo's resisting to the very end, but I mean, kudos to New Prime. That is A++ for commitment.
Yeah, very good. Interesting line, a bit of a different approach there, but also XPEvo, what a great performance. 3 wins in a row, 110
could go for the clean sweep.
Points. The clean sweep could happen. What a great, like really, I'm starstruck by that performance from XPEvo. And of course, he will not reach finals if he wins this round.
Yeah, not just yet, because we're moving on to 140. He's past the 3/4 of the way mark. And
he will not win the rounds.
Yeah, unfortunately, they will not win that one. Neither will likely New Prime, because those 2 mistakes happened back to back, and that's going to be promoting Ratchet up into the lead. And New Prime has actually suffered less of a hit compared to XPEvo, who's back down to P4. New Prime up into 3rd, but now you see a bit of social distancing in this round because of the various mistakes that happened.
Yeah, it could be 2021 again here by the looks of it. And Ratchet can finally win a round. And also the good thing is, because XPEvo won so many rounds in a row, Binks is only 22 points ahead of Ratchet, so he can catch up with with some 10 pointers, and of course the match is still ongoing quite a bit, but Ratchet not really with a good line there by the looks of it. Binks coming a bit closer, but it seems like that Ratchet is still clear 0.4 of a second, so he's going to win that round, but never say never, because the ending is still left to be cleared, and Ratchet will save it quite well. Binks of course risking a bit more, and Ratchet finally wins the rounds.
112.008 at the very end of that round for Ratchet, and Binks finally getting a bit of a damage limitation round on the board, as we do see someone that has a vague interest into the game that's currently ongoing. Hello, Port, I hope you're doing well. But yeah, Binks, unfortunately, the start of that rotation here on Domino didn't exactly seem to really fall into place like a game of dominoes, as a matter of fact, as we're going to be moving on to, well, the final map of the rotation. It's time for Roxy's Schwadlappe.
Schwadlappe ice turn incident activated. I mean, it's a great ice slide here on this map, and it provided us so many great rounds, but there are so many transitions that need to be clear on this map. Roxy always comes up with unique scenery ideas, but also with unique transitions.
Exactly, and you're going to be seeing, you've already seen a lot of those transitions, of course, over the course of this particular map, especially like Sausage Road to ramp to dirt. Those are double transitions can be extremely deceptive at first glance, because you feel like, oh yeah, this might be just a boom boom, but then you see that the gap is so narrow and the speed is so tight that you run the risk of having either the front or the rear wheels actually clipping, and that can send you around into the bin.
Yeah, definitely, and also the ice that kind of even outs the field again, because if someone tends to risk a lot, you can really gain 0.2 to 0.3 of a second there, also if you get a great exit with a lot of speed, but then the outside turn gets so hard to clear.
Exactly, as well, the warm-up is about to end, and I think it's a good time to get a little bit of a recap of the score as we come closer to the end of this first rotation of maps. It is going to be, of course, XPEvo leading the way after a very, very good comeback. 113 points, 33 points out of 40 is not a bad haul for him. 99 points for Binks, 81 for Ratchet, and 75 for New Prime.
So 80 15 points of a gap between second and third, and Ratchet seems to get a good start, but just when I think about that, he is getting airtime there in the plastic section, where it's really important to, of course, avoid that. You can find yourself in the void, but Ratchet only lost 1 second there. Usually you have to go for a respawn.
Yeah, usually you would have to go for a respawn, which is the best part of like 4 to 5 seconds that are lost at this point, because of how far the respawn is. The respawns are so punishing here as we're making our way through the second sector with New Prime, Epos, and Binks in close combat at the moment. And we do see Epos unfortunately leaving a little bit of time on the table for Binks to grab and continuing the battle for New Prime through Sector 3.
Yeah, and New Prime still leading the round though, looking great, 500, so Binks is pushing it, but there's still the ice light left on this map, and then the exit, Binks very aggressive, almost going over the black part there, and also a great exit has been executed by Binks. Look at this, New Prime trying to push it, so much speed from New Prime, and I think he's going to win the round and finally sets a statement after so many rounds where he has been denied to. He goes up to 85 points, but also good effort from Binks, great speed from the ice.
The word you use is the correct one. It is a statement victory. He's making a statement that he is not going to be led around by the nose over the course of this match. Sure, he may be quite a fair bit behind, even second place, currently sitting 21 points away from Binks, but he still has it in him. He still has that will to win, that will to fight on, and potentially cause maybe a little bit of an upset here in the tournament as to who gets into grand finals in first and second, as yeah, New Prime continuing to fight on and soldier on valiantly as we make our way through the first sector. Is going to be New Prime, as a matter of fact, holding the lead with Binks continuing to chase him down.
Again, and Ratchet, New Prime's teammate, with a mistake, and now Binks, and Epos also with a great lap, but look at this fight here, 100 of a second, just after 35 seconds of driving. This is peak Trackmania here, of course, in this winner bracket final. Binks with a good line there, but New Prime is just claiming and contesting that lead here, and also beautiful ending and entry to the ending section, and New Prime can win 2 out of 2.
Yeah, and now Binks is falling under the clutches of Epos, who moves into second position, completely leaving Binks in the dust as we make our way through the ice line. New Prime looking absolutely unopposed at the moment, just maybe one corner left to go that could pose a problem, and Epos going so committed to the outside line, almost hitting the left rear, and New Prime with back-to-back wins with a .472 as well. That is a great round once again.
Not even flinching, so much confidence in that line. 95 points now for New Prime, and look how locked in he is. He tries to find his rhythm and make it 3 out of 3. Good comeback there from New Prime. Now only it is 14 points between Binks and New Prime, so the gap has shrunk quite a bit.
Yeah, indeed. 14 points from 20 in the previous round. 21 points was Ratchet, of course, in the previous round, just to quickly correct myself there. But yeah, we've had the Epos map previously. Could this be the New Prime map? Could it be it? Could also New Prime be the clean sweeper on this particular rotation of Schwanlappe? I think we might be able to have an answer there.
Yeah, maybe also Roxy, New Prime's teammate, has built this map. Keep that in mind. And I mean, maybe it's a bit of a buff for him. Maybe they were not play testing, but you know, he builds favorable parts for them because, you know, they have the kind of similar play style because they play together in shift. But New Prime not with a good entry there, and it is Binks now leading. This will be very close.
How on earth did Epos not flip his car around? He was teetering from one axle to the other, but still keeping the car on the road, and Binks taking advantage of a bit of a slump from New Prime mid-sector to move into the lead. Epos continuing to battle for second place versus Ratchet. Is it going to be enough? No, he actually touches with the left rear once again, and it will be Binks, Ratchet, and New Prime in that order. Still a good amount of damage limitation from New Prime, courtesy of that mistake from Epos, and a .478 for Binks, also running in that lower half of the 0.5 or higher half of the 0.4 range at this moment.
Yeah, 119 points, so we slowly but surely coming to that finalist mode, as of course now New Prime lost a little bit of points again, but still good effort. But I also have to say Binks with a very solid performance. I mean, he has just being on the radar in every round, has made some mistakes, but still good performance all along from Binks.
Yeah, exactly. Even though it might have been a little bit of fits and starts over the course of the rotation, where there were a few maybe moments of slowness, maybe a bit of loss of momentum, he was able to capture the momentum right back in crucial moments in this game, keeping himself within 7 points of Epos at the moment. So it's still not all settled to who gets the honorific victory here in this winner bracket final. As we make our way through to Sector 3 right now, Binks still holding the lead, but still very much under pressure from New Prime and Epos.
Yeah, Yeah, New Prime going for that jump there and grips the hole on the inside. That was beautiful, but sacrificed a bit of speed, but still in close contention towards Binks. And now the ice slide one more time. Epos with a great approach and can overtake New Prime here. Very wide exit, has more speed than Binks, makes that turn across, but the entry into the dirt, that's what I was talking about, is much harder. And Binks will win back to back, but also New Prime with good points. But Binks are up to 129. Epos, however, only with 3 points at this round, so it's a tie for first position.
Yeah. 129 points apiece. Hello, Doomjack, who's busy taking pictures. And hello, everyone. You can see, oh, okay, that's a bit of a statement sign, if I do say so myself.
Okay.
But yeah, I mean, you're free to have your own opinion about this, as we're going to be making our way, well, we're going to be circling back to featuring the opening map of the rotation, of course. And yeah, it's all to play for us, even still for the honorific P1 there. But a great, great comeback for New Prime overall. I think back-to-back wins, a second place and a third place, so that makes around 30 points on the 40. Still not a bad haul, eh?
Yeah, very, very bad. Very good. Not bad, of course. The opposite of that. Because I think with that performance, New Prime and Ratchet will be a real threat. Even if they drop out of the winner bracket, they will go into the consolidation final where they will be playing against the winners.
They are guaranteed top 6
of the loser bracket final. So I do think it will be hard to beat them.
It will be hard to beat them indeed, and yeah, they're going to be very, very solid contenders for those other 2 spots in the grand final, because for the first 2 spots that are up for grabs, there is clearly a dynamic that just cannot be stopped with the current domination of both Epos and Binks, who are going to be joint leaders heading into this second rotation of featuring that will be beginning in around 10 seconds after the warm-up ends. And yeah, we do see, like, well, we do see Binks trying to shuffle a little bit, trying to rub his as well, trying to get himself psyched up and ready to do battle once again for another set of rounds versus Epos, and try to finish the day in style and with the actual manner to do it, with a win.
Yeah, 129 and 129 points for Epos and Binks. So it is safe to say if they finish every round, they will be in finals. And it could also be the last map that we could see, because we start from map number 1 again. This is the 6th map in total that we have seen, or the 6th set of maps.
Yeah, exactly. 6th set of rounds as we make our way through the start checkpoint 1. That was Ratchet, who unfortunately had a little bit of a clip after the 180 ice, so it will be out of the running right now for Ratchet in terms of big points, but his teammate New Prime is actually making a good stand for himself into the second sector, heading into the box slide through checkpoint 7 and 8, and New Prime again managing to hold his own really well versus Binks, who's still in the lead, but not by much, and actually going a little bit too far out wide, and Epos also takes the opportunity to move up into second before sector 3.
No one of those players in the top can activate finalists just yet, because that 129, this would give them the face slap. 139 points, 1 point would then be needed, but Epos trying to push it. New Prime with a more inside approach. Epos with a drift has to sacrifice a bit of speed, and New Prime will win this round. 102.207 is the winning time, 1500 away of the event record. So also very nice, and still has the pace and also the, let's say, momentum.
Yeah, it feels like it.
The confidence to win rounds.
I was gonna bounce off of that, because yeah, it feels like his confidence and his pace and his consistency doesn't really seem to be fading all that away. Sure, it was kind of taking a hit at the very beginning of the rotation because he had to kind of get used to well, some new opponents and stuff. But it's still looking a very, very solid, promising outing right now for New Prime, who continues to really deliver. It's the gift that keeps on giving, really, New Prime in this particular matchup. Unfortunately, he won't be giving much in this round as he finds himself about 6/10 down, and it will be a straight fight between Epos and Ratchet. Sometimes a shift player can hide another.
Yeah, that's for sure. Ratchet again with a very aggressive entry there, just maximizing every speed outcome there, but didn't get a good entry into the bug slide, as Epos needs a first position to get into finalist. No, a second position, and it's Binks who needs a first position, and he is not too far behind. But of course, you wanna get into the finalist mode here after this round, as Ratchet is still in first, but a mistake can and will eventually happen, but not for Ratchet, surely not. Nope, another shift member wins the round with a 102.216. Great time. And it is Epos in finalist. We could see our first player joining into the grand final.
Very first grand finalists could be indeed confirmed in the space of the next 60 seconds, but it all remains in the on the shoulders and in the brains of this man to conclude it. Epos, of course, the man from Blue Jays. Blue Jays who returned to Trackmania after 7 years out since their last outing in the team competition days in TM2. And yeah, straight away after the signing, we did see Epos coming to the grand final of the April Monthly Cup before winning the May Monthly Cup and then making the major appearance in Vilnius at the Comic-Con Baltic, who also went into the grand final, yeah, indeed, behind Mime, Binks and Stutz at the time, and this time though he will not be able to conclude as he currently finds himself a little bit further down the pack, although with that mistake for Binks, that could still be a bit of a cue to try and actually punch above his weight.
Yeah, never say never. There's so many parts still to be cleared for the players, but 0.3 of a second will be hard to catch up to. The thing is, it will be Binks who will activate Finder's Mode as well, and yeah, there's one player down. It is Ratchet who has made a mistake. All of a sudden, Epos up to that second place. So if Noob Prime does not make the ending across, it will be Epos into the grand final. But of course, that's a lot to ask for, and Noob Prime wins the round. Shift still unbeaten on this map.
What a time, 0.132.
Yeah,
man, that is some going, let me tell you. That is some clip, as some would say. And yeah, Noob Prime continuing his slow rise up the leaderboard, now moving up to 128 point collected. And yes, we are indeed into a double finalist thanks to Noob Prime's denial of Epos. I think we could also reach a triple realistically.
Yeah, if it continues like that, that Shift dominates on this map. We will be seeing a triple final situation in the end, maybe even quadruple, but Ratchet still has to collect some points for that. One player has made a mistake, and it was Binks, who still at the start has to go for the double respawn, was not going backwards, and Ratchet leading. Epos has to push in order to make it not onto the next map, and also already into the grand final.
Yeah, indeed, he continues to have to push, but he went full inside, didn't have the slide, and also Noob Prime having a little bit of an uncharacteristic mistake in that sector as well, followed by the little bit of a nibble of the nose at the pole on the inside of the box slide, but he will still be safe in second because everyone except Ratchet basically has put a foot wrong so far, but watch out, he must not be over 10 seconds behind the leader, otherwise that means it's going to be a null pointer for you. For Binks, it doesn't really matter all that much, neither for Epos, because they're already in finalists, they've already got the points they need, as we are going to be seeing Ratchet come to cross the finish line to take a 10-pointer and move on to 124 points with a 0.228, courtesy of him, 0.328, sorry about that, but Noob Prime crosses the line in second. P3, yeah, Binks just not happy with that one either, and tries to refocus himself, tapping a little bit on the table, saying, all right, come on, you got this.
Yeah, you got this, but not on this map. We go to the next one, and probably also final map. I mean, there's probably some consolations where Noob Prime then, you know, all of that, but it is most likely the last map that we're going to be seeing for this winner bracket.
Yeah, and we're circling back onto blueprints here for what will be the denouement of that particular winner bracket. Final two finalists, one is on 134 and another one on 124, so it's still very much all to play for, and Noob Prime coming back and coming good in the last third of the game, I should say, after a bit of a shaky start in the first third, and then on the second third he was around halfway. He has started to pile in some good rounds, and then he really well and truly come alive and is holding his own very well, I must say.
Yeah, I agree. Noob Prime with a great comeback, but also Ratchet did not really lose his composure, still somewhat in the match, and I mean, if a finalist goes through, you of course also collect points, and if Ratchet then gets a second place, wins a round, boom, he's finalist. This can all happen, and it will all be unfolding on Blueprint here from Rocat. It will be fast-paced, it will be content, and there's a lot to win here already. 2 spots into the grand final. And I mean, Epos and Binks look the strongest, but everything comes down to those 4 rounds now.
Yeah, exactly. And you know the old saying now, as I always like to say, anything can happen in Trackmania, and it usually does, as we get started with our second rotation of Blueprint, which could likely be the last map here in this winner bracket final, with Binks and Epos still in finalists. 134 for Noob Prime. A second place is mathematically enough to get himself into said finalist status, but I think he wants to keep the suspense up a little bit longer, try to win it and deny both Epos and Binks. He's going to be in a very, very tough fight for that, though, at the end of Sector 1.
But still a good line there from Noob Prime. I thought that he lost more speed, but he's still in close contention with both finalists here, as you can see it there. Noob Prime is fighting his way back into the top, and Epos not with the best line there by the looks of it. Lost a bit of speed, but not too much to talk about. Ratchet is not making it, and Epos and Binks, both finalists are leading the round. It is all coming down to the ending. 20 seconds left. Epos and Binks, who's gonna win?
That might be the little bump that Noob Prime's on doing here on this particular round. It's gonna be Binks versus Epos, France versus the United Kingdom. It's a classic rugby matchup, but it's also a classic in Trackmania at this point, with the penultimate corner. Epos versus Binks, who's gonna give them more speed. Epos has a bit more speed on the outside, but Binks has got the gap and is confirmed into the XPEvo XPEvo 2024 Grand Final with a .571. EPOS gave it a red hot go, but it only took 27 milliseconds to split them apart. But on this case, he was on the wrong side of the fence.
He was on the wrong side of the fence. Binks takes first position, and still it is EPOS in finalist mode. New Prime got only 4th position in the previous round, 137 points, Ratchet at 128. I mean, a lot of things can happen, but I mean, no one of them is finalist just yet. So EPOS has one finalist mode on his own, and this is it. It's do or die kind of for him. Him being alone in this kind of situation, because New Prime will be finalist if he finishes the next round.
Indeed, but but now it's going to be a tandem shift play if they want to keep the grand final, the bracket final alive. And that mistake from EPOS is now going to be the cue for New Prime to just, all right, let off the gas, just bring the car home, bring the car across the line to get into triple finalists, and that could actually be to the benefit of Ratchet right there, who's going to be locked in battle with New Prime. But he's not really seeming to let up. Actually, New Prime at this point, he still wants to continue denying points from Ratchet to give himself a little bit more breathing room, and Ratchet, with that little touch on the downward trajectory towards turn number 10, will be able to enable New Prime to take the win.
I mean, it doesn't matter if Ratchet gets first and second, because he will not activate finalist mode anyway.
That is true.
He has to win this round to force a last final round.
Indeed, and you do see these stage lights continuing to glow red as, yeah, we've been in finalists for, the best part of like 5-6 rounds at this point. Yeah, it's continuing to go on at this stage, and we do have another double finalist situation, and this could be very, very interesting upset coming up with New Prime and EPOS. It's very much a dogged fight that we're going to have, with a bit of a party spoiler in the form of Ratchet that's still at play.
I mean, it would have been a bit of a surprise if New Prime makes it, but also shows that his determination and not giving up is enough to get into the grand final already. And right now, it is him leading the round. Look at this, great line, very, very risky, almost clipping the hole. And it is New Prime leading ahead of Ratchet, who can also still force a triple final situation. New Prime is out. Ratchet is now having to deny EPOS, else he will be in the grand final.
Oh man, this is a tough cookie, the tough nut to crack to beat EPOS on the track itself. As you see, EPOS is now on the prowl and on the charge versus Ratchet, who's forced to actually chase down, and he's going to have a lot of catching up to do coming up into the final round, but actually a little bit more speed on the downward part before the final dirt. Maybe the penultimate corner could be the opportunity for EPOS to strike back, and a touch from the right rear is going to condemn Ratchet to make it through the Cons finals as EPOS joins Binks in the grand final of XPEvo.
I think both Ratchet and New Prime had the chance of making it. As
absolutely.
It's the last map that decides it. It's not about how many points you're behind. Just win the round and try to get into finals, because none of those players really fell majorly behind. Of course, there was a gap, but everyone was bouncing back.
Yeah.
Speaking of the perspective of the players going to that 140-point mark.
Yeah, indeed. And I gotta say, you gotta give a round of applause to both New Prime and to Ratchet, because they give it a red hot go. Of course, you're gonna be seeing them on day 3 for the consolidation final, of course. And both Binks and EPOS, I mean, they're making statement performances. They've been making statement performances since day 1, pretty much. And yeah, again, our prediction was maybe a bit of an expected one, but it's pretty much the expected result that we got.
But also, Binks and EPOS already qualified to the World Cup.
So the spot is still up.
The spot is still open. We still don't know who theoretically could make it, and it will most likely be a 1v1 or maybe an anticlimactic one.
Exactly.
Maybe that will be the case. But guys, we have an interview now with EPOS. So there you go. But they're still setting it up, so
yeah,
we have to stall a bit for content.
Yeah, I mean they do have to get a little bit maybe of breathing back after what was really an intense match for all players involved. I gotta say,
yeah, it was very close.
The way that he kind of meandered through with some slumps from some players after followed by insane comebacks from EPOS to even New Prime. EPOS, I think it was on it was either on Blueprint or it was on the 3rd map of the rotation, which was Domino, and of course on Schwadlappe, seeing New Prime really come good. Maybe. Yeah, it could have been a little bit too little too late, but I guess we will have words with one of those that just qualified for the grand final. It is, of course, EPOS, and Legion is there on stage to collect some thoughts.
Hello, everybody. I am here with EPOS, your 2nd place finisher here in this round. However, it is still another step forward here in XPEvo. How are you feeling, and what does the rest of the campaign look like?
Mate, I feel really good, but at the same time, when I saw that it was getting to my worst map on the rotation that I got finalist, I was just bricking it, man. It was so scary. And then, obviously, Binks sniped me on the line on Blueprint to take the first, and then I crashed the next round. Man, I'm happy, but that was so nerve-wracking.
I can imagine. You're in front of everybody. You got everyone online. You got the crowd, the lights, the commentators. It can be a lot, but you persevered. So you've already confirmed your spot in the World Cup. That's going to be coming up later. How are you feeling about that? Where's your confidence at?
I mean, my confidence for the World Cup is separate to this for sure, but for me, the thing that I'm focused on now is just XPEvo. I want to win it. I feel like I can win it if I stop the stupid mistakes, so on to tomorrow.
You think you can give it to Otak, give him a run for his money if it comes down to it?
We'll see. I think so.
A man, a few words, but a lot of confidence. We are going to throw it back to the guys on the couch, but Ipas, congratulations again, and we'll see you later.
You, Legion, and Apples. I totally didn't just run through the queue. I was watching the match. The three friends in the same match together was really awesome to watch. It was really close. Matt, it's like I'm happy, but I'm also like kind of sad, but I'm not angry. And you know why I'm not angry? Because everybody, regardless of whether they finish, are still top 6 of this tournament. And also, 2 of the players in the grand final are already qualified to the World Cup seeding. The 2 players in the consolidation final are not qualified to the World Cup seeding. And there is a high possibility that our XPEvo winner may not necessarily be the World Cup qualifier seed going to Paris at the end of the month. So, kind of crazy to think about it in that way.
Not only the winner, but there's even, it feels like there is a big possibility that the entire final might not even be taking the World Cup spot, which is insane. Because we were talking about...
But top 6 is guaranteed qualifier, by the way. Just want to clarify, if you are top 6, you are guaranteed to be in the running for the qualifier seed. So anybody who's consolidation final or grand final, if you don't have a qualifier seed, you're guaranteed at least to still be in the running. So just to clarify,
yeah, I just meant maybe the grand final might not have the person
possible
that will go to the World Cup, which is insane because we talked about yesterday that a lot of the people who are already qualified obviously spent a lot of their practice on the playoffs and the World Cup maps, and we expected them to be the ones that are not performing. But so far, they qualified for a reason, it seems like.
It's really impressive that they can have such a high level on like multiple events, even though the training period is overlapping a little bit.
Yeah. Yeah. Overlapping is an understatement. They literally have been training together every single day for the most part. I mean, I think of course they all had their like solo training, but whenever it came to like rounds and like scrimming and everything, it was those 3, Epos, New Prime, and Ratchet constantly scrimming with each other. And to see them all make top 6 is just like, they work so hard. Like, I know everybody works hard and like trains really hard, but when you get to see it in action and see the fruits of their labor come to fruition for at least a really good result, Ratchet and New Prime, that's Ratchet's best performance at a LAN, as well as New Prime, of course. So, and also at a major international LAN like this, it's something to be proud of. Even though they might not be in the grand final yet, it's still something to be proud of.
Yeah, for sure. And it was... The match itself was also really interesting because it was quite close. I remember I saw Epos was last at one point. I checked downstairs, or rather at the B stream rather, because I wanted to see the Granadi match. I came back and Epos was leading with like 15 points. He got finalist and then was denied for like a solid 6-7 rounds in a row. And then it looked like he could start to fumble, but at the end he pulled through.
I thought honestly Epos was just being a bro to let New Prime and Ratchet catch up at one point. I was like, oh, okay, he's doing the bro thing, you know, trying to let his friends catch up. But yeah, no, Binks being there constantly the entire time, or constantly sitting in second or first at the beginning, but second mostly, constantly getting 1s and 2s, and then towards the end struggling just a little bit to allow almost New Prime and Ratchet catching up. And you could even see him in the player cam. He was talking to himself. He's like, come on, bro, I got this.
Yeah.
Like, and then eventually he did, and you saw him leap out of his chair. He was fist pumping everything. And I mean, for Binks, honestly, he has to be proud of how he's just pretty much dominated this entire tournament, even with a slightly lacking performance in the winners final. And I say very slightly lacking. He still was very strong and was able to be the first finisher despite Epos's lead.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, just interestingly enough, like I just talked to Yami a little bit, and he just offhandedly mentioned that Binks apparently wasn't in lower brackets since like 2 years. I'm not 100% sure if that's true or not.
Okay.
But if that's really true, that's just so impressive. And if you know why, I would like to talk to him maybe a little bit and find out what's the secret.
I mean, we didn't really bring it up, but I mean, the previous match that Binks was in with Gwen, I mean, they are former teammates from last year. I'm not going to mention the org because the org tilts the mess out of me. But they were former teammates and everything, and it kind of and they were super strong. They did make it to the World Cup or the final, the big TMGL final last year. I don't think they performed the best out of everyone, but they were still a very solid duo, and they always had the most exciting matches too, because you had Gwen with his insane pace, you had Binks with the consistency more than that, so they had like this interesting balance between each other. But Binks always definitely was very strong, and always the consistent and like reliable one, I feel like, out of the two. And I mean, it just kind of shows with him now being a grand finalist. And also, he was the first one last weekend at the playoffs to get the World Cup qualifier seed as well in that playoff. So, I mean, at this point, we shouldn't be surprised.
Just insane.
Yeah.
Still.
Can we quickly talk about the other matches as well
Sure.
that were just happened? Or did you want to add some more about
Nope.
this?
I think we can kind of recap. I do know that Spammy is unfortunately out.
I know. That was one thing that I wanted to mention. Spammy was eliminated by Piranha.
Okay.
In a very close match. He was far behind. But
Granadi was eliminated by
Sorry,
Piranha.
that was the other player that I wanted to mention, and that was the match with Piranha correctly. Granadi was finalist for, I think, first. No, he was second finalist after Pack got first and just steamrolled afterwards. And then Granadi couldn't close it down, so he has also now dropped out of the tournament. And Spammy, to be honest, I am not 100% sure. Then if I thought it was Piranha, but you're correct, it was the Granadi match. So I don't know.
He was beaten by Marsley and Tween.
Oh
yeah.
We still have another German, by the way, Marsley. We haven't talked about him at all. We haven't seen him on stream at all. But he is been performing extremely well. Has been very well trained apparently, because I mean he's beaten some pretty big names and he's really far in the tournament. And genuinely, I really don't know. He is a Gravity player, if I remember correctly.
I'm not 100% sure. I only remember that I heard, I'm not sure if it was Spam or someone else mentioned before the event that Marsley is really insane on like one specific match. I think there was one map that they talked about. You have this matchmaking, right? Like this custom-made matchmaking that you could use, where you could play like 1v1v1 with the XPEvo maps.
Right.
And Marsley
Better
apparently was...
by Randomize, who's on our cast.
Yeah, and Marsley was apparently like dropping almost world records on one map consistently.
Very nice.
Maybe that's it. He's just getting a free 50 points off of just one, or free 40 points off of just one map.
So he was the one who finally eliminated Spammy. But just to show how big of a legend Spammy was, in the second to last or last round, Marsley was on finalist and Spammy still needed one win to get to finalist. And Marsley just wrote in chat, "Go Spam." so even if he was the one who took the place away, he still would have wanted like internally to see.
I'm not sure how you feel about that if you're Spam. He's like, "Oh, go Spam. I denied. Sorry.
And assuming Spam's willing, we will have an interview with him sometime, probably tomorrow. We're gonna. I'm not gonna force him to go into an interview fresh emotions. This was his last land, so we also have to recognize that and take kind of a moment to acknowledge Spam's career. This is kind of his like official retirement in a way. So yeah, we'll definitely hopefully be able to get a word from him tomorrow. Also, we may see him tomorrow for some other stuff too. So we'll see. We'll see. I'm cooking.
I have a feeling I might know what it is, but I'm not sure.
I think so too.
But
I'm excited.
I'm cooking.
I'm excited.
So we'll see tomorrow. We have one more match for the rest of the day. We are at top 16 now. I do not know what match is going to come up, so it's going to be a surprise. But we're going to take a quick 5-minute break, and we'll be right back.
It's top 12.
No,
it's top 12.
Top 12 is after this match.
I said top 12.
Yes.
Vision von Next Kings ist, dass wir gute Möbel für Gamer und fürs Homeoffice bauen. Es sind nicht einfach nur Möbel, sondern wir sagen dazu Livables. Wir gehen jetzt einen Schritt voran, wir sind jetzt die Next Kings.
This is do or die. Feel it in my veins tonight. Emotional suicide. You know it's an eye for eye. I didn't wanna walk the plank. No, but the Mariona, it came like the thunder. I was on my way to going under. Swimming in the pain, yeah, I was covered in a tidal wave, but I'm a fighter. Try to take me down, I'm going higher. Baby, you've been playing with some fire. You've been playing with fire. One day you will see what you made of me. Found my inner peace. You are peace in the dead of night. Maybe when it's still dark, you know it's an eye for eye. Every energy alive in the dead of night. You can save your alibi. I already know you lied. Oh no, no, don't even try. Watch the flame in me ignite. You didn't wanna walk the plank. But the Mariona, it came. Baby, it was dark, it was hard to see. And that's when the spark lit inside of me. Oh, I was lost from reverie. One day you will see what you made of me.
Die Vision von Next Kings ist, dass wir gute Möbel für Gamer und fürs Homeoffice bauen. Es sind nicht einfach nur Möbel, sondern wir sagen dazu Livables. Wir gehen jetzt einen Schritt voran, wir sind jetzt die Next Kings.
Welcome back, everybody. We have one more final match of the day. Saturday has come and gone pretty quickly, I might have to say so myself. I blinked and it's already at the end of the night. I guess that's what happens when production and the tournament go well. This is a new experience for me. I'm used to just, sitting and talking and just like filling
Just doing
air.
a podcast.
Just doing a podcast. But this is, I like this. We should do this more often. If we do this again next year, we should do this more often, I feel like. But that being said, we go into our next set of matches. There is only 2 matches being played right now. B-Stream will cover the other one. We're going to cover the one on the mainstream, of course. We are at top 16, which will decide who goes to the top 12 tomorrow and enter that winner's ceremony or opening ceremony. Also, all top 12 are receiving prize money. So they are prize pool winners if they win this match. Those who are eliminated are unfortunately outside of the prize pool, gonna have to go home with nothing. But maybe at least they get to enjoy their time with their friends here at XPEvo, which most are. But here's our matchup. It is going to be Pack, Masa, Marsley, and Richie, and an interesting lineup, if I do say so myself. Pack is still trying to get that World Cup spot, and we see Richie as well. Good performer of the playoffs last weekend. Kind of a little bit quiet. We haven't really talked about it too much during this tournament, but he has been slowly moving his way up through the losers bracket, and now he's made it to top 16. And another player that I also want to mention is Marsley. Not unaffiliated players. Again, I believe he is in Gravity, moving up now into a big match, and he's been taking out a lot of big names in Trackmania. And it'll be interesting to see whether he takes any more names for himself.
Yeah, it definitely is, but even though he just knocked out Spam, I don't think he will be able to do a lot in this match. I think Masa and Pack are just a number too huge for him, maybe. But, yeah.
Well, I mean, I would agree with that. What do you say?
Yeah, I think it's gonna be a really interesting match now. I mean, I like this matchup. Like, you have 2 players that are really, really well known that you would almost expect at this level. I mean, you would actually maybe even expect them not in the lower bracket, but in the upper bracket with like Pack and Masa. And then you have Richie and Marsley, which are names that maybe you kind of think of maybe if you played like the matchmaking with Marsley, or if you looked at the qualification for the World Cup with Richie. So I'm really hyped to see that matchup because it's kind of like weird mix.
Yeah, and it's also only one player, again, is only qualified to the World Cup, that being Masa. And we were kind of talking about it. A lot of people have underrated Masa in the last couple of months, possibly years even. And to see him not only show up in playoffs, he one of the people able to get his seed in playoffs, also on top of that, being able to perform relatively well in this tournament thus far. He is top 16, which is nothing to be ashamed about. It's about the same place I think he finished. I think he actually finished worse last year. I don't know if he made top 16 necessarily. I would have to double check.
Maybe not.
But either way, at least he gets on stage this time. Last year he didn't get stage at all, and he was very upset about it. So he gets to be on stage this time. So Masa, no complaining about the stage thing. You're on stage this year. But it's interesting because he has performed kind of out of his mind in the last couple weeks, and so it's interesting to see him continue to perform. Obviously, being in the losers bracket, not necessarily the most fun and enjoyable thing, but he is still here.
Yeah, I mean, talking of Masa, you said it's somewhat easy to underrate him in the last period, because if you think back maybe also to last year's World Tour, he was obviously with Grenadi, and they performed well in the actual World Cup, but during the first 2 stages, they weren't that great. But it was always they lost like 4-3, or it was it 7 maps? I think it was.
I don't know how many maps it was, but it
Doesn't
was,
matter, but
it was always close.
Really, it was always really close. It was always double overtime that then cost them in the end. So it was quite easy if you just looked at the raw results to go like, oh, they weren't doing that great. But I think he is performing really great, and he has shown with the playoffs. And I also remember when the map pack came out, him saying on stream that he is going to grind the living
things
out of these maps. So
I mean, I think you could say, I mean, our B stream's been kind of off the rails in the language department.
Well, I don't think Twitch is gonna care much about it, but
fair. But maybe we should do it just for the safety of our partners. Anything else, we still want people to sponsor us for next year. But yes, going into this match, it is going to be pretty exciting. I do believe the players are mostly ready, so they are ready. That being said, let's go ahead and let's kick it back to a iconic Tracadia grand final duo. It's going to be Boney and G-Geek. Guys, take it away.
That's right. Here we are for our final match of today. It's been a long day, but at the same time, as Import said, a bit of a short day if you see it as an experience.
Yeah, I remember the opening of the day we were together, and now we're back here, and the rest is a blur, basically.
Yeah.
Well, except maybe for the Widow Bracket final, I gotta be honest.
I mean, to be fair, that was a whirlwind in and of itself, but from a different point of view, right? That was just action after action, and just such a fight.
It was tense moments on either side of the tables, really. Whether you were looking at Binks and Epos, or even like, of course, Ratchet and New Prime, it was very much a big old dogfight that was raging all the way throughout the match, as we're going to be starting in about 45 seconds with featuring as our opening map for this matchup between Pac, Richie, Marsley, and Massa. And for me, of course, I would say Massa Pac are like, of course, the top two that might be kind of predictable, a bit of predictable outcome. Massa, of course, feeling maybe a little bit more liberated after his performance last week, where he managed to bag his spot into the Trackmania World Cup. Pac, of course, absolutely hungry for that particular World Cup spot, being a little bit disappointed in his performance last week, wants to shake that off, wants to leave that in the past and actually deliver when it counts. And for me, I gotta say I have a little bit of a soft spot. I know it might be biased, but I have a little bit of a soft spot for Richie. Man has been playing the consistent game all the way throughout the season, starting off, of course, with a great, creditable second place during the Gamers Assembly 2024, which was the first event of the season. It didn't exactly pan out during the World Cup playoffs. He's going to give it his best shot to do honors for Team DNF. And as the lights flash from red to green for the final time of the day, it's time to let the field loose and go racing here on Featuring.
Here we are on Featuring. It's our top 16. It's the losers bracket. So for each and every one of these players, it is lights out if they end up in 3rd and 4th place. Bad start from Massa right there on that 180 turn. We'll have to try again once again. And it's going to be Richie and Pac off the line. And I know there's a lot of Pac fans out there. They want Pac to succeed. But Richie, also one of the players during the World Cup playoffs, getting not as close as Pac, but also in contention for that spot, unable to make it. So once again, another opportunity shines itself. There is a path forward towards the World Cup, and I know Richie is hungry for it as well, but Pac wants it as much as he does.
Pac is as hungry as ever. He's more hungry than anyone else, I think, as we said, for that World Cup spot. And Richie, credit to him, even though it didn't exactly pan out in the World Cup playoffs, I think he still managed to make day 2, if I recall correctly. So it's still a creditable performance for him. The man who went all the way to Montpellier in Ascension, of course, last year, and finished in P4 in the Lille qualifier, is now going to kick off his round and his match in style with a time of a 102.358. Good innings to start things off. It's right at the ballpark of what we're expecting in terms of round pace. If you take a look and extrapolate from the event record that we currently have. But yeah, first 10-pointer and first blood thus for the man from Team DNF.
Yeah, 10 points on the board. I mean, that's always good to be looking at. Ooh, we do see Pac not moving at the moment. Same goes for Marsley. So we may be going to a little bit of a pause indeed as we get things sorted out. I mean, it's just one round, right? It's usually the time when we see players, you know, if there is an issue or whatnot, they'll notice it in round number 1. Things are going on. We'll get a look at it, and hopefully we'll be able to keep the match going from that point forward. But, you know, just giving a little bit of a sneak peek as to what we can expect from our players, and at the same time, maybe the nerves going to build up a little bit more. I can imagine Marsley maybe feels inside of a group of
shakies
giants.
starting to get to people. As we do get a little bit of a background look at the production. There you go. Those are the mad lads in production that are absolutely doing wonders here for the realization of this XPEvo broadcast. So big shout out to all the team, of course, who pull a very, very great amount of production, and really for the for Trackmania, this is always something to behold, to have that level of detail and that level of preparation to something like this.
Oh, exactly, and it's always in that regard people who are invisible to a certain extent,
yes,
who are able to make these events such a success, right?
Yep.
And obviously, last year we've dealt with, and I think at this point we're allowed to say the delay word. I mean, I'm just putting it out there.
We're
do something about it.
We're doing the DE word justice here, exactly.
But with the way things have been going, with how everybody has learned from what has happened with last year, right? Things have been going amazingly thus far, and it's all due to the fact that the people in the back, whether it's just production, whether it's people walking around taking care of anybody around, people from the TO, at the TO staff, just making sure everybody gets checked in, people have to check in.
Yeah.
There are so many moving parts to all of this to make this a success, so that hopefully when you are here sitting in the crowd and look at that crowd just enjoying themselves
and cheering
feel
for either
like
Massa or for Marsley even.
Ooh, it could be any, right? I mean, we've got 4 players. There's plenty to choose from.
I see a big gravity flag and a big big flag. So
there's support there.
But yeah, you're absolutely right in pointing that out there. It takes a lot of manpower to pull an event of this scale and to execute it at this level. So really, more than ever, I think we should really support the tournament organizers and all the people who make this event possible, and give them a round of applause when it's due, because really they do deserve it.
They definitely do. We're just getting some things sorted out. Still in pause mode at the moment, but giving us some time to perhaps think about maybe you've been doing some pick'ems, maybe been hanging out with your friends. Like, hey, I think Marsley is going to take it. I think Marsley is going to be my dark horse, right? Maybe somebody is out there.
Okay.
I mean, also interesting enough, on our other match, we've got Otak, reigning champion at the moment, not just world champion, but also XPEvo 2023 champion. He's in lower bracket as well in a very tough match, and it goes to show we may be in top 16. Yeah, it's elimination, but how stacked the field has been thus far has been ludicrous, honestly.
And it has been stacked ever since top 1. I guess I would say even top 128. It's been been absolute fisticuffs every single match and every single round of every single match, I gotta say. And to see it continue with that kind of pace and that kind of level that is being shown by the players throughout the entire day, I gotta say, for some of us it might be a little bit exhausting. I gotta say, I'll be real with you. I think after that I'll be taking a big what we call nap in the jargon to actually feel refreshed, because yes, those are some tight matchups.
No, definitely. I mean, for those who still feel like they have the energy, they still have the vibes, they maybe want to feel like they're dancing a bit later on, we have the after party happening right after this match for everybody who is on location. I've heard there's going to be beer pong. They're busy setting that up. I've heard there's going to be DJs playing music here, so you can dance your heart out. And I mean, there's still possibilities for tickets. So maybe you're not here today, but you might want to find out about the finals live on location. You can still get tickets. You can still make your way over here to Cologne and join us for, well, what has been thus far my favorite Trackmania LAN.
Yeah, and I guess almost everybody's favorite Trackmania LAN of the year is now back underway, as we are now live with round number 2, with Massa getting a solid start, but even more solid is the start from Pack, and it's going to be Richie falling a little bit by the wayside at the moment, currently sitting at the tail end of the field, at the tail end of that little train from 2nd to 4th. As Pack is trying to kind of cut himself off from that train and trying to pull a little bit of a gap. But Massa, he's very familiar with Pack. Of course, they played against each other across many years at this point. And he knows how he works, and he knows what he has to do to be on his A game and to beat the Englishman.
Yeah, and I mean, that in itself, right, that history is always something that'll play a part in things. There's always a bit of retribution in some way, shape, or form, just because of the fact that that is the case. But Pack, for now, is holding the fort quite firmly. Massa is looking for any and all places, speed to be gained, but we only have the wood remaining. Massa going for the inside line, wants to try and overtake, but Pack simply too far away, not enough to make an impact, even though the gap was quite small, just 0.05 of a second. Pack was on top of his game for that round.
Yeah, Pack absolutely on top of this game and driving a really good time on that second round, 102.224, if I saw the standings correctly. And yeah, Pack also actually holder of the event record. I just noticed that, but a .042 to his credit. So maybe it's a bit of a sign of things that could potentially be coming for in the space of this round and the next one, on featuring from the 2016 world champion, of course, former solo replayer as well as MNM Gaming, and a huge clip for Massa. Unfortunately, he's going to be ruling the Berlin International Gaming player out of contention, and also Pack having had a bit of a lackluster start, so it's going to be all down to Marsley now for Team Gravity to hold them proud.
Yeah, I mean, Marsley coming in as a bit of a dark horse. I mean, definitely a great player, and I don't think anybody would necessarily question that, but at the same time, when you look at how stacked the field is, when you look at the players that you could expect at this level, I don't think Marsley is on a lot of lists per se, but he is here, he is ready to battle, he is out on stage as well, and he's looking for his first 10 pointers to be gained, and thus far, keeping Richie away, and Richie already had that first 10 pointer in our round coming in, but there's not a lot of time remaining.
Not a lot of time remaining, and also I feel like he's just going to be playing more of the consistency game that has been synonymous with him throughout this year. He got the first 10-pointer out. He got that out of the way, so we do see Marsley completing that with the cheer of the crowd as they exude Marsley's support.
Look at that smile.
Yeah, 0.471 for Marsley, but as I was saying for Richie, he's going to be very much into the consistency game. He's a guy, okay, I got the 10-pointer for a first round. That was unexpected, but okay, now I just need to rack up the points, pile them in as soon as possible, and as far as long as possible to keep myself in the fight for that survival spot.
Yeah, and it's also great to see Marsley just popping off just a little bit like that. Again, great player, but it's really a matter of pedigree, right? We've seen Richie, we've seen Pac, we've seen Massa. These are names that are household to a certain extent. Marsley, great player, but needs to get, wants some results, wants something to put on his resume to be like, hey guys, I'm here as well. I'm also part of these top players, and that right there was a great round to allow himself to show himself. This round will be in 4th place, but it's not by a lot. Massa, Richie, Pac, all within pretty much millimeters of one another. It may be on the bug slide where we can see a little bit of distance between the two, but thus far, a close fight.
Yeah, a close fight, and Pac continuing to hold his own and continuing to keep both Massa and Richie honest, actually, not enabling them to actually sprint away into the distance and leave him biting the dust up until the start of Sector 3 as Massa goes really close to the neon on the outside, and same for Pac on the switchback directions in the plastic, but Richie is looking extremely close indeed. Let's go from the perspective of the Frenchman from Team DNF, continuing to be within the rear axle of Massa, who goes a little bit too wide and promotes Richie up into the lead up until the end. Great performance for him, and a beautiful round time as well. A 0.180 versus a 0.231 for Massa. That is a great performance right there to complement an earlier, of course, 10-pointer that he got beforehand.
Yeah, I mean, with that, Richie, I'm like 99% sure with that, getting the most points for his value. And I mean, it is not easy to be able to drive these times, especially under the pressure on stage, especially when you're dealing with players of this caliber. But he has been building up some experience, right? He's been building up towards this spot. He wants that playoff spot. Oh, sorry, playoff spot. World Cup spot. We're way past playoffs
At this point. But yeah,
he's working hard.
Yeah, he's working hard, and he's working diligently to make sure that that World Cup spot can still be his as we make our way through to Domino up next. Domino, of course, which we've seen plenty of damage over the course of the weekend, especially with that. Well, this particular sector with the negative camber, while semi-blind reactor right-hander is not that bad, but yeah, those ones can be a little bit tricky. It seems simple. It seems so simple on hand, but getting the right line is pretty tricky. And if you make a mistake like this, it's going to be game over for you, especially in terms of the ending, where you can try to go for the full send. But we've seen, especially Binks, for instance, that's the one that sticks out in mind. I know it's been more of an exception than the rule, but still a very, very hefty crash onto the side of the ramp as he tried to get off of it very low.
I do love all the Gravity shirts right there, just out in support right there for Marsley. I'm sure they're looking forward to seeing them win. I've always seen, I don't know where the UK crew is. I think I see a couple people right there. Look at the handshakes, firm handshakes all around. Pretty sure they've just got to some sort of accord on how they expect Pac to be their front runner for 2025. I don't know. I may just be guessing here, but it seemed like there was some good agreements made.
Yeah, we might be speculating and spitballing what the discussion might have been about, but yeah, very firm handshakes means very strong agreement, as we would say, as we are now starting round 1 out of 4 here on Domino. And yeah, Richie, a 30-point haul out of the first 4 rounds. That is absolutely not too shabby, but for now, he's kind of the worse for wear, but he's being joined by Massa, actually, who slowed down quite dramatically in Sector 2.
Yeah, thus far, Massa not able to get as many points as perhaps he would have liked, has been able to gain 18 points out of a previous map. Richie in the lead with 30, Pac on 24, Marsley on 20, so definitely all to play for thus far as all of our players make our way towards the boss lane. Richie very shaky getting into it, but stays in his 3rd place. That's very impressive indeed.
Yeah, I think you can see for yourself, Boney, but I puckered so hard in that bobsleigh entry for Richie, putting it all on the line. Unfortunately, a bit of a slow exit at the exit of the dirt from Marsley. Yeah, that was all out of shape there, and that promotes Richie up into 2nd place, but who comes here to pick up the spoils as well as Massa. Actually, Pac looking a bit slow, allowing Richie maybe a little bit of an in, but not quite. Pac still holding the lead and taking the win with a 112.177, 101 1 millisecond ahead.
Yeah, it did seem like Marsley as well, because of that small mistake, because it was extremely small, was maybe able to drop down into 4th gear, allowing Massa to come in, but it seemed like Massa did have some issues with that finish, so still 3rd place coming in.
Went way out wide at the exit of the corner, and thus had a little bit of a late dive to try and get back onto the track and before the grass road, and that's really what did him in.
Yeah, it's one of the harder finishes that we have, looking deceptively easy, but it does take a little bit of a sway, right? That control of the car, allowing it to drag itself around the bends that are at the final part of this track. But for now, Massa finally finding himself in a position where he is commanding the charge, where he is in 1st place, dueling it out with Pack. He did have one round earlier on featuring where it was as close as that, but wasn't really able to capitalize on it too much. For now, though, 1st place, still Pack on the hunt, and Marsley lagging behind. It looks like Richie is not going to be able to be part of the party, and you know what? Pack loses Massa along the way. That seems like a free 10 points, if you ask me.
Yeah, that looks like a free 10-pointer. That was a very unfortunate touch of the pole on the second part of the very tight chicane here in the second sector from Massa that is going to be doing him in and dropping him down to last place with Richie just up ahead, trying to salvage 1 extra point for himself, even though he will know full well that he will not keep the lead at the end of that round. Pack continuing to cruise ahead by about 0.3 of a second from Marsley. I'm kind of curious to see what the time will be with a bit of a more sedate stride in the final sector. Still going pretty decently with a 112.0. And yeah, round of applause, of course, as Marsley takes a valuable, still 2nd place, and still takes a very good 2nd pointer. And there you go, we got the Joey! He may not be on stage, but he's there in the crowd, and he's still a crowd pleaser.
He is in our hearts always. I mean, he is as much a part of XPEvo as we are of him, or I'm sure there is some way I can make that work without that sounding that weird. Let's just move on from there and just look at what is happening right here, right now. 44 points for Pack, able to take the lead because of those 2 rounds, 1 in a row. He's looking very, very dominable right now on Domino. But Massa still looking for that 1st win, still looking for some opportunity to get into the fold, is in 4th place for this round, and it's Marsley and Richie in a heavy duel with Pack, and we've seen the second half of Domino be quite disturbing, especially once we get to the bobsleigh section coming up in just a little bit.
Yeah, exactly. Moving on to this second sector right there for Pack, continuing to lead up quite nicely. And look at the speed from Richie. Look at the commitment from the Frenchman from Team DNF going almost into the pole. Unfortunately, that compromised his entry into the dirt quite badly. That's going to be demoting him down to P4. He's going to try to fight tooth and nail, try to keep a very hard grip on the steering wheel, trying to get very hard grip on the pad, trying to get the car back in check. But he's still going to be confined to that 4th place. In the meantime, it's going to be an all-German battle with Massa and Marsley, with Richie as a bit of an independent adjudicator again in the 4th place. Actually, a bit of a clip on Massa. Richie goes for it. 4th to 2nd. Nicely done. And a very good time. 111.981 for Pack. Exhaling a little bit after that round, which he thought he might have to work a little bit harder than what he would have bargained for. But still, it's good to get those kind of rounds out of the way.
No, definitely. I mean, and to a certain extent, right, what was happening behind Pack right there was just fireworks, maybe explosions, right? As we all know, cool guys don't look at explosions, and Pack right there was the cool guy, getting another 10 points for his troubles. 30 points thus far on Domino, looking like he is ready to drive a perfect map, which is very, very hard at this level of play. But thus far, he's just been outpacing everyone, and it hasn't necessarily been because of major mistakes. I mean, thus far.
Yeah, exactly.
It's really just been his pace.
It's really just been what he is able to show, and really, frankly, so far, there's not really any kind of response that his competitors are able to muster in order to be able to kind of counteract the plans of Pack so far in his bid to try and go for that World Cup slot that is still up for grabs this weekend as we make our way through the end of Sector 2 and into Sector 3 into the bobsleigh, and it's looking very nice and tidy. Maybe a little bit of a bobble at the very entry to the corner from Massa, but nicely held, nicely kept in check, and as we end into Sector 3, it's still Pack completely unassailable.
Yeah. Massa looking for any and all space to get by, but thus far is unable to find anything. Pack has been phenomenal on this ending. Hasn't shown any signs of weakness, any signs of indecisiveness, just taking each and every one of these turns as if he's built them themselves, and has been driven to a way, has been built in a way that it fits his exact playstyle. And with that, another 10-pointer, 40 points in one round, putting Pack massively in the lead thus far.
40 points in one single map. That is a very, very great haul of points here on that rotation, of course, as we're going to be switching maps. And yeah, that is some clip, as we say in the jargon, because he still signed a 111.8 to conclude that clean sweep, as we're moving on to Roxy's Schwartlappe.
Yeah, on to Schwartlappe. If you're not in Cologne, well, this is your chance to experience it anyway. It's a great map from Roxorite, allowing ourselves to be somewhat immersed, if you will, into Cologne, but at the same time has been a great track to see our players play, really challenging our players on specific, the plastic sections that we have, navigating there around these crinkly, tiny, wimey, wavy turns.
If I was a rally co-driver, which I am whenever I take notes, I do have to say, sharp left over crest is kind of like the main call, especially into sector number 1. It's not exactly that sharp, but the over crest part is very, very important because it's very easy to kind of get a little bit carried away in trying to set yourself up correctly and thus get unwanted airtime, which will compromise your runner to the 90-degree left-hander afterwards.
Yeah, it's all these banks, right? Controlling the banks and making sure you go through it, and obviously we have the ice slide at the end with the risky fin where, I mean, honestly, I have a lot of trouble making sure I have the speed to do it, and we have seen many of players hit the outside wall on that third turn to make sure they have that speed to make it onto that top finish. It's going to definitely be a deciding factor without me even seeing a singular round, but you know what? This is round number 1 of map number 3, Schwadlappe, as we go off with Pack currently in the lead.
Yeah, 64-50, 36-34, the current round standings as we currently stand here at the first round on Schwadlappe, the current event record, a .308. I wonder if we're going to be seeing that beat at the end of this day, or if we're going to be reserving that for tomorrow. Maybe the first .2s to actually be witnessed. That will actually be interesting to see if that kind of a scenario pans out, and Pack continuing to put up a good old dogfight versus Massa again. Very much the veterans of the scene, continuing to duke it out and to keep at it. These two, well, they've had some history together, of course. Massa went all the way, I think, to the grand final of the 2016 Mania Planet World Cup, where Pack won his world title, and both Pack and Massa have clicked very significantly here, allowing Rishi to take the lead. This could be good for Team DNF here in Sector 3.
Yeah, it was looking like this was a Massa Pack party, but here's Richie spoiling the fun. Unfortunately, messing up that ice slide will mean that he is out to have to play in 4th place back, though very close to the wall, but is going to be able to get another 10 points for his troubles. It's 50 points thus far, 5 rounds won. I mean, look at that smile, look at the joy. He's enjoying himself, I think, at this stage of the match. He is firmly in the lead, but this does mean that it's never over just yet. Richie there was able to take advantage of a situation, both Pack and Massa making the same mistake, and he was right there to take advantage of that. So it's not as if they can just take it easy, find any safe lines. To be fair, I always say safe lines, but when do you ever see these players drive safe lines?
I mean, to be fair, it's more of an exception than the rule to see players driving safe lines anyway, as we make our way through round number 2 now. And Pack having a little bit of a bump into the dirt as he tried to get towards the apex, and that can be enough to do himself in and actually allow Massa to take the lead, but he's able to retake it back just before the checkpoint, and Richie continuing to make a stand for himself, currently sitting in 2nd in the standings after a great opening map. He's had a little bit of a slump for now, but he's trying to get some semblance of momentum back together. He still has around 13 points to see both Marsley and Massa coming, and right now he's trying his best to try and limit the damage.
Yeah, trying to go for an inside line there on the grass, but thus far I would call this something more of fake pressure. Massa able to get back into 2nd place, maybe trying to make Massa see ghost, if you will, in the maybe even literal sense, but it's not going to be enough. Massa is under 3rd, keeping his way forward, still though in 2nd place as Pack just keeps pounding away. Look at the way he has been conquering each and every one of these rounds. Under 3rd, man is just driving for world record at the moment, and he is clean as ever. Every single risk paying off, every single turn that someone else may be doubting themselves on, he just takes them.
Yeah, he just takes them, and he takes them in a pretty dominant fashion and with pretty sweet times as well. A .505, that was in the previous round for Pack, just a hair under 2/10 away from the current event record here on Schwadlappe as we head into round 3 already. Man, these map rotations are going by in a flash, aren't they?
They definitely are, and I mean, at the same time, the fight for 1st place firmly in the hands of Pack, but Richie starting to get a bit of company. Massa, who has been part of so many of these fights, has been stuck in this 2nd place for these past couple of rounds, is finally starting to show that off in the rankings. He was stuck in 4th place for a lot of it, but now on 46 points, 10 points away from Richie, maybe able to get close to it. And you know what? Right now, maybe able to break the streak that Pack has been setting up, is in 1st place by about a tenth of a second. Pack getting a little bit of the hump on the grass. But for now, still in second, and Marsley right behind him.
Yeah, might have been a little bit of stun driving action there that Pac wanted to display, but that's not really going to help his cause in his chase of Massa. And we're following that battle from Marsley, who's still keeping himself in right eye contact distance between himself and the top two as Pac tries to go for the full outside line. We got a touch from Marsley. Massa versus Pac. Pac has a bit more speed. Is it going to be to the line? Not quite. Massa gets the clip and the trigger of the finish, just barely 30 milliseconds ahead with a .498. As we do see Richie having to tank some rounds. It's one of those maps where sometimes it works, sometimes it don't, and sometimes this time it just don't. So
it just don't. It just don't. That's just the way it is.
And he's forced to see Massa and Marsley, and most importantly Massa eat away at his gap. The gap is now down to just 3 points.
Yeah, all of a sudden the fight for second place has been reopened. Initially it was looking like Pac and Richie were able to get themselves out of the works for just a little bit, make sure there's a bit of a buffer between the other two players, but that has dwindled thus far. Schwartlapa just not really helping out Richie, and while he is currently in a fight with Massa as Pac has made a mistake early on, he's not been able to get into that top two, and that's what's been hurting him the most. At the end of the day, 3 points, 4 points, that's not gonna cut it if you want to make it into top two. At least Massa having that lead, wanting to get 10 points, wanting to get ahead of Richie would help out tremendously, but Marsley is there for the taking as well. He wants to be part of the action, he wants to have some fun.
Absolutely, Marsley continuing to push as hard as he can, continuing to stay in the hunt, waiting to pounce, waiting to take advantage of any kind of mistake being shown by either Massa or Richie. Richie going full inside, almost hitting the neon actually on the inside apex, and comes away with a lot slower of an exit, allowing Marsley to move up into P2. Can Richie trying to fight back into the final corner? The answer is a no. Marsley's got the gap, and Massa in the meantime up front finishes with a .382 and collects yet another 10-pointer, and in that battle, Richie is going to be losing out to second place.
Yeah, Richie just taking blow after blow right now, just being beaten down in any way, shape possible. It's very, very tough after, well, it's been a map and a half at this point where he's been unable to really drive the pace that he wants to drive, some inconsistency getting in the way of things. And even if that isn't the case, it seems like the other players just happen to have a faster round in that particular instance. And I mean, that is one of those things you have to get past, right? You have to accept the fact, okay, you know what? That is what it is. Coming up, let's make sure that this is where I recapitalize on it. Use warm-up, this 1 minute, to just recharge, to reset, to take the situation for what it is and just focus on what you want to do, which is drive fast.
Exactly, and this is very much one of the key attributes. We've already talked about this, of course, with Kai over the course of the previous match, the winner bracket final with Depos, where we see him kind of bobbing his head as we go through the map switch. This little minute to minute and a half, depending on how quick the switch-ups are, it is very, very vital that a player is able to actually take advantage of that, especially after having 2 or 3, even 4 catastrophic rounds in the previous map where they actually were counting on a lot to actually get themselves back in their inner zen, find their center once again and be in the moment in order to be able to perform right on the outset when they need to perform the most.
Well, you know what? I'm going to ask the crowd to give some energy to Richie, see if he's able to make his way into the match once again, but such hearts as well. Look at the love here. I mean, honestly, if you're not here, you're missing out.
This crowd is a vibe, and you're missing out if you're not there. And if you want to be there, there's still some tickets up for grabs for tomorrow, and you'll be there for potentially the greatest denouement of the year so far online in Trackmania, as we're heading our way through the first round here on Carotte. A quick recap of the scores: 93 for Pac, 66 for Massa, 63 for Richie, so it's still not all over, and Marsley's still in there at a bit of a distance with 54, but on a simple mistake from either Massa or Richie, he's back in the game.
Yeah, he just needs to make sure he's driving this race, driving consistently. It's not necessarily the speed he should be looking for. Thus far, though, finding himself in a great fight between Pac and Massa, so any way he could influence the situation, any way he could keep close to them would be phenomenal. But at the end of the day, this is still Pac and Massa you're going to have to deal with. These are two amazing players that are going to have to make a mistake somewhere along the line. Massa with his wheels off the ground, final turn coming in. Who's going to take it?
It's going to be Massa looking like to try and pull a little bit of a gap, but look at Marsley out of nowhere and potentially putting the pressure on Massa to the line. Marsley stepping by the low line for 9 milliseconds at a .312. What a risk a risk situation there that he was able to take in. I couldn't even find my words. That was such a risky line to take, such a risky gamble to take over. And this time, unlike Krax the Flip Note, he didn't get hit with a dang it. This time he actually got the 10-pointer for himself and goes within 2 points of Richie and within 8 points of Masa.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes it's a matter of, you know, taking advantage of the opportunities that present themselves, but at other times it's creating those opportunities, making your own luck, and that is what Marsley did in that situation. Beautiful attack from him, and he paid off in dividends. Probably looking to make something similar happen as he is in third place, but an unfortunate entry into the plastic section will mean that he's gonna be too far away from the action, and it's Masa and Richie currently looking for some points, trying to get that gap between them growing even further, and Masa, I think he's pretty happy with the fight happening right now with Pac.
I think that might be the opposite, actually. It's going to be Pac who's continuing to put up a dogfight, and he's just absolutely hyped up right now, trying to right the wrongs of the first round and barely avoiding the pole. On the outside, it's still going to be side by side almost, heading into the finish, and Pac gets the cruise control, and what a round finish from Masa continuing. You can see him clenching his fist, saying, yes, I managed to beat him, and yeah, Pac getting the cruise control is what did the Englishman in it. 1/10 down. Still managed to get the risky fin, though, so there's some solace in that, I guess. It could have been much worse.
It definitely could have been. I mean, with that though, it would put Pac over the 100-point mark, so he's putting himself in a very nice position. Looking forward to that finalist spot. Masa, in the meantime, on 82 points, is getting closer and closer and has built up the gap between him and Richie by 12 points, putting him on 70. Finally, Marsley on 67 points. Needs to keep these rounds, like that first round we saw, he needs to repeat that success a couple more times if he wants to fight for second place, as at the moment it does look like first place. The way Pac has been driving, is his for the taking.
Yeah, this is for the taking indeed, and right now Masa is making sure that he is able to take the fight to him, continuing to take the fight to him and continuing to eat away that gap, which still looks at the 21-point deficit, which is a lot at this late stage of the game, but it can still be caught up by the sheerest of wheel powers available that Masa has at the moment, although Pac is looking to be a little bit faster.
Whoa.
What a commitment through the penultimate corner from the Englishman, but Masa trying to retaliate. Is it going to be enough for Pac to be able to curtail that particular attack? The answer is a yes. And once the time at the end, it's going to be a .238. There was a little bit of damage there, but yeah, Pac knows. Yeah, that was a good final sector, and Masa even concurs himself.
Yeah, just a great attack, taking that inside line as much as possible, similar to what he did previous round, but that was hitting the cruise control, was not rewarded for his efforts this time around. He is being rewarded in dividends, like he is being paid out so much, 113 points over 88. The gap is massive. It's going to take multiple rounds for any of these players to touch what Pac is doing, and with this Pac, making sure that he is able to see a day number 3, because for 2 of our players, this is the end of the line.
Yeah, indeed. This is the end of the line and a top 16 finish to conclude it all, which is still not too shabby, considering the absolutely insanely stacked level that we've seen over the course of the first 2 days of competition, and we're going to be seeing, of course, over the course of the whole weekend when this whole thing is all settled and done, as Masa this time is going to be standing in the way of Pac in a 10-pointer. What again?
What do you mean?
What a send. What do you mean? What do you mean, Pac? What was
Pac
that commitment to the right-hander? And again, managing to cheat death here, which is, of course, materialized by the inside wall on that negative camber right-hander. What a round by Pac. I'm kind of curious to see what the time will be. Doesn't get the cruise control, and it will be a .172.
Wow.
He knows that. The nod of the head says it all.
Yeah, just smiles all around, and fully deserved as well. Those last 2 rounds were just scorchers, honestly, from the Englishman, just showing off why he is one of the best still. I mean, I was still impressed by the fact that he was able to get into playoffs with just 2 tournaments, at least registered, I should say, in the World Tour, to get enough points to get in. And this is why he's so good. Look at the way he's just played, the way he's performing.
And also, one thing you'll notice with the red strobing lights,
what is that?
we're not playing on 140. We're not that far off into the low bracket. We're playing on 120, which means Pac is 1 round win away from booking his spot into the top 12 and into day 2. And yeah, this is going to be quite the tough man to beat, as we're going to be heading on to, I think it is Blueprint up next.
Yeah, one map we...
oh no, that was Carota. Sorry, I immediately corrected myself, I think.
No, because we are on map number 5 at this point, and Pac has been phenomenal, honestly, throughout this match. Starting off already quite strong, But from that point on, just started to get stronger and stronger. I mean, we've seen him win, what, 6 rounds in a row, was it?
Yeah, 6 rounds in a row where he has been absolutely dominant. 60 points all back-to-back is very, very impressive.
I mean,
and I do correct myself. I've corrected myself. Now I'm making the correction to the correction. The erratum to the erratum. It is going to be, I feel like it is going to be Blueprint. Yes, it is indeed Rockets map. That might be the theater of PAC's qualification to day 2. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're in the venue, make some noise for that first attempt of PAC. Massa still a little bit of a ways away with 94, so there's still quite a bit of a match to go.
There is still a match to go, but this may be the last round for PAC if he's able to close it out right now. Once again, finding himself in the lead as he has been doing for quite a bit. You could say he's getting used to the fact. Maybe he's a bit spoiled to a certain extent, but you know what?
A bit complacent, maybe?
Well,
maybe
not. Maybe not. I think that is the
stretch.
one thing he is not, and you know what? Something else is about to happen. Massa out of the picture. 2 players remain to stop PAC from finishing out his match. Marsley getting ahead of him, getting the jump over the hole, wants to make something happen into half number 2.
But again, watch out for the comeback for PAC potentially in the 3rd sector. One thing we know is that he wants to win so bad, even though he's not Chicago. His heart may have been low after the World Cup playoffs, but he can still lift him up, unlike Gallardo. And right now it's going to be Richie still standing in his way. PAC still holding on to 2nd position at the moment, trying to go on the attack versus Richie until the final part of the 3rd. Into the penultimate corner we go. PAC managing to avoid having the right rear touching at the outside wall. And ladies and gentlemen, Thomas Skoll, the Giga Chad, aka PAC, is through to day 3 of XPEvo with a 100.561.
Making it look effortless, honestly.
Absolutely.
Just makes you wonder, like, how did he end up in lower brackets?
He makes it look effortless. He makes it look effortless, but even then, he's like his hand in his hands, like absolutely, the absolute sheer relief of him saying, I made it. I'm top 12. Yeah. I'm still worthy. I can still go at it for that World Cup spot.
Exactly, and with that, day number 3 is guaranteed for PAC. He's going to take it easy. He's going to be able to watch his competitors drive out the rest of the track, and none of these players having hit the 100-point mark yet.
Yeah, that's the crazy thing.
We're still going to have some nice rounds on our hands. We're not done quite yet. This night is going on for just a little bit more. Massa on 97 points does look to be the favored one at the moment, but honestly, 83 points for Richie, 78 points for Marsley. It could take a couple of rounds, just one round, honestly, the night in the end to make it all
He
more
can
exciting.
Potentially maybe take 1 or 2 breathers of a round. If he can take 1 or 2 blunders, I gotta say, but he can not really take much more because, as we say, we're in the lower bracket. There's not really any more safety net. If you, as you head in the winner bracket, as Massa goes all on the attack, it's gonna be down to the line once again. Richie resisting up until the end by 5 milliseconds, 6 milliseconds. 0.524 versus a 0.530. Great amount of resilience by the Frenchman, who's continuing to believe in that dream.
Yeah, just keeping the pace going, still fighting for what he wants. Another 10 points on the board. It has been a little bit of time for him, but now with PAC out of the way, I mean, player who has taken, I don't know the exact percentage, but I want to say like 60% of rounds he's won.
Yeah.
Just to, you know, take that one as it is. It's now room for these players to actually get 10 points in. And Marsley also still looking for it, but the fight for now, Massa and Richie, 10 points between them.
Yeah, and there is a very specific word that I use time and time again, but it's a very good analogy. PAC was very much the scarecrow of this match. He was the one locking out the 10 pointers and only leaving breadcrumbs to his opponents to actually take those points. It was, of course, at starting of the second map where he became the scarecrow, because the first map was a little bit more open-ended, but now that the scarecrow is out of the field and off of the track, unfortunately for Richie, he's not able to capitalize on that, and it's going to be Massa capitalizing on that, already past the 100-point mark, and Marsley in hot pursuit behind him as we head into the final few corners.
Yeah, and this is the perfect position as well for Massa. Obviously, getting the 10 pointers in and of itself is part of the mission, but knowing that you have your direct competitor in last place just means that the gap is growing even more, and that's going to be easy 10 pointers. You know what? Marsley taking the safe route does mean that Richie is able to get away with it. He still gets the 6-pointer. Marsley thought he was out of the woods, but psych. Here we go again. The sequel is coming for Friday the 13th. Wait, it's not Friday, it's Saturday.
Yeah, it's Saturday, yeah, but yeah, Marsley had no choice but to go for the safe way, because actually of that slight touch of the left rear, I think it was. So that's kind of condemning to go for that safe way, but Richie was able to go full steam ahead and just lick the stamp and send it, as one Australian driver that is no longer competing would say. And we're now going to be heading on to our next round with 113 for Massa. He still does need to win in order to get finalist status. Second place would put him on a very painful 119. Richie would be getting on 119 anyway, even if he goes back to back, because he's sitting on 99 at the moment.
Yeah, it just makes it a lot harder for him as well, knowing knowing that he's going to have to at some point deny Masa's finalist spot. That is pretty much guaranteed. It's going to take him, well, I would say, yeah, 2 rounds. 2 rounds, that's it. That's the minimum. For now, with 3 players remaining, is 4 points, and we don't expect these players to DNF. There is still that 10-second gap between first and last finishers. Ooh, Masa with a touch right there will be falling down, so no finalist on the board just yet. But Richie in position to get closer and closer to it. Gets very close to the wall. He's going to go for it.
No, doesn't have enough speed. He's opting to go for the safe way.
But no, Marsley! Ain't no way. Still though, no harm, no foul. No harm, no foul. It's still gonna have to take 2 rounds for Masa right now to get into it. That was round number 1. He's gonna take 1 more.
My cough was inducted by the sheer force of that stop. I'm really sorry about this, but I just couldn't help it at this particular rate. As we're gonna be, of course, switching maps, and we're gonna be heading back, circling back to featuring our opening map. And yeah, with Pac now out of the way, this is where actually Richie was able to pull some very good round wins. Not back-to-back, but he managed to win round 1 and round 4. So this could be the opportunity to try and relive that, have a bit of nostalgia and relive those. Oh yeah, remember about 20 minutes or 30 minutes ago when I had some round wins? You want to watch me do it again?
Yeah. If there is any map for Richie to come back to, I think this is probably the map he was looking forward to most. Featuring has been, we saw very well for him, and Masa actually not having the best of times, specifically with the Ice 180. That's really been the spot where he has been.
That's been the main pain point, yeah. Exactly. That's been the main pain point of Masa, where I think he's crashed at the very least 1, but maybe 2 rounds out of the 4 that were on the first rotation. Let's see if he's able to actually get himself a little bit more dialed in. Of course, you can only dial in so far with the first 4 rounds, but maybe now that he's gotten the heebie-jeebies out of the way from starting the match, maybe we'll see a totally different man show up here on the track, here on featuring, as we are getting started right here, right now for the second rotation. We're with Richie, Marsley, and Masa still very much in contention, and Masa on 119 just needs to finish the round. Richie would be on 119 if he wins the round, but he still does need to get those round wins back-to-back, and Marsley could play a little bit of a party spoiler and can also be Richie's best friend.
Yeah, just needs to make sure that for Richie's sake, he is ahead of Masa. Masa just needs the 1 finish, and there we see a mistake happening from Masa's side. Won't hurt his opportunities too much as long as he doesn't end up 10 seconds behind, which honestly I don't expect to happen, but this is a great opportunity for Richie. I mean, he may initially was looking like, oh yeah, no, Marsley, let's have a great time. Now he's like, stay away from me. Please stay away from me. I want these 10 points. Why are you still behind me? Get away from me.
Don't talk to me. Stop stalking me. Stop following me on the street. God damn it. But now Richie he's like feeling, man, that's just best following me around. But Marsley is just absolutely not taking this one lying down. He's continuing to pile on the pressure versus Richie at the moment, continuing to be a little bit of a thorn on his side as Richie continues to resist tooth and nail. Maybe Marsley could pull a great comeback like he pulled, of course, during the first rotation, trying to go for a bit of a tighter late apex, manages to make it through, but Richie has a bit more speed on the way out. It's going to be the Frenchman managing to go on to 119, Marsley in second place, and Masa does take the finish in P3. And ladies and gentlemen, the lights are about to strobe red in a few seconds because Masa is on his finalist attempt. That is his only attempt, completely undisturbed on his own. After that, if he gets denied, Richie joins the fray.
It's going to have to come down to how Masa will deal with the ice wall. I think the moment he is past that, that little demon is off his shoulder and he's going to be able to keep moving, is going to entering this section last, but with the turnaround, jumps on in and actually gets past both his competitors. That is exactly what he was looking for, and Richie is still in there. Richie still has an opportunity to fulfill, what he would see as his own destiny. He has control over it. He just needs to get past Masa.
Now the fate of this round in this match is in Richie's hands, and in Richie's hands only, because Marsley completely fumbled up the first sector, and that means it's going to be all down to the Frenchman from Team DNF to try and pull one mighty stop to Masa's challenge on his very first attempt. He tries to go on the prowl on the start of sector number 3 right here. Masa now into the chaser roll, but he knows he can actually thrive in that chaser roll. Tries to carry a bit more speed on the switch back of directions in the plastic. Just a few turns left to go, but Masa is starting to run out of speed. Is he able to pull out the last edge of his sleeve from the final corner through the wood? The answers are no. We have a double finalist with Richie continuing to be in contention for day 3 access.
I mean, this right is not what Masa was looking for. Again, that ice wall has been a thorn in his side. He was able to get it clean, very clean in fact, getting past his competitors, but just leaving a little bit too much on the table. Richie able to take some of these risks. I mean, on that sausage block section, he was just cruising past and was able to find the speed necessary to overtake Massa. And once again, getting into the ice wall, it's the big decider. It's been such a major factor when it comes to driving this track. And Richie and Massa both side by side, making their way through the checkpoint. And Massa for now taking the lead. Who's going to be? Is it going to be Massa? Is it going to be Richie? I mean, honestly, it's too close to call, and it may come down to that turn once again.
Yeah, I feel like we're both about to run out of breath as we're about to experience that round right now. Massa and Richie still side by side before checkpoint number 7. Massa in the lead by 20 milliseconds. Heading onto the bug slide. Very late entry for Richie, but allowing Marcy to move up into P2 temporarily, and most importantly, allowing Massa a little bit of breathing room. And now that might be all she wrote with that real hug on the inside. It's all down to Marcy to maybe try to take opportunity of a mistake from Massa, but so far he has been completely faultless on this particular rotation. Maybe just a few hiccups here and there, but it looks as though that spot into day 3 will be confirmed for Massa as the wood rings the bell into the finish line. Marcy with a bit of a wall touch, and there it is. The conversion is complete. Massa is through to day 3, and for both Marsley and for Richie, gave a little bit of a round of applause as we do see the pop-up from some of the big fans. Look at that, they're happy for Massa. They're seeing their boy go through.
Yeah, with that, a lot of joy. Jubilation coming in. Gravity crew, I don't think will be as happy. Obviously, they came in full support, but unfortunately are going to have to say goodbye to Marsley going out of the tournament. Richie as well had that last opportunity to make it into the World Cup finals with this, but it's going to be the end of the day and the end of the tournament for him as well. So with that, 12 players remaining. Congratulations to Pac and Massa for moving on to day 3.
And you saw the two actually hug each other, fall in each other's arms just beforehand, because yeah, these two, they go way back, as we said, and there's a lot of camaraderie in the Trackmania community, and potentially even a lot more of a camaraderie when it comes to two veterans just going at it with each other and just having some good races.
Yeah. I mean, the grudge matches and all those have come and gone. Maybe those were around in the first years, but at this point, right, it is, I mean, you could say like it's the old man racing group, if you will, right?
Exactly.
They've been doing this all the time. They may pull some pranks on one another, but at the end of the day, they'll go to the bar, have a drink together, and just laugh about the good old days. But yeah, with that, they also still show off how much they are still on their game. I mean, Massa already having that spot in the World Cup finals has been able to show off how well he has been driving, how well he is on top of his game currently. And Pac at the same time looking to perhaps get to the grand finals himself with Epos waiting there.
Okay, well, it seems as though I've been told in my little ear that we do have an interview ready with the man of the moment, the man who finished in P1 in this matchup, Thomas Pac Cole, who just continues the adventure into day 3, and Tumble is there to collect a few words from the 2016 world champion.
Great. All right, thank you very much. Great job on that win, Pac. I gotta say, like, you haven't seemingly been on the streams, like either A stream or B stream, too much, but whenever you have been, it's been an absolutely incredible performance. You've been dominant in your matches. How much time have you actually spent on the maps practicing? And yeah.
I think enough to feel good on the tracks. I wouldn't put down any practice. Like, I've trained to be ready for this. I want to win my World Cup spot. That would be the best thing to do. So I put in enough time to be challenging. And yeah, I mean, the stream should have me on more then. If I'm playing well every time on the stream, get me more on the stream, please.
Absolutely. Yeah, so basically we've seen like quite a bit over 24 hours ago, of course, into the tournament, more than 200 players started. Now the dust settles, you've made it to Sunday. There's a 10th of the players left from when we started today, so you've already started mentioning it. What's your goal for XPEvo?
Goal is to either win or get the World Cup spot. That is the only thing that matters to me, and I just want to be at another World Cup. That's my goal, so if I can do that, I'd be really happy. If I can win as well, even better, but I think just give myself a chance for that World Cup spot. Keep winning.
All right, yeah, best of luck with that. Who do you think of the players still in the tournament is going to be your biggest opponent in reaching that goal, or are you confident?
We'll say Gwen and New Prime.
All right, thank you very much. I think with that we give it back to Import, and so yeah, thanks for this. Thanks for being great. See you guys.
I love Tobal interviews. I love it because it's like, I think it's his only second time actually doing an interview, and you can always tell because he's always kind of like looking, like he doesn't know where to look exactly, but I mean, hey, it's okay.
Yeah, I have the same problem, like when 50 is talking, I'm like,
yeah, but I have to watch like 3 different directions.
True.
It's worse for you.
So we're not going to keep everybody too long. It is we are at the end of the day. We have solidified our top 12. We start with our semifinal losers matches tomorrow. They will all be on the main stream, so there will be only one stream tomorrow. Right here on the main stream, we'll have a lot more guests, a lot more surprise guests too. I just kind of solidified some stuff, so we got some surprises coming up later. Not even the production knows the surprise yet that I have coming up tomorrow.
Yeah, I was about to say, I don't know the surprise guests, so I am actually excited as well.
So, I mean, for some people it should be no-brainer, but we'll see. We'll see if they can figure it out. But yeah, that is it. And I wanted to kind of do the count. There were 5 players that are already qualified to the World Cup that attended XPEvo. All 5 players who are already qualified are in the top 12. And then the players who are not, there's 7 remaining now that are not. And we already know 2 of them that are in the top 6. So now tomorrow's going to be finding out who else is in the top 6 to try to also get the World Cup.
Do we know, do we get all of these 7 players together?
All the 7 that are missing.
Yeah, the ones that still have a chance to qualify.
I think we can do it. Yeah.
Let's start with the final. If we have time, let's start with the final. So it's New Prime.
Correct.
And it's Ratchet.
New Prime and Ratchet, correct.
There's Tween.
Correct.
There is Gwen.
Yep.
Correct. There is... I already forgot who just went out.
Pack.
Oh no, the 2 that went out are fully out now. So okay.
Correct.
Yeah.
So 2 more.
There's 2 more. We went through this before you joined, and we were already struggling, but
I think we got pretty close.
This is like a game show. I'm enjoying this very much, and I'm acting as if I know too. But here, let me just pull it. It's Mime and Elcon.
I knew when you did it before you joined. I counted Elcon, but I forgot Mime.
I can tell you why we forget them, because they are in this very weird in-between stage in the lower bracket, but they are still waiting for the opponents, which, I mean, I think they got them now, but yeah.
And interesting thing is that also a big chunk of the players who were in playoffs that got denied their playoff spots, or their playoff spot in the World Cup, are also still in the top 12. The only person... Actually not. There's only 3 players, and that would be Elcon, Ratchet, and New Prime, who weren't in that contention for the playoffs. But everybody else who doesn't have a seed already are the ones from playoffs last weekend. So kind of we see last weekend, and now we're kind of a repeat, run it back kind of situation for this weekend. Just the positions are a little bit switched around. But Binks, being the first person qualified to the playoffs, was the first person qualified to the grand final. Epos, who was the last person qualified to the playoffs last weekend, is now the second person qualified to the playoffs. So it kind of a little switch up here and there.
And 2 of the players who weren't at the playoffs, 2 of the 3 players that weren't at the playoffs, are probably in the greatest position to take that point.
Elcon, for sure, I would say, right? Or
I was talking about the 2 players who are already like in the consolidation final. So yeah, because they weren't in the playoffs, so those 2 have probably the best chance just from like their position in the bracket right now.
Position and also pace as well, just kind of overall performance. They definitely are in a better position, while other individuals like Mime and Elcon, 2 individuals who definitely want to also be in that World Cup position, in a less favorable setup, as they have to play in one of the 2 semifinals. And those matches are going to happen one after the other. It'll be semifinal 1, semifinal 2, losers final, consolidation final, then grand final. We'll have a show match in between with some special guests there. But it's going to be a very packed day tomorrow. We have a party happening again. The XPEvo after party is starting this evening with our DJs Nitro, Faint, and Miss. They have returned from last year to do a little bit of DJing for the first couple hours of the after party. So those who are in the lobby, they're free to already start basically jamming out as we're ending the stream. We have, again, full action packed. Somebody still has to win this beautiful trophy right in front of us. And who is going to be the XPEvo 2024 champion? I genuinely have no idea.
It is.
I genuinely have no clue.
We are just as far as we were yesterday when we started out. We still, it is still so open.
And quickly as well, it would be easy to say today, oh yeah, Binks, because Binks is doing really well, or maybe Epos, but they only play one match tomorrow, while everybody else gets a couple extra warm-up matches. So.
But the question always is, I'm always really struggling. Maybe you can give a bit more insight on that because you were playing before. But is it really that much of an advantage to have that many warm-up matches? Or is it like, will you be a little bit fatigued when you get into the match?
I think those in the semifinal, the loser semifinal, are a little bit at a disadvantage. But those in the losers final and consolidation final, I think it's better for them more than.
Yeah, I mean it depends obviously on how many matches you have to play before, and it depends on how big how long the breaks afterwards are. Like if you have to play like the consolidation final and directly the grand final, then I feel like because of having the rush behind it, you might. It always depends. Like some players probably also just prefer, hey, I just won, let me just continue.
Yeah.
Yeah, overall, I guess a little bit of warm-up definitely doesn't hurt. Just also for the confidence, yeah, I have a good day today. I can do this. But overall, I feel like all of this is just in your mind, and as long as you, I mean, for example, like some teams also have like a mind coach, so this is something that they probably also prepare for, or at least you can prepare for it. So it doesn't have to be an advantage, but it also doesn't have to be a disadvantage.
I agree. Well, let's not let people keep waiting. Thank you guys for joining us for this evening. That is going to be it for the day here of Saturday of XPEvo. We are already 2/3 through of the way. We made it through the biggest parts of the day, and now we get to do a little bit of relaxing. But don't relax too much because you got to be up at 11 a.m. in the morning to catch all the action. So make sure to be there tomorrow morning. Also, thanks to all our streamers and everybody who also, I know Spammy's been kind of co-streaming. We have Trilix as well. SpeedSelf stepped in for the French cast, so thanks to them. Thanks to our production and also our casters for having a great show. And yes, I know they started playing the ending music right as I kind of baited them, but we are going to end now. Thank you guys for showing up, and you have a great rest of your evening. Have a good night.
Bye.
Like this.
Die Vision von Next Kings ist, dass wir gute Möbel für Gamer und fürs Homeoffice bauen. Es sind nicht einfach nur Möbel, sondern wir sagen dazu Livables. Wir gehen jetzt einen Schritt voran, wir sind jetzt die Next Kings.